In the apocalyptic struggle, while others scavenge for refuse, Chen Shi uncovers artifacts of immense power. Each object he touches undergoes random magical enhancements. Crossbows infused with torment, steamed buns transformed into stamina restoration, and even his physique can become enhanced. In this realm, where attributes reign supreme, he wields his extraordinary abilities to forge the most formidable refuge, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of this desolate world. Chapter 1. The Arachnid Man. A mournful wail echoed through the night sky, carried by a gust of wind laden with a nauseating stench. Chen Shi inhaled deeply, grimacing at the noxious odor. There must be numerous mutated creatures nearby. The foul odor of these aberrations intensifies with their numbers. He huddled in the center of the square, beside a dilapidated fountain. The steel crossbow in his grasp displayed a countdown. 3 minutes 12 seconds remained until the enhancement concluded. He cautiously peered over the edge, gazing at an 8-story building looming behind the fountain. Its walls were weathered, the entrance choked with weeds, and the iron sign above, once bearing 5 grand characters, was now severely damaged, with only the rusted remnants of nuclear physics barely hanging on, swaying precariously in the wind. The entire structure was in disrepair, its windows gaping like dark voids, allowing only the mournful howl of the wind to intrude. Whether resources existed within remained uncertain, but the presence of mutated creatures was undeniable indeed. There were likely hundreds, as inferred from stench. Retreating from view, he curled up beside the fountain, enduring the dizzying pangs of hunger as he patiently awaited the completion of his crossbow's enhancement. This wretched world was rife with monstrosities, and the most dire aspect was the severe scarcity of resources. Since yesterday, he had not found a morsel to eat. If this continued, he would surely perish in this wasteland, becoming fodder for others. In this realm of survival of the fittest, the consumption of human flesh was far from a rarity. The weak had no place to thrive. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed through the desolate square, sending a jolt of alarm through him. He turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. A vague shadow emerged beside the building, slowly advancing toward him. What on earth was that? Confusion washed over him, swiftly followed by dread as his heart raced. A colossal spider? But how could a spider possess a human head? Straining to see in the moonlight, he felt a chill run down his spine, terror gripping him. The shadow revealed itself to be a humanoid spider, or rather, a person shaped like a spider. It crawled on all fours, its body contorted in an exceedingly grotesque manner, with its knees and elbows protruding unnaturally, towering above its torso. It moved across the ground, a grotesque and spine-chilling sight. Though he had encountered numerous mutated beings over the past few days, this terrifying humanoid spider was unlike anything he had ever seen. What kind of monster was this? Fear washed over him like a tidal wave. He trembled slightly, holding his breath, and cautiously began to retreat. Creak. Beneath my feet, I inadvertently stepped on a shard of glass, the sound piercing the silence with an unnerving sharpness. Chen Shi and the Spider-Man both froze, caught in a moment of mutual astonishment as they locked eyes. In that instant, time stood still, and the air became thick with tension. Suddenly, the Spider-Man grinned, revealing an exceedingly eerie smile that sent a chill down Chen Shi's spine, a foreboding sense of dread rising from the depths of his heart. In the next moment, from the shadowy recesses of the building, a multitude of Spider-Men surged forth, a tide of men, women, and children, each bearing distinct appearances, their expressions vacant and devoid of emotion. What was truly horrifying was their ability to traverse vertical walls with the ease of walking on flat ground. At that instant, his heart sank, a wave of icy terror radiating through his being. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away, yet upon escaping, despair engulfed him even further. Outside the square lay an asphalt road, littered with rusting vehicles, some even sprouting weeds from within. Across the street loomed a row of dark, towering residential buildings, exuding an air of desolation and dread. Most terrifying of all, the road and the green belts were teeming with Spider-Men, scuttling between cars and through the underbrush. The stench in the air grew ever more pungent. He suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, inhaling deeply the foul odor, forcing himself to remain composed. Spotting a gap with fewer Spider-Men to his left, he sprinted towards the opposite side of the street. Enhancement complete, range increased by 100%, penetration power increased by 100%, additional attribute. Agony, a faint, emotionless voice echoed in his ear. He raised the crossbow before his chest. The earlier displayed numbers had vanished, and the crossbow felt more substantial in his grip. Yet, what was this additional attribute of agony? Why not an explosive effect? Something akin to a grenade that would obliterate a wide area. Wasn't that more satisfying? Or perhaps fire, like a flamethrower, wouldn't that be delightful? Why agony? What use was it? Did these grotesque creatures even experience pain? Dweck, dweck, dweck. He dismissed his thoughts, raising the crossbow and unleashing a volley of bolts. 5 arrows flew forth, striking with force into the bodies of the Spider-Men. A chilling, grating wail escaped their mouths. Indeed, they seemed to suffer greatly. As he ran, he caught a glimpse of one Spider-Man, wounded by the bolts. Suddenly, one that had not yet succumbed lunged at a nearby counterpart, attacking it with fervor. Why was this happening? Confusion gripped him, but clarity soon dawned. It must be the attribute of agony at play. The extreme pain had driven them to madness, prompting them to attack their own kind. A surge of inspiration coursed through him, and he quickly released another 5 arrows, this time deliberately aiming for the Spider-Man's legs and arms, non-lethal targets. As expected, the injured Spider-Men displayed expressions of intense suffering, and soon they were frantically assaulting their fellow creatures in a frenzy. However, their numbers were dreadfully insufficient. In a mere few seconds, the injured Spider-Man was vanquished by his kindred, his body torn into shreds. What cruelty! Such unrelenting brutality! If they could treat their own kind in this manner, one could only imagine the fate awaiting him should he fall into their grasp. He would likely be reduced to nothing but mere remnants. Huff, huff! He gasped for breath, daring not to pause for even a moment. Hundreds of Spider-Men pursued him from behind, resembling a pack in pursuit of a terrified prey. He could not ascertain how far he had fled, perhaps a kilometer, perhaps 3, but he felt his steps growing increasingly burdensome. The dizziness brought on by hunger weighed heavily upon him, draining his strength. Only the primal instinct of fear propelled him to continue his frantic flight. Behind him, the nearest Spider-Man was now less than 2 meters away. At that moment, a thunderous boom echoed in his ears. The ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, catching him off guard. His foot slipped, and he felt himself plummet downward. In an instant, he grasped the edge of the gaping pit, his nails digging deep into the earth. He glanced below to find a depth of approximately 5 meters, the bottom bristling with steel rebars, their tips sharp as daggers, ensuring certain death should one fall. The Spider-Man trailing him, propelled by inertia, followed suit and plunged downwards, impaled by the jagged steel, black liquid gushing forth as it met its demise. Crack! Hiss! One Spider-Man, falling from the air, suddenly clung to his legs and bit down fiercely. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, the excruciating pain flooding his eyes with blood. His body trembled violently, nearly causing him to lose his grip and fall. Strangely, the Spider-Man that had bitten him developed 2 deep wounds. Seemingly out of nowhere, a look of confusion crossed its face before black blood erupted from its body, and it instantly succumbed to death, plummeting away. Fortuitously, his body possessed a retaliatory attribute. Otherwise, he would have been at its mercy. Chen Shi silently rejoiced. The most formidable aspect of the retaliatory attribute lay in its ability to double the damage received and reflect it back upon the attacker. While it bore the flavor of a mutually assured destruction, it was crucial for preserving one's life in dire moments. At this juncture, more Spider-Men halted at the edge of the trap, seemingly sensing danger. After a brief moment of observation, they turned to flee. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that his strength had reached its limit. The dizziness from hunger intensified, his arms grew weak, and his fingers began to slide downward. He was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 2. Encountering a simpleton. Just as Chen Shi feared he would tumble into the abyss, a filthy face suddenly appeared before him, matted hair clinging together, exuding a foul odor. His heart leapt. The figure was a scavenger. Just as he had begun to relax, tension gripped him once more. What were they intending to do? Chen Shi fixed his gaze upon the stranger, pondering his intentions. The other party looked back at him. Those eyes were clear and bright, devoid of impurities, radiating an innocence that spoke of unworldliness. Upon seeing Chen Shi, the stranger's face broke into a somewhat foolish yet utterly sincere smile. "Hello, I'm a Fey." The individual seemed to harbor no malice. Rather, he appeared exceedingly polite. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief. "Could you lend me a hand and help me up? I can barely hold on any longer," he said with great difficulty, staring at the foolish-looking fellow. The man extended his hands and grasped Chen Shi's arm. Though he appeared somewhat simple-minded, his strength was remarkable. Standing at 180 centimeters and weighing 130 g despite recent weight loss, Chen Shi was effortlessly pulled up by him. As Chen Shi's legs buckled, he collapsed on the ground, pale and gasping for breath. He had nearly met his end there. A wave of dread washed over him. Who would have thought that just 5 days ago, he had been brimming with vitality? That day, he had just signed a significant deal and celebrated with colleagues at a night venue, reveling in sheer delight, only to awaken in this wretched place. All the late nights spent drafting proposals had been in vain. Over 1 million yuan in commission had just been deposited in the bank. After enduring hardships, he had yet to savor life and had plunged from paradise into hell. He vaguely recalled a saying, "The money remains, but the person is gone." In the next moment, he remembered his newly acquired girlfriend. A girlfriend? She was probably lost too. Chen Shi let out a deep sigh, turning his gaze to a fey. A fey was clad in a hodgepodge of clothes from various seasons, with a collar that was dark and greasy. The pungent odor of sweat and foot odor, even a hint of body odor, clung to him. He appeared filthy and disheveled, resembling a beggar. Yet how much better was he? His leisure suit was crumpled as if it had been used as a cleaning rag, his dark blue pants stained with splotches, and 2 holes in his calves oozing with blood. His shoes were mismatched, one a sneaker, the other a work boot. Days had passed without washing his face or brushing his teeth, let alone bathing or changing clothes. In a world where basic survival was a challenge, who cared about such trivialities? Is there anything to eat? A wave of dizziness washed over him, his stomach burned with hunger. He furrowed his brow and, suppressing discomfort, inquired. A fey grinned sheepishly and nodded, "Yes, yes." He then pulled out a steamed bun from a bag caked in black mud and handed it to Chen Shi. "Eat. Go ahead, don't be shy." His speech was slow and seemed to require considerable effort. Chen Shi had no intention of being polite. He accepted the bun and was about to bring it to his mouth when he inadvertently noticed that the surface of the bun was speckled with tiny mold spots, white fungal fuzz visible on them. "This bun, it can't be eaten, can it?" Chen Shi's expression stiffened as he looked at the other man. "Eat it, it's fine." A fey stood awkwardly, rubbing his hands together and grinning foolishly. "The bun is moldy, it can't be eaten." Chen Shi frowned and set the bun down. A fey snatched it from his hand, tore off the moldy surface, and bit off a piece before stuffing the remainder back into Chen Shi's hands. "It's edible," he said, chewing heartily. Chen Shi hesitated, staring at the bun in his hand. In this cursed place, there was not even a shred of medicine. Medicinal supplies are far scarcer than food. In the unfortunate event of consuming something detrimental to one's health, survival becomes uncertain. However, if one refrains from eating altogether, the grim reality of starvation looms. Thus, the dilemma arises, to perish from hunger or succumb to illness. Chen Shi gazed at the bun, his mind in turmoil. Could it not have been fresher? Shall I enhance the bun? As this thought crossed his mind, a faint voice echoed in his ears. This thing can enhance food. After all these days, how had he not realized this? Instinctively, he glanced at the intricate dark red mark on his right forearm. The mark melded seamlessly with his skin, as if it had always belonged to him. The mark draws upon his vital energy to augment objects. The higher the quality of the item, the faster the energy is consumed. Thus, he named this mark the Demon Seal. "Shall I enhance the bun?" The voice inquired once more. He cast a glance at Ah Fei, uncertain whether he could hear this voice as well. He wished to keep his ability to enhance items a secret. "Do you hear someone speaking?" Chen Shi asked. Ah Fei looked at him in confusion and shook his head. "No." "Can you see anything on my arm?" he inquired, revealing his right forearm. "Well, what is it?" Ah Fei puzzledly gazed at his arm, noticing nothing but a bit of dirt. "Nothing at all." Chen Shi pressed. "It's just a little dirty." Upon hearing this, Chen Shi sighed in relief. It appeared that this phenomenon was visible only to him, a result he had hoped for. "Enhance the bun," he replied silently in his mind. "Attributes random, commencing enhancement." In that instant, he felt a gentle warmth radiating from his right arm, as a fine thread of vital energy flowed from his palm into the bun, subsequently calming. Immediately, the bun in his hand also warmed, revealing the inscription 1 minute 10 seconds on its surface. He lifted the bun and asked Ah Fei, "Can you see the numbers on this?" Ah Fei looked bewildered, tilting his head to examine the bun before casting a perplexed glance back at Chen Shi, pointing at his own head. "Do you have some kind of illness?" Chen Shi chuckled awkwardly. "Just a joke." After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Are you a scavenger? What brings you here?" "I am a scavenger, guarding traps." Ah Fei nodded earnestly. "Guarding traps? What manner of traps warranted such vigilance?" Chen Shi turned his gaze towards the place where he had just fallen. Previously preoccupied with anxiety, he now noticed that the trap resembled a vast trench, extending nearly 30 meters in length and about 5 meters wide. The surface of the trap had been camouflaged, explaining why he had overlooked it at the time. Such a significant undertaking could not have been completed by just a few individuals within a short span. Therefore, Fei could not be alone, there must be a camp nearby. Otherwise, they would not have excavated the trap here. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Shi inquired, "How many of you are there?" There are. How many? Fei appeared dazed, momentarily lost in thought, before he began to count diligently on his fingers. Never mind, there's no need to count. Chen Shi observed the earnest yet troubled expression on Fei's face, abandoning the notion of extracting information from him. Enhancement complete, additional attribute, stamina restoration. Suddenly, a faint whisper resonated in the air. Chapter 3. The eerie shadowy figure. He exhaled deeply, gazing at the bun in his hand. Large, immense, extraordinarily so. This was Chen Shi's immediate reaction upon seeing the bun. It had indeed grown significantly. If it once was, now it surely was. Not only was it large, but it had also become hard, resembling compressed rations. He tore the bun in half and offered one piece to Ah Fei, urging him to eat. Ignoring Ah Fei's astonished gaze, he stuffed the bun into his mouth and began to chew heartily. Delicious. The fragrant wheat flour tantalized his taste buds. He had never before relished a bun so much. It surpassed even the finest delicacies. The thought that he could enjoy such buns daily filled him with newfound hope for life. He polished off half the enormous bun in a matter of moments, feeling content as he rubbed his belly. Though not full, his stomach finally had something in it, alleviating the earlier gnawing hunger. His spirits lifted accordingly. Rising to his feet, he stretched, feeling all fatigue dissipate. Evidently, the bun's enhanced properties were at work. How can a bun taste so good? Ah Fei inquired, his mouth still full, confusion evident in his wide eyes. I utilized a rather extraordinary power, Chen Shi replied. Then suddenly recalled something and added, Ah Fei, this is our secret. We must not disclose it to others. If we do, there will be no more delicious buns. Ah Fei nodded earnestly, promising not to tell anyone. He swallowed the last mouthful of the bun and said, "Come with me, let us return to my sister at home." Return with you? Chen Shi was momentarily taken aback. Ah Fei, though appearing somewhat dim-witted, was not indicative of the intelligence of those around him. In this world, trust among scavengers was virtually non-existent. Due to dwindling resources, conflicts over supplies often erupted, even leading to battles over corpses. Not to mention the formidable predators lurking about. Originally, there existed a symbiotic relationship between predators and scavengers. Predators would hunt mutated creatures, safeguarding scavengers, while scavengers would gather resources, providing ample supplies to the predators. However, as mutated beings grew stronger and resources became scarcer, the predators, deprived of sufficient sustenance, began to plunder all resources. They frequently attacked scavengers, and skirmishes among predators were not uncommon. Chen Shi had witnessed many perish over a mere bottle of water. Scavengers who could band together were either kin or friends. They remained highly suspicious of outsiders, maintaining a constant state of vigilance. This led Chen Shi to live a transient, unstable existence for several days, distrustful of others. He too harbored no faith in anyone. He scavenged alone, evaded monsters, and remained in a heightened state of alertness. This relentless tension left him utterly exhausted, yearning for a place to call his own, even amidst this damned apocalypse. So, should he go or stay? Truth be told, as an individual transported from another world, he found solitude unsettling, craving communication with others. After all, humans are social creatures. Prolonged isolation breeds profound loneliness, as if one has been cast aside by the world. He even feared that if this continued, he might descend into madness. Thus, perhaps it was time to take a gamble. His daily existence of wandering was already a gamble with fate. Since it was all a risk, why not venture forth? With this thought, he clapped a hand on Ah Fei's shoulder. Come, I will escort you back. Ah Fei's face lit up with joy at his words. He led Chen Shi through a thicket, heading towards the outskirts. In the darkness, an eerie silence enveloped them. There were no croaking frogs, chirping birds, or barking dogs. Only the sound of their footsteps and the rustling leaves in the wind. Suddenly, a scream pierced the stillness, shattering the quiet. Bang! A gunshot followed swiftly. Chen Shi's heart raced as he gripped his dagger tightly. Ah Fei's breath quickened, panic evident. Sister! He cried, pointing toward the direction of the gunfire, his pace quickening, soon breaking into a run. Chen Shi seized him firmly, hushing him, quiet. Do you grasp the danger? Stay close to me. Do not run. Then, he positioned himself ahead of Ah Fei, crouching low and stealthily advancing toward the source of the gunfire under the cover of night. As he drew closer, he realized they had stumbled upon a scavenger camp. Along a gravel path flanked by the remnants of dilapidated buildings, numerous container homes had been constructed. Upon approaching further, he halted, surveying the area. The camp was shrouded in darkness, utterly devoid of light. Distantly, the growl of engines could be heard. Why was the gathering so silent? Unless, oh no, he thought, and immediately sprinted toward the cluster of buildings. Upon entering the camp, illuminated by moonlight, he saw bloodstains adorning the ground. Yet there were no bodies to be found. Several doors of nearby homes stood ajar, but they were empty. Indeed, they had arrived too late. The assault must have been carried out by predators who had ravaged this place. Sister, Ah-Fei stumbled toward his own house. Chen Shi looked on sympathetically at his retreating figure, fearing for his sister's safety. Women were among the vital resources for predators. With a crash, Ah-Fei kicked open the door. The room was vacant, the contents in disarray. He stood bewildered in the center of the room, calling out repeatedly, "Sister, where are you?" Suddenly, a beam of light pierced the interior as Chen Shi entered with a flashlight. He swiftly closed the door behind him, illuminating the room. It was small and sparsely furnished. On either side, there were folding beds, and two large travel cases lay open, their contents strewn across the floor. Pots and pans were haphazardly tossed into various corners. A makeshift wooden table sat barren. There were no signs of blood within. Perhaps she was still alive. He placed a reassuring hand on Ah-Fei's shoulder. "Your sister may still be alive. Do not fear." Ah-Fei paused, crouching on the ground, clutching his head and quietly sobbing. Chen Shi scanned the room for any useful clues, but found none. He urged Ah-Fei, "Let us step outside and see." Gripping his dagger, he approached the door and yanked it open. In that instant, his body froze, heart racing. In the darkness stood a woman in white, her long hair cascading down, silently poised at the entrance. Facing the room, she stood with her head bowed, her hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable. Bang! He quickly slammed the door shut. What a fright! When he had entered, there had been no one outside. Where had this woman come from? Was she Ah-Fei's sister? But why did she not simply enter? What was the purpose of standing at the door? He turned to Ah-Fei, who appeared confused, clearly oblivious to the woman at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously cracked the door open a sliver, peering outside. Where did she go? Had she left? He flung the door wide, but the woman in white had vanished. It was as if what he had just seen was mere illusion. Looking around, he found only the mournful sound of the wind. Ah-Fei stared blankly as Chen Shi opened and closed the door repeatedly. Patting Ah-Fei's shoulder, Chen Shi turned back, and in the next moment, he froze in place. How could the woman in white be inside the room? She stood quietly behind Ah-Fei, head bowed, silent and motionless. This woman was undoubtedly suspicious. He pushed Ah-Fei aside, raising his dagger and lunging at the white-clad figure. The dagger passed through her body as if piercing through thin air. A shiver coursed through his spine, a chill spreading from the base of his tailbone throughout his entire being. "Run," he urgently whispered to Ah-Fei before swiftly turning away. The two of them halted in front of a derelict ruin, leaning against a corner, anxiously scanning their surroundings. After a moment, reassured by the absence of the woman in white, they finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, an eerie sound emanated from not far away. Chen Shi placed a finger to his lips, signaling Ah-Fei to be silent. He then gripped his dagger tightly and stealthily approached the source of the sound. He paused in front of a dilapidated building, where the muffled cries of a woman entwined with the heavy panting of a man reached his ears. Peering inside, he saw a young woman bound and lying on the floor, her mouth gagged with rags, producing sounds of distress. A man sat atop her abdomen, his back to Chen Shi, a knife pressed against her cheek. "Don't struggle. I'll grant you a swift end soon, or else you'll wish for death." The man whispered menacingly in her ear. The woman fervently shook her head. "Sister." Ah-Fei's head popped up from behind, and upon catching sight of the woman, he nearly shouted. Chen Shi swiftly covered his mouth and pulled him back down. "Sister," Ah-Fei whispered urgently, gesturing frantically. Chen Shi nodded slightly, indicating for him to remain quiet. Taking a deep breath, he held his breath, crouched low, and quietly slipped inside. He moved slowly, inching closer to the man. Suddenly, he raised his dagger and plunged it into the man's back. The man, sensing danger, spun around, their eyes locking. With a flash of steel, the dagger struck hard into his right shoulder. "Ah!" The man yelped in pain, instinctively thrusting his knife toward Chen Shi's face. However, due to his injury, the attack lacked force and speed, granting Chen Shi enough time to evade. He swiftly kicked the knife from the man's grip. "Who the hell are you? Do you know the fate of those who attack hunters?" The man stood up, astonished and furious, reaching for a gun at his waist. Panic surged within Chen Shi. This man was armed. He lunged at him, catching the man off guard and bringing him to the ground. Yet, The man reacted quickly, gripping Chen Shi's wrist with one hand while the other clawed towards his eyes. However, the man's hand froze midair, a sharp pain radiating from his wounded shoulder sapping his strength. The agony was excruciating, rendering him pale, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes bloodshot, and his teeth biting into his lip until it bled. Chen Shi smirked coldly. His reinforced dagger inflicted double the pain, medically defined as a level 12 pain. This dagger's agony was akin to a level 24, surpassing even the torment of dismemberment or childbirth. Thus, even a non-lethal strike could bring about his demise through sheer suffering. The man, drenched in cold sweat, could hardly muster the strength to speak, collapsing to the ground, teetering between life and death. "Please, grant me a swift end," he pleaded. Trembling lips aimed at Chen Shi. Unmoved, Chen Shi began to search the man for valuables. At that moment, a fey rushed to the woman, hastily unbinding her. "Sister, don't be afraid." The woman stood, gripping a fey's arm, warily eyeing Chen Shi. "He's a friend," a fey insisted, patting her hand in reassurance. Chen Shi, however, remained focused on his task, uncovering a pistol, a machete, a water bottle, gloves, half a loaf of bread, a bag of moldy bread, a piece of expired chocolate, and a lighter, a considerable haul. "Please, just grant me a swift end." The man's voice grew weaker, breath shallow. "Hang in there, it will get better soon." Chen Shi replied nonchalantly, stuffing the items into his bag before turning his attention to the woman. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with long hair cascading down to her waist. Malnourished, she looked frail, her long legs resembling twigs. Tear-stained cheeks and a gaunt face made her already large eyes appear even more pronounced. Unlike a fey, she seemed relatively clean, her denim attire not overly soiled and devoid of any foul odor. "Thank you for saving me," she spoke softly, her voice almost melodic. "My name is Xia Yan, and this is my brother, Xia Fei." "I am Chen Shi," he replied, internally astonished that despite the terrifying ordeal, she seemed composed as if nothing had transpired. Indeed, the apocalypse had a way of toughening individuals, especially the heart. "No need to thank me. Your brother saved me, and I saved you. Consider it an equal exchange," Chen Shi stated as he began to walk away. "Wait," Xia Yan called out, stopping him in his tracks. Chen Shi turned to face her. "May I borrow your dagger?" she asked, her clear eyes blinking innocently. "Borrow the dagger?" Chen Shi hesitated, pondering her intentions, though she appeared delicate. He understood the need for caution in these perilous times. One moment of negligence could lead to death. "Please, grant me a swift end." The man on the ground writhed painfully towards Chen Shi's feet. Realizing her intention, Chen Shi gestured toward the man. "You want him?" "Just one stab," Xia Yan nodded, adopting an innocent demeanor. Intrigued, he handed her the dagger, curious to see if this seemingly fragile girl possessed the resolve to kill. Chapter 5. The Xia sibling Xia Yan took the dagger, swiftly tying her hair back. She approached the man, crouching beside him, and made a swift cut at his groin. "Ah!" he screamed in a horrific wail. Chen Shi felt a shiver run down his spine, his body tensed. Quick, precise, ruthless was his assessment of her actions. She wiped the blood on her clothes, rising to return the dagger to Chen Shi. Noticing his astonished expression, she smiled. "I was a surgeon. No wonder her strikes were so precise. She was accustomed to wielding a scalpel." This woman was not to be trifled with. Her outward appearance belied a fierce determination. Chen Shi accepted the dagger and casually inquired, "What transpired earlier?" "The hunters attacked our camp. I happened to be in the restroom when I heard the commotion outside. Terrified, I hid and didn't dare to leave, thinking I had escaped. Little did I know." She paused, glancing at the man who still writhed in agony. "He had been watching me all along. After the hunters left, he bound me and intended to." Xia Yan covered her mouth, a wave of disgust and humiliation washing over her, rendering her speechless. "Ah, the wicked are bullying my sister," Xia Fei suddenly erupted, kicking the man on the ground furiously. Watching Xia Fei's outburst and his sister's tears, Chen Shi felt a sense of oppression in his heart. In this world devoid of law and order, human life held little value, especially for vulnerable individuals like her. Here, the law of the jungle prevailed, where strength dictated survival. To endure, one must become powerful. Chen silently contemplated in his heart. Once Xia Fei had vented his anger, the man had lost his breath. Subsequently, the three of them made their way toward the ruins. Suddenly, Chen's mind flashed back to the mysterious woman he had encountered earlier in the room. Xia Yan and Xia Fei turned to look at him in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. He briefly recounted the situation he had just faced to them. "Are you saying you encountered a shadow being?" Xia Yan furrowed her brow and inquired softly. "What is a shadow being?" Chen asked, bewildered, having not been here long. He was unclear about many matters, such as the origins of these mutated creatures, the nature of shadow beings, and whether there were even more terrifying entities. "It's not something that can be explained in just a few words," You'll understand when you see this, Xia Yin said, carefully retrieving several neatly folded documents from her pocket. Chen received them with confusion. The paper had already yellowed, indicating that these documents were quite old. As he unfolded the papers, the words top secret immediately caught his eye. His heart raced. Good heavens, a classified document. He quickly turned on his flashlight and began to read earnestly. An unexpected incident occurred at the World United Biological Gene Laboratory, resulting in gene mutations of experimental subjects. Staff and scientists were attacked, with no survivors. Mutated creatures escaped, and within a few short days, infected individuals began to appear worldwide after being attacked by these mutated beings. The infected are not limited to humans, but include all animals. Infected individuals can begin gene mutation within minutes, transforming into mutated creatures. The situation is now out of control, with the infected area rapidly expanding. All departments are advised to prepare protective measures, cut off all external passageways, and construct emergency shelters. The date on the document was 2019, making it 6 years old. Chen took a deep breath and turned to the second page, which was another classified document. Emergency shelter notification to all departments due to the current severe situation. Most countries are in paralysis. To avoid being attacked by mutated creatures and to preserve our living forces, the following individuals are designated as the first batch of emergency shelter personnel. Those receiving this notification should proceed to shelter number 1. Among the list of several hundred names, Xia Yin and Xia Fei's names stood out. Chen was somewhat taken aback. The individuals on this list were either high-ranking officials or top academic experts in various fields, while they did not appear to fit such a profile. My father is an expert in genetics, and my mother is an expert in electronics. Xia Yin seemed to sense Chen's confusion and said calmly, "No wonder." Chen nodded and continued to the third page, which contained a media briefing. Magnetic explosions cause greater ecological disasters. Strange creatures appear everywhere. A weapon team composed of scientists from multiple countries developed a magnetic explosion device to combat gene-mutated beings. This device has a broad coverage and great intensity, capable of producing a nuclear magnetic explosion with a radius of 300 kilometers. However, in eliminating mutated creatures, scientists discovered a bizarre phenomenon that was difficult to explain. Humanoid mutated individuals struck by the nuclear magnetic explosion exhibited another form of mutation. They appeared as virtual shadow-like figures that could traverse any physical substance, disappearing and reappearing in an instant, devoid of biological thought and emotion, and exhibited aggressive behavior towards all living beings. Chen gasped in horror. This place was perilously dangerous. This phenomenon was entirely beyond his comprehension. The atmosphere grew heavy. Weren't you two in a shelter? How did you end up here? After a moment, Chen broke the silence. There were mutated beings in the shelter, and my brother and I escaped, but my parents. Xia Yan's voice choked with emotion. After wiping away a tear, she continued, "We followed the survivors from the shelter all the way here. Initially, there were over 50 people, but only 20 or so remain now. The rest perished along the way." She paused briefly. "We settled here temporarily, only to be attacked by predators." Chen felt a stir of compassion. It was hard to imagine how a vulnerable woman could survive in such a brutal world with her intellectually challenged brother. "Before my parents passed away, they found a way to deal with the shadow beings, but they didn't have time to conduct experiments. Before escaping the shelter, they entrusted all their records to me. If you are interested, I can show you, but..." Xia Yan's expression turned serious as she looked at him. Chen remained silent, watching her intently, waiting for her to continue. There are no free lunches in this world. Providing him with such vital information undoubtedly came with certain requests or conditions. Xia Yin hesitated before adding, "However, I have one request. You must ensure the safety of my brother and me. My parents' bodyguard has always looked after us, but he fell victim to the predators, and his fate is uncertain." After Xia Yin finished speaking, she gazed at Chen with a hint of anxiety, awaiting his response. Chen's agreement was uncertain in her mind. After all, they had just met and lacked sufficient trust in each other. He didn't trust himself, and neither did she. Her request carried a gamble. She was wagering on her judgment, believing that this man before her was worthy of trust. Regardless, he had saved her life, which made it worth taking a chance. Besides, did she have any other option? Everyone around her had been taken by the predators, leaving her alone with her brother. And without assistance, survival in this world was impossible. Chen and Xia Yin locked eyes for a long moment, both enveloped in silence. Whether or not to view the records was inconsequential. He indeed needed a place to settle. Furthermore, she was a doctor, and in this dire context, a physician's role was paramount, potentially saving lives in critical moments. Thus, agreeing to stay was not out of the question. As for looking after the siblings, he bore no responsibility or obligation. Mutual benefit was the optimal way to coexist. With this thought, he broke the silence and spoke, "Dr. Xia, May I address you as such? Yes, Xia Yin nodded. I can stay, but as for care, let's say we will assist each other, leveraging our strengths to survive as best as we can. That sounds good. One more person means more strength. I hope we can establish a trusting relationship, Xia Yin said after some contemplation. From now on, we are like family. Xia Fei exclaimed with excitement, patting Qin on the shoulder enthusiastically. Qin smiled but suddenly furrowed his brow, taking a deep breath as a foul smell wafted through the air, igniting an unsettling apprehension within him. Chapter 6. The mutated rat. Qin chuckled softly but remained silent, inhaling deeply as the foul odor intensified, causing a growing unease within him. Let us head back. This place is unsafe. Xia Yin and Xia Fei nodded in agreement. After Qin spoke, he led the siblings through the night, stealthily making their way back to the camp. The entire camp was shrouded in darkness, eerily silent. The sound of dripping water echoed from somewhere, piercing the stillness. Qin held his breath, fully alert, cautiously navigating toward the home where Xia Yin had been staying. He progressed with trepidation, fearing that a shadow being might suddenly emerge. Fortunately, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Upon entering the room, he switched on his flashlight, thoroughly inspecting the space for danger before letting out a long sigh of relief. The only solar-powered lamp had been taken from them. Gazing at the darkened room, Xia Yin sighed. Not just the lamp. All the food and supplies are gone. After surveying the area, she wearily sank onto a stool. As long as we're safe, we can replace the supplies, Qin reassured her. Xia Yin fell into silence, fully aware that those words were merely a form of consolation. Who could be oblivious to the arduousness of acquiring resources in this place? After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, Brother Qin, why don't you stay here tonight? Her words momentarily startled Chen Shi. She referred to him as brother? At merely 23. He wasn't necessarily older than anyone else. Yet, upon reflecting on his own disheveled appearance, unkempt beard, and sallow complexion, he resembled a man in his 30s, which eased his mind. However, there were only 2 beds in the room. How could 3 people possibly sleep? Was he expected to share a bed with the foolish boy? With that odor, reminiscent of a walking restroom, who could endure it? Moreover, he wished to find a secluded spot to delve into enhancing his abilities. He scratched his nose and replied, It wouldn't be suitable for me to sleep here. Besides, it's inconvenient. There are plenty of vacant houses nearby. I'll find one to stay for the night. At this point, Chen Shi's suggestion left Xia Yin with little to counter, so she nodded in agreement. That's fine. Just try not to venture out tonight. There are mutated creatures lurking nearby. Before sleeping, secure the door, and regardless of what noises you hear, do not come out. There is nothing else to worry about. Understood. We shall meet again tomorrow. Chen Shi waved his hand and turned to leave. Brother Chen, I'll see you off. Xia Fei hurriedly followed. No need. You and your sister should rest. I'm accustomed to being alone. As Chen Shi's voice trailed off, he stepped outside. With a flashlight in hand, he hurried along the narrow path, arriving at the opposite side. Several vacant containers stood by the roadside, their doors wide open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. He casually selected one, stepped inside, and surveyed the dimly lit room. It contained a bed, a crude wooden table, and a makeshift wooden stool. Piled atop the bed were greasy, discolored blankets, and in the corner, a rusty bucket held water. Aside from that, nothing remained, no even a cup. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of grounding. At the very least, it was far safer than sleeping outdoors. He turned to close the door, effectively barring the dangers outside. After unburdening his backpack, he sank onto the stool and exhaled deeply. This camp was hardly secure, while predators would likely refrain from approaching in the short term. He could not be certain that scavengers wouldn't discover this place. He harbored no concern for solitary scavengers, but rather for organized groups, as they often resorted to heinous acts, robbing and even resorting to cannibalism when starving. Coupled with the shadowy creatures and mutated beings, this world was perilous, extremely perilous. Through numerous encounters over the past few days, he had come to comprehend this truth. As an ordinary person, his survival knowledge paled in comparison to that of experienced scavengers, perhaps even lagging behind Xia Yin and her brother. If seasoned scavengers struggled to survive, relying solely on himself would undoubtedly lead to a swift demise. Thus, he must leverage his unique advantage, his ability to enhance. In that moment, myriad thoughts flooded his mind. Weapons could be enhanced. Food could be enhanced. Could other items be enhanced as well? He gazed at the table before him, placing his hand upon its surface, and thought, as before, would it not be better if this table were sturdier? Enhance the table? A voice echoed in his ear. Indeed, it was possible. This meant he could enhance virtually any object. Overcome with excitement, he sprang to his feet and paced the room, his gaze landing on the door. The container had iron double doors, slightly scratched and rusted, exuding an aura of immense sturdiness. Robust hinges at both the top and bottom allowed the doors to swing open and shut with ease. A stout metal bar spanned across the inner side of the doors. Approaching the door, he placed his hand upon it, ready to enhance. Suddenly, from the darkness, a faint yet distinct sound of a woman weeping reached his ears. The sobs fluctuated, high and low, eerie and unsettling, akin to a funeral lament. Could it be Xia Yan? He pressed his ear against the door, listening intently, only to be seized by a chill. The voice was unmistakably not from Xia Yan. More disturbingly, the haunting cries were interspersed with manic laughter. The laughter brimmed with despair and agony. The mournful weeping and painful laughter ignited an inexplicable sorrow within Chen Shi, rapidly enveloping him. Then, his expression suddenly dulled. His body stiffened, and he instinctively prepared to open the door. A searing sensation surged through the mark on his arm, jolting him back to reality. He realized he had almost succumbed to the beguiling sound, his body drenched in cold sweat. What manner of entity lurked outside, capable of ensnaring the heart? As he pondered this, a thunderous crash resounded, as if something had collided forcefully against the door. Chen Shi jolted, swiftly drawing his gun and grasping it tightly. After a moment's thought, he set the handgun down and opted for a dagger. He had never wielded a gun before, while he could shoot. Whether he could aim accurately was another matter entirely. The crashing intensified, reverberating through the entire container. Cautiously, he crouched by the door's crack, peering outside. Under the cold moonlight, swarms of mutated rats surged like a black tide, engulfing the entire campsite. They had caught the scent of human flesh and were relentlessly battering against his and Xia Yan's room. The mere thought of being overwhelmed and gnawed upon by the mutated rats sent a shiver down his spine. With each violent impact, the gap between the two doors widened. In an instant, a shadow darted through the crevice. Panic surged within him. He quickly pressed one hand against the door while the other lowered the bar, securing the doors tightly. A piercing sound erupted from behind him. Chapter 7. The missing predator. He spun around, eyes wide, cold sweat breaking out. Before him stood a mutated rat, larger than a cat. It crouched low, its dark brown, hairless skin covered in grotesque lumps, blood-red eyes glinting, and long, glistening fangs dripping with viscous saliva. Its thick limbs bore sharp claws, emitting a shrill screech, poised to attack. Chen Shi stared intently at the mutated rat, slowly retreating to the corner. Suddenly, the creature leapt onto the table, then sprang from the table, lunging at Chen Shi's side. Alarmed, he realized it understood the tactic of flanking. The rat hurtled towards him, a foul wind trailing behind it, and with the wall at his back. He had nowhere to escape. In a flash of inspiration, he charged at the mutated rat. The creature, taken aback by his audacity to approach rather than retreat, faltered momentarily. But its momentum propelled it forward. In the blink of an eye, man and beast brushed past each other. Chen Shi raised his dagger, slashing at the creature's belly. A thick, foul-smelling dark red liquid cascaded down. Unable to evade in time, the stench coated him entirely. The mutated rat crashed to the ground, struggled for a moment, and then lay still. Outside, the cacophony of violent impacts persisted. Chen Shi, disregarding his putrid state, wedged the table against the door, bracing it with all his strength. He lost track of time, and just as his energy began to wane, the crashing finally ceased. After a moment of waiting, confident that silence had returned, he collapsed onto the floor. A faint glimmer of light seeped through the crack of the door. He leaned against the gap, peering outside, where the daylight had brightened considerably, and the mutated rats were nowhere to be seen. His exceedingly fatigued mind finally descended into a tranquil stupor. An overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, weighing down his eyelids. He pondered, in a daze, whether Summer Yin and her brother were safe, before succumbing to slumber on the ground. Meanwhile, a rugged jeep and two trucks gradually made their way into an abandoned oil refinery, halting in front of a gray, hemispherical structure. As he surveyed the desolate expanse, he noticed several similarly sized hemispherical concrete buildings scattered across the area. Each stood approximately 3 meters high, their surfaces smooth and exceptionally sturdy, capable of withstanding a standard missile strike. This place, once a storage facility for refined oil, had now become a camp for some predators. The vehicles came to a stop, and the doors swung open as dozens of fully armed predators leapt out. They appeared to be in far better condition than the scavengers, most clad in combat uniforms adorned with multifunctional camouflage and sturdy marten boots. Some even donned tactical vests. They shouted and began unloading boxes of spoils from the truck beds, filling the once quiet factory with noise. Shortly thereafter, the forcibly captured scavengers began to descend from the vehicle. The door on the passenger side of the Jeep creaked open, revealing a pair of pristine black combat boots that hit the ground. Following this, a middle-aged man, clad in camouflage and a tactical vest, his head covered by a helmet and sunglasses perched on his nose, emerged from the vehicle. "Boss, what are your orders?" A scar-faced man hurried over, bowing respectfully. "Where's Lone Wolf?" he inquired, surveying the crowd with a detached gaze. "Lone Wolf?" The scar-faced man scratched his ear and turned to look at the gathering. He uttered, perplexed. Then he turned back to the man. "I'll go look for him. Also, tell Xiaobei to select a few attractive women from the scavengers. Clean them up and bring them to my room. The rest, let the brothers decide," he continued in an indifferent tone. "Understood." The man's face betrayed an uncontainable delight. The apocalypse was truly a remarkable time. Reflecting on his past as a prisoner sentenced to life, he now found himself reveling in each day. This was indeed a man's world. Just as before, those who were to farm would farm, those tasked with cleaning toilets would do so, and those in poor health would be dealt with. No meat should go to waste, but rather turned into jerky for the others. "Got it. I'll make the arrangements," the man replied, nodding before departing toward one of the hemispherical oil storage buildings. Upon reaching the oil depot, he opened the iron door, revealing a staircase leading underground. At the end of the stairs stood a large, heavy fire door, equipped with a wheel for control. As he entered through the fire door, the space opened up dramatically before him, a vast, interconnected underground room. The air was thick with the smell of diesel, and the generator emitted a continuous, deafening roar. He navigated through one of the corridors and arrived at a room marked rest area, pushing the door open. With a click, he activated the ceiling light, illuminating the darkened room. He closed the door behind him and sank into a leather sofa, removing his sunglasses to reveal a solitary eye. After a moment of silence, he retrieved a photograph from his breast pocket. The image depicted a girl of around 13 or 14 years old. Gently caressing the photo, his eyes began to glisten with moisture. The girl in the photograph was his daughter. His name was Zhou Gongli. Several years prior, when the mutated creatures first emerged, he had been an officer in the United Government Army. Years later, as the mutated beings wreaked havoc, the United Government crumbled and disbanded. The United Forces became scattered, each fighting for themselves. Some military volunteers joined various factions to form predator organizations to resist the mutated beings, and he became one of them. However, as resources dwindled, the predators gradually became incapable of defending against the onslaught of mutated creatures, facing dire survival challenges. Some began to pillage and assault scavengers. The situation took a turn for the worse, leading to the predators fracturing and disintegrating. From that point onward, both predators and scavengers began to attack one another, vying for resources. A year ago, a group of scavengers ambushed him, seizing his daughter. In his desperate attempt to rescue her, he was met with the horrific sight of her being brutally assaulted before his eyes. Outnumbered and overpowered, he lost one eye in the struggle and managed to escape. Following this traumatic event, he became bloodthirsty and brutal, deriving pleasure from the torture of scavengers. His hatred for them ran deep to the marrow of his bones. "Knock, knock, knock. Boss," came the voice of the scar-faced man from outside the door. He quickly wiped away the tears from his eyes, stowing the photograph in his pocket, and regained his impassive demeanor. "Come in. Boss, it's bad news. Lone Wolf hasn't returned." The scar-faced man rushed in, his tone frantic. "He hasn't returned? Did you see him leave the scavenger camp?" "No." The scar-faced man shook his head. He stood, furrowing his brow as he paced the room. After a short while, he halted, contemplating. "Send 2 brothers back to check. Alive or dead, we must see him. Go." A moment later, a jeep sped out of the abandoned oil refinery, racing towards the scavenger camp where Chen Shi was located. Chapter 8. I named it Shadow Person in the Dark. Chen Shi trudged along the muddy path, panting heavily. The black sludge enveloped his calves, making each step laborious. The world around him was cloaked in an impenetrable darkness, as if painted with ink. Countless eyes seemed to watch him from the shadows, sending chills down his spine. He struggled to breathe, his legs moving with great effort. This road appeared endless, and he was uncertain of his destination. Suddenly, a woman's voice singing a haunting tune echoed through the night. The ethereal melody resonated with sorrow. It felt close yet distant, as if it were both beside him and far away in the heavens. Who's there? Fear surged through him like a tidal wave. Suddenly, he heard another person trudging through the muck behind him. He turned, puzzled, but was met only with darkness. Yet the footsteps continued to approach. Who is it? Panic surged within him as he halted, glancing around frantically. But all he could see was the endless blackness. Then, a chilling laughter rang out, echoing in his ears. He clamped his hands over his ears, but the terrifying sound seemed to emanate from within his mind, crystal clear despite his efforts to block it out. Suddenly, a pale hand landed on his shoulder. He spun around abruptly to find a woman in white, her head bowed, standing silently behind him, her long hair obscuring her face. His heart raced. The fear he felt was beyond words. Who are you?" he shouted in terror. The woman extended her hands, slowly parting her hair. When her face was revealed, his eyes widened in horror. It was his own face. "Ah!" he screamed, bolting upright. Disoriented, he surveyed his surroundings. The room was eerily silent. It was just a dream, he thought, casting a glance toward the door. Outside, the sun shone brightly, and the temperature was pleasant, ideal for scavenging. Wait, why was the door open? He distinctly remembered it being closed before he fell asleep. A sense of alarm surged within him as he instinctively reached for the dagger beside him. Cautiously, he rose and stealthily approached the door, peering outside. To his left and right, the desolate camp lay still, devoid of any signs of life. Across from him, Summer Yan's room remained tightly shut, showing no signs of disturbance. In the dim shadow of a container just across the way, it appeared as though a figure lingered. Upon closer inspection, it vanished. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming the absence of danger, and cautiously approached the container. Carefully, he circled it, but found nothing amiss. Could it have been a trick of the light? He sheathed his dagger and returned to his quarters. The room was permeated by an unbearable stench of decay. He stifled his nausea as he discarded the long-dead mutated rat. Following this, he cupped his hands around the murky, yellowish water in the basin, washing the foul odors from his hair and body. Once cleansed, he sat beneath the sun, damp hair glistening, and retrieved his travel water bottle from his backpack. The water within was clouded and yellow. He would never have considered drinking it were he not parched. The filth was one thing, but the repugnant odor was altogether intolerable. The local drinking water primarily stemmed from river and well sources. Well water was somewhat better, lacking the foulness of tap water, but still far from pristine. River water was markedly worse, murky, and reeking of a strange odor. Yet, wells were often monopolized by others. He sighed, unscrewing the cap, only to be met with an overpowering scent akin to rotten eggs. He grimaced. This water was utterly undrinkable. Hesitating with the bottle in hand, he pondered the possibility that just as his table could be reinforced, perhaps the water bottle could be as well. He wondered what it might become post-enhancement. If only the added attribute could purify the water. His enhancement feature was generally beneficial, yet the randomness of its attributes felt akin to gambling. One could never predict what attribute would manifest next. Gripping the bottle tightly, he mused about the quality of the water. Should he enhance the bottle? The voice responded as expected, emotionless yet to him, a melodious echo. Yes, he affirmed silently. Commence enhancement, attributes randomized. As the voice faded, warmth radiated from the pattern on his arm, a thread of energy coursing from his palm into the bottle. Almost instantly, the figure 30 minutes emerged on the bottle. He sensed a waning of his spirit, his vitality noticeably dimming. How he wished for something to replenish his energy. Perhaps a millennium-old ginseng could suffice, or failing that, a common radish would do. Otherwise, when it came time to enhance something more complex, he feared he might exhaust himself completely. With 30 minutes remaining until the enhancement concluded, he contemplated visiting the rooms of Xia Yin and her brother. They too, he presumed, had faced the onslaught of mutated rats the previous night. Having formed an alliance, it would be prudent to check in on them, to express his concern. The sunlight was blinding, the temperature rising swiftly. May had already ushered in the warmth of summer. A few towering locust trees by the roadside bore vibrant foliage, offering a sliver of life. Here, however, almost all living creatures had vanished, save for the mutated beings. There were no animals to be seen, not even an ant. Were it not for the lush vegetation, he might have believed he had traversed to another planet. Yet, it was precisely this greenery that prevented the place from feeling entirely lifeless. Knock, knock, knock. Fei, are you there? Chen Shi called out at the entrance of Xia Yan's abode. Hold on a moment, Brother Chen, came Xia Fei's voice from within. Moments later, the iron door cracked open, and Fei poked his head out, a naive grin illuminating his face, dark circles under his eyes betraying a sleepless night. Come in, Brother Chen. Chen Shi followed Fei inside. Xia Yan was organizing the items in her travel case. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she handed him a notebook. As we agreed yesterday, this is the record regarding the shadow people. Please return it after you read it. Chen Shi accepted the notebook, stowing it in his backpack. I'm off to find some food. Do you wish to join me? Xia Yan paused her task, nodding in agreement. Let us go together. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly, Chen Shi instructed before retreating to his room. He needed to make some preparations. Each expedition for resources felt like a gamble with life. The odds of finding resources were slim, while the likelihood of losing one's life loomed large. Hence, weapons were of utmost importance. Only sufficiently powerful weapons could ensure his survival in this realm. He opened his backpack and retrieved his pistol, detaching the magazine. Just 3 bullets remained within. The firearm had been seized from a predator the day prior. In truth, he was not adept at using firearms, having never practiced, his aim lacking. But what if he could enhance it? Chapter 9. The Ignorer. He gazed at the pistol, musing that perhaps it could be endowed with an auto-aim feature. With this thought in mind, he grasped the handgun and declared inwardly, enhance the pistol to include an auto-aim function. Would you like to enhance the pistol? Attributes randomized. The emotionless, mechanical voice resonated. Yes, he silently affirmed. As with previous enhancements, a thread of energy infused the handgun, and a countdown emerged on its surface, 60 minutes. This time, the energy expenditure was greater than before, leaving him visibly drained. It seemed that the more sophisticated and high quality the item, the more time and energy it consumed. Devoid of energy, he felt lethargic, leaning against the edge of the bed, with nothing pressing to occupy his mind. He pulled out the notebook Xia Yan had given him and began to peruse its contents. June 17, 2021. Recorded by Xia Haidong. The nuclear magnetic explosion has incited new issues, giving rise to an unprecedented type of mutant. The analysis and compilation of scattered information gathered from various locations have led to the following conclusions. It possesses a human form, existing somewhere between solid and virtual. Capable of instantaneous movement, seemingly unbound by the constraints of time and space. It can penetrate any solid matter, devoid of emotion or sentiment, not engaging in communication. And hunts all living beings. I have dubbed it the Shadow Person. June 22, 2021. Recorded by Xia Haidong. Through ongoing analysis, I find myself increasingly bewildered. What is this entity, the Shadow Person, that transcends physical science? It resembles a ghost. More precisely, it bears striking similarities to the souls of legend. Could it be a soul? Is it possible that the end of science truly leads to theology? I increasingly feel that everything I have learned is rendered futile in the face of the Shadow Person. July 12, 2021. Recorded by Xia Donghai today. A breakthrough was finally achieved. A Predator squad reported they successfully made a Shadow Person vanish. I analyzed their environment, the weather, the equipment they carried, and the actions they took. Although it appeared no different from usual, I discovered that one squad member possessed a large magnet among their belongings. Magnetic field. I suddenly realized that the mutated beings resulting from the nuclear magnetic explosion may respond to magnetic fields, possibly interfering with or affecting the Shadow Person. The disappearance of the Shadow Person could very well be attributed to the magnetic field changes caused by the magnet. If we utilize electromagnetism to create a powerful magnetic field environment, might we not cause the Shadow Person to dissipate entirely? This discovery has exhilarated me. I plan to collect a sufficient quantity of magnets to experiment with my hypothesis. Magnets? Magnets can combat the Shadow Person? From the records, it is clear that the Shadow Person differs significantly from creatures like mutant rats. The latter at least retains a corporeal form. The Shadow Person, however, could be definitively categorized as an enigma, not truly human, meaning conventional methods are nearly ineffective against it. The enhancement concluded, and an added attribute emerged, anti-inflammatory. The notification of enhancement completion resonated in his ears. He refocused his thoughts, turning his attention to the water bottle, which instantly became a blur, as if obscured by a mosaic. A few seconds later, the mosaic vanished, and the air surrounding the kettle rippled like water, before settling into tranquility. Before him stood a brand new water purification filter jug, an additional attribute, anti-inflammatory. This meant that the purified water possessed anti-inflammatory properties. In an age where medicinal supplies were scarce, the likelihood of succumbing to injuries or illnesses due to inflammation was alarmingly high. With this device, his chances of survival would significantly improve. He grasped the filter jug in his hand. It was entirely gray, with a gentle sheen and substantial texture. Inside, the water was pure, crystal clear, and he carefully took a sip, finding it devoid of any unpleasant taste, sweet and refreshing. Gulping down the water, he felt a surge of comfort enveloping him. With a simple meal of white bread and this pure water, life seemed to be taking a turn for the better. He stowed the filter jug in his backpack and casually pulled out a machete, lifting it in his hand. Initially contemplating enhancing the machete, he realized his energy was limited and he needed to conserve strength for scavenging, so he abandoned the idea. As he slung the backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside, he suddenly sensed a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Was something following him? Could it be a shadowy figure? Alarm surged within him. He lowered his head, cautiously glancing at the ground behind him, but saw nothing. He swiftly turned around, finding the space behind him empty. Confused, he stood still, surveying his surroundings. Aside from the dilapidated ruins and weathered containers, there were no signs of life. Was it merely his imagination? Doubtful, he turned back and continued towards Xia Yan's house. Despite the sweltering heat, he shivered, feeling a sudden drop in temperature that was distinctly cold. Something was definitely trailing him. Turning abruptly once more, he found nothing before him. And this sensation unsettled him, filling him with anxiety. In a fit of desperation, he raised the machete and swung it through the air several times. Yet he felt no impact against any object. His gaze remained fixed behind him as he cautiously retreated. Suddenly, a sharp impact struck his shoulder, cold, hard, and painfully forcing a groan from his lips. Instantly, the backlash attribute activated, reflecting the damage back onto his assailant. A loud pop echoed, reminiscent of a balloon bursting. In the wake of the sound, a figure of white mist materialized before him. Chen Shi was taken aback, wielding his blade toward the mist, which dissipated instantly into the air. Regaining his composure, he dared not linger and hastened toward Xia Yan's house. He knocked urgently on the door. Xia Fei opened it, and Chen Shi stepped inside with a quick motion, shutting the door tightly behind him, releasing a breath of relief. "Brother Chen, what is wrong with you?" Xia Fei asked. Eyeing Chen Shi's troubled expression, he remained silent, lifting his shirt to reveal his swollen, reddened shoulder. "Did you encounter an attack?" Xia Yan inquired. "Yes, but curiously. I couldn't see the attacker," Chen Shi replied, nodding, still shaken. "I believe I recorded something about such creatures in the journal I gave you," Xia Yan remarked thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi retrieved the journal from his bag and began to flip through its pages. Moments later, he indeed found an entry. July 18th, 2021. Recorder, Xia Donghai. Today, my wife mentioned the possibility of a new type of mutated creature, although she cannot ascertain what it is. She merely feels as though someone is following her, yet upon turning, there is nothing behind her. I suspect her nerves are frayed and advised her to rest. But she insists on the existence of a new mutated being. Unable to dissuade her, I accompanied her to review all the surveillance footage in the shelter, meticulously examining each frame for an entire afternoon before finally spotting something suspicious in a frame that lasted less than a second. In the footage, it seems a dark shadow followed her, vanishing the moment she turned around. I am uncertain whether this constitutes a mutated creature or if it is merely an illusion caused by the lighting. In the spirit of skepticism, I will temporarily classify it as another form of mutated being. Since it cannot be seen with the naked eye, I shall refer to it as the Ignorer. The Ignorer? Chapter 10, Women and the Wand. The Ignorer? Is there any way to combat it? Xia Yan gently shook her head, uncertain. Currently, there seems to be no solution. The room fell into a brief silence. No solution? But didn't the backlash attribute just activate? He pondered internally. However, the issue was that the backlash attribute would not initiate an attack unless provoked. Thus, how could one transform the passive into the active? The backlash was an attribute conferred by the demon seal affixed to his body. Therefore, the key was not the backlash itself, but rather his own demon seal. What would happen if he replicated the seal's design onto an object and then enhanced it? In that moment, clarity dawned upon him. "Brother Chen, time is of the essence." Shuden Tiwi Xia Yan broke the silence, urging Chen Shi to swiftly seek resources. Chen Shi nodded. "Let us go find resources. I'll try to replicate the demon seal when we return," he thought to himself, stepping toward the door. Xia Yan followed closely behind, holding an empty woven bag, while Xia Fei trailed them, clutching a thick wooden stick. A veritable band of beggars, Chen Shi mused internally, securing the door. The trio departed the camp and headed toward the old city of Qinha. Their camp was situated on the outskirts of the old city, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers from the urban area, a distance that would take about an hour to walk. Compared to the outskirts, the urban area offered far more resources. It was precisely because the city was resource-rich that predators, scavengers, and mutated creatures were more prevalent than in the outskirts, significantly increasing the danger factor. Not long after leaving the camp, the buildings lining the road became more frequent, most in a state of disrepair, with many doors and windows missing. The floors within had been stripped bare by scavengers, leaving the ground uneven and pockmarked. The once thriving edge of the city now lay desolate, devoid of even a blade of grass, appearing especially forlorn in the chilling wind. Chen Shi scanned his surroundings vigilantly as he hurried through this area. The likelihood of encountering mutated creatures during the day was low. The primary concern was the threat posed by scavengers and hunters. As solitary scavengers, particularly with a woman in their company, they were at a heightened risk of attack. After a while, Chen Shi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He had tea eaten, and the energy expended on enhancing items had left him fatigued. It was imperative to eat something, otherwise, if they were attacked, he wouldn't even have the strength to defend himself. He held the moldy bread he had scavenged the day before and discreetly began to enhance it. As a trickle of energy infused the bread, a countdown timer appeared. 5 minutes. The enhancement process took longer than that of the steamed bun. Could it be due to insufficient energy? He speculated internally. Before long, a notification chimed, indicating the completion of the enhancement for his handgun. The handgun's range had increased by 100%. Its penetrating power also doubled, with an additional attribute, explosion. He felt a tinge of disappointment, as it lacked the automatic targeting feature he had hoped for. Nonetheless, the explosive attribute did bring him a pleasant surprise. The three of them navigated through the ruins, and in the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed. With the enhancement concluded, the bread had doubled in size, its nutritional value increased by 50%. with an added attribute, double weight-bearing capacity lasting for 24 hours. The moment the notification sounded, Chen Shi swiftly ducked into a nearby ruin. He did not want Xia Yan and her brother to witness the sudden transformation of the bread in his hands. Such occurrences would be difficult for the average person to comprehend and might lead them to perceive him as a monster. Chen Shi's actions left Xia Yan momentarily stunned, gazing at the ruins in a daze. A few moments later, Chen Shi appeared before them, wielding a long and thick baguette. Xia Yan, taken aback, pointed at the baguette in his hand and exclaimed, "Where did you get that?" Summer Fei, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "Brother Chen can do magic." Chen Shi chose not to respond, feigning ignorance, as he broke the baguette in half and handed the larger piece to her. "Take this and share it with the Fei." Subsequently, amidst Xia Yan's puzzled gaze, he found a rock to sit on and began eating contentedly. Xia Yan scrutinized the baguette in her hands, increasingly perplexed. It was as fresh as if it had just come from the oven, making her doubt that it had been recently found. How could such an extraordinary occurrence have happened? What secrets was he concealing? A multitude of questions bubbled up within her. "Big sister, eat," Summer Fei urged, swallowing anxiously. She momentarily set aside her questions, dividing the baguette and handing half to Summer Fei, softly advising him to eat sparingly. He nodded eagerly, settling down to indulge heartily. Xia Yan, with the remaining half of the baguette, carefully stored one piece in her bag and took small bites of the other, while she absent-mindedly savored the bread. Her gaze remained suspiciously fixed on Chen Shi. This man must have something amiss, she thought. Could he possibly be a mutant? She startled herself with the thought. However, such a notion was utterly absurd. Mutants lacked any rationality, and it was more likely they would consume themselves than provide food for anyone else. She swiftly dismissed her conjecture. After pondering for a long while without clarity, she approached Chen Shi, seeking an answer. Chen Shi, finishing the last piece of bread, looked at Xia Yan before she could speak, stating directly, "There's no need to inquire about the bread. I won't answer. If you insist on asking, we might as well part ways." Hearing his words, Xia Yan felt a bit awkward, swallowing back her words. "You all take your time eating. I'll search for a water source nearby." With that, he stood up and, under Xia Yan's watchful gaze, turned to leave. At that moment, Chen Shi sensed a subtle change in his body due to the weight attribute. Compared to before, his backpack felt noticeably lighter, and the machete in his hand seemed as light as a feather. Most importantly, his energy had notably replenished. Unbeknownst to him, he began to reinforce the machete as he walked. The demon seal was hot but quickly calmed, a thread of vitality flowing into the machete. The reinforcement commenced. Following the sound, the machete displayed a timer, 3 minutes. As expected, with increased vitality, the reinforcement time shortened. This indicated that the duration of reinforcement was closely related to one's energy. To maintain vitality, one simply needed to eat well and rest sufficiently. However, these two necessities were currently the most challenging to achieve. He thought to himself, glancing toward an abandoned water pool not far away. The pool, possibly filled with stagnant rainwater, emitted an unpleasant odor, with dark water's surface littered with leaves, insects, and some black, fibrous debris. He gently stirred the impurities on the surface, filling his water bottle with clean water. Moments later, after filtering, he cautiously took a sip. There was no off-taste, it was sweet on the palate, and importantly, the filtered water carried anti-inflammatory properties, alleviating worries about stomach ailments. "Chen Shi, come back." Suddenly, Xia Yan's voice pierced through, tightening his heart. He hurriedly stuffed the water bottle into his bag, drew his pistol, and sprinted towards Xia Yan. Soon, he spotted her anxiously standing behind Summer Fei, who was holding a wooden stick, fixated on something ahead. Seeing they were unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief, following Summer Fei's gaze to see 5 figures stealthily approaching. Judging by their attire and equipment, Chen Shi concluded that they were also scavengers. What were they up to? Xia Yan trembled slightly, nervously asking, "What should we do?" Chen Shi glanced at the half-eaten baguette in her hand and understood their intentions. Women and food were both valuable resources to them. Under such dual temptations, it would be abnormal not to approach. Moreover, with him absent moments ago, they likely thought it was just the two of them, emboldening their approach to rob them of their resources. "You hide. I'll handle them," Chen Shi whispered. Xia Yan nodded, silently retreating. Chapter 11. Encounter with scavengers. The opposing group advanced aggressively, showing no regard for Chen Shi and the others. This was hardly surprising, 5 against 2. It was evident that they perceived no chance of defeat for Chen Shi's side. The reinforcement completed, the weight reduced by 50%, sharpness increased by 100%, and an added attribute of electric shock. The voice that rang in his ears bolstered Chen Shi's confidence. With an electrically charged machete, a dagger that doubled the pain, a pistol capable of explosive damage, and a crossbow that inflicted agony, he was more than equipped to deal with the scavengers brandishing iron rods and tridents before him. Fei, take the knife. Chen Shi handed the machete to Summer Fei, who discarded his stick and grasped the machete tightly, eyes fixed on the scavengers. Chen Shi held his gun in one hand and drew the dagger with the other, both he and Summer Fei bracing for the confrontation. Not far away. The group paused upon seeing Chen Shi, observing for a moment. Confirming that there were no others aside from the 2 men and 1 woman, they boldly continued to approach. What are we supposed to do? Xia Yan, hiding behind, grew increasingly anxious. The opposition consisted of 5 robust men, while her side comprised only herself and a somewhat dim-witted brother. The only hope rested on Chen Shi, who seemed outmatched against 5 attackers. Xia Yan felt despair creeping in. Relax, don't be too tense. We don't yet know who the hunter and who the prey is. Chen Shi reassured her, focusing on one scavenger's high-top leather boots. Those shoes looked impressive. Given the man's stature, his shoe size would likely match Chen Shi's. Since they were offering themselves up, he would not hold back, he thought, switching off the safety on his pistol and chambering around. Hey, if you want to live, toss out your belongings and leave that woman. You two can scram. The opposing group shouted, halting about 30 meters away. Get lost. If you want to die, just come over here. Stop talking nonsense. Chen Shi couldn't help but curse in response. Suddenly, a wooden arrow whizzed past his ear, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Damn, they actually have bows. Chen Shi quickly crouched down, searching for cover while shouting, Fei, crouch down and find somewhere to hide. At a distance of 30 meters. Shooting with a pistol would be a waste of bullets, especially considering his limited ammunition. It was better to save it for a critical moment. He swiftly opened his backpack, retrieving the crossbow and loading the last 2 bolts into the quiver. After preparing, he lay flat on the ground, peering up. The opposing group had spread out, advancing from various directions. He raised the crossbow, squinting as he aimed at one man moving toward him. The opponent was clearly experienced in combat, zigzagging as he ran in a serpentine pattern. Chen Shi steadied his breath, adjusting the bolt to follow the man's movements. Suddenly, the man stumbled, having stepped on something. Losing his balance. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi pulled the trigger. With a mechanical whir, the crossbow's bolt shot forth, cutting through the air with a faint sound. Racing toward the target. The sound of the bolt piercing flesh was unmistakable. Ah! The man shouted, clutching his leg and collapsing to the ground. The remaining individuals froze momentarily, halted in their tracks. They had not anticipated that Chen Shi and his companions possessed ranged weapons. One man drew his bow and loosed an arrow towards Chen Shi's position. The velocity and force of the arrow paled in comparison to that of a steel crossbow. Chen Shi rolled to the side, evading the projectile. Both sides ceased their actions, caught in a brief stalemate. In the silence, the anguished cries of the wounded man pierced like a dagger. Suddenly, he stopped moaning, his eyes becoming increasingly vacant. The shouts of his comrades fading into the background, replaced by an overwhelming sense of agony and despair. Under the influence of his pain, his visage transformed into a grotesque mask, his eyes reddening, and he surged to his feet. Grasping an iron rod, he charged towards the nearest comrade. The latter, bewildered by his sudden aggression, failed to react as the rod came crashing down. The sickening sound of shattering echoed as the man's head burst open, blood and brain splattering. Unfazed, he wiped the red and white remnants from his face and lunged at another companion. He's gone mad, kill him. The man shouted as he witnessed the chaos unfold. The rest of the group, disregarding Chen Shi, quickly closed in on the frenzied man. In the midst of the turmoil, Chen Shi seized the opportunity and released another arrow. Ah! The opposing archer cried, clutching his backside and collapsing to the ground. The remaining 3 encircled the man, who had succumbed to madness from his pain. Without hesitation, they plunged a triangular dagger deep into his body. The man crumpled, his body convulsing briefly before falling still. However, they had no time to catch their breath. In the next moment, the archer let out a howl of anguish. The 3 exchanged glances of disbelief. They could not fathom how, despite their numerical superiority, with 5 of them attacking one, the situation had devolved into this, with 2 of their own now lost. Suddenly, the archer's eyes widened with fury as he sprang up from the ground, drawing a blade from his waist and glaring menacingly at the remaining 3. As the archer prepared to exact revenge, one of them reacted swiftly, swinging his knife towards the archer's neck. With a sickening thud, the head flew off, and a torrent of blood gushed from the decapitated body. The realization that 2 of their comrades had perished at their own hands ignited a fire of rage within them, prompting a reckless charge towards Chen Shi. Fei, they are coming, prepare for battle, Chen Shi shouted. Before he could finish his sentence, he dropped the crossbow, drew his pistol, and stood to face the advancing 3, aiming and firing. Bang! The first shot ricocheted, the bullet detonating behind them. Startled by the sudden gunfire and explosion, their movements faltered. They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the source of the chaos. Bang! Bang! As they remained in shock, Chen Shi fired 2 more shots. This time, fortune favored him, as one of the bullets struck one of the assailants in the arm. Boom. The bullet detonated upon impact, obliterating half of his body, which collapsed to the ground. Thus, only 2 adversaries remained, creating a balanced 2-on-2 confrontation. However, the remaining duo, shaken and terrified, had lost their nerve. The bad men are killing each other. Before they could reach Chen Shi, Xia Fei roared, raising his machete and charging towards the remaining assailant's triangular dagger. With no strategy whatsoever, he swung his knife wildly. His natural strength, now doubled by the adrenaline coursing through him, forced the triangular dagger wielder to retreat continuously, left only to defend without the means to retaliate. Internally, the man cursed, wondering how this foolish boy could possess such strength, especially when he himself was deprived of sustenance. To make matters worse, the blade he faced was electrified, sending jolts of pain through his body with every block. Chen Shi, pistol in hand, was caught off guard as the man lunged at him, tackling him to the ground. Chapter 12. The pursuing predators. The man struggled fiercely to wrest the gun from Chen Shi's grip. But he was taken aback by the surprising strength of the seemingly frail Chen Shi, unable to pry free even one of Chen Shi's hands with both of his. In desperation, he opened his mouth, revealing a set of blackened teeth, and bit down hard on Chen Shi's wrist. The pain in Chen Shi's wrist reverberated back to the man, intensifying his own agony. He could hardly believe it, although he had bitten Chen Shi. His own wrist now throbbed with excruciating pain. Confused, he glanced at his wrist, where a row of uneven, bloodied bite marks appeared. This sight filled him with terror, as if he were witnessing a ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi plunged a dagger into the man's back, forcefully pushing him off. The man's eyes widened in shock as he struggled momentarily, spitting out a mouthful of blood before falling silent. Meanwhile, Xia Fei continued his relentless assault, driving the opponent into a corner, inflicting deep gashes on his arms and shoulders, blood and flesh mingling grotesquely. The man was now devoid of the strength to resist. In addition to the wounds, the electric shocks left him paralyzed, foaming at the mouth. Crack! Xia Fei's blade cleaved through the man's skull, severing it in half. Thud! The man collapsed, convulsing on the ground. A Fei, lost in a frenzy, continued to swing his machete wildly at the air. A Fei! Chen Shi shouted, breaking through to him. With a start, A Fei snapped back to reality. Clang! Coming to his senses, his limbs weakened, the machete fell from his grasp, and he sank to the ground, panting heavily, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Chen Shi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and glanced at Xia Yan, who appeared pale, trembling slightly, whether from fear or from the gruesome scene. Thank you for saving us once again, she murmured softly. Chen Shi waved his hand, urging her to focus on gathering their supplies quickly to avoid further complications. His concerns were not unfounded. The commotion they had caused could attract more scavengers or predators, each eager to claim their share. If they did not act swiftly, they would inevitably find themselves in another confrontation. Xia Yan nodded, hastily dragging a woven bag towards the corpses to scavenge. Xia Fei quickly rose to assist her, while Chen Shi approached a body, struggling to remove the boots from its feet to wear them himself. Though a size too large, they would suffice. Who cared about such trivialities in their current situation? Next, he rummaged through the backpack of another corpse. Hey, an empty water bottle, tattered cloth. Is this a mechanical watch? Chen Shi held the watch in his hands, astonished to discover it was a Patek Philippe Grand Complication. This timepiece was worth over 100 million, regarded as one of the finest men's watches in the world and his personal favorite. Yet, here, it would not even barter for a morsel of food. In other words, it was worth less than a steamed bun. He sighed, carefully wiping the dust from its casing before placing it into his bag. Not out of greed for its value, but since arriving here, he had lost all sense of time, relying solely on the sun's position to gauge the hours. This watch would serve as a much-needed timepiece. Meanwhile, the siblings, Xia Yan and her brother, had gathered a substantial haul, filling half a bag with their findings. Suddenly, a new group of people emerged in the distance. Watching them warily, Xia Yan, we need to go? Chen Shi cautioned, waving for her to hurry. Xia Yan, spotting the newcomers, quickly dashed to Chen Shi's side. Under the added weight, Xia Fei moved swiftly, keeping pace behind her. Is there any food? Chen Shi asked. There was half a bag of aged flour and some jerky, though its origin remained a mystery. Xia Yan hesitated, expressing her fear of potentially consuming human flesh. She would rather die than partake in cannibalism. Let us discuss this later. It's too perilous here, she concluded, and the trio swiftly departed the scene. Behind them, a group of scavengers rushed towards the corpses, viewing them as a rare source of sustenance. Initially intending to seek fortune in the old city, they found themselves with unexpected resources. Thus, the risk of venturing into the old city became unnecessary. As they journeyed back, Chen Shi pondered the eerie ignores and shadow beings inhabiting the camp, alongside the ever-present mutated creatures, scavengers, and predators. He increasingly felt that Xia Yan's camp was far from the sanctuary he had envisioned. Their camp, located perilously close to the roadside, was an obvious target that could easily attract the attention of other scavengers or predators. With no barriers surrounding them, they were vulnerable to assaults from mutated beings or face hunters at any moment. Therefore, it became imperative to find a safe refuge promptly, one that was robust, discreet, and abundant in water sources. Where might such a place exist? His mind raced with possibilities. Bank vaults and secret military facilities, while sturdy and concealed, would likely have been claimed by some faction long ago. Perhaps a cave would suffice, ideally situated in a desolate, remote mountain, providing both seclusion and solid rock formations. Such mountains typically harbored springs, thus resolving the water issue. There's a vehicle, Xia Fei exclaimed, pointing towards an off-road jeep at the camp's edge. It's a predator, Xia Yan whispered. Chen Shi's thoughts snapped back to the present. He looked in the direction Xia Fei indicated and saw the jeep quietly parked at the camp's periphery. He agreed with Xia Yan's assessment. In these times, the only individuals still able to traverse the land in vehicles were indeed predators, and formidable ones at that. Yet, they had just looted this place the previous day. What could they want now? Was this another band of predators? Regardless, the appearance of predators was never a good omen. You two stay here and find a place to hide. Keep quiet. I'll go check it out, he decided, leaving the siblings behind to investigate alone. Inside the camp stood two men, one with a thick beard and the other bald, devoid of even eyebrows. Both were clad in camouflage combat gear, equipped with tactical vests. The bearded man wore a tactical helmet. Where could he have run off to? Vanished without a trace, the bald man mused, scratching his smooth head. Do you think Lone Wolf fled? The bearded man asked, hands on his hips, surveying the empty camp. Fled? Where could he go? In this world, being alone outside is tantamount to courting death, the bald man replied, frowning. Not far away, Chen Shi concealed himself among the ruins, observing their every move. Their conversation reached his ears clearly. He recalled the man he had slain the previous day. Could he be the lone wolf they spoke of? If so, there would be no trace left behind. The mutated rats had likely devoured every remnant of him. He remained fixated on the pair, coveting their impressive gear, an AK-47 slung over one shoulder, grenades hanging from their tactical vests, and a sidearm tucked beneath an arm. However, he knew his own equipment could not compare, especially against seasoned predators. Suddenly, the bald man and the bearded man began to approach Chen Shi's location. His heart raced, and he instinctively recoiled, retreating slightly. Just then, an inexplicable chill crept up his spine, prompting him to furrow his brow, a sense of unease washing over him. Chapter 13. Equipment and broth. He glanced back and saw a white figure standing not far behind him. He froze, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind, the shadow being. Cold sweat drenched his clothes as his heart raced in his chest. With predators ahead and a shadow being behind, what was he to do? His mind raced. While predators posed a danger, at least they were human. The shadow being behind him was an unfathomable terror, its movements inscrutable. Weighing his options, he made a decisive choice and sprinted away without hesitation. The bearded man and the bald man were taken aback as a figure burst forth from the ruins, charging towards them. Startled, they quickly aimed their weapons at Chen Shi. Faced with the dark mouths of their guns, he steeled himself, quickened his pace, and suddenly dove to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The bald man pulled the trigger, unleashing a trio of shots. Just as Chen Shi hit the ground, a searing pain erupted from his waist as a bullet grazed past him. Ah! The bald man cried out, clutching his waist in agony. Chen Shi's retaliatory attribute had doubled the damage back to him. Confused, the bald man looked down, discovering a blood hole that mirrored Chen Shi's injury, albeit larger. Chen Shi had merely sustained a scratch, while the bald man's wound appeared as if the bullet had struck him directly, blood gushing forth. The bald man stared at the wound in bewilderment, his eyes filled with confusion at the sudden appearance of the injury. What the hell? He exclaimed, shifting his gaze to Chen Shi, who bore no weapon. Did a sniper lurk nearby? Before he could comprehend the situation, the searing pain from his wound, compounded by dizziness from blood loss, caused darkness to envelop him as he collapsed. Witnessing the bald man fall, the bearded man stood frozen, pale and trembling. In the instant before, the shadow being that had been behind Chen Shi had suddenly merged with him. Indeed, it seemed to have entered his very being. The bearded man felt an overwhelming chill consume him, as if the shadow being were a ghost invading his body. He widened his eyes in terror, struggling to resist, but finding himself powerless. From a distance, the scene appeared surreal. The bearded man, with his long hair, had his face fused with that of the shadow being, creating a ghostly visage that sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, an indescribable agony radiated from within him. Puff! A sharp pain pierced his chest as a pale hand erupted from his torso, clutching his still-beating heart. The bearded man's expression shifted from terror to despair as his life flickered out, akin to a candle extinguished by the wind. Chen Shi. Chen Shi. In the darkness, someone called for him. He struggled to open his eyes, faintly perceiving Xia Yan's face. He wished to speak, but no sound emerged. Dizziness from blood loss dragged him back into the abyss. Time lost all meaning for the unconscious. It could have been a quarter of an hour or a day. He gradually opened his eyes to find Xia Yan by his side, one hand holding a bowl and the other a spoon, pouring a slightly bitter broth down his throat. "You're awake," Xia Yan exclaimed with delight. "How long have I been asleep?" Chen Shi inquired softly, propping himself up. "One day and one night," Xia Yan replied, setting down the bowl and spoon to assist him. He glanced at his waist, where a deep wound was coated with a black, viscous substance. "Did you treat my wound?" he asked. Xia Yan smiled. "Don't forget, I am a surgeon. A certain herb, renowned for its anti-inflammatory and hemostatic properties, promotes wound healing. I have accumulated quite a stash." "What about those two predators?" He has been preoccupied with the equipment they possessed. One perished from a gunshot wound, while the others seemed to have fallen victim to a mutant. "What are their supplies? Their gear?" "Rest assured, Xia Fei and I have retrieved all their belongings." Upon hearing Xia Yan's words, he finally relaxed. "You take a rest. I shall prepare some food," Xia Yan said as she stood up, ready to step outside. "Sis, have you chopped the firewood?" Xia Fei entered, speaking as he did. "Brother Chen, you're awake," he exclaimed upon seeing Chen Shi. "I'm fine. Thank you, and your sister for your efforts," Chen Shi replied with a smile. "Not at all," Xia Fei chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Come on. Let us go outside and not disturb Brother Chen's rest." With that, Xia Yan pulled Xia Fei outside. Once they had departed, Chen Shi propped himself up, sitting at the edge of the bed. A sharp pain from the friction of his clothes against his wound made him gasp. He slowly rose and attempted to take a few steps, only to break into a sweat. He must be weakened from blood loss. His already frail body, compounded by malnutrition, could barely withstand any injury. Could it be possible to utilize the demon imprint to strengthen my body? A sudden thought crossed his mind. He pondered further, only to conclude that the risks were too great. Enhanced items invariably altered their original forms. Who could predict the consequences of augmenting oneself? What if he were to become a monster? Never mind, he would contemplate this later. He dismissed the thought and painstakingly made his way to the corner where their possessions were piled. Squatting down, he rummaged through the items: a helmet, tactical vest, combat boots, a lunchbox, a water bottle, a gun, grenades, and a flashlight. Gazing upon this bounty, he felt that his injuries had been worth enduring. His gaze fell upon a half bag of flour. He recalled that when he first enhanced steamed buns, the additional attribute was stamina recovery. Now, what he needed most was to restore his strength. Why not enhance the flour and have Xia Yan steam it into buns? One bun a day should allow him to regain his vitality swiftly. With this thought, he laboriously extracted the half bag of flour from the pile. Gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, he paused to recover. Then, placing his hand on the bag, he silently wished, if only the flour could be fresher. Enhance the flour? A voice echoed in his ears. "Yes," he affirmed. The enhancement began, attributes randomized. Immediately, the bag of flour displayed a countdown of 12 hours. Just for half a bag of flour, it required 12 hours? This indicated a severe lack of energy on his part. Sighing as he observed the countdown, he shifted his legs and slowly approached the door, peering outside. Beyond the door, on a burning pile of firewood, a pot simmered, releasing a rich aroma of meat into the air. Xia Yan, enveloped in steam, stirred the ingredients within with a metal spoon. Xia Fei squatted nearby, tending to the fire, his eyes watering from the smoke. This scene momentarily transported Chen Shi back to the weekend spent barbecuing in the great outdoors. Gulping, he involuntarily swallowed. "Brother Chen, come eat." "There's meat," Xia Fei called out, flashing a bright smile that revealed his teeth. "Meat?" Chen Shi sniffed the air, puzzled. "Canned meat from the predators." So it was the canned meat carried by the hunters. "Brother Chen, try some," Xia Yan said, filling a lunchbox with meat soup and handing it to him. Upon accepting the lunchbox, an enticing aroma wafted up, stirring his appetite. Ignoring the heat, he leaned in closer and took a slurp. The savory flavor cascaded down his throat, instantly revitalizing his energy. Shortly thereafter, Xia Yan served herself and Xia Fei each a bowl, and the three of them sat together in the room, relishing their meal. Meanwhile, at the predator camp, Joe only savored a glass of whiskey, flanked by two frail young women. He occasionally tossed pieces of jerky before them, watching with amusement as they scrambled for the morsels. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle rap sounded at the door. "Come in," he commanded in a low voice. A scarred-faced man entered, visibly anxious. Glancing at the women on the floor, he quickly approached Zhou Gongli, whispering, "Boss, the brothers we sent out have also gone missing and have yet to return. It could spell trouble." With a loud thud, he slammed his whiskey glass onto the table. The women on the floor flinched, burying their heads in their hands, trembling slightly. The scarred man took a step back, lowering his gaze. Zhou Gongli's expression darkened as he began to pace the room, lost in thought. His men were well equipped, not even the scavengers could pose a threat. And while they might not be the strongest among all predator organizations, they were far from weak. Such equipment would normally deter ordinary individuals from launching an assault, unless it were mutants. Yet, the likelihood of encountering mutants during the day was slim. Besides, the two men had a vehicle. Even if they couldn't fight back, they could certainly escape. Not many in predator organizations own vehicles. It wasn't a lack of cars, but a shortage of fuel. Their camp, once an oil refinery, had ample supplies of oil. Who could be behind this? He pondered various possibilities. After a moment, he halted, turning to the scarred man. "Select a few of our best brothers, gather the equipment, and search the area. I want to know who dares to meddle with my affairs." At that moment, as the scarred man turned to leave, Zhou Gongli retrieved a whip hanging on the wall. Moments later, the room echoed with the women's cries. Chen Shi finished the last sip of meat soup, savoring the taste as he licked his lips. Reflecting that the living conditions of the predators were indeed far superior to those of the scavengers, at least they had an abundance of canned meat. In the world to come, such a commodity would hardly hold value. Yet here, it was worth more than life itself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a box of canned meat could be exchanged for a wife. Speaking of scavengers, he suddenly recalled the jeep parked outside the camp and wondered if Xia Yin and her brother had managed to retrieve it. Having a vehicle would allow them to venture further in search of supplies and conserve more energy. He turned to Xia Yin and inquired, "Has the vehicle at the camp been brought back?" "No, I can't drive." Xia Yin shook her head, pulling a set of car keys from her pocket and handing them to Chen Shi. "I found these on them." Taking the keys, Chen Shi rose and said, "You two enjoy your meal. I'll check the car." "Are you going alone?" "That's too dangerous. Let Xia Fei accompany you," Xia Yin said, setting down her bowl. Concern etched on her face. Chen Shi glanced at Xia Fei, who was still engrossed in his meal, and replied, "No need. It's relatively safe during the day. After you both finish eating, please prepare a steamer for the buns." "A steamer?" Xia Yin looked at him, puzzled. "We have half a bag of flour. I thought we could steam buns for storage." But as she began to speak, a realization dawned on her, and she swallowed the remainder of her sentence. Originally, she intended to remind Chen Shi that the flour had gone moldy, but suddenly recalled his unique ability to rejuvenate food. Immediately, she said, "All right, I understand. After we finish our meal, we shall gather the materials. Please be careful." He acknowledged with a nod and proceeded towards the corner piled with items. Although it was daytime and the danger level was relatively low, one could not afford to be unprepared. He donned a multifunctional camouflage suit, equipped a tactical vest, and strapped on 2 grenades. Although he was still inexperienced in using grenades, their mere presence served as a deterrent. He grasped one in hand and stepped outside. The midday sun blazed fiercely, casting a prickling sensation upon his skin, with temperatures soaring above 25 degrees Celsius. Fully armed, Chen Shi had not walked far before he was drenched in sweat, yet he dared not remove his gear. In such an environment, one must guard against not only mutated creatures but also humans. Thus, he bore the heat in silence. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he spotted the jeep parked before the camp. The olive green vehicle bore numerous scratches from collisions, with severely worn tires and one missing windshield wiper. He opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, inserted the key, and ignited the engine. Leaning back against the chair, he closed his eyes. In that moment, he wished for nothing more than to listen to the roar of the engine. This sound made him feel as though he had never truly departed from the world he once knew. Images flooded his mind, bustling streets filled with vehicles, mothers pushing strollers, couples holding hands. Yet, there seemed to be something amiss. Suddenly, he realized what it was: music. How could driving be complete without it? Every time he drove home, music filled the car. He opened his eyes, instinctively turned on the car radio, only to be met with the crackling of white noise. Then it struck him. This was the apocalypse. How could there possibly be music in this cursed place? He chuckled bitterly, gazing out at the ruins, realizing he might never return to his previous world. After a moment, he redirected his gaze, reluctantly fiddling with the radio frequency. This world was unnervingly silent, a silence that weighed heavily with loneliness. Thus, even in the absence of music, the white noise provided a semblance of solace. Suddenly, fragmented voices emerged from the radio, jolting him to attention. He slowly adjusted the tuning knob, striving to clarify the sound. A clear, magnetic male voice resonated from the radio. This is the headquarters of the Redeemers organization. I will provide daily updates on the disaster situations across various regions, as well as the evolving dangers posed by the mutated beings. I urge everyone to take this seriously." Hearing this, Chen Shi's expression stiffened. He knew he had found the right station, quickly increasing the volume to listen intently. He had been operating near the old city, limited by his physical condition from venturing further. Even if he went elsewhere, obtaining information would be nearly impossible. Thus, the content broadcasted on this radio was immensely valuable to him. The radio continued. According to the Redeemers organization, currently, there are 759 regions in our country still experiencing and spreading mutations. Each area is primarily inhabited by large populations of mutated rats, cockroaches, and spider-like creatures, occasionally interspersed with shadowy figures and those who disregard the dangers. Our research indicates that the overall intensity of the disaster is on an upward trend over time, with the strength of the mutated beings gradually increasing. 15 days from now will mark the outbreak period for these creatures, during which their aggression will significantly escalate. Chen Shi listened attentively. Much of what the broadcaster conveyed was unfamiliar to him, particularly the notion of an overall increase in disaster intensity, which reignited his sense of urgency. The Redeemers headquarters especially reminds those who are researchers, expert professors, or exceptionally skilled fighters, including military personnel, SWAT, or champions of martial arts, to seek refuge at the following locations. Civilians, please refrain from approaching. Once again, civilians, scavengers, and hunters, please do not approach. At that moment, the signal appeared to falter, and the radio was overtaken by static. No matter how he adjusted the frequency, the voices were gone. After a while, he ceased his efforts, allowing the noise to resonate within the vehicle. Leaning against the backrest, he recalled the broadcaster's earlier words, particularly regarding the Redeemers organization. Perhaps due to his brief time here and limited understanding of this world, he had never heard of the Redeemers before. The mention of the outbreak period in 15 days filled him with a palpable sense of dread. This world was becoming increasingly perilous. Chapter 15. The transaction. This world was indeed becoming more dangerous. He knew he must make early arrangements. However, he had already planned to locate a more secure and stable refuge. It seemed imperative to act swiftly. With the jeep at his disposal, he decided to explore the nearby vicinity for suitable locations. Resolute in his decision, he shifted into gear and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle slowly rolling forward. The olive green jeep sped down the highway, lacking a definitive destination. He drove towards the outskirts, where he glimpsed a mountain in the distance. The sound of tires crunching against the ground echoed softly in the serene woods flanking the road, as if this solitary sound were the only disturbance in the tranquil surroundings. Inside the vehicle, the radio's white noise persisted, and for reasons unknown, this sound brought him a sense of comfort. "Attention, special broadcast," the radio crackled suddenly. Abruptly, the voice of the Redeemers organization returned, prompting him to slow down and increase the volume for better clarity. An urgent announcement. A malignant incident involving mutated beings has occurred in Chen Shi Old City, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Due to the highly infectious nature of these creatures, all communication with that area has been severed. Please take note. The site of the incident is Chen Shi Old City. The broadcaster reiterated the location, their tone grave and urgent. Chen Shi listened, bewildered. The place they spoke of was perilously close to him. The radio continued with its static. Was that all? He felt perplexed. Was there no contingency plan? Why wasn't there a discussion on how to stay safe? Yet, despite his anticipation, only static filled the airwaves. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the broadcaster's voice never returned. Finally, it dawned on him. Perhaps they too had no effective strategy to combat these mutated beings. Sighing, he pressed onward into the mountains. The silence of the radio now a constant companion. Through the windshield, he observed several scavenger camps along the way. Some even housed women and children, all appearing disheveled and emaciated. Most scavengers looked vacant, quickly retreating to a distance as his vehicle approached, while a few brave souls ran alongside, waving at him. Chen Shi, however, chose to ignore them. Who knew what could happen if he stopped? Before long, he arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a village lay nestled along the path leading upwards. He drove to the village entrance and brought the vehicle to a halt. Gazing through the windshield, he noticed several concrete barriers placed to prevent vehicles from advancing. He turned off the car, got out, and looked up at the entrance of the village. The white walls and black tiles prominently displayed the three large characters, Shilyo Village. The bright golden sunlight spilled over the rusted letters of Shilyo Village, evoking a sense of desolation and decay. He gazed into the distance. The village was surrounded by verdant mountains, wrapped in lush green forests, resembling a picturesque landscape painting. If it were not for the apocalypse, this place would undoubtedly be a popular destination for rural tourism and weekend outings. Chen Shi strolled into the village, where over 50 scattered tiled houses lay. The village was eerily quiet, devoid of the sounds of chickens or dogs, and not a single soul could be seen. Stay still. Move and I'll shoot. Suddenly, a man's voice came from behind him. Chen Shi's heart raced, and he froze in place, instinctively tightening his grip on his firearm. Drop the gun. The voice from behind echoed again. Chen Shi took a deep breath, bent down to place the gun on the ground, raised his hands, and slowly turned around. Before him stood a tall, ragged man, his weary face holding a double-barreled shotgun aimed at him. The man stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles on his dark arms and a prominent scar across his chest that was alarming to behold, exuding an intimidating presence. Chen Shi could not help but feel like a mere chick in the face of this burly man. He forced a friendly smile. Don't be tense, I mean no harm. I merely passed through and wished to explore the mountains. The man replied, Who are you, and what do you seek in the mountains? Chen Shi endeavored to keep his tone calm. I am Chen Shi, a scavenger. I just want to see if there's a suitable place to rest. The man's brow furrowed in suspicion as he scrutinized Chen Shi. A scavenger? Rarely do we see someone like you. Realizing the misunderstanding, his attire made him appear as a predator. Chen Shi clarified, I assure you, I am indeed a scavenger with no other intentions but to explore the mountains. Just as he finished speaking, he heard a commotion behind him. He glanced back to see 4 armed men emerging from the shadows, eyeing him warily. These men were equally ragged and haggard, wielding an assortment of weapons, sticks, axes, shotguns, and even makeshift crossbows. His heart raced as he instinctively looked at the 2 grenades on his chest. If you're here to trade supplies, we can talk. Otherwise, leave. You are not welcome here. The man waved his hand, signaling him to depart. The prospect of trading supplies surprised Chen Shi. He had initially expected hostility, but the man's words indicated a lack of intent to harm him. This realization brightened his spirits. I have supplies for trade, he declared. The man, who had been about to leave, turned back. What resources do you have, and what do you wish to exchange? Chen Shi pondered briefly, aside from his equipment and weapons. He had little else to offer. Can weapons be traded? He ventured cautiously. The man laughed heartily. Sure, anything goes. Just show us what you have. Chen Shi removed 2 grenades from his tactical vest. Upon seeing the grenades, the man's eyes flickered with surprise. What do you wish to exchange for these? What do you have? Chen Shi countered. The man hesitated before waving to the others behind him. Once they left, he said, just so you know, we don't trade food, but for everything else, we will calculate the exchange based on the 2 grenades. Chen Shi nodded. What is your surname? Wang Chong. You can call me Old Wang, the man replied, slinging the shotgun over his shoulder. You are Chen Shi, correct? Chen Shi nodded again. The man continued. Your gear looks impressive. Where did you acquire it? Before Chen Shi could respond, another voice interrupted. The men who had left returned, laden with bags. Old Wang, we brought the goods. Where do we trade? One scrawny man shouted. Place them here. Old Wang pointed to an empty space in front of Chen Shi. They set their bags down and opened them. This bag contains clothes and shoes, and this one has toothbrushes, towels, socks, and underwear, Old Wang introduced, pointing to the various packages. Among these mundane items, one solar-powered lamp caught Chen Shi's attention. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a shiny black stone, which appeared unremarkable, even somewhat ugly, yet bore a pattern identical to his own demon seal. The design on the stone seemed roughly carved as if handmade. Astonished, he picked up the stone, feeling its cold hardness. Suddenly, the demon seal on his arm warmed slightly, and a stream of energy flowed into the stone in his hand. Immediately, the once cold and hard black iron piece transformed, becoming warm and smooth, as if establishing a connection with him. Then, a surge of energy poured from the black stone, flowing back into his body through the demon seal, invigorating him in an instant. Though only a fleeting moment, he felt entirely revitalized, maintaining an air of nonchalance. He curiously inquired, what is this object? This. It seems to be some sort of, or, Old Wang mused. After a moment of thought, he added, an old Taoist brought it to trade something, but I can't recall what. It doesn't seem to have much use. If you want it, consider it a gift. Old Wang waved his hand dismissively. Thank you. Chen Shi replied, overjoyed, discreetly placing the black stone into his pocket. After some haggling, he exchanged the 2 grenades for 3 toothbrushes, a lamp, a pair of old socks, a t-shirt, and a broken radio. Both parties left satisfied. Old Wang cheerfully stowed the grenades in his bag while Chen Shi carefully packed away his new acquisitions. Old Wang, may I inquire about something? What is it? Old Wang asked curiously. Do you know where the old Taoist, with whom I traded, is located? That is hard to say, Old Wang replied, his eyes glancing at Chen Shi's gear. I'll trade this for information, Chen Shi said, removing his tactical helmet from his head. What for? The man hesitated, then asked again. To exchange for the old Taoist's information. Chen Shi reiterated. Oh, how could I ask for that? Old Wang chuckled, his face creasing with laughter. The old Taoist would undoubtedly know the secret of the black stone, which was connected to Chen Shi's demon seal. Thus, in Chen Shi's mind, the value of the old Taoist far outweighed that of the helmet, making this a worthwhile trade. Can we make the exchange? Chen Shi pressed. Certainly, absolutely, Old Wang exclaimed. Seizing the helmet. The old Taoist resides in a temple halfway up the mountain. Just follow the mountain path, and you'll find it. By the way, I have another question. Do you know if there are any larger caves on this mountain? Chen Shi suddenly remembered that his purpose for this journey was to find a suitable place to settle. Old Wang looked at him with curiosity. A cave? What do you want a cave for? I'm looking for a place to rest. Oh, as far as I know, the only cave on this mountain is next to a cliff, making it nearly impossible to access. He paused, then shifted the conversation. If you are merely seeking a place to rest, there lies an abandoned air raid shelter at the eastern edge of our village. It is quite spacious. Should you be interested, you may go and take a look. An air raid shelter? Initially disappointed, Chen Shi's eyes sparked with interest upon hearing this. An air raid shelter could indeed serve him well, offering superior concealment and sturdiness compared to the container he currently resides in. With this thought in mind, he turned to Old Wang and asked, could you take me to see it? Sure, I'll lead the way, replied Old Wang. Chen Shi followed him along the village path. Heading deeper into the village, the path ran east to west, with the shelter situated to the east of the road, and the village entrance at the far west, necessitating a traverse through the entire settlement to reach the shelter. As they walked, Chen Shi took in his surroundings. The village's defenses were remarkably robust. Every family's courtyard wall was reinforced with concrete, towering at least 5 meters high and a meter wide, while the entrance doors were crafted from welded steel plates. Even the exterior of the windows had steel-hinged covers. Your defenses are impressive, Chen Shi could not help but exclaim. That's nothing, Old Wang replied with a hint of pride. You haven't seen inside. Each household has dug deep trenches beneath their walls, filled with sharpened steel spikes designed to combat mutated creatures. It was precisely this formidable defense that had kept them safe from scavengers and raiders. Moreover, they had established a barter system for trade. However, Chen Shi wondered how they protected themselves against the shadow beings, those peculiar creatures. Curiously, he inquired, Old Wang, do you know about the shadow beings? They are strange entities. Old Wang's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed. You must be referring to the specters. He paused and sighed heavily. Those things are impossible to defend against. They're elusive and chaotic. Once night falls, everyone locks their doors, and even at home, absolute safety is not guaranteed. It seemed they had no means to counter the specters either. A heavy silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing somber. Are you familiar with the organization known as the Redeemers? Chen Shi broke the silence first. Yes, what a worthless organization. A group of self-serving elitists. They cordoned off a piece of land, constructed fortifications, and maintain an army, yet refuse to shelter common folk, believing ordinary people merely consume resources and possess no value. Old Wang's disdainful tone resonated with Chen Shi, who recalled hearing similar sentiments from the broadcaster. They did not accept civilian scavengers, nor even hunters. What kind of organization were they? His curiosity about this group deepened. He continued, do you know where this organization is located? 300 kilometers north of here, in Jidong City. They enclosed the entire city, claiming it as a safe zone. Chen Shi was taken aback. This was no mere plot of land. It was an entire city they had encompassed, indicating their considerable power. Old Wang paused before adding, but you mustn't go there. Why not? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. Even if you go, it would be futile. Aside from exchanging some supplies, they won't even let you through the door. Observing Old Wang's face contorted with disdain for the Redeemers, Chen Shi speculated that perhaps Old Wang had sought refuge with them only to be callously rejected. After a moment, Old Wang brought him to a desolate area at the eastern side of the village, stopping before a patch of overgrown weeds. Here we are. Look, this is it. Chen Shi followed his gesture and beheld an abandoned air raid shelter quietly concealed amidst the wild grass. Around the entrance, the weeds grew rampant, some even taller than a person's waist. The walls of the entrance were riddled with pits, and moss crept up the corners like a tattered green cloak. Some bricks had loosened and even fallen away, creating irregular gaps. Brother Chen, take a look for yourself. I'll head back now. My home number is 12. Feel free to come find me when you need to barter for supplies. After watching Old Wang turn away, Chen Shi stepped through the overgrown grass and approached the entrance of the shelter. Chapter 17. A new refuge. Upon entering the air raid shelter, a damp, decaying odor assaulted him. Dim light barely filtered in through the entrance and various crevices, casting an eerie pall over the interior. The ground was wet, with shallow puddles forming, while the cement walls had crumbled, revealing the brick structure beneath. In some areas, white fungi sprouted. As he ventured deeper into the passageway, he felt the temperature gradually drop, a chill seeping into his skin. On either side of the corridor lay an assortment of discarded items, rusted metal barrels, dilapidated wooden boxes, and various tools whose original forms were indistinguishable. The iron barrels had succumbed to extensive rust, while the wooden boxes had rotted from moisture, threatening to disintegrate at the slightest touch. The interior of the shelter presented a relatively structured rectangular space, approximately 100 meters in length and about 30 meters wide. This width ensured ample room without creating an unsettling sense of emptiness. The ceiling arched high, reaching 5 meters above the ground, with fine cracks appearing in some areas. The shelter was divided into several sections by sturdy concrete pillars, which supported the structure. Between these pillars, various passages interconnected, forming a complex layout. The widths of these passages varied. Some were narrow enough for only a single person to pass through, while others were more spacious. Chen Shi assessed the situation. Compared to the containers at Xia Yan's place, this location was undoubtedly more comfortable. Despite the absence of sunlight, it met most of his criteria. It was sufficiently large, well concealed, though slightly lacking in sturdiness, given that the structure was at least 60 years old. Considering its dilapidated state, it was impressive it had remained intact to this degree. This space required renovation, and he needed to accumulate some living supplies. As he caressed the weathered wall, thoughts raced through his mind. Reinforcing such a large air-raid shelter would consume an inordinate amount of energy, something he could hardly afford. Perhaps he could consider reinforcing it in segments, starting with the walls, then the floor. With this in mind, he placed his hand on the wall and silently intoned, "Reinforce the walls." Reinforcement of the walls would take 48 hours, with attributes randomized. "Do you wish to proceed?" "Yes," he affirmed. Instantly, the demonic seal flared hot, and a surge of energy surged from within him into the wall. Moments later, the energy ceased its flow, and the seal returned to normal. The wall displayed a countdown, 47 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Subsequently, the wall began to tremble lightly, shedding flakes of its surface. Chen Shi felt lightheaded. He had exhausted too much energy, leaving his body feeling drained. However, the reinforcement process bore no adverse effects on him, merely leaving him weary and in need of rest. In 48 hours, he would witness the results of the wall's reinforcement. Leaning against the wall, he took a moment to recuperate and retrieve the black stone from his pocket. He wanted to test whether the black stone could replenish his energy. Clutching the stone tightly, it suddenly grew warm, and soon, the seal followed suit. A faint stream of energy flowing from the seal into the black stone. After a brief moment, a substantial amount of energy surged from the black stone, coursing through the seal and into his body. The energy he had just lost during the reinforcement process was quickly restored, revitalizing him. Within seconds, the black stone ceased releasing energy, returning to normal temperature. Curiously, he scrutinized the black stone, noticing that the once jet black mineral now bore a grayish hue. Chen Shi speculated that the black stone must contain some form of energy, perfectly attuned for absorption by his seal. He decided to seek out the old Taoist as soon as possible, pondering whether he might possess knowledge about the nature of the black stone. With this thought in mind, he regained his focus and retraced his steps out of the air raid shelter. Standing alone outside the cave, he attempted to close the iron door, only to discover that it had become completely rusted and was immovable. Inside the shelter, the walls were being reinforced and without a door. The risk of someone entering was a concern. With this in mind, he placed his hand on the iron door to reinforce it. Should he proceed with the reinforcement? Soon, a faint sound reached his ears. Chen Shi's expression turned serious as he took a deep breath, responding inwardly with a silent affirmation. In an instant, a surge of energy flowed from his palm into the door, vanishing without a trace. A countdown timer appeared on the iron door, for hours. Following this, the door emitted a soft humming sound as the rust gradually disappeared. Good, he thought. He only needed to await the completion of the reinforcement. Filled with anticipation for the transformation that would occur. After all, this would be his first home in this world. He observed the door for a while, then gathered some weeds to conceal the area around it, finally feeling a sense of relief as he made his way up the mountain. The path was rugged and steep, flanked by lush greenery. Yet, the forest was devoid of birds, and there were no butterflies among the flowers, creating a suffocating silence. The mountain was not particularly high, and before long, he spotted a dilapidated Taoist temple in the distance. He quickened his pace towards the temple. Soon, he arrived at the entrance, where the words Lingyun Temple were boldly inscribed above. Chen Shi pushed open the grand door and stepped slowly into the temple. Inside the courtyard, weeds thrived, and the ground was uneven. A few ancient trees stood with sturdy trunks, their fallen leaves accumulating on the ground. forming a thick layer of decaying matter that emitted a musty odor. Chen Shi traversed the courtyard and entered the main hall. As he stepped inside, a wave of stale air greeted him. The deity statues loomed on the altar, their features obscured, the colorful paint chipped away to reveal a dull gray beneath. The offering table in front of the altar was overturned, incense ash scattered across the floor. The once fragrant smoke had long since dissipated into memory. Cough, cough. Who are you, young man? What brings you here? Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind. Chen Shi turned to see an elderly Taoist standing outside the hall. His hair and beard were completely white, his complexion waxy and pale, appearing quite frail. He wore a tattered Taoist robe, its color faded to dull gray, covered in patches and stains. The collar and cuffs were severely worn, frayed threads dangling haphazardly. A similarly shabby belt hung loosely around his waist, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Taoist, I am Chen Shi, drawn here by curiosity, seeking your wisdom on certain matters, he said politely as he stepped out of the hall to face the old man. The Taoist scrutinized him, stroking his chin. What do you wish to inquire about? Chen Shi produced the black stone, holding it in his hand. Taoist, do you recognize this object? The elderly man glanced at the stone before looking back at him. Do you have anything to eat? Chen Shi was taken aback, struggling to keep up with the Taoist's abrupt shift in conversation. Food. I don't have any. The Taoist's previously cheerful demeanor instantly faltered. This temple does not accommodate outsiders. You may leave. With that, he turned to walk away. Wait. Taoist. I have food. Chen Shi called after him, bewildered. A moment later, he realized that the Taoist was seeking a trade. As soon as he uttered his thought, the old man abruptly turned back, a friendly smile returning to his face. I apologize for my rudeness. I just remembered today is reception day. Chen Shi forced a smile. No problem at all. Do you have a kitchen? The Taoist appeared puzzled. You wish to cook? Ah, the food I brought is raw. The Taoist's disappointment was palpable. After a brief pause, he said, cooking is possible, though starting a fire can be a hassle. If you don't mind the trouble. Not a bother at all. Please, lead the way, Taoist. Chen Shi insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Then I shall trouble you. Please follow me. Chen Shi accompanied the Taoist to the kitchen. Taoist, you should rest. I'll call you when the food is ready. Thank you, young man. I shall await your call. After dismissing the old man, Chen Shi promptly closed the kitchen door and began searching the space. Before long, he discovered a bag of wild vegetables and half a bag of aged, moldy corn kernels in a corner. A weight lifted from his heart. He first placed his hand on the bag of vegetables to reinforce them. Random attributes. Shall I reinforce the wild vegetables? A faint sound reached his ears, and he promptly replied, yes, as the energy flowed in. A countdown timer of 3 minutes appeared on the bag. Next, he turned his attention to the corn, with energy flowing into it as well. The reinforcement duration matched that of the vegetables, also 3 minutes. Now came the tedious wait. Fortunately, 3 minutes was not an excessively long time. Before long, a notification of completion sounded in his ears. Wild vegetables reinforced, additional attribute, detoxification. Corn reinforced, additional attribute, speed doubled, duration 48 hours. The once withered and yellowed vegetables now resembled fresh greens, appearing crisp and vibrant. The moldy old corn had transformed into a fresh assortment of grains, including rice, millet, red beans, and barley. Chen Shi gathered the bags and turned to leave the kitchen. Cooking? That was a jest. Who had the time for such tasks? Taoist. Chen Shi called out loudly from the courtyard. Coming. Have you prepared the meal? The Taoist hurriedly approached him. Chen Shi pointed to the 2 bags on the ground. Taoist, I remembered I have other matters to attend to, and I cannot cook. The ingredients are here. Please take a look. The Taoist's smile faltered as he gazed down at the bags. Isn't this my own? He opened the bag, and upon seeing its contents, his expression turned to one of shock. These are far too fresh. Where did you acquire such food? The Taoist was astonished. In this world, simply having something to eat was a luxury. To have such fresh ingredients was beyond imagination. It was known that no one tended to the fields anymore. The rampant mutated creatures made the outdoors perilous, and no one was willing to gamble with their lives. Even if someone dared to farm, there was a good chance that before the crops could mature, they would be pilfered by scavengers. Therefore, the sight of such fresh ingredients from Chen Shi was nothing short of miraculous to the Taoist. Are these all for me? The Taoist asked incredulously. Chen Shi smiled slightly. All for you, but I kindly ask for your guidance in return. Of course. What does the young man wish to know? Chen Shi produced the black stone once more. Taoist, do you recognize this item? I do. This stone was originally in my possession. I gave it to Old Wang to examine. You have met Old Wang, I presume? After a pause, he continued, to be honest, I am not entirely sure what this stone truly is. You don't know? Chen Shi's anticipation turned to disappointment, and he pressed on. Can you tell me where this stone was found? This is a long story. That day, I was in the valley digging for wild vegetables. The Taoist gaze drifted to the black stone, reminiscing about 5 days prior. As dusk fell, the old man hurriedly ran up the mountain, clutching a bag of freshly dug wild vegetables, glancing back in fear. Not far behind him, a white figure flickered in and out of sight, ethereal and uncertain. Gasping for breath, his pace began to slow. No more running, I can't run anymore. Muttering to himself, he halted his steps, leaning weakly against a tree trunk. Cautiously, he peered back over his shoulder, only to find the white shadow that had been trailing him had vanished without a trace. After anxiously scanning his surroundings and confirming that the figure had not followed, he finally exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the ground. Just as he believed he had escaped danger, the white shadow materialized before him like a ghostly apparition. Startled, the old Taoist let out a cry, trembling as he drew forth a peachwood sword, muttering incantations while cautiously retreating. It was unclear whether it was due to his lack of skill or if the white shadow was simply unfazed by ordinary spells. Despite his fervent chanting and the several talismans he hurled, none proved effective. Witnessing the futility of his efforts, despair shattered his resolve. With a shout, he flung the peachwood sword at the white shadow and leaped down the slope. Fortunately, the slope was not a cliff, rather than plummeting. He rolled down to the bottom of the gully. Although he rolled down, his age and frailty, coupled with the multitude of jagged black stones at the gully's base, left him disoriented and in pain. Ignoring the agony radiating from his body, he scrambled to his feet, seizing a black stone and casting a wary glance up the slope. In an instant, the white shadow flickered before him. Yet, it seemed hesitant, lingering at the edge of the gully, unable to advance. As twilight approached and the white shadow showed no signs of departing, the old Taoist, in a fit of urgency, hurled the black stone towards it. Though he missed, he was astonished to see the shadow retreat. Pondering this, he surmised that perhaps this peculiar entity feared the black stone. Thus, the old Taoist removed his robe and filled it with black stones, summoning the courage to approach the white shadow. Indeed, his hypothesis proved correct. With each step he took, the white shadow receded. Gaining confidence, he sprinted towards it. In that moment, the shadow flickered and distorted, suddenly collapsing into a singular white point of light before vanishing from his sight. With a bundle of black stones in tow, he returned to the Taoist temple, trembling yet reassured. My Taoist magic shields me. I am not destined to perish. That thing is undoubtedly sinister. Alas, the world is chaotic, and the three realms are in disarray, with malevolent spirits rampant. The old Taoist snapped back to reality, gazing at Chen Shi with a sigh. Sinister? Does this world truly harbor the uncanny and the divine? Chen Shi pondered, feeling bewildered. Suddenly, he recalled a passage from Xia Donghai's records regarding the magnetic properties that hindered shadow beings. Could this black stone be a type of magnet? Yet that didn't seem right. If it were merely an ordinary magnet, it would be far too common, as most household appliances contain magnets. Why then did the shadow beings not fear them? Why only this black stone? This black stone was certainly not a simple magnetic ore. He then recalled the demonic imprint. What did the pattern on the black stone, identical to the demonic imprint, signify? Taoist, what does this pattern represent? He inquired, pointing at the design on the stone. The old Taoist chuckled awkwardly. Oh, it's nothing significant. Do not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi picked up the bag from the ground and turned to leave. The old Taoist quickly grasped his arm. Hey, young man, where are you going? If you refuse to speak, then there's no need for me to keep this food. The old Taoist clutched the bag Chen Shi held. No, I was merely jesting. Let us converse a bit more. Chen Shi turned back, placing the bag down to await the old man's words. Oh, this design is one I carved myself. I intended to exchange it for some supplies, but alas, the temple is utterly destitute, and these black stones are all I possess. Even if I tell them these stones can ward off evil spirits, they will not believe me. He paused, continuing, I devised a plan, inscribing a diagram from an ancient divine text, the river diagram and the immortal's footprints, onto the stone. This way, the black stones appear more mysterious, making it easier to barter for supplies. Is that too much to ask? It turned out that this design was merely a ruse devised by the old Taoist to procure materials. Yet, the seemingly arbitrary pattern he inscribed bore an uncanny resemblance to the demonic imprint and seemed to be interconnected with his own. Why was that? Might the answer lie within the ancient text the old man spoke of? Contemplating this, he asked, Taoist, may I borrow your copy of the river diagram and the immortal's footprints? Absolutely not. This book is the temple's treasured possession and cannot be loaned out. Not lending it out is no surprise. Chen Shi thought to himself, suspecting the old man was merely waiting for an opportune moment to raise the stakes. However, in his haste to depart, he had brought nothing to barter with. Yet, as he intended to stay here long term, there would be future opportunities. With this in mind, He suggested, Taoist, I shall forego the book, but could I acquire some of the black stones? Of course, of course. Wait a moment. I shall fetch them for you. Before long, the old Taoist returned carrying a collection of black stones, each the size of an egg. Young man, are these black stones sufficient? Chen Shi accepted them, feeling they would suffice for now. If I need more, I shall return to trade with you. Very well. If you require anything, do not hesitate to come find me. The old Taoist beamed with joy. Trading stones for food was a worthwhile exchange. Though black stones could counter the uncanny, for him, encounters with the supernatural were rare. While hunger was a pressing and frequent concern, in his eyes, nothing held more significance than sustenance. As Chen Shi checked his watch, he noted it was already 4 p.m. He needed to return before nightfall. Bidding farewell to the old Taoist, he retraced his steps down the mountain. Along the way, he stowed the black stones in his pockets, leaving only one in hand. Curiously, the unmarked black stone did not resonate with his demonic imprint. Thus, it was only the stones bearing the demonic design that established a connection with him. He then pondered whether enhancing the black stone would yield superior results against shadow beings. With this thought, he focused his mind, silently declaring, Enhance the black stone. Would you like to enhance the black stone? Attributes are random. Yes. Immediately, a sliver of vital energy flowed from the demonic imprint into the black stone. The stone grew warm in his hand, gradually becoming scorching before settling back to a tranquil state. Unlike enhancing other items, the energy consumed to enhance the black stone was minimal, almost negligible. He speculated that this might be due to the inherent energy within the black stone itself. Upon completing the enhancement, he discovered that the energy had doubled, with a supplementary attribute, detection alert. Not only was the energy consumption low, but the enhancement process was also remarkably swift, so swift that he scarcely had time to register the duration before it was complete. Gazing at the enhanced black stone, he noted its glossy sheen and smoothness, feeling as though it were as warm and soft as jade. Intriguingly, the surface of the black stone now bore the demonic imprint. The pattern seemed to meld seamlessly with the stone, as if it had always belonged there. Why was this? As for the detection alert attribute, it could be interpreted to mean that it would warn him of impending danger. However, he could not fathom how the warning would manifest. With a mind full of questions, he arrived at the village entrance. Settling into his vehicle, he suppressed his curiosity, switching on the radio, which emitted a static hum. Hearing the sound calmed his racing heart. Oddly, he found solace in what he once deemed mere noise, perhaps a testament to his solitude. With no family or friends, only the omnipresent dangers and loneliness accompanied him. He sighed deeply, starting the engine to return to the camp. It was just after 5, and the daylight had already begun to fade. As he gazed at the dimming sky, a sense of unease washed over him. He gripped the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested on his tactical vest. In his mind, he silently chanted, Strengthen equipment. Is the enhancement successful? Attributes randomized. A voice, devoid of emotion, abruptly echoed in his ears. Yes. He responded inwardly. Immediately, the demon seal grew warm, and strangely, the black stone accompanying it also radiated heat. As a trickle of energy flowed in, tranquility returned. A countdown of 1 minute appeared on the tactical vest. Since acquiring the black stone, the time required for enhancement had been drastically reduced. Although the reason eluded him, it was a boon in his eyes. He drove along the highway, flanked by vast stretches of abandoned farmland. Dilapidated rural houses loomed on either side of the road. Just as he cleared his mind and drifted into thought, he suddenly spotted, not far ahead, a young girl squatting on the pavement, completely unclothed. He slammed on the brakes. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, curled up on the ground, looking up at the vehicle with tear-stained cheeks. Her delicate features poignant and her fair skin smeared with dirt. Observing Chen Shi's deceleration, she waved her arms and cried out, Help! Save me! Chen Shi hesitated for a moment, then pressed the accelerator, propelling the car toward the girl. Just as he was about to collide with her, he swerved, maneuvering past her. The once pitiful girl suddenly changed her demeanor. She stood up, unconcerned about her nakedness, her expression turning cold as she raised a stone and hurled it at Chen Shi with all her might. Thud. A muffled sound echoed from the rear door as Chen Shi glanced at the right side mirror, noticing several figures emerging from a nearby house, both men and women, armed with firearms and knives, gesturing obscenely at him. He abruptly halted the vehicle, exited, and observed the group, who appeared exhilarated by his stop, slowly approaching him. Enhancement complete. Strength and resilience increased by 100%, bulletproof capabilities enhanced by 200%, waterproof, fireproof, and corrosion resistance improved by 100%, additional attribute. Agility. The timing was impeccable. He could now test his new gear. Just as the thought crossed his mind, bang, a shot rang out, striking him in the heart. The sound of the bullet hitting the ground was distinctly audible. A faint mark was left on his black tactical vest. The assailants paused, astonished to see him unharmed. "He has body armor. Aim for his head," a man shouted. Easier said than done. Even trained shooters often struggled with precision. Before the words fully left the man's mouth, Chen Shi raised his gun, aiming at the retreating girl, and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A triple shot rang out, the bullets piercing through her back and exiting from her chest, blood splattering as she fell lifelessly to the ground. "You killed my daughter. I will kill you," a woman screeched, charging at him with a shotgun, firing as she ran. Boom, boom, boom. Rapidly spinning projectiles flew toward Chen Shi. Channeling his agility, he evaded gracefully, moving like a wraith. Even so, some bullets struck him, hitting his arms. Clatter. All the projectiles that struck him fell harmlessly to the ground, leaving him unscathed. Rat-a-tat-tat. As the frantic woman closed in, he squeezed the trigger once more. The woman's head exploded, her brain and blood spraying outward. The top of her skull arced beautifully through the air, landing at the feet of her companions. Faced with such a sight, they dared not advance, fleeing toward a nearby two-story building, thinking they could escape after shooting. Such luck was not theirs. Chen Shi pursued them relentlessly. Rat-a-tat-tat. The last man attempting to enter the room was about to shut the door when Chen Shi raised his gun and fired a precise shot into his arm. "Ah!" The man shrieked, collapsing to the ground. His arm was left in tatters, the bone shattered, rendering him disabled. Bang! Chen Shi burst through the ajar door. Immediately spotting the injured man writhing on the floor, he drew his knife and plunged it into the man's neck, blood gushing forth, splattering the nearby wall, transforming it into a gruesome sight. The man, who had been moaning moments ago, quickly succumbed to silence. The room, designed with 4 bedrooms and 2 living areas, revealed a horrific sight, dried and dismembered human parts hanging on the walls. Chen Shi's stomach churned. They had turned human bodies into jerky. Suddenly, a man leaped from behind the sofa, lunging at him. Empowered by his agility, Chen Shi leapt aside like a cheetah, narrowly dodging the attack. The man, missing his target, lunged again with a knife. This time, Chen Shi did not evade. He charged toward the man. Both raised their knives simultaneously, but the man's blade failed to pierce Chen Shi's clothing, while his own knife embedded itself into the man's chest, leaving only the hilt visible. Chen Shi yanked out the knife and shoved the man aside. Thud. The man fell backward. Bang. At the bedroom doorway, a terrified woman wielding a firearm aimed at his back and fired. Chen Shi felt a jolt but quickly turned, grinning at her. "Hello," he exclaimed, then dashed forward. The woman, pale with fear, cried, "Stay back. I will shoot." He lunged, seizing her gun barrel. "Ah!" she screamed, firing another shot. Chen Shi disregarded the gunfire, pressing her head forcefully against the wall. Bang! The entire wall shook, red and white viscous matter splattered everywhere. He wiped his hands on her clothing and proceeded to inspect each room. Beneath a bed in one bedroom, he pulled out a trembling woman. Thud! The woman knelt before Chen Shi, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I will do anything." As she spoke, she quickly shed her clothing, revealing her pale body. Then clung to his leg, her face pressed against his pant leg. "Please, take me," she cooed in a submissive tone. Chen Shi contemplated briefly. Pfft. The knife pierced her neck, and she clutched at the wound, blood gushing forth as she collapsed to the ground, choking out her last breaths. "I'm sorry, but you're too ugly," he remarked, sheathing his knife and departing without a backward glance. On his way, he picked up the shotgun and returned to his vehicle, musing that his weapon was still too weak. Placing his hand upon it, just as before, he began the enhancement process. Moments later, a 3-minute countdown appeared on the gun. Since realizing that the black stone could replenish his energy, he had felt no apprehension about enhancing his gear. As he gazed outside, dusk began to settle. Danger was imminent. He started the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he sped toward the encampment. Enhancement complete. Shooting accuracy increased by 100%. Shooting range extended by 100%. Rate of fire elevated by 100%. Damage amplified by 100%. Additional attribute. Freezing, temperature value, -273 degrees. 3 minutes later, an alert sounded in Chen Shi's ears, signaling the completion of enhancements. 2 buses arrived outside the encampment, coming to a steady halt by the roadside. The doors swung open, and a short man clad in a gray-black jacket was the first to disembark. He stood still for a moment, surveying his surroundings, sensing no immediate danger, before he turned to beckon towards the vehicle. Shortly thereafter, a man and 2 women emerged from the car. Not far off, Chen Shi drove his jeep slowly towards the campsite. Through the window, he caught sight of the 2 vehicles parked at the camp, and a sense of caution washed over him. He parked in a shadowy spot and, gun in hand, stealthily approached the camp. This place appears uninhabited. Let us venture inside and, if conditions permit, rest here tonight before setting off at dawn, the man in the jacket remarked to his companions. Chen Shi concealed himself behind a large tree, observing the group intently. The short man in the jacket had a dark complexion, appearing to be in his 30s, with a stubborn face etched with worry. In contrast, the three accompanying individuals were notably younger, likely under 30, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance. One of the young men was strikingly handsome with fair skin, and despite his grimy appearance, he could not conceal his distinct charm. The two young women were markedly different. One sported a ponytail, dressed in a black hoodie and sweatpants, exuding an aloof demeanor, while her average looks were complemented by her long legs and shapely figure. The other had a round face adorned with two small canine teeth and perpetually wore a cheerful expression. She was petite, with shoulder-length hair and a plump physique that added to her endearing appeal. Chen Shi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. These individuals posed no threat, neither predators nor scavengers. But who were they? Chapter 21. All items enhanced. As for their identities and intentions, he felt no inclination to inquire further. The short man, accompanied by the two women and the young man, entered the campsite to explore, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted. Chen Shi swiftly made his way to his room and shut the door behind him with a decisive clang. The noise startled them, and the short man called out from the center of the camp. Is anyone there? We are members of the Redeemers organization, passing through and seeking shelter for the night. Redeemers? Chen Shi hesitated, contemplating whether to engage them in conversation. He was curious about the nature of this organization. Just as he deliberated, the woman named Xia Yan cracked the door open slightly, peering out. Who are you? She asked, her gaze scrutinizing them warily. Greetings, we are members of the Redeemers organization, having escaped from the North River. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Xianyang. May I ask your surname? I am Xia Yan. Miss Xia. We wish to rest here for the night before continuing on to Jidong City. Are there any available rooms? Additionally, some of our companions are unwell. Do you have any anti-inflammatory medication? The short man stepped forward, speaking courteously and adopting a humble demeanor. Xia Yan pondered briefly before responding. There are plenty of unoccupied rooms. You may choose any. However, I do not possess internal medication, only topical ointments, and even those are limited. I can offer you a small amount. That would be splendid. Thank you very much. Topical ointment will suffice, Zhang Xianyang said, clasping his hands together in gratitude. Please wait a moment. Xia Yan closed the door and retreated to fetch the medication. Old Zhang, why are you being so polite to a filthy scavenger? The aloof girl remarked, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Fei Fei, what time do you think it is? Do you believe we are still within the safety zone? Zhang Xianyang sighed, regretting having brought her along. The girl huffed. I'll ask him if he has any food. I'm starving. Zhang Xianyang shook his head silently. She had never lived outside the safety zone and was unaware of the harsh realities beyond it. Even within the safety zone, not everyone had food, and only those from affluent backgrounds could enjoy a full meal. Thus, the notion of food was not even worth contemplating. With a creak, Xia Yan opened the door a crack, extending a paper package. Mix this with water and apply it to the wound. Keep it dry for 24 hours. Thank you so much, Miss Xia, Zhang Xianyang said, accepting the package with a nod. We shall not impose further. Hey, scavenger, do you have anything to eat? Before Zhang Xianyang could utter the word rest, the aloof girl's voice rang out from behind him. Xia Yan was taken aback by her attitude. Such an arrogant demand for food felt more like a debt collection than a request. No. With an irritated retort, Xia Yan slammed the door shut. Fei Fei, let us go? Don't say another word. Zhang Xianyang pulled her away from the door and led her outside the camp. Chen Shi listened intently to their conversation, forming a preliminary understanding of these individuals. They were quite dangerous. However, the danger he assessed was not that they themselves would pose a threat, but rather that they were likely to encounter peril at any moment. Having faced various dangers previously, Chen Shi was acutely aware of how vulnerable these individuals were. With the commotion outside subsiding, he sat down on a stool and began to meticulously examine the black stones. The enhanced black stones bore mystical patterns and could replenish his energy. Currently, he faced no challenges in enhancing ordinary items. Free from concerns about depleting his vitality due to excessive enhancement, he laid all the black stones from his pocket on the table, retaining 2 that had already been enhanced, along with 7 others yet to be enhanced. Next, he emptied his backpack of all its contents: a small packet of jerky, a flashlight, a handgun, a crossbow, a watch, a dagger, and a returned toothbrush, socks, and a solar lamp. Additionally, some equipment remained in Xia Yan's room. Since he was unperturbed by energy expenditure, he resolved to enhance all his items. Subsequently, with the exception of the toothbrush and socks, he enhanced every unenhanced item, including the 7 black stones, even the filthy, tattered bedding on the bed. Before long, Shimmering countdown numbers filled the room. Enhancing so many items at once visibly drained his energy. He gripped the enhanced black stones in his right hand, and after a brief moment, a connection formed between the mystical patterns and the stones. The temperature of the black stones rose, and a steady stream of energy flowed into his body through the mystical patterns. The sensation was extraordinary. The energy coursed through his limbs, raising his body temperature without discomfort. In fact, it felt as if he were luxuriating in a warm bath. After several moments, his body gradually returned to a state of calm, and the temperature of the black stones returned to normal. Chen Shi stretched comfortably and glanced at the enhanced items. A thought flickering in his mind. Could enhanced items be further enhanced? This was a question he had never considered before, but now, he was eager to test it. He picked up the handgun, mentally stating, "Enhance the handgun. Would you like to enhance it a second time? Random attributes may stack." A faint sound resonated in his ears. His spirit lifted. Enhanced items could indeed undergo further enhancement, and their attributes could stack. Yes, enhance it immediately. As the words left his mouth, the mystical patterns grew warm, and a surge of energy penetrated the handgun. Its surface rippled for several seconds before displaying a countdown of 30 minutes. With a sigh of relief, he settled in to await the completion of all enhancements. Suddenly, loud banging echoed from outside, jolting Chen Shi upright. Gripping his dagger, he approached the door. "Who is it?" he queried in a low voice. "There is someone in here. Let us check elsewhere." A young man's voice came from outside. Following this, a cacophony of footsteps and incessant knocking followed. It was likely the members of the Redeemers organization, seeking vacant rooms for the night. He frowned, sheathing the dagger back into his tactical vest. Accustomed to the tranquility of his surroundings, the sudden raucous noise began to wear on his nerves. The enhancement of the jerky has concluded, resulting in a 200% increase in nutrition, a 200% increase in calories, and a 100% recovery of stamina. Additional attributes, accelerated muscle growth. The sound signifying the completion of the enhancement offered him a modicum of comfort as he shifted his focus to the fortified jerky. After a brief ripple, the jerky, previously obscured, became distinctly clear. What was once wrapped in a paper bag transformed into a sealed large pouch. Upon opening it, he discovered at least 50 individually sealed small packets within. He picked up one small packet, noticing the label that read beef jerky, with a net weight of 150 grams. Chapter 22. Acceleration of time before enhancement. The jerky weighed less than 500 grams, yet astonishingly, it had increased to 7,500 grams, an impressive 15 pounds. Chen Shi mused whether a second enhancement might yield an entire cow. He tore open one of the bags, retrieving a slice of beef to chew on. Contrary to expectations, the jerky was not as tough as he had imagined. It possessed a moderate texture and bore a flavor reminiscent of five-spice beef jerky. Upon finishing the first slice, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his body, the most pronounced feeling being that his muscles were expanding at an astonishing rate. Indeed, he could feel the muscle growth surging. The solar-powered lamp enhancement concluded, with a 300% increase in energy storage, a 100% increase in brightness, and an additional attribute of ultraviolet sterilization. The bedding enhancement was complete, boasting a 100% fatigue resistance, 100% comfort, and 100% softness, with an added attribute of automatic temperature regulation. The flashlight enhancement was finalized, featuring a 300% enhancement in energy storage, a 300% increase in brightness, and a 100% increase in waterproofing, along with an additional attribute of dizziness lasting 15 seconds. The watch enhancement was complete, with a 100% increase in hardness and a 20% reduction in weight, supplemented by the attribute of time acceleration, lasting 3 seconds. As he marveled at the changes within his body, the notification sound of the completed enhancements echoed in his ears. He chewed on the jerky with delight as the final notification chimed, causing a piece of beef to lodge in his throat. Time acceleration? What on earth? He dropped the jerky and swiftly grasped the watch in his hand. After scrutinizing it for an extended period, a question arose. How is it activated? How does one utilize time acceleration? There was no guidance provided. He attempted to chant internally, accelerate time, but to no avail. He tried again, time acceleration, yet still, no response. After pondering for a while, he suddenly recalled the demon seal on his right arm. Perhaps the watch needed to be worn on his wrist for it to function? With this thought, he donned the watch on his right wrist. In his mind, he chanted, time acceleration. Suddenly, the demon seal grew warm, and the air around him began to ripple as if disturbed by waves. Then, all went still. Alone in the room, devoid of any points of reference, he could not accurately ascertain whether the time acceleration had succeeded. To test its efficacy, he needed a moving object as a reference. Ideally a person. More people would be even better. Fortunately, the camp was bustling with activity today. He quickly flung open the door and stepped outside. Within the camp, several individuals lounged near the entrances of various shipping containers. Xia Yin stood outside, engaged in conversation with a girl. Nearby, a few individuals turned their heads in unison upon hearing the door open, their expressions filled with curiosity. Despite being a mere scavenger, Chen Shi appeared markedly different from the others. While most scavengers bore the pallor of malnutrition and frail physiques, he radiated vitality and appeared robust, as if well-nourished. Chen Shi paid little heed to their thoughts. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned serious as he mentally recited, time acceleration. Suddenly, the space before him rippled as if disturbed. He attempted to take a step, and the ripples followed suit, as though he were moving through water. Observing his surroundings, he noted that everyone else moved in slow motion, akin to a scene from a slow-motion film. The few individuals who had been staring at him looked horrified, their faces ashen. They witnessed Chen Shi standing at the door one moment, only to find him suddenly a step away in the next. No one could comprehend how he had moved. It seemed as if two versions of Chen Shi had appeared simultaneously. Alarmed, they recoiled and hurriedly departed. In the span of 3 seconds, time swiftly returned to its normal pace. Chen Shi's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, the random attributes were akin to unboxing a mystery. This time, he had struck the jackpot. Feeling elated, he strode over to Xia Yin, who greeted him with, "Brother Chen, when did you return?" "I just got back," he replied, glancing at the girl beside her. She appeared gaunt, her hair tied in a simple ponytail, clad in a faded denim jacket paired with ill-fitting jeans. Compared to the other two girls, she resembled a true scavenger. "Oh, let me introduce you," Xia Yin interjected. "This is Shi Dongjin. Our parents are old friends, and we were once quite close." "Hello." Shi Dongjin extended her hand graciously. "Hello, I am Chen Shi," he replied politely, taking her hand. Xia Yin glanced around at the dim surroundings, a sense of unease settling within her. "Let us go inside and talk. It's not safe out here," she suggested. The three entered the room and sat down in the darkness. Summer Faye was already asleep, snoring and drooling. "So, tell us how you ended up here," Xia Yin inquired. Shi Dongjin paused for a moment before continuing. "After the incident at the shelter, we got separated, and I went with my mother to Bay City. We were taken in by an organization called the Redeemers, which established a safe zone and recruited many former government soldiers to protect us." She hesitated. "I initially thought that reaching the safe zone would mean an end to fear and the chance to lead a normal life, but it turned out I was mistaken. The inhabitants of the safe zone were either wealthy or powerful, and they behaved arrogantly. The scientists who should have been respected were treated like beasts of burden, forced to develop various weapons against mutated creatures, receiving only meager meals in return. My mother, a renowned nuclear physicist, was housed in the worst room and fed the poorest food." "Your mother is a nuclear physicist?" Chen Shi's interest was piqued, a new thought forming in his mind. Shi Dongjin sighed, collecting her thoughts before continuing. "The most disgusting part is that under the pretense of propagating the human race and preserving civilization, they demanded that all unmarried women must consort with men they designated." "What do you mean by consort?" Xia Yin asked, her curiosity piqued. Chen Shi had already grasped the situation. They were clearly using official business as a pretext for immoral acts, cloaking their demands in a facade of righteousness to provide entertainment for the privileged. "Please, continue," he urged, sensing Shi Dongjin's discomfort and wishing to alleviate her embarrassment. "They threatened me, stating that if I refused, I would be expelled from the safe zone. As two women, my mother and I would struggle to survive outside." I nodded in understanding, realizing that even a day outside would be perilous. Likely, we would not last half a day. For my mother, and for the sake of survival, I acquiesced to their demands. However, just when I thought I could finally enjoy some peace, the mutated creatures suddenly grew stronger, and now there are also shadows and nightmares. "Nightmares? What are they?" Chen Shi's heart sank at her words. The shadows and the relentless creatures were already formidable enough. Now there was an additional threat of nightmares. Chapter 23, Micronuclear Power Generator. Chen Shi felt a wave of dread wash over him. The shadows and the relentless creatures were already daunting. Now, the emergence of nightmares added to the peril. What do they manifest as? He pressed, eager for further details. "It induces hallucinations the moment you behold it. You are instantly ensnared in a reverie, convinced that you are witnessing familiar faces or surroundings, perhaps resembling me or Xia Yin. In reality, it is merely an illusion. An inescapable nightmare." Silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a brief pause, Shi Dongjin continued. "The safe zone has been subjected to relentless assaults, resulting in countless casualties, over 500 lives claimed in just 2 days. According to their intelligence and forecasts, this is merely the beginning. A more significant outbreak of mutants is imminent. The headquarters of the Redeemers has instructed us to relocate to the safe zone in Jidong City." Xia Yan inquired. How many of you are there? We departed in 3 groups. I was in the third. I have no knowledge of the safety of the first 2 groups. Our group consists of 40 individuals, but we encountered shadows and ignorers on the way, leading to considerable losses. Now, only a little over 20 remain. And my mother has also sustained injuries. She sighed again, pausing momentarily. We have been on edge throughout the journey. Even the guards assigned to protect us have faltered, only safeguarding those they deem important, while neglecting the rest to fend for themselves. They just came to request anti-inflammatory medicine. I thought they might at least provide some to my mother, but they showed no regard for our survival. Within the entire group, there are now 3 categories: the offspring of Redeemer officials, the children of the guards, and the families of our scholarly research institution, who receive no oversight. Food, water, and medicine are all hoarded by them. If there are any surplus supplies, I receive nothing, and thus, I endure hunger. Shi Dongjin spoke with a quiver in her voice. Xia Yan grasped Shi Dongjin's hand tightly, stifling her sobs. As women, they both understood the struggles faced in this world. United in their plight, the 2 women wept silently. Chen Shi stood up, saying, "You 2 continue your conversation. I will return shortly with some supplies." He exited, returning to his room to gather 2 bags of beef jerky and a full pitcher of filtered water, before making his way back to Xia Yan's room. Inside, Xia Yan was busy preparing herbal medicine for Shi Dongjin. Chen Shi placed a bag of beef jerky before Shi Dongjin, saying, "This is beef jerky. Please take it. Do you have a cup? I brought you filtered water." Shi Dongjin looked at Chen Shi in astonishment. "What is this? The information you provided is invaluable to me. In exchange, this is what you deserve." Tears blurred Shi Dongjin's vision, cascading down her cheeks as she choked out, "Thank you." She pressed her hand to her mouth, striving to suppress her tears. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she added, "Thank you. I apologize for letting you see me in this state. I cannot take this without offering something in return. If there is anything you need me to do or any requests you have, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to fulfill them." Chen Shi pondered. "You mentioned your mother is a nuclear physics expert?" Shi Dongjin nodded. "Could you inquire about where to acquire a micronuclear power generator or micronuclear batteries? The strengthening of my habitat is nearly complete, but the most pressing need is electricity. Without power, many essential items remain unusable, and the quality of life cannot be improved. While solar panels are an option, they are prone to damage when installed outdoors and cannot compare to a nuclear power generator. We can figure out the installation later." "Certainly. I will ask for you." After saying this, she retrieved her water bottle from her bag and handed it to Chen Shi. He emptied the dirty water and filled it with filtered water. "This will aid in healing your wounds." Shi Dongjin paid no attention to his comment, unaware that filtered water possessed anti-inflammatory properties. She rose and performed a deep bow towards Xia Yan and Chen Shi. "Please, go ahead. If you need anything, feel free to find me." Xia Yan waved her hand dismissively. Watching their departing figures, Xia Yan sighed deeply. In these times, life is arduous for everyone. "Brother Chen, I may need to go to the safe zone. Winter Jin just informed me that my father's teacher is in the Jidong safe zone. He has been seeking me in Xiafei." Chen Shi regarded her, unperturbed. A woman burdened with a foolish younger brother, struggling to survive in a predatory world. The psychological strain is evident. Who wouldn't yearn for a stable environment? Moreover, entry into the Redeemer's safe zone is not guaranteed for everyone. Such an opportunity is difficult to dismiss. He found no reason to dissuade her and felt no obligation to intervene. Thus, Chen Shi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. There was no sorrow, only an inexplicable emptiness in his heart. After finally finding companionship, she was now preparing to leave. He placed a bag of beef jerky on the table, acknowledging that at least there was a semblance of safety. With that, he turned to depart. Xia Yan stared at his retreating figure, lost in thought. Back in his own room, he felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he sat on a stool, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke the silence. "Pistol enhancement complete. Magazine capacity increased by 100%. Infrared sight added. Suppressor installed. Range extended by 50%. Additional attribute, heat tracking." Before the voice could finish, he glanced at the pistol on the table. A ripple passed through, and the weapon became distinctly clear. Could this still be called a pistol? The magazine capacity had doubled, and correspondingly, the magazine itself had lengthened. With the suppressor affixed to the barrel, it resembled a miniature submachine gun. He raised the firearm, aiming it at the door, and a virtual sight materialized behind the barrel, displaying numbers that he surmised indicated the distance to the target. Bang! The sudden noise startled Chen Shi. "Bang bang, Brother Chen, are you there?" A voice called from outside. It was Shi Dongjin. Chen Shi concealed the pistol, approached the door, and opened it a crack to peer outside. Shi Dongjin stood there with a middle-aged woman, approximately 50 years of age. The woman had short hair, wore glasses, and her face was etched with fine lines. One of her hands was wrapped in thick bandages. Upon seeing Chen Shi, she smiled gently. "Hello, Mr. Chen. My name is Zhong Hui, Winter Jin's mother. I would like to discuss the matter you entrusted Winter Jin with in person." "Oh, Professor Zhong, please come in." He opened the door wider, allowing Shi Dongjin and her mother to enter. Chen Shi closed the door behind them. "Professor Zhong, please have a seat." Zhong Hui adjusted her glasses. "No need. Standing is fine." Inside the room, there was only one stool. Chen Shi rubbed his nose, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Who would have thought that, in these times, one would still play the host? He surveyed the room, moved the stool next to the bed, allowing the mother and daughter to sit there while he took the stool for himself. Once seated, Zhong Hui gazed at the freshly made bedding on the bed, her expression one of surprise. She had not anticipated that Mr. Chen could maintain such a high quality of life in such dire circumstances. "Professor Zhong, you jest. In these times, where is their high quality of life? We merely strive to survive." The three of them exchanged rare smiles. "Mr. Chen, thank you for the food you provided. Winter Jin can be thoughtless and has caused you trouble. Professor Zhong, it was nothing. It was more of an exchange. I heard from Winter Jin that you were in need of a micro-nuclear power generator." Zhong Hui's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Indeed. But I wonder if Professor Zhong has any connections?" Well, Zhong Hui hesitated. The micro-nuclear power generation is still in the research and experimental phase. Since the mutation disaster, the experiments have ceased and have yet to be resumed. The Redeemer headquarters is gathering researchers to prepare for the project's restart, and I am one of them. She adjusted her glasses again. "So, seeking me out means you have come to the right person." Chen Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. "Are you saying there are no finished generators?" Zhong Hui smiled slightly, though it could not be said that there were no finished products at all. "At that time, we manufactured a total of 3 complete machines for experimentation, 2 of which are now in the hands of the Redeemers organization, and the third, as far as I know, should be at the nuclear physics laboratory in the old city, not far from here." Chen Shi's heart raced. "Do you know the exact location?" he asked. "I remember it was an 8-story building with a fountain at the entrance." "It seems to be." Zhong Hui furrowed her brow, searching her memory diligently. Chapter 24. Dispute. Chen Shi's heart raced again. "Do you know the exact location?" he pressed. "I recall it was an 8-story building with a fountain at the entrance." Zhong Hui furrowed her brow, meticulously searching her memory. Suddenly, Chen Shi recalled that the place where he encountered the Spider-Man that night was indeed an 8-story building with a fountain at the entrance. He remembered the broken sign that bore the words nuclear physics. "I know the place. I have been there." "You know the place? That's wonderful. I am getting older, and my memory is fading. I fear I might lead you astray," Zhong Hui said, her brow relaxing as she exhaled a sigh of relief. "Their laboratory should be underground, on the 2nd or 3rd floor, where there is a machine room. It should be right there." They had disassembled the generator and packed it up. At the last moment, they couldn't escape. Dongjin's father was inside. Zhong Hui sighed deeply, her weary face filled with sorrow. Shi Dongjin, with red-rimmed eyes, tightly clutched her arm. After a moment of silence, Zhong Hui continued, "By the way, if you want it, you must retrieve it soon. I have heard that the Redeemers are preparing to send someone to reclaim the generator." "Well, I have said all I needed to say. Does Mr. Chen have any further requests?" "Oh, wait a moment." Chen Shi snapped back to reality from his silence. He rose and walked to the table, retrieving 2 bags of beef jerky from his bag and approaching Zhong Hui. "Please accept these as a token of gratitude for the information you provided, Professor Zhong." Zhong Hui stared at the beef jerky in Chen Shi's hands, her lips moving as if to say something, yet no words came forth. Should she take it or not? Internally, she felt a great conflict. With her pride, bearing the title of a leading physicist in the country, her self-esteem would not allow her to reach out. Doing so would be no different from begging. However, reality loomed large, and daily hunger gnawed at her. For the sake of a little dignity and face, she had to endure the pangs of an empty stomach. Chen Shi noticed her predicament and instead placed the beef jerky in Shi Dongjin's hands. Survival was more important than anything else. Shi Dongjin sighed heavily, rising. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. We shall take our leave now." With her head bowed, Shi Dongjin silently linked arms with Zhong Hui and walked toward the door. As Chen Shi escorted Shi Hui and her daughter out, he observed a crowd gathered around Xia Yan's door, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. "Did you say you had no food? Then where did Shi Dongjin get the jerky?" A middle-aged man shouted angrily. "One must learn to share. How can you be so selfish?" Xia Yan attempted to close the door, but the man blocked her way. "Stop wasting time with her. We need anti-inflammatory medicine and food. Will you give it or not?" With a thud, another bald man seized Xia Yan by the collar, shoving her against the door and shouting. Without hesitation, Chen Shi's expression darkened as he quickly approached. What is going on? He asked Xia Yin in a low voice. Why won't you give us food or medicine? You could give that BTCH or Dongjin something, so why not us? The bald man shouted, his face flushed with rage. It's my belongings. I can give them to whoever I choose. Xia Yin retorted angrily, not having time to respond to Chen Shi's inquiry. You filthy scavenger. Do you believe I won't beat you to death? The bald man snarled. Let go of her. Don't lay a hand on her. Chen Shi interjected, frowning. Bad people. Bad people. Xia Fei, seeing Xia Yin being bullied, rushed out of the house with a wooden stick, aiming for the bald man's head. The bald man reacted swiftly, stepping back to avoid the attack, grabbing the stick and pulling Xia Fei out of the house. Let's talk this out. Don't resort to violence. Chen Shi stepped forward to block the bald man, frowning in admonition. Who the hell are you? What does it have to do with you? The man clearly had just escaped from the safe zone and was unaware of the outside environment. With a swift movement, Chen Shi raised his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to the man's ribs. With a dull thud, the bald man contorted in pain, clutching his waist and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Perhaps used to being arrogant, he suddenly felt the sting of defeat and, in a fit of anger, drew a handgun, shooting without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Chen Shi was struck twice in the chest. The bald man believed Chen Shi was doomed, yet the next moment, he beheld Chen Shi standing unharmed, grinning at him, with the bullets fallen at his feet. A sense of foreboding surged within him, and in panic, he fired again. Bang! Time accelerated. As the gun fired, Chen Shi felt his wristwatch and silently recited within. Ripples appeared in the space before Chen Shi, causing the bullets aimed at him to slow to a crawl. He tilted his head slightly to evade the projectiles. Then, a shadow flickered before everyone's eyes. The bald man, gripping his gun, watched in disbelief as Chen Shi vanished from his original position, only to reappear right in front of him. Bang! Chen Shi raised his leg and delivered a fierce kick to the bald man's chin. Crack! The bald man's jaw shattered, two large teeth flying out with a spray of blood. No one had witnessed Chen Shi's movement. To them, it seemed as if he had not moved at all. Immediately following, Chen Shi targeted the man's groin, delivering a ferocious kick. The bald man rolled his eyes back, howling in agony. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the acceleration effect wore off, Chen Shi returned to his original position. The bald man's face turned pale, groaning in pain, a large wet patch forming in his pants. His eyes filled with terror. The last memory etched in his mind was that of him firing a bullet at Chen Shi's forehead. What baffled him was that Chen Shi remained unscathed while he himself was severely injured. His jaw dislocated, 2 teeth lost, his mouth filled with blood, but most importantly, the unbearable agony radiating from his groin signaled that he was incapacitated. In essence, he was likely ruined. The men who had accompanied the bald man stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. From Chen Shi's sudden appearance beside the bald man to the latter's anguished collapse, merely 2 seconds had elapsed. How had the bald man sustained such injuries? Chen Shi drew a dagger, approached, and stepped on the man's wrist, forcefully plunging the knife into his palm. A piercing scream erupted. Chen Shi withdrew the dagger and wiped the blood off on the man's clothing. Leaning down, he asked coldly, "Are you calm now?" Calm? He stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his mouth twitching as he curled up on the ground, clutching his bloodied right hand, fearfully glancing at Chen Shi. Unable to meet his gaze. "You may leave," Chen Shi said nonchalantly. With the pain from the dagger doubling, the man realized that he would survive the night. Thus, this method of death would be far more agonizing than a quick end. The bald man was assisted away by his companions. As they departed, a book fell from his possession and landed on the ground. Curious, Chen Shi picked it up, noting the title, Comprehensive Fighting Techniques. He tucked the book into his clothing and turned to the weary Xia Yin. What happened? I knew they were eyeing me for the medicine and food here. Xia Yin sighed. She too gazed helplessly at the departing bald man before retorting. What was that all about just now? Chen Shi understood her inquiry, smiled, and replied, nothing. I merely ran fast. Xia Fei interjected, Brother Chen runs really fast. I couldn't even see clearly. All right, enough of that. Let us go inside. Listening to you is exhausting. Xia Yin pushed him back into the room and looked at Chen Shi. These individuals are merely transient passers-by. You must exercise caution. I attracted attention merely by administering them a small dose of medicine. You were fine just now. Chen Shi replied with a faint smile. Setting aside my ability to accelerate time, the fact that I am clad in full body armor and equipped with an array of weapons instills me with significantly more confidence than before, even in troubling situations. However, that individual does not strike me as one to relent easily. Xia Yin expressed her concern again. I will be cautious, so do not worry, Chen Shi reassured her, patting her shoulder before turning to walk toward his room. Boom. Chapter 25. Combat practice, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Rain was imminent. He thought to himself, hastening his pace to return indoors. He placed a bucket at the corner by the door to collect rainwater. Once inside, he firmly shut the door and turned on the solar-powered lamp. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 8 o'clock in the evening. He still had 4 hours until the flour enhancement was complete. Originally, he had planned to steam some buns, but with the jerky now available, there was no need to rush. He retrieved a comprehensive combat tutorial from his pocket and opened a packet of beef jerky, munching on it while he read. The tutorial encompassed a blend of boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, and karate techniques. Combat was his weakness, although he possessed various attribute-enhanced weapons. He often found himself unable to avoid close-quarters fighting. He contemplated training according to this guide to enhance his combat skills. With that thought, he swallowed the last morsel of beef jerky and diligently practiced the techniques outlined in the book. After half an hour of struggle, drenched in sweat, he sighed. He had underestimated the challenge. This book was clearly unsuitable for beginners. One needed at least a foundational knowledge of boxing or sanda. He sighed again and tossed the book aside. Outside, the rain intensified, the raindrops pelting the roof with a cacophony of sound. Damn, I forgot the most important thing. Scavengers know that bathing relies on rain. Today is bathing day. He quickly stripped off his clothes, grabbed a towel, opened the door, and peeked outside to ensure no one was around. Swiftly, he dashed out to a secluded spot behind the house, taking advantage of the rainwater to wash himself. Meanwhile, not far from the camp, a black vehicle stood in the rain. 5 heavily armed men exited the car, converging around Chen Shi's jeep. No mistake. This is the vehicle driven by the bearded man. The speaker was tall and robust, while next to him stood a man resembling Huang Bo, who scratched himself and remarked, "The car is here, but the person is gone. I fear he has truly vanished." The muscular man wiped the rain from his face and, finding the downpour excessive, said, "Let us seek shelter from the rain and rest for a bit." The man resembling Huang Bo produced a piece of wire and fiddled with the car door lock. With a click, the door unlocked, and the 5 men divided into 2 groups, climbing into 2 vehicles. On the other side, Chen Shi finished bathing in the rain and, shivering, carried a full bucket of rainwater back to his room. As he closed the door, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a pale figure beside Xia Yan's house. His heart raced. Upon closer inspection, the figure turned, revealing Xia Yan in the nude. Bang! Startled, he shut the door tightly. His heart raced, and the image of her pale body lingered in his mind, instantly replacing the cold sensation with a wave of inexplicable heat. He exhaled deeply, dried himself, dressed, and resumed studying the comprehensive combat tutorial. As he perused the text filled with obscure terminology, a thought crossed his mind. Would enhancing this book yield surprising results? With that in mind, he silently intoned, "Enhance the comprehensive combat tutorial. Random attributes, would you like to commence enhancement?" "Yes." As the essence flowed into him, a countdown of 3 minutes materialized. He placed the book on the table and filled a filtration kettle with rainwater. Glancing back at the book in the midst of enhancement, he noted 2 minutes remaining. He decided to wait patiently. Before long, the countdown reached 0. The entire book distorted, then rapidly regained clarity. What was once a thick tome had transformed into a concise booklet of several pages. The enhancement was complete. The techniques had been optimized and merged. Special moves had been added, and advanced physical training was incorporated, with a random attribute of supreme memory. Chen Shi's eyes sparkled as he eagerly flipped through the booklet. Under the lamp's glow, he could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the first page. Instantly, a standard combat diagram appeared before him. The illustration depicted a bald, naked man, with various body parts marked and annotated, particularly the vulnerable areas highlighted in red. The second page contained diagrams of bones and muscles, similarly marked with annotations. As he continued, he discovered detailed breakdowns of specific techniques and methods for practice, compared to the obscure terminology of the original book. The enhanced booklet was far more intuitive and accessible. Reaching the final page, he read a caution. The practice methods outlined in this booklet are intended solely for the use of the enhancer. Those lacking enhancement abilities should not attempt them lightly. This booklet was seemingly tailored specifically for him. In that moment, all the techniques and methods crystallized in his mind. Chen Shi grew increasingly awed by the power of the enhancement. Remarkably, he had merely skimmed through it and hadn't consciously memorized anything. He closed his eyes, visualizing the techniques in a cinematic manner, mentally rehearsing each one. Then, he stood up and began practicing the techniques he had mentally recorded. To his astonishment, despite this being his first practice, the moves felt as familiar as if he had trained for years. They flowed naturally, each strike leading seamlessly into the next. He engaged in a continuous cycle of striking and countering, executing punches and kicks repetitively. Though the techniques were ingrained in his mind, his body struggled to keep pace with his thoughts. Developing muscle memory would require persistent, dedicated practice, a long journey indeed. After 2 hours of relentless training, he collapsed onto a stool, breathing heavily. He drank a glass of filtered water and then began physical training following the methods outlined in the booklet. Frog jumps, vertical jumps, push-ups, sit-ups, and planks. Several times, he felt the essence of the enhancement guiding his energy, directing the speed and power of his muscles. 2 more hours passed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, drenched in sweat, he was assured of his stamina thanks to the high-nutrition beef jerky, coupled with accelerated muscle growth. He felt significantly stronger, though he couldn't tell if it was merely an illusion. The rain showed no sign of abating, continuing to pour relentlessly. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and he yawned, glancing at the time, 1 o'clock in the morning. He listened intently for any unusual sounds outside. Apart from the rain, there was nothing amiss. Reassured, he turned off the light, climbed into bed, and placed his handgun and dagger within reach for quick access in case of an attack. Cocooned in a clean, soft blanket that adjusted its temperature to his body heat, he felt warmth enveloping him. A contented hum escaped his lips as he closed his eyes. Soon, the night passed, perhaps due to the rain. No mutated creatures or shadowy figures appeared that evening. Chen Shi opened his eyes, raised his wrist to check the time, and saw it was 8:30 in the morning. He rolled out of bed, washed up with rainwater, drank a glass of filtered water, and consumed 2 packs of beef jerky. Opening the door, he peeked outside. The rain had not ceased, continuing to patter down. The camp was eerily quiet as he slipped out the door, seeking refuge behind the house to attend to personal matters. Suddenly, he inadvertently caught sight of a bus slowly approaching through the downpour, coming to a halt outside the camp. Moments later, the doors swung open, and several armed men clad in matching attire, black short jackets and black cargo pants, disembarked. One of these men boarded a vehicle belonging to the Redeemers organization, which had been parked there the previous day. Chen Shi hastily adjusted his trousers and returned to his room, securing a dagger and a handgun on his person for unforeseen circumstances. He speculated about the origins of these individuals. Recalling Shi Dongjin's words about 3 groups that had come through, these men were likely from one of those groups. In his view, it mattered little who they were or which faction they belonged to, as long as they did not provoke him. He calmed himself and began practicing combat techniques. The greatest advantage of enhanced memory was the ability to execute all movements and techniques fluidly. Currently, his primary obstacles were his strength and explosive power, alongside muscle memory, which is essentially reflex speed. Achieving instinctive responses required years of diligent practice, which was no easy feat come out, everyone, before Chen Shi could complete his practice. Shouts erupted from outside. Moments later, the sounds of opening doors, conversations, and various noises filled the air. He cracked the door open slightly to peer outside. The robust men who had exited the bus were gathering into formation. A crowd was assembling, their bags in hand, creating a cacophony of chaos as they prepared to depart. A burly man with a hawk-like nose and a fierce demeanor stood in the rain, bellowing at the crowd. At that moment, he spotted Xia Yan hastily approaching with Xia Fei. He stepped out of his room to meet them. Chen Shi, I've left the flour and equipment in the room for you. Xia Fei and I have to go with them, Xia Yan said urgently. Who does a scavenger? Like a beggar, think they are to enter the safe zone? A discordant voice reached Chen Shi's ears. Both he and Xia Yan turned to the source of the sound. Not far away, a girl in her 20s stood with her arms crossed, her chin held high, surveying Xia Yan with disdain. Behind her, a boy of similar age held an umbrella over her, exuding an air of superiority. Xia Yan's expression darkened as she recalled that this was the same girl who had asked her for food the night before. Xia Yan. At that moment, Shi Dongjin approached them, quickening her pace. She reached the two and grasped Xia Yan's hand, reassuring her, ignore her. That's just how she is. Relying on her father's high status in the Redeemers organization, thinking she is above everyone else. She then shouted at the girl, Yuan Feifei, you should say less. Xia Yan's parents are top experts. Why would they qualify for the safe zone? Huh. Her parents are dead. What good does that do? What did you say? Repeat that. This remark ignited Xia Yan's fury. While she could tolerate insults directed at herself, she could not abide insults toward her parents. I said, your parents are dead. What? Am I not stating the truth? Yuan Feifei spread her arms wide, sneering with an air of arrogance. I'll beat you to death. You villain. Xia Fei, enraged, twisted his features and charged at Yuan Feifei, brandishing a wooden stick. Ah, what do you think you're doing? Yuan Feifei exclaimed, her complexion paling as she pointed at Xia Fei in accusation. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. The boy behind Yuan Feifei discarded the umbrella and stepped in front of her. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Suddenly, the hawk-nosed man shouted as he lunged towards Xia Fei. Xia Fei, come back. Xia Yin shouted simultaneously. Xia Fei, lacking in intelligence, was easily provoked and paid no heed. Continuing his advance toward Yuan Fei. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Chen Shi dove towards Xia Fei in an attempt to restrain him. His rationale was simple. He and Xia Yin needed to live in the safe zone, and it was best to avoid conflict with these individuals. However, the hawk-nosed man was quicker. Before Chen Shi could reach Xia Fei, he had already tackled him to the ground, pinning him down. Kill him. The filthy beggar dares to attack me, Yuan Fei exclaimed. Indeed, he was preparing to ambush Fei. If it weren't for my protection, her life would have been in jeopardy, the boy supporting Yuan Fei chimed in. Let go of my brother. Xia Yan's expression shifted dramatically as she rushed towards Xia Fei. Chen Shi's countenance darkened as he cast a cold glare at Yuan Fei. At that moment, not far from the camp's entrance, 5 fully armed men hid in the shadows, bewildered by the unfolding scene within the camp. A man resembling Huang Bo spoke up. Shui Gu, why are they fighting among themselves? The one referred to as Shui Gu was the burly man who had rested in Chen Shi's vehicle the night before. Say nothing, just watch. Their internal strife works to our advantage. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, Shui Gu replied, his gaze fixed on the camp. Jiao Mao, have you discerned anything? The man resembling Huang Bo asked, momentarily taken aback. Discerned? I just feel there are many women here. Shui Gu's mouth twitched. Seriously? Is that all you see? After a pause, he continued, these people don't seem like scavengers. I suspect they are members of the Redeemers organization. Then should we fight or not? Jiao Mao inquired, perplexed. Fight? With so many of them? It would be arduous. It's best not to provoke the Redeemers. They are numerous and powerful, unlike us hunters. Though we may have numbers, we are disorganized, a scattered bunch. Let us return to the vehicle and wait. Wait for what? Shuegu? Are you lacking common sense? We wait for the person who comes to retrieve the vehicle. Whoever comes for it knows the whereabouts of the big man. Oh, right. How did I not think of that? It's all thanks to you, Shuegu, both brave and wise. Jiao Mao exclaimed, enlightened and admiring as he looked at Shuegu. Stop flattering me. Let us return to the vehicle and grab something to eat. Inside the camp. Seeing Xia Fei pinned to the ground while Yuan Fei fanned the flames, Chen Shi's expression darkened. Release him, he commanded, his voice cold. The hawk-nosed man frowned, regarding Chen Shi with suspicion. Who are you? What do you want? I'm just a scavenger, Chen Shi replied casually. A scavenger? I advise you not to meddle. This is an internal matter of our Redeemers organization, and it's not for a scavenger to dictate, the hawk-nosed man replied impatiently, his brow furrowed. Chen Shi fixed his gaze on him and smiled, baring his teeth. What kind of problem do you have? On my territory, you hold my brother down. And you say I'm meddling? Since he asked your brother, then you should apologize to Miss Yuan Fei if she chooses not to pursue the matter. We can release him. Forget it. They outnumber us. I'll go plead with Yuan Fei. Xia Yin grasped Chen Shi's arm, speaking softly. Captain Liu. This woman named Xia Yin is hoarding food. Since she is now part of the Redeemers organization, the food should be distributed fairly. Yuan Fei, relishing the spectacle, added fuel to the fire. The hawk-nosed man turned to his burly companions. Go check Xia Yin's room and bring out all her belongings. The food isn't mine. I'm merely safeguarding it for Brother Chen. You can't take it. Xia Yin protested, both anxious and furious, swiftly walking to her room and blocking the doorway. Chen Shi's expression darkened. Everything else could be negotiated, but the theft of resources, especially food, was an affront to his principles. In this world, a lack of food equated to death, and food was something he had fought for with his life. He wiped the rain from his face and strode purposefully toward the hawk-nosed man. All eyes in the camp were curiously fixed on him, wondering what he would do next. Filthy scavenger, you and Xia Yin are a perfect match, Yuan Fei scoffed disdainfully. Exactly, lowly peasants, your existence is a waste of resources. It would be best if you all just perished. Yuan Fei's companion echoed in agreement. Chen Shi, hearing this, wore a cold smile on his face. He strode over to the man with the hawk-like nose and, without a word, delivered a swift kick to the side of his face. Thud. The hawk-nosed man, taken by surprise, fell sideways to the ground, his head crashing heavily against the earth. A gasp rippled through the crowd of onlookers, none of whom expected him to act so boldly. With remarkable speed, Chen Shi drew his dagger, pressing his knee down on the hawk-nosed man's head. The blade poised against his neck. In a low voice, he warned, do not flaunt your power here. My temperament is rather unstable. And when I'm in a foul mood, I have the urge to kill. Yuan Fei, witnessing the scene unfold, displayed an expression of excitement. Sensing that an entertaining drama was about to unfold, she thought to herself that a filthy scavenger dared to oppose the Redeemers. She could already envision Chen Shi's impending fate. He would likely be beaten to within an inch of his life. What do you intend to do? Put down your weapon. The surrounding strongmen quickly closed in. The atmosphere intensified dramatically. Chen Shi, do not act recklessly. Yuan Feifei, you must intervene and release my brother. Xia Yan gazed anxiously at Yuan Feifei, her voice tinged with desperation. Who do you think you are to speak to me? He attempted to assault me. He deserves his fate, Yuan Feifei retorted disdainfully, eager to witness the spectacle and unwilling to assist Xia Yan. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as a dozen guns were aimed at Chen Shi, the tension in the air palpable as a confrontation loomed. Chen Shi chuckled coldly, gripping his right wrist, and silently chanted, "Time acceleration." In an instant, the space before him shimmered, and he sprang to his feet, charging at the armed men surrounding him. A few of the strong men, witnessing Chen Shi seemingly vanish from sight, were bewildered. Suddenly, a fleeting shadow passed before their eyes, and the guns in their hands vanished without a trace. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, they felt a chilling sensation at their throats, followed by a torrent of blood erupting from their arteries. Panic-stricken, they clutched their necks and collapsed to the ground. As Yuan Feifei was still astonished by Chen Shi's sudden disappearance, he appeared before her like a phantom. He flashed a grin, saying, "Hello." A chill ran down her spine, and before she could utter a scream, she felt a swift flash of cold steel. Thud! A dagger plunged brutally into her mouth, piercing through her throat. She attempted to scream, but only a gurgling sound escaped her lips as blood gushed forth, and soon enough, she fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing this, the young man beside Yuan Feifei fled in terror. Bang! Just as he took a step, a faint gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the back of his head. Then, with a deafening explosion, his skull shattered, red and white matter splattering in all directions. Having completed this grim task, Chen Shi swiftly returned to his original position. 3 seconds, just perfect. Silence enveloped the area, broken only by the sound of falling rain. They stared at Chen Shi, bewildered, exchanging glances, unsure of what had just transpired. To them, he was like a specter, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye, not even leaving behind a trace of his presence. From disappearance to reappearance, only 3 fleeting seconds had passed. What exactly had happened during that brief interval? Suddenly, the crowd reacted, their shock transforming into horror as they beheld the carnage surrounding them, erupting into terrified screams that shattered the stillness. The hawk-nosed man was utterly dumbfounded. Was this individual even human? Or perhaps he was a mutant? How could one explain the events that had just unfolded? Can we gloss over this now? Chen Shi's icy voice echoed in his ears. Do you comprehend the consequences of opposing the Redeemers? An attack on them is a capital offense. No matter where you hide, you will be hunted down by the organization. The hawk-nosed man continued to feign bravado, yet his confidence clearly wavered. I don't care. I have nothing to lose. If you have the ability, take me down. Chen Shi replied casually. You do possess some skill. Why not join the Redeemers? Individuals like you would not suffer for sustenance within their ranks. With a faint smile, Chen Shi added, there is no opportunity left for you. Perhaps next time. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thrust the dagger fiercely into the hawk-nosed man's chest. Rising to his feet, he sheathed the dagger and approached Xia Yan. The rest of the onlookers remained hidden at a distance, observing him warily. Shi Dongjin's face turned pale as he cowered behind Xia Yan, trembling slightly, clearly shaken by Chen Shi's recent actions. However, Xia Yan appeared unfazed, showing no signs of surprise. After all, scavengers lived in stark contrast to those dwelling within the safe zones. The former had witnessed far too much brutality and the fragility of life. What you did is too perilous. Have you considered the repercussions? Xia Yan sighed, her expression filled with concern. Chen Shi inhaled deeply, reflecting, in this world, one cannot afford to be overly kind. Your forbearance is perceived as weakness. After a brief pause, he reassured her, do not worry about me. I am fine. As for you, if you find it difficult to survive in the safe zone, come back to find me. Brother Chen, I will stay and accompany you. Xia Fei said with a silly grin. Just take care of your sister. I am accustomed to being alone. Your company is unnecessary. Excuse me, Mr. Chen. May we take our leave? Chen Shi turned to see a short man standing nervously beside him, fidgeting and keeping his head lowered. This was the same man who had politely asked Xia Yan for anti-inflammatory medication the previous day. You may decide for yourselves. There is no need to consult me. Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. All right. We shall not disturb you any longer. The man forced a smile that was more sorrowful than crying, then hurried towards the vehicle, shouting, Get in the car, everyone. Let us go. The crowd, previously hidden at a distance, surged forward, rushing to the vehicle. Preferring to encounter mutated creatures than face Chen Shi again. In their minds, he was both peculiar and brutal. We are leaving. Take care of yourself. Xia Yan said, her eyes reddening. Be safe on your journey, and remember my words. If things become unbearable, come find me. Chen Shi patted her shoulder. Yes. Xia Yin nodded vigorously. Xia Fei. Protect your sister. I will. I promise to look after her. Xia Fei's face reflected his apprehension. Let us go, Chen Shi urged, nudging Xia Fei. Xia Yin lifted her head, taking a deep breath to hold back her tears. We are leaving now, goodbye? After speaking, she grabbed Xia Fei's hand and walked briskly towards the vehicle. Goodbye, Brother Chen. Shi Dongjin cautiously bid farewell, jogging to keep up with Xia Yin and her brother. As he watched the bus depart, Chen Shi remained standing in place, his solitary figure lingering in the rain for a long while, leaving no one to discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. Chapter 28. The Ambush. After a considerable time, Chen Shi set aside his melancholy and meticulously cleared the corpses from the camp. He gathered the stripped clothing and shoes, as well as the confiscated firearms, transporting them back to his dwelling. Following this, he made his way to Xia Yan's room, retrieving half a bag of flour and all the supplies previously stored there. Outside the camp, the Redeemers had left behind a bus, the very vehicle belonging to the deceased strongmen. Chen Shi had no intention of keeping it, as he lacked the skill to drive a bus. Instead, he planned to dismantle any usable items within it. If anything proved irretrievable, he would leave it behind for future travelers to use as temporary shelter from the elements. Inside his room, Chen Shi sat on a stool, absent-mindedly chewing on beef jerky. The peak of the mutant creature's reproductive season was approaching, and the survival conditions would only worsen. The Redeemer organization would undoubtedly not let him off easily, compounded by the presence of hunters and the ever-roaming scavengers. Chen Shi sighed deeply. As the saying goes, it is not the thief's stealth that one fears, but rather the thief's intent. Whether from the Redeemers or the hunters, they would eventually track him down. No matter how superior his weaponry was, oversights were inevitable. After all, while one can evade a direct attack, hidden threats are far more challenging to counter. With just one day remaining until the fortification of the bomb shelter was completed, he resolved to vacate the premises by tomorrow, no matter what. He was again reminded of the miniature nuclear power generator. If he could retrieve such a device, his standard of living would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the thought of those Spider-Men still sent shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, his current equipment was far superior to the mere crossbow he had wielded before, and he felt confident he could handle those foes. He also needed to address the issue of sustenance. The beef jerky would not last much longer, and he had to venture out to procure food. After swallowing the last morsel of jerky, he let out a deep sigh, collected his thoughts, rose to his feet, and began practicing mixed martial arts. Brother Shui, everyone has left. Why hasn't anyone come to retrieve the vehicle? Diao Mao leaned against the driver's seat, his eyes fixated on the window. Patience, my friend. Employ stillness to control movement. The prey will eventually take the bait, Brother Shui replied, reclining comfortably in the passenger seat. Eyes closed. Should we not send someone inside to assess the situation? Diao Mao turned to Brother Shui. Are you the one in charge, or am I? Brother Shui opened his eyes to meet Diao Mao's gaze. How could I possibly be in charge? I'm simply eager to conclude this task and return to report. Diao Mao replied sheepishly. Find 2 men to check it out then. Brother Shui tilted his head and shut his eyes once more. Diao Mao hesitated for a moment before opening the car door, hopping out, and approaching a nearby vehicle, knocking on the window, which slowly lowered. De Gu Hua Pai. You 2 come out, he called to the occupants inside. Soon after, 2 robust men emerged from the vehicle. One, named De Gu, was nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles that threatened to tear his shirt apart, resembling a wall as he stood before Diao Mao. The other, Hua Pai, was adorned with tattoos of flowers, birds, fish, and insects, covering every inch of his body from head to toe. You 2 go in and take a look. Do not act recklessly. Regardless of whether anyone is inside, report back to Brother Shui before making any plans, Diao Mao instructed. Both De Gu and Hua Pai nodded in understanding. These men were among the most formidable hunters under Zhou Gongli, having previously been elite members of the government forces and seasoned veterans in combat against mutated creatures and other predators. Equipped and armed, De Gu and Hua Pai stealthily advanced into the camp. Upon entering, they provided mutual cover. One remained vigilant while the other meticulously searched the rooms. Before long, they approached the room where Chen Shi was located. Inside, Chen Shi was drenched in sweat, repeatedly punching and kicking, gasping for breath. Hearing the commotion, De Ji's expression shifted, and he gestured to Hua Pai, who nodded in comprehension. They crouched on either side of the door, and Hua Pai retrieved a grenade from his tactical vest, removed the safety pin, and carefully placed it on the doorknob. Then, they swiftly retreated to hide in the adjacent room occupied by Xia Yan. You keep watch. I'll return to report, Hua Pai whispered. De Gu nodded in agreement. Once Hua Pai left, he slightly ajar the door, creating a gap to extend the barrel of his gun, fixating his gaze on Chen Shi's door. Is there only one person left in the entire camp? Brother Shui sat upright, looking toward Hua Pai. Indeed, Dagu is watching him, Hua Pai confirmed. Well done, Brother Shui commended, patting him on the shoulder. Since he is alone, it indicates a significant connection between him and the vehicle, so he must know the whereabouts of the bearded man, Brother Shui speculated. What do you think, Diao Mao? He inquired, shifting his gaze to Diao Mao seated in the driver's seat. I believe, since he is alone, we should simply storm in, Diao Mao suggested. You only think of violence. We must employ strategy first to lure the snake out of its hole before striking. Brother Shui retorted, causing Diao Mao to pause in confusion. What's the difference between that and my original thought? After a brief moment, Brother Shui added, let us go and confront him. Hua Pai led the way, followed by Brother Shui, Diao Mao, and another hunter, as they made their way into the camp. In Xiao Yan's room, 5 hunters gathered. Dagu, you continue to guard here. Once you see him emerge, open fire. Hua Pai, you take position to the right of the door, and Adong, you go to the left. If the grenade detonates, charge in if the opportunity arises. If not, throw another grenade, Brother Shui instructed, laying out the strategy. He then turned to Diao Mao. You are responsible for luring him out. Remember, do not carry a weapon. Is that understood? The group nodded in unison, taking their respective positions. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Shi finished his practice and took a large gulp of filtered water. Is anyone there? I need help. The shout from outside heightened his alertness. He set down the water jug, holstered his pistol at his waist, and grasped it firmly as he approached the door, straining to listen. Is anyone there? I need help. Diao Mao yelled from a short distance away. Chen Shi placed his hand on the door, hesitated, and then withdrew it. Forget it. I shouldn't get involved, he thought, turning back into the room. In the next instant, boom. A tremendous explosion erupted from behind him, the shockwave propelling him off the ground and crashing him to the floor. He quickly regained his footing, pivoting to the door, only to be astonished to see smoke billowing and the door obliterated. Before he could comprehend the situation, a dark object flew in, landing at his feet and spinning on the ground. Damn it, a grenade. He swiftly turned and dove to the ground. Boom. A thunderous roar ensued, the immense force sending Chen Shi and his chair hurtling against the wall, crashing to the ground. Chapter 29. The first encounter with nightmares. What kind of people are these? With 2 consecutive explosions, Chen Shi felt dazed and disoriented as he inspected his body. Thankfully, his clothing had ballistic properties, and he was unscathed. Shaking his head vigorously, he drew his pistol from his waist, while his other hand reached for the watch on his right wrist, preparing to accelerate time when 2 more grenades flew into the room, one landing squarely on his chest. With no time to think, he quickly turned his head to the side and rolled backward. Boom, boom. 2 more deafening blasts followed, shrapnel whizzing past his scalp, one piece slicing across his face. At the same moment, Hua Pai, standing at the door, suddenly felt a searing pain across his face. He instinctively touched his face, wincing in agony as half of it was mangled and bloodied. Stunned, Hua Pai wondered, where did the shrapnel come from? Little did he realize that it was Chen Shi's reflective attribute, inflicting damage back upon him. Inside the room, the cacophony of explosions left Chen Shi's ears ringing, temporarily robbing him of his hearing. Crash. The container could no longer withstand the force of the successive blasts, and half of the metal wall collapsed. This, however, provided an escape route. Chen Shi crawled swiftly towards the opening. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Bullets struck the ground beside him, sending shards of debris flying and cutting into his face. How many people have come? He cursed inwardly. As he crawled, he reached for his wristwatch, silently chanting, time acceleration. The space before him rippled, waves expanding outward. He sprang up and dashed toward Hua Pai, who was aiming his gun directly at Chen Shi's head, ready to pull the trigger. At that moment, Chen Shi suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Before Hua Pai could register his astonishment, a blur zipped past him, followed by a gunshot. Hua Pai's head exploded, splattering blood and gore around him. Chen Shi did not pause. He turned and sprinted toward Diao Mao, reaching him before Hua Pai's headless corpse had even begun to fall. With a gun in hand, Diao Mao gazed in horror at Hua Pai, who was inexplicably missing a head. Confused, he pondered how Hua Pai had met such a bizarre fate. In the next instant, a faint gunshot echoed, and Diao Mao too was left headless. Without hesitation, Chen Shi accelerated and sprinted towards the camp's exit. With merely 3 seconds to spare and his targets scattered, he realized that annihilating them all was impossible. He could only eliminate a few before making his escape. Witnessing the inexplicable deaths of Diao Mao and Hua Pai, Chen Shi moved like a specter, appearing and disappearing with eerie swiftness. Water Brother finally panicked, shouting, "Damn! It's a shadow person. We need to retreat." He yelled as he dashed toward the camp's periphery. Time slipped away like sand through fingers. Chen Shi barely reached the vehicle when his acceleration faltered. He glanced at his watch, mentally urging time to speed up. Yet, there was no response. He speculated that a cooldown period might be in effect, preventing continuous use. Upon reaching the car, he flung the door open and slid into the driver's seat, swiftly igniting the engine and flooring the accelerator towards the old town. Behind him, Water Brother, along with the large man and a dong, arrived breathlessly at the parking spot. "Damn, where's the car?" he exclaimed, staring in bewilderment at the empty space. After a brief silence, realization dawned on him. The shadow person wouldn't drive. Anyone who could drive is definitely not a shadow person. Water Brother suddenly grasped the situation and, raking his head in frustration, cursed, "Damn it. It's not a shadow person. Get in. We're heading back to base." Meanwhile, Chen Shi veered the car onto a desolate side road, long overgrown with weeds. A thin mist enveloped the path, obscuring visibility and perfectly concealing his movements. He drove slowly to the end of the road before stopping, turning off the engine and reclining in his seat, replaying the recent events in his mind. He hadn't had time to think earlier, but now he deduced that those who attacked him were likely predators seeking vengeance for their fallen comrades. Peering through the windshield, he observed the mist thickening outside, rendering objects 5 meters away indistinguishable. The grayish-white fog swirled around the vehicle like smoke, becoming increasingly dense. Suddenly, the temperature of the enhanced black stone in his pocket surged, becoming scalding to the touch. He curiously held the stone, noticing its surface shimmered with faint, mystical light. Almost immediately, he heard faint footsteps approaching the left side of the car. In that moment, he understood. The black stone was alerting him. If it were predators, the stone would remain silent. Its alarm was triggered only under one condition: the presence of a shadow person or a similarly strange entity. The stone's temperature continued to rise, its light flickering more rapidly, becoming nearly unbearable to hold. Then, a whisper-like sound, imperceptible yet present, reached his ears. Straining to listen, he could not discern the words. Gripping his handgun tightly, he held his breath, lying still as a corpse. From his vantage point, he caught sight of shadows moving leisurely past the left window, gliding along the road. They varied in height, their tattered clothing and indistinct features obscuring their identities, rendering it impossible to determine their gender. They murmured incomprehensible whispers, advancing straight ahead, step by step, until they vanished into the mist. Who were they? Were they shadow people? Why did they differ from the ones he had seen before? Could they be nightmares? The specifics eluded him, and he could only speculate in his mind. Time passed, perhaps 10 minutes, maybe 20. The sounds outside gradually faded until silence enveloped him. Chen Shi remained motionless, reclined in the seat. The black stone's temperature had not diminished. Danger still lurked. He watched the gray fog intently, clutching the stone tightly, awaiting the peril to pass. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the car window. "Is anyone there? I need help." Diao Mao's voice sounded eerily similar to what he had heard in the camp. However, the voice's owner was already dead. "Is anyone there? I need help." Diao Mao's voice persisted. Chen Shi's heart raced as he glanced into the right side mirror, only to see nothing but gray mist and no discernible figures. "Let us get in and rest for a bit." Water Brother's voice drifted from a distance. The door 1T open. Came the sound of someone tugging at the door. "Try a wire." "Okay." The jingle of metal in the lock followed. Click. The lock released, yet the door remained shut, and the voices faded into silence. Everything fell eerily quiet. Chapter 30. The safe house begins to show results. The lock had been undone, but the door remained immobile, and the previous voices had vanished entirely. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The temperature of the black stone gradually decreased until it cooled completely. After 2 more minutes, Chen Shi slowly rose, grasping the steering wheel. A thought struck him. What if he enhanced this vehicle? The protection level of the car was alarmingly low, inferior even to the gear he wore. Should danger arise outside, having a place to hide, albeit flimsy, could shield him from detection. The car contained 3 rows and 8 seats. He assessed the seating, considering the space he would need. This vehicle would primarily transport supplies, so he didn't require many seats. Once he decided, he crawled to the back and grasped the middle row of seats, shaking them vigorously before yanking hard. Crack! A row of seats broke free, tossed out of the vehicle. He repeated the process with the rear seats, discarding them outside. With the seats gone, the interior space expanded significantly. He exited the vehicle, placing his hand on its exterior. Enhance. Pausing, a sudden thought struck him. Could he specify enhancement requests, tailoring the modifications to his desires? With that notion, he mentally commanded the enhancement of the vehicle, contemplating his requirements, reinforcing the entire structure, boosting power, and adding hybrid capabilities. After some consideration, he retrieved a piece of black stone and placed it inside the car. Integrate the black stone into the vehicle. Once the enhancement parameters were set, A surge of energy flowed from his arm into the car. Soon, a response echoed. Attributes random. Do you wish to enhance the vehicle? Simultaneously, a colossal countdown timer displaying 24 hours appeared on the car's surface. Chen Shi's previously expectant gaze transformed into one of eagerness. Yes, he silently affirmed. It was feasible. Truly feasible. He rejoiced internally, realizing that henceforth, all items could be enhanced according to his wishes. As long as he provided a designated conceptual function or direction, he could forge his ideal objects. Re-entering the vehicle, he started the engine and returned to the camp. He parked the car in a concealed area outside the camp and cautiously made his way back to the room, which had lost its door. Revealing a wall collapsed onto the ground. The interior lay in disarray, tables and benches shattered, the bed frame split in two, while the equipment piled in the corner remained, albeit with 2 guns damaged in the explosion. Gazing at the devastation, he sighed. This place was no longer habitable. His original plan to depart for a new shelter the following day had to be expedited. Chen Shi tore the sheets from the bed, bundling supplies and hoisting them onto his shoulder, transporting them to the car. He returned to the room twice more to finish the task of relocating his belongings. Subsequently, he made his way to Xia Yan's room, transferring the military cot she had left behind into the vehicle before starting the engine and racing towards Shiliu village. An hour later, Chen Shi arrived at Shiliu village. He located a discreet spot outside the village entrance to park his vehicle, shouldering a package of supplies as he walked along the gravel path into the village. Upon entering, he noticed a group of 7 or 8 people gathered at a distance, animatedly conversing, with Old Wang, the trader from his previous exchange, among them. Chen Shi strode toward them, calling out, "Old Wang, Brother Chen, here to barter for supplies?" Old Wang's face creased into a smile upon spotting Chen Shi. "Not today. I'm off to the air raid shelter to take a look," Chen Shi replied, his gaze quickly scanning the few individuals beside him. Recognizing them as scavengers, he then directed his attention to a pile of goods on the ground, his eyes landing on a large green plastic barrel. "What is contained within this barrel?" he inquired, pointing. "Gasoline," replied a scruffy, sallow-faced middle-aged man beside him. "What do you want to trade for it?" Chen Shi's interest piqued. Gasoline was a scarce commodity, and his vehicle was nearly out of fuel. "I'll trade food." "Raw or cooked?" the man responded. "Anything else?" Chen Shi asked. "No, only food," the man asserted with a grave tone. In this world, food was the true currency. Akin to gold in prosperous times, food could be exchanged for virtually any item, while the reverse was not necessarily true, unless the item was exceptionally rare, such as a generator, a water purification filter, or gasoline. "Brother, if you wish to trade for food, you should head to Jidong City. Perhaps you could find some there." "Coming here, I have no food to offer," the man sighed deeply, squatting down to gather his belongings. "I'm afraid I would starve before reaching Jidong," he lamented. The 3 companions with him began to assist in packing up, preparing to leave. Chen Shi quickly calculated in his mind. His most abundant possessions were his gear and firearms, over a dozen in total. He resolutely decided that he could not part with food, but rather, he would propose a trade of firearms. "Wait a moment, don't rush off. I want that gasoline," he declared. The man looked at him incredulously. "You have food?" "Brother Chen, you must think this through. Food can save your life. What use is a gun?" Old Wang urgently interjected, his expression one of concern. Chen Shi chuckled, patting Old Wang's shoulder. "I understand." He then addressed the man. "I have no food, but I will trade firearms for it." "Guns?" The man furrowed his brow, hesitating. "You won't find food here. Trading a gun might allow you to seize some." Old Wang chimed in to support Chen Shi's proposition. The man fell into contemplative silence, weighing his options. Old Wang's words rang true. Even if he reached the safety zone in Jidong, he might not secure any food, especially given that his items were not particularly rare. Trading for a firearm seemed preferable to starving to death. Understanding this, the man lifted his gaze to Chen Shi. "A gun would suffice, but it must come with ammunition." Chen Shi smiled. "Rest assured, I guarantee there will be bullets. Wait here while I retrieve the firearm." Without waiting for a response, he marched toward the air raid shelter. In truth, the gear and firearms lay within the very package he carried on his shoulder, but he preferred to keep his assets concealed. Besides the weapons, the bag also contained flour and jerky. He wondered if these scavengers would covet them. He was not afraid of them, but conflict would inevitably lead to violence, and he was not one to relish bloodshed. Better to avoid trouble. Soon, he arrived before the entrance of the air raid shelter, setting down his burden and pushing aside the hay that concealed the door, revealing a pristine, reinforced stainless steel door. Chen Shi was astonished as he reached out to touch it. It was smooth, cold, and sturdy, comparable to a bank vault door. However, this door lacked a visible lock. After searching for some time, he found no means of unlocking it. Curiously, he grasped the doorknob and pressed down gently. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the handle, swirling rapidly around it. Identification successful, a synthesized voice announced. With a click, the door swung open. He realized the door utilized biometric recognition technology. Pulling it open revealed a different scene. Crumbling stairs descended into darkness, a damp, moldy odor wafting toward him. As he descended, he entered a spacious hall. Its walls mottled and moldy, displaying a countdown, 22 hours. He placed his package on the ground, extracting its contents and selecting a firearm to carry as he exited the air raid shelter, making his way back to the village. Chapter 31. Constructing a safe haven. Before long, he spotted the group still waiting for him. He approached swiftly, handing the firearm to the man. This submachine gun is compact and has a high firing rate, sufficient for dealing with ordinary scavengers. The man accepted the gun, scrutinizing it before removing the magazine and noting its full load of ammunition, nodding in satisfaction. This is a fine weapon. The trade is on. In addition to gasoline, I want the toolbox, the hatchet, and that radio. Chen Shi indicated towards the pile of goods. Come now. Giving away a gun should yield more in return, he reasoned. Besides, all these items will prove useful, especially the radio, as it serves as the sole means of acquiring external information. The man hesitated briefly, eyeing the firearm in his hands. Before gritting his teeth, all right, it's a deal. With the gun in hand, he thought to himself that the items might still be taken if need be. Brother Chen, do you have a secret armory hidden away? Old Wang jested. Having traded weapons twice for goods, he began to suspect Chen Shi had discovered a cache of arms. Chen Shi, carrying the barrel of gasoline, toolbox, and hatchet, replied with a smile. Opportunities present themselves. What can I do? With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Old Wang stood in stunned silence, pondering the meaning behind his words. Upon returning to the air raid shelter, Chen Shi laid the acquired items on the ground and made another trip to the vehicle to retrieve the remaining supplies. He began to inventory his entire stock of provisions and equipment. 1. 45 packs of fortified jerky. If rationed, this would sustain him for approximately 10 days. 2. Half a bag of flour. While he did not know how to steam buns, he could still make a batter simply by boiling water and sprinkling in the flour. It would suffice for quite some time. 3. A set of fortified bedding. 4. A military cot. 5. 5 sets of camouflage clothing for pairs of combat boots. And 4 tactical vests. 6. A knife, a cleaver, and a handgun, all of which were fortified. 7. 5 long guns, 3 handguns, and 6 grenades. 8. A solar-powered lamp. A water filter, a wristwatch, a radio, a battered bucket, a flashlight, a lunchbox, a spoon, and 7 pieces of blackstone. 9. A barrel of gasoline, a toolbox set, and a hatchet. That was his entire stock. There was no furniture, no boxes for storage, no drinking water, no stove, no pots or pans, no refrigerator, and no washing machine. He was being overly ambitious. He needed to acquire a stove, at the very least, to cook, boil water, and keep warm in the cold. He resolved to ask Old Wang if he had a stove during his next opportunity. As he pondered this, he glanced at the countdown on the wall. Now at 21 hours, it would be nearly complete by this time tomorrow. Once finished, this place would become his safe haven. He surveyed the uneven ground, where moisture had fostered moss in the corners. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to enhance the flooring, it should incorporate functions for moisture absorption and drainage. He then realized that the dampness of the air raid shelter indicated a rich underground water resource. One can entirely harness groundwater by establishing a filtration and purification system, thereby resolving the issue of water scarcity. Perhaps one could even indulge in a warm shower daily. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of excitement enveloped him. And without hesitation, he placed his hand upon the ground. He sought to reinforce both the floor and the roof, enhance the underground drainage system, and fortify the groundwater purification system, while also improving the venting system. The attributes were random. Should he proceed with the reinforcement of the floor and roof? Almost immediately, a faint sound, audible only to him, whispered in his ear. Shortly thereafter, a colossal countdown timer of 12 hours materialized on the ground. He inhaled deeply, yes, in an instant. A vast surge of energy erupted from the demon seal, causing a significant depletion of vitality that momentarily darkened his vision before he regained his composure. A wave of dizziness soon followed, rendering his complexion pale and his lips devoid of color. He knelt on the ground, supporting himself as he struggled to maintain his balance. After a brief moment, the energy ceased to escape, and the demon seal returned to tranquility. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. After resting for a while, he shakily rose to his feet and approached a nearby object, picking up a black stone, contemplating its ability to restore his vitality. The stone's temperature rose to a fervent heat, releasing a surge of energy that flowed into him through the demon seal. His complexion visibly regained its color, and the dizziness gradually dissipated. Moments later, the stone cooled down and returned to a state of calm. He observed the once jet-black stone now fading to a pale gray. Having absorbed the energy from the stone, he exhaled a long sigh of relief and moved his body without feeling any discomfort. Feeling reassured, he opened the toolbox he had retrieved, revealing an abundance of tools: a hammer, a complete set of screwdrivers, a wrench, a handsaw, a pair of pliers, a voltage tester, a small electric drill, and a nail gun. He closed the box, grasped an axe, and armed himself with a reinforced pistol as he ventured outside the air raid shelter. He intended to gather some branches to construct a wooden table and chairs. Cautiously, he opened the door and stepped out. Not far from the entrance, at the foot of the mountain, lay a serene and dense forest. The humidity from the recent rain rose as vapor, transforming into a thin mist that enveloped the woods, obscuring his view. As he entered the forest, the indistinct fog heightened his wariness. He glanced around, ensuring there was no danger, and swiftly swung the axe at a tree with a trunk the size of a basin. Thud, thud, thud. The axe struck the trunk, producing a muffled thud that caused leaves to cascade down. The axe was not particularly sharp, making it arduous to use. Despite exerting all his strength, he made little progress. He took a breath, gripped the axe tightly, and silently recited, "Reinforce the axe." The attributes were random. Should he reinforce it? Yes. As a trickle of energy flowed in, a countdown timer of 3 minutes appeared on the axe's surface. He settled onto a large stone, tore open a packet of beef jerky, and began to chew, quietly awaiting the completion of the reinforcement. 3 minutes swiftly passed. The axe was reinforced, gaining the additional attribute of strong corrosion. As the announcement concluded, the axe instantly became hazy and, in a mere second, regained its clarity. The ordinary steel axe had transformed into one of high-carbon steel, its blade honed to a razor-sharp edge, emitting a faint blue glow. He rose and approached the tree, raising the axe and striking the trunk. The moment the blade made contact, wisps of smoke began to rise. The axe's corrosive attribute was actively eroding the wood. Clang, 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 crash. In no time, the tree, measuring 60 centimeters in circumference and over 8 meters tall, crashed to the ground. He then proceeded to remove all the branches before cutting the trunk into segments approximately 1 meter long. Dragging the wooden segments back to the safe house, he returned to find the toolbox and retrieve the saw. After briefly measuring a segment, he commenced cutting. Before long, the wooden segments were transformed into strips. After 2 hours of labor, all the segments had been sawed into strips. He then took the nail gun from the toolbox, nailing the strips together in the shape of a chair. Moments later, a rudimentary chair took shape, albeit looking exceedingly crude and unfit for sitting. Yet, with the chair's form established, its appearance or suitability mattered little, for he intended to reinforce it. Subsequently, he began constructing the table in the same manner, nailing the strips together with the nail gun. Thus, 2 exceedingly unattractive and rough wooden pieces of furniture were completed. He placed his hand on the chair and silently thought. Reinforce the chair. The attributes were random. Should he reinforce the chair? Soon, a response echoed back. Yes. As the command was issued, energy surged into the chair, and a countdown timer of 10 minutes appeared on its surface. Following this, he placed his hand on the wooden table, reinforcing it. The attributes were random. Should he reinforce the table? Yes. A countdown timer of 10 minutes emerged on the tabletop as well. Taking advantage of this interval, he stepped outside to attend to personal matters. While doing so, he mentally resolved that once the safe house was fully reinforced, he must also enhance a bathroom and a shower room, as there was ample space to achieve a proper separation of wet and dry areas. 10 minutes soon elapsed. The wooden chair was reinforced, acquiring the random attribute of pain relief. The wooden table was reinforced, gaining the random attribute of preservation. As the announcement resonated, the countdown reached 0. Suddenly, the table and chair became blurred before clarifying once more. The chair transformed into a sleek black solid wood seat with a glossy finish, complete with a soft cushion on both the backrest and seat. The previously unattractive wooden table evolved into a rich mahogany square table, elegant, practical, and aesthetically pleasing. Truly astonishing. However, could the table indeed preserve food? Did this imply that food placed upon it would have an extended shelf life? Pondering this, he shifted his gaze to the low, narrow folding bed. He must provide himself with a proper double bed. After all, one could never tell when an additional occupant might arrive. Chapter 32. Reunion with the old Taoist. He extended his hand to press upon the bed, contemplating whether to reinforce the bed or to create a double mattress. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he quickly amended his request concerning the folding bed's designation. The attributes were random. Should he reinforce it? Yes. Chen Shi responded with conviction. A rush of energy coursed through him, flowing into the bed. Soon, A countdown timer of 40 minutes appeared on the surface of the bed. As the numbers began to count down, Chen Shi took a seat on the freshly reinforced chair. The day's series of unexpected events had caught him off guard. And combined with the exertion from chopping wood and reinforcing items, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He pinched his thigh to stave off the overwhelming drowsiness. However, the thigh yielded no pain, leaving him surprised. Increasing the pressure, he tried again. Although he felt sensation, there was no discomfort. Alarmed, he pondered what was happening. Then it dawned on him. The chair's attribute was pain relief, which explained the absence of pain. It was not his condition that was at fault. Sighing in relief, he felt the drowsiness intensify, but he reminded himself that there were still many tasks left undone. He needed to seek out the old Taoist at Lingyun Temple for the river map's mystical records. He also had to inquire with old Wang about the location of a furnace. Furthermore, he needed to retrieve the miniature nuclear power generator as soon as possible, lest it be snatched away by the Redeemers. As he drifted into a stupor, the faint sound of conversation jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a male doctor clad in a white coat, stethoscope in hand, conversing with a nearby female nurse about the patient's recent unusual behaviors. He perpetually felt an insatiable hunger, accompanied by a peculiar craving for inedible items, having consumed an entire roll of toilet paper. The nurse pondered thoughtfully. Understood. I will keep a close watch. Feel free to summon me should any issues arise. The male doctor turned and exited the ward. Chen Shi struggled momentarily, attempting to sit up, only to realize he was firmly restrained to the hospital bed and 4 drip attached to his hand. As he surveyed his surroundings, the room was eerily quiet, with only him as the lone patient. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon him. He glanced towards the corridor, where family members, nurses, and doctors incessantly traversed back and forth. You're awake. Can you hear me? The beautiful nurse smiled at him. Her smile radiated authenticity and warmth. It dawned on him that the apocalyptic visions were merely figments of his imagination, allowing the tension in his nerves to finally dissipate. He parted his lips, poised to speak, when suddenly the nurse's visage blurred, followed by the surroundings fading into obscurity. In an instant, everything vanished, and silence enveloped him. He jolted awake, inhaling deeply. The damp, dark air raid shelter felt cold yet undeniably real. He remained seated on the chair, resting his head on the table. So it was merely a dream, he sighed, raising his wrist to check the time. It was 4:40 p.m. The day was drawing to a close. He needed to seek out the old Taoist to unravel the mystery of his demonic seal. He sprang to his feet, his legs numb from prolonged inactivity, causing him to wobble unsteadily. Grasping the nearby table for support, he stomped his feet vigorously to regain his balance, then slowly made his way toward the pile of supplies. Double bed enhancement completed. Attribute, enhanced spiritual insight. At that moment, the notification of the bed enhancement echoed in his ears. He turned to witness a brand new bed, approximately 2 meters wide and 25 meters long, materializing before him. The pale purple sheets, pristine white pillows, and thick mattress starkly contrasted against the uneven ground and the mottled walls, creating a jarring visual dissonance. Regret washed over him. He should have planned the bedroom layout before enhancing the bed. Inside the air raid shelter, multiple compartments existed, perfectly suitable for delineating various functional areas. Oh well, I'll figure out how to move it later. He approached the supplies, scrutinizing them for a moment before stuffing a handful of flour into his pocket. The old Taoist's book was crucial to him. Sacrificing some food was worth it. He secured the enhanced pistol at his waist, effortlessly donned a tactical helmet, and stepped outside. Upon exiting the shelter, he took a deep breath of fresh air. The air inside had been damp and foul, tainted with mildew. Prolonged exposure could lead to pneumonia. He contemplated as he made his way toward Lingyun Temple atop the mountain. At this moment, the fog in the mountains had not dissipated. Rather, it had thickened. A dense white mist enveloped his surroundings, rendering everything indistinct. Drawing his pistol, he proceeded cautiously toward Lingyun Temple. In the stillness, he could hear only his footsteps, his breathing, and even the rhythmic beating of his heart. Apart from that, there was an overwhelming sense of unreality. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Lingyun Temple. The vermilion gate stood firmly closed. He knocked vigorously, calling out, "Taoist, are you there?" After a brief pause, there was no response. He knocked again. "Taoist, open the door." Then, a voice emerged from within, "Coming, coming." Moments later, the door creaked open just a crack, revealing the Taoist's face. Just as Chen Shi was about to speak, he suddenly felt a scorching heat emanating from the enhanced black stone in his pocket. Danger lurked. His heart raced violently. He scanned the vicinity, discerning no abnormalities. The absence of anything unusual only heightened his unease. Surely, there must be something nearby. Come in quickly. The Taoist's emotionless voice called out. Boom. Chen Shi's mind buzzed, and his heart raced. The threat was not from elsewhere, it was the Taoist before him. He recalled that he had not heard any footsteps prior to the Taoist opening the door. It had swung open unexpectedly, in such profound silence. It was implausible to not hear a single sound. Yet, he had not perceived even a whisper. His hair bristled with fear as he cast a furtive glance at the Taoist, whose expression was devoid of emotion, eyes vacant. He was not the Taoist at all. Bang! Without hesitation, Chen Shi raised his gun and fired. The bullet passed through the Taoist's head without the anticipated explosion of flesh and blood, as if striking an empty void. Why did you shoot me? The Taoist inquired, perplexed. Get lost. Chen Shi cursed under his breath, turning to flee. Wait, don't run, come back with me. The Taoist called after him. Chen Shi grasped the enhanced watch on his wrist, silently invoking time acceleration. Whoosh! Waves of distortion rippled through the air before him, expanding like ripples on water. He inhaled sharply and sprinted desperately up the mountain. To an outsider, Chen Shi appeared like a specter, a fleeting shadow darting along the mountain path. 3 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. When the ripples faded, he glanced back. The Taoist's figure remained obscured within the fog, closely trailing him. Damn it! Chen Shi swore. Chapter 33. Three-headed man, damn it! Chen Shi exclaimed. It seemed that time acceleration had no effect on him. He glanced around, suddenly spotting a hidden dwelling nestled within the mountain forest. A large brick and tile house emerged from the thick mist. Without a moment to lose, he hastened toward the abode. Upon reaching it, he discerned that it was an old traditional Chinese residence, comprising a front and back courtyard, a surrounding wall, and a 2-story main building. An eye-catching white lantern hung at the entrance, albeit tattered, revealing a prominent character. He paid it no mind and kicked the heavy wooden door. Creak. The decayed door swung inward. He barged inside. The courtyard was overrun with weeds, which covered the ground, and a chilling breeze swept through, sending a shiver down his spine. He dashed through the courtyard toward the nearest room. Creak. The door swung open, unleashing a nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. This room was a morning hall. A sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to retreat. Just as he turned, he noticed a pair of cloth shoes traversing the courtyard. Hey, why are you running? Come back with me. You can't escape. He pivoted, stealthily re-entering the morning hall. The hall was draped in white cloth, which fluttered ominously in the cold wind. In the center stood an offering table, atop which were 3 bowls of moldy, dried rice, with burnt incense sticks inserted. The offerings of fruits had completely rotted and withered. Behind the offering table lay 2 long benches supporting a black coffin. Summoning his courage, Chen Shi concealed himself beneath the coffin, holding his breath, eyes fixed on the doorway. Suddenly, a wave of chilling air enveloped him, the temperature around him dropping perceptibly. An ominous premonition surged within him. He cautiously inched backward. Bang! His back collided with something cold and rigid. Lowering his gaze, he saw a pair of red embroidered shoes standing behind him. Fear coursed through him, spreading rapidly throughout his body. He crouched low and remained motionless, poised to retreat. In the next instant, he sprang up, toppling the coffin and bolting toward the exit without looking back. Outside, the Taoist had silently approached, blocking the doorway, his hollow gaze fixed upon him. Die! Chen Shi shouted, hurling the searing black stone at the Taoist. Bang! The moment the black stone made contact, a surge of dark mist erupted, causing the Taoist's body to explode like a balloon. A larger mass of black mist surged upwards. Shattered skin mingled with torn clothing, swirling in the air, dissolving into nothingness. Is this it? Had I known, I would not have fled. Chen Shi thought to himself, his feet unrelenting as he dashed through the black fog towards the exit. Though the old priest had vanished into thin air, a terrifying presence still lingered within the Hall of Spirits. He wished to linger here not a second longer. As he ran, he cast a glance at the black stone on the ground. The once jet black stone had turned a pale gray, indistinguishable from ordinary pebbles. It seemed the old priest's words held truth. The black stone could indeed combat the strange entities. If so, he ought to collect more black stones as weapons against these otherworldly beings. With this thought in mind, he sprinted down the mountain. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the temple, halting to catch his breath as he glanced back. The gray mist remained still. The figure beside the coffin did not pursue him. He exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing himself a moment of respite, before turning to peer into the temple. Without the black stone, he was uncertain of the dangers that lay within. Staring at the wide-open mountain gate, he hesitated. Should he enter now, or return to fetch the black stone? If he returned for the black stone, night would fall, making it even more perilous. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and steeled himself to step into the temple. Inside, the temple lay overgrown with weeds, silent and still. He cautiously made his way towards a row of low buildings at the back of the main hall, speculating that the old priest must reside there. Navigating through the overgrown path, Chen Shi reached the front of the row of 5 houses. 4 of the houses had decayed doors and windows, dark hollows within, where the sound of wind could be heard whistling through. The remaining house was barricaded with wooden planks across the windows, effectively sealing it shut. And its door was firmly locked. This must be the one. He approached and pushed against the wooden door with all his might. It did not budge. Likely locked from within. He stepped back a few paces, took a running start, and kicked the door with force. Bang! The door splintered open, revealing a dimly lit room where he could faintly discern the old priest lying on the bed. He reached through the opening, unlatched the door, and entered. The room was sparsely furnished, a wooden wardrobe, a table, 2 armchairs, and a bookshelf against the wall. In one corner stood a large water vat, while a wooden bed occupied the center, beneath which lay several storage boxes. The old priest lay on the bed, his body dark and withered, resembling a corpse long departed. Chen Shi quickly approached the bookshelf, searching for the He Tu Xian Zong manual. He perused each volume, finding only books on feng shui, fortune-telling, and divination. After flipping through all the titles, he could not locate the desired manual. Could it be that the old priest had deceived him? Furrowing his brow, he stood in the middle of the room, scanning for potential hiding spots. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a corner of a page peeking out from beneath the old priest's head. He approached the bed, clasped his hands together, and silently murmured, "Forgive me, dear Taoist, for any offense, but I must take this book," stealing his nerves. He carefully moved the old man's head aside and extracted the book from beneath the pillow. With the book in hand, he took a couple of hurried steps back, finally inspecting the title. The cover bore the bold calligraphy of He Tu Xian Zong. A handwritten copy? He rapidly flipped through the pages, growing perplexed. This book did not resemble an ancient text. Rather, it seemed a modern creation from recent years. The entire volume was essentially a calligraphy workbook, filled with characters penned with a brush, complete with illustrations that appeared to be meticulously copied. Suppressing his confusion, he exited the room, scrutinizing the workbook. To his astonishment, he found that he could not recognize a single character. It was neither English, French, nor Arabic, nor any known language on earth. It resembled a collection of symbols. Staring at these esoteric and bizarre symbols, Chen Shi felt bewildered. After finally obtaining this book, which he believed would unveil the secrets of the demonic seal, he found himself even more lost. He flipped through the pages again and was captivated by an illustration depicting a peculiar creature with 3 heads, each facing a different direction, forming a triangle. Thus, from any angle, it appeared as though it had no back. Its form was strange, with heads resembling juju pits, each face featuring a single large eye, devoid of a nose, and a mouth represented by a mere slit. Its entire body was smooth and dark, leaving him uncertain whether it was the creature's natural color or some form of attire. Unable to decipher the text, Chen Shi had no means to identify the creature depicted in the illustration. The only one who knew the truth, the old priest, was now gone. He sighed, tucking the book into his pocket, and turned to leave the temple, heading towards the safe house. Chapter 34. I know where to find food. Chen Shi quickened his pace, unceasingly making his way to the safe house. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he spotted Lao Wang accompanied by 4 or 5 men, each carrying a bundle of branches as they emerged from the woods. "Lao Wang!" Chen Shi shouted, but suddenly, a bat swooped low, brushing past the top of his head. The unexpected sound startled him, causing him to duck instinctively. The bat soared past him, heading towards Lao Wang's group. Upon hearing his name called, Lao Wang turned and caught sight of Chen Shi. Abruptly, his expression changed, and he shouted, "Run! Run! The vampires are coming!" Without a moment's hesitation, the men abandoned Chen Shi, sprinting towards the village. Vampires? Lao Wang's exclamation tightened Chen Shi's chest. Was he referring to the bat that had just flown by? Just as he pondered this, a louder flapping noise erupted from behind him. A gust of foul wind swept past him, and he turned to look skyward. Overhead, a dark mass of bats flapped their wings, converging upon him in a frenzied swarm. Chen Shi had never witnessed such a massive congregation of bats. There were at least 1,000, blotting out the sky like a storm cloud, rapidly approaching. The overwhelming sense of dread made it difficult for him to breathe. His heart raced uncontrollably. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the distance. The bat that had flown past earlier was shot down by Lao Wang and his men. However, the sound of the gunshot sent the swarm of bats into a frenzy. The dark clouds surged forward, 1,000 wings beating, creating a gust that rustled the leaves. Stunned for a moment, Chen Shi then took off running. Yet, how could he outrun those soaring above? As the bats drew nearer, he could even hear the distinct sound of their wings flapping. Panic surged within him as he scanned his surroundings, searching for a place to hide. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Not far away, he spotted a pit filled with rainwater. He dashed towards it, leaping in with a splash. The water was not deep, reaching only to his chest. The moment he plunged into the pit, Darkness enveloped him as the swarm of bats flew overhead. He took a deep breath and quickly submerged. His body entirely submerged beneath the water. Time passed, though he could not tell if it was 1 or 2 minutes. His breath waned, and his lungs felt like they were being pierced by needles. Slowly, he emerged from the water, first revealing his eyes, then his mouth and nose, gasping for air. A blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. Chen Shi turned towards the sound, only to find that Lao Wang and the others had vanished, leaving behind a lone man covered in a thick layer of bats. The man, barely recognizable, staggered and shrieked as he fled. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed, and Chen Shi could only hear the shots without seeing who was firing. The man wrapped in bats fell to the ground, struck. The sound of gunfire continued, with bats being hit and plummeting to the ground. Suddenly, the fluttering of wings filled Chen Shi's ears. In his peripheral vision, a dark shadow darted past, followed by an ugly bat, dripping with slimy mucus, lunging at his face. Its sharp claws dug into his nostrils, and a putrid stench, reminiscent of a decaying rat, overwhelmed him. Startled, he quickly reached out, seizing the bat and pressing it underwater. The bat thrashed violently, gnawing at his fingers, the blood oozing from his wounds only inciting its frenzy further. Taking a deep breath, Chen Shi submerged himself, gripping the bat tightly. Moments later, it finally lay still. He shot up, gasping for air, his gaze alert as he scanned his surroundings. A large number of bats had vanished, with only a few solitary ones flying overhead. He scrambled out of the water, drenched, and continued running towards the safe house. Passing by the man who had been attacked by the bats, he glanced down, noting that the man was severely clawed and his face unrecognizable from bites, yet there was not a drop of blood in sight. It suddenly dawned on him why old Wang had just mentioned vampires. "Chen Shi, brother Chen, over here." Old Wang's voice reached him. Following the sound, he saw old Wang peering from the slightly ajar door of a farmhouse, waving him over. Chen Shi quickened his pace, intending to ask him about the stove. Halfway there, he abruptly halted, hesitating. The recent events at the Taoist temple had left him unsettled. The old Taoist was a fake, so who could guarantee that this old Wang was genuine? "Old Wang, what did we say the first time we exchanged items?" he shouted from his spot. Old Wang paused, furrowing his brow. "How am I supposed to remember that? Why are you asking these questions?" Chen Shi drew his gun and slowly backed away. "Think carefully. If you don't answer, I'll leave. I remember you asked me about the black stone. I told you it was given to me by the old Taoist." Old Wang shouted back. Chen Shi sighed in relief and quickly approached the door. Old Wang reached out, grabbing his arm and pulling him inside, shutting the door tightly behind them. In the courtyard, several men were either squatting or sitting, their expressions blank and silent, likely still in shock from the bat attack. "Brother Chen, I have some good news. Are you interested?" Old Wang said mysteriously. "What good news?" "Do tell," Chen Shi replied, puzzled. "Do you need food? I know a place where we can obtain some." Old Wang paused, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked at Chen Shi. And then, Chen Shi urged, his eyes lighting up. "Where's the food? A few days ago, 2 scavengers came to trade items. I overheard them mention that in an old building in the downtown area, there's a basement stocked with emergency food supplies. I heard it used to be a military laboratory," Old Wang said, his expression shrouded in mystery. Was this mere hearsay? Moreover, if they knew there was food, why hadn't they gone to get it themselves? Why share the information with others? It sounded dubious. Chen Shi pondered aloud. Did they say where they got the information? "They saw it with their own eyes," Old Wang replied, deepening Chen Shi's confusion. "Then why didn't they take it themselves and instead told you?" Old Wang smiled enigmatically. "They couldn't access it. There are hundreds of spider people in that place. Some of them dared to venture inside. 8 went in, and only 2 came out. The rest perished within." Spider people? A laboratory? Chen Shi immediately recalled the Micronuclear Physics Research Institute, the very place where he first encountered the spider people. If it were indeed that location, it was quite possible that food supplies were stored there. Yet, he remained skeptical, contemplating for a moment. How do you know they were telling the truth? "The 2 who escaped brought out a laptop with a laboratory label on it," Old Wang explained. This added a layer of credibility to the information. However, another question arose. Why was Old Wang sharing this with him? "Why are you telling me all this? You have firearms, right? Your weapons are formidable, and we have quite a few people. But our arms are of little use. We only have a few shotguns, knives, and bows." Old Wang paused, licking his lips, then continued, "I was thinking we could go together to bring back some food. Before long, there will be a peak in mutated creatures. If we hide at home, at least we'll have something to eat and won't starve." Old Wang was speaking the truth. With their meager arsenal of hunting guns, knives, and bows, they might not survive such an expedition. Besides, he himself was running low on food. Although he could enhance items, he couldn't conjure them out of thin air. Furthermore, the nuclear generator was right there. A perfect opportunity to retrieve it as well. With this in mind, he replied, I need to prepare first. I'll come find you tomorrow. And we'll set a departure time. All right, prepare quickly, and let us leave as soon as possible, Old Wang said, visibly pleased with Chen Shi's agreement. Chen Shi nodded. By the way, I have something else to ask you. What is it? Old Wang inquired, puzzled. Do you know where I can find a stove? A stove? Old Wang frowned, pondering for a moment. No one trades those. Think about it. Scavengers don't need them. They just make a fire wherever they go. And anyone with a home wouldn't dismantle their stove to bring it out. After a pause, he leaned closer to Chen Shi, whispering, but don't switch the subject. The brother who just died had a stove at home. He lived alone, and now he has gone. You understand? Old Wang nudged Chen Shi playfully with his elbow, winking. Oh, where does he live? Chen Shi nodded, grasping Old Wang's implication. Since the house was now vacant, he could simply take the stove. Number 38, Old Wang whispered. Chen Shi patted Old Wang on the shoulder. All right, I'll head back now. We'll see each other tomorrow. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Be careful on the way. After bidding farewell, Chen Shi hurriedly made his way back to the safe house. Chapter 35, Preparation Identification Successful. Click. The air raid shelter's door swung open. A musty, damp odor wafted out, enveloping Chen Shi in a profound sense of security. Upon entering the shelter, he shed his wet clothing and retrieved his notebook from his pocket. Fortunately, the enhanced clothing was waterproof, so while the exterior was damp, the interior remained dry. He stripped off his clothes and shivered slightly. Although it was late May and the temperature was not particularly low, the shelter was dark and perpetually devoid of sunlight, making it cooler than outside, with significant humidity contributing to a noticeable temperature difference. He switched on the solar-powered lamp, illuminating the dim space. Then rummaged through a pile of items, casually donning a fresh set of clothes and laying the wet ones on the ground to dry. Next, he took a few sips of filtered water from his filter jug and opened a pack of beef jerky, sitting down on a chair to eat while resting. In recent days, his body had visibly strengthened, with pronounced muscle growth in his pectorals. The image of Old Wang's well-built physique flashed in his mind. After finishing the jerky, he might even surpass Old Wang in strength. As he indulged in these thoughts, he swallowed the last bite of jerky and picked up the handwritten manual of the River Map Immortal's teachings, flipping through it once more. The title of the book may suggest an ancient text, yet its content is entirely discordant with its name. He suspected that the title was merely a fabrication of the old Taoist. As he perused the peculiar symbols within, he chanced upon an illustration on one of the pages. This image resembled something from an astronomy popular science book, depicting cosmic galaxies, with each celestial body labeled in text. In the lower right corner, a single planet was illustrated, accompanied by even more inscriptions, though Chen Shi could not decipher their meaning. Perhaps they were descriptive annotations, he mused, as he turned to the next page. This page featured an image of a cosmic black hole, similarly adorned with incomprehensible text. Is this a book on cosmic science? Chen Shi speculated that he might have been deceived by the old Taoist. Flipping through a few more pages, a familiar symbol caught his eye. It was the demon seal. He quickly located that page and began to scrutinize it with diligence. The design on the illustration was indeed identical to the demon seal, with a plethora of unintelligible text beside it. What could those characters signify? Might they be encoded messages that required decryption to unveil their content? As the secret of the demon seal lay tantalizingly before him, he felt a twinge of frustration at his inability to extract any information. Strengthening, yes. Perhaps he could enhance the text to reveal its secrets. A spark of realization ignited within him as he placed his hand on the book, inhaling deeply, and declared, Enhance the tome, decode its contents. Item cannot be enhanced. What? This was the first time Chen Shi encountered an item that could not be enhanced. He pondered. If he did not seek to decrypt it, could it be enhanced then? He took another deep breath and attempted once more. Item cannot be enhanced. The same refusal echoed in his ears. Bewildered, he examined the book in his hands, flipping through it repeatedly. It was merely an ordinary calligraphy workbook, devoid of any apparent uniqueness. The only plausible explanation was that it was the content itself that rendered enhancement impossible. Thus, he returned to the original question. What did these characters signify? Closing the book, he felt as though he had read nothing at all. Perhaps he could consult a linguist about it someday, he thought, rising to stretch his limbs before embarking on his daily combat training. After 2 hours of relentless practice, his movements grew increasingly adept, his agility markedly improved, and his strikes became more vigorous, though he had yet to reach a stage of effortless execution. Nevertheless, he understood that mastery was a gradual journey, and so he remained patient. Following his forms, he transitioned to physical conditioning. The air raid shelter was significantly larger than a container, and whether running or performing frog jumps, the exertion was considerably greater than before. Exhausted, he glanced at the clock. It was 9 p.m. After sipping some filtered water and wiping away the sweat, he recalled the need to procure food from the laboratory. He meticulously gathered his gear, setting it aside. The terrifying visage of Spider-Man was indelibly etched in his mind. To confront such dreadful entities, one must possess formidable weaponry. He took the bedsheet that had previously encased his items and bundled all the firearms and grenades together, eager to test whether he could enhance multiple items in one go. Then, placing his hand upon the sheet, he initiated the enhancement of his equipment. Multiple items detected, attributes random. Do you wish to enhance all items? Yes. Joy surged within him. He would no longer need to enhance items one by one, as he could now enhance them all at once. Indeed, he rejoiced internally. As his words faded, the demon seal grew warm, and vital energy flowed into each item. Almost immediately, a countdown timer of 20 minutes appeared on the surfaces of all enhanced items. Unlike previous instances where enhancement would leave him dizzy and drained, this time he only felt a slight fatigue, devoid of any dizziness. Perhaps it was due to the lower quality and size of the items. He then grasped the handgun. Originally a Desert Eagle, after 2 enhancements, it had transformed beyond recognition. The grip had lengthened significantly, its magazine capacity had doubled, and a silencer had been added to the barrel, elongating it further, with an infrared sight near the muzzle, with attributes of explosive impact and heat tracking. Alongside substantial improvements in penetration and accuracy, this already formidable Desert Eagle had become even more terrifying. Thus, he contemplated enhancing it once more to observe the changes. Enhance weapon. Attributes random, can be stacked. Do you wish to enhance? A faint voice echoed in his ear. Yes. This time, the energy flowing into the gun was even greater than that of the previous enhancements combined. The timer displayed 30 minutes. Not only had more energy been infused, but the duration had also extended. This indicated that the quality of his Desert Eagle was indeed on the rise. Having enhanced 2 sets of items, his vitality remained relatively intact. He then turned his attention to the weapon that had only undergone 1 enhancement, which, aside from improvements in penetration and accuracy, possessed an additional attribute of freezing. It could reach a temperature of -237 degrees Celsius in an instant. Under such absolute cold, not only flesh but even stone would shatter. Had he taken it with him when he left, he would have certainly tested its effectiveness on Spider-Man. Once he reached the Physics Research Institute, he would discover its efficacy against the arachnid adversary. Imagining the image of Spider-Man being frozen into shards, a slight smile crept across his face as he placed his hand on the weapon, declaring, Enhance weapon. Attributes random, can be stacked. Do you wish to enhance? Yes. Boom. A surge of vital energy erupted from the demon seal, flowing into him. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but moments later, tranquility returned. The countdown timer now reads 60 minutes. Chen Shi found himself perplexed. So much energy devoted to enhancing a single weapon. Was this enhancement meant to forge an artillery piece? Chapter 36. The Mutant Wolf. What followed was an interminable and tedious waiting period. He set the radio on the table, rubbed his hands together, and turned the knob. The static white noise reverberating within the air raid shelter. He focused intently, adjusting the frequency in hopes of capturing the broadcaster's voice. Seconds turned to minutes. Yet the announcer's voice remained elusive. Just as he was about to abandon his efforts, a clear, magnetic voice emerged from the radio. Attention, attention. This is the Redeemer headquarters. Chen Shi's spirit lifted. In response to the food shortage crisis, the following announcement is made. The announcer then repeated the same message before continuing, effective immediately. Anyone who eliminates mutated creatures near Jidong City may exchange 10 corpses of said creatures for 1 portion of food from the Redeemers. He repeated the message several times, urging listeners to stay tuned to the Redeemer channel before the radio returned to static. Chen Shi fell into silence, his mind racing. This situation seemed decidedly amiss. Jidong City was a safe zone, and it served as the headquarters for the Redeemers. Logically, one would assume their security would be robust. Their armed forces, if not the best, were certainly far superior to scavengers, and even ordinary predators would pale in comparison. Yet, despite such formidable armament, they resorted to external assistance to combat mutated beings, even offering food as a bargaining chip. It was essential to recognize that even within Jidong City, they faced a food scarcity crisis. This could only imply one thing. The number of mutated creatures surrounding Jidong City had reached a terrifying threshold, overwhelming their defenses. This also suggested that the peak period for the mutated creatures was on the horizon. Danger. An overwhelming sense of urgency surged within Chen Shi. If they were already seeking external aid before the peak period, how would humanity withstand the onslaught of mutated beings once it arrived? More importantly, could he safely navigate through the impending peak? He felt an immediate surge of anxiety, pacing back and forth around the table. Food. He must stockpile food. The safest course of action during a crisis was to remain indoors. while he was confident in transforming the air raid shelter into a formidable fortress. The crux of the matter lay in having sufficient provisions. He resolved to set out tomorrow to procure supplies from the Nuclear Physics Research Institute. The enhancement was complete. All firearms had their range and penetration power doubled, with additional attributes, paralysis. All grenades had their blast radius and damage increased by 100%. With an added attribute of stunning, a notification chimed in Chen Shi's ears, revealing that all enhanced equipment bore identical attributes. He glanced at the Desert Eagle undergoing enhancement. Filled with anticipation for the outcome, suddenly, the door emitted a sharp beeping sound. An alarm? Chen Shi realized the door's attribute was indeed an alarm. Danger was imminent. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he swiftly grabbed a gun and a grenade. Bang! A resounding crash echoed from outside the door. Something was forcefully battering against it. Bang! Another thud followed. After a brief pause, a series of relentless pounding reverberated throughout the empty room. Chen Shi descended the steps to the entrance. Bang! The assault continued unabated outside. The tremendous impact caused the walls on either side of the staircase to shudder, with plaster peeling off the ceiling. Concern washed over him. Although the door was robust, the wall securing it was rather fragile. He had 12 hours left before the reinforcement of the wall would be complete. Fixated on the gradually loosening and cracking wall, he readied himself for battle. What lay beyond was a mystery, and he had no inkling of the nature of the threat. He regretted not having created a peephole in the door. With one, he could at least ascertain what was attacking him. The chaotic pounding persisted, the wall growing increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a brick was dislodged, revealing a gap. Chen Shi's heart raced. Peering through the opening, he beheld a multitude of glowing green eyes, starkly visible in the darkness. What the hell? It's a pack of wolves. A massive horde of mutated wolves, the size of calves, circled the air raid shelter, occasionally launching themselves at the door with claws, heads, and bodies. A chill ran down Chen Shi's spine as he extended the barrel of his gun through the gap, aiming at the wolves. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. He unleashed a burst of gunfire, taking down two of the beasts in rapid succession. The gunfire incited the pack, inciting them to batter the iron door with renewed fervor. As the wall threatened to buckle under the onslaught, panic surged within him. There were too many mutated wolves. He couldn't possibly withstand their assault. At that moment, a particularly large wolf caught his attention, standing defiantly while surveying the pack. The Wolf King. A thought flashed in Chen Shi's mind. Capture the king to incapacitate the rest. Without their leader, they would become disoriented and might retreat. With this strategy in mind, he aimed his gun at the Wolf King, biding his time for the perfect shot. Not far off, the wolf seemed to sense the impending danger and darted aside, causing Chen Shi to lose his target. A howl pierced the air, followed by a chorus of howls from the rest of the pack, filled with taunting defiance. The enhancement of his handgun was complete. Its blast radius had doubled, covering an area of 20 square meters. The rate of fire had also increased by 100%, allowing for 30 rounds per second. With an added attribute of nerve damage, a faint sound echoed in his ears. Without hesitation, he dashed back into the room, seizing the enhanced Desert Eagle, and sprinted back to the door. Bang! The wolves continued their relentless assault. A cold smile crept across Chen Shi's face. So they wished to provoke him. Relying on their numbers, the Desert Eagle in his grasp appeared more formidable than before, its magazine capable of holding 120 rounds, thicker than that of a submachine gun, albeit shorter in length. The safety mechanism featured an attribute switch, allowing for seamless transitions between two properties. He cautiously extended the handgun through the gap, targeting the wolves that were still battering the door. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The rapid-fire rate of 30 rounds per second turned the wolves at the door into mere carcasses, propelled away by the force of the blast. The pack staggered back, momentarily halting their attack, stunned by the unexpected explosion. Chen Shi felt a surge of elation. This was the outcome he had anticipated. A howl erupted from the Wolf King, hidden in the shadows, followed by the pack, which charged back in a frenzied assault. His earlier relief evaporated. The relentless wolves were undeterred. It appeared that only the demise of the Wolf King would quell their fury. With this realization, he aimed once more at the throng of wolves, squeezing the trigger again. Boom! Another explosion resonated, sending more wolves flying. The smoke from the two blasts began to dissipate, revealing the writhing forms of the mutated wolves, their limbs convulsing under the effects of nerve damage. Finally, the pack began to retreat, fear etched upon their faces. What the hell? They think they can just run after causing chaos? Chen Shi cursed inwardly. He flung the door open, took a deep breath, and reached for his watch, silently urging time to accelerate. A ripple of distortion appeared before him, spreading outwards. In a flash, a figure as swift as lightning surged through the darkness towards the Wolf King. Utilizing the time acceleration, Chen Shi darted past the pack, aiming his gun at the imposing wolf. 30 rounds fired in rapid succession found their mark within the massive creature's body. As he continued to run, the mournful howl of the Wolf King echoed behind him. Bang! The howl was abruptly cut off, its body exploding in a gruesome display, leaving a crater where it once stood, emanating the deadly smoke of nerve damage. With their leader eliminated, the pack froze in confusion for a brief moment before scattering in all directions, fleeing into the night. Silence enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any sound. Chen Shi returned to the air raid shelter, gulping down a mouthful of filtered water. Just as he settled down, he caught sight of a blurred face peering through the gap in the door. Who? Chen Shi sprang to his feet, gripping his gun tightly. Without the enhancement of the black stone, he could not ascertain whether it was human or something sinister. He fixed his gaze on the face, cautiously moving to a corner where he retrieved a piece of black stone. The moment he looked back up, the face outside vanished without a trace. Breathless, Chen Shi's complexion paled. He suspected it might be a shadowy figure, as he had heard no footsteps, and in this desolate place, it was unlikely anyone would come searching for him at night. He cautiously approached the door, picking up a fallen brick from the ground, peering through the gap. Suddenly, the face reappeared before him without warning. Startled, Chen Shi felt a rush of fear as he quickly blocked the gap with the brick. Panting heavily, his heart raced. Even at close range, he could barely make out the features of the face. Its features were so blurred that he could not discern whether it was male or female. He stood still for a moment, detecting no further movement before slowly retreating. Back in the main room, he laid out all the black stones he had gathered on the table, intending to enhance them. The enhancement of the black stones would not only bolster his vitality, but also serve as a means to confront shadowy entities like the one he encountered. The efficacy of this enhancement had already been validated by the old sage. The process of enhancing the black stone was remarkably brief, taking merely a minute. The surface of the enhanced black stone was adorned with intricate demonic patterns. Due to the mass enhancement, all black stones bore the attribute danger warning. The automatic rifle was successfully upgraded, enhancing its plasma beam attack with a cooldown interval of 1 minute. Its attribute, space tier. Just as the enhancement of the black stone concluded, the sound of the rifle's completion resonated in Chen Shi's ears. He immediately turned to gaze upon it, eager to discern the transformation resulting from his considerable effort. The table became indistinct for a brief moment before regaining clarity. Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. The rifle on the table bore no resemblance to its former self. It was, in fact, a Type 52 focus rifle. Its sleek, pure black body exuded a distinctly futuristic aura, with smooth lines and an overall length of approximately 60 centimeters, culminating in an oval-shaped aperture at the muzzle. A plasma beam gun. Such a weapon, Chen Shi had only encountered in games or science fiction films. What did the attribute of space tier signify? He pondered as he caressed the cold surface of the rifle. Interpreted literally, it might imply a rift in time and space. If this understanding was accurate, this function could potentially transport an opponent through such a rift to another location. As for where that location might be, the demonic patterns offered no insight, leaving him unable to speculate. After completing all this, Chen Shi yawned, fatigue washing over him. He shed his clothing, lay upon the enhancement bed, and drew the enhanced automatic temperature-regulating quilt over himself. Warmth, comfort, and an unparalleled sense of security enveloped him. Soon, he drifted into a state of slumber. Meanwhile, at the Predator base, Brother Shui wiped the sweat from his brow incessantly. You 5 were supposed to handle a scavenger, and not only did 2 of you perish, but you also allowed him to escape? Zhou Gongli's face darkened, his tone laced with anger. He possesses superpowers, I swear. Superpowers? Do you take me for a fool? How could a mere scavenger possibly have superpowers? Zhou Gongli's fury intensified as he struck Shui's face with his hand. Boss, I'm telling the truth. He is genuinely extraordinary. Shui gazed at him with an innocent expression. Zhou Gongli scrutinized Shui with his single eye for a moment. Shui had been his comrade since the days of the government army. Though somewhat eccentric, he had never lied in Zhou Gongli's presence. Thus, if he claimed this was true, it must indeed be so. Zhou Gongli's expression gradually softened. He approached the sofa, seated himself, and produced a cigar. The distinctive sound echoed as he lit it, exhaling a smoke ring. Speak, what unique abilities does he possess? Shui recounted the events of that day in meticulous detail. Even now, the memory sent shivers down his spine. A silence enveloped the room. After a moment, Zhou Gongli murmured, could he be a genetic mutant? He flicked the ash from his cigar, lost in thought. Absolutely not. Mutants lack emotions and reasoning. He not only possesses cognition, but can also drive. Intriguing, a scavenger endowed with special abilities. A thought crossed Zhou Gongli's mind. What if he could recruit this individual? Contemplating this, he turned to Shui. Send someone to locate him. Remember, once found, do not startle him. Report back to me. Such talent scavenging outside is a tremendous waste. he stated coolly, extinguishing the cigar forcefully in the ashtray. At the same time, outside Jidong City, a bus slowly approached the city entrance. The entire city was encircled by a 50-meter-high luminous wall, glowing as brightly as day under the lights. Numerous watchtowers and armed patrols were stationed atop the wall, ensuring safety. The entrance featured a massive electronically controlled steel gate that opened and closed. The hours of operation were fixed at noon for only half an hour, remaining closed at all other times. Recently, during this special period marked by the impending mutant surge, various branches of the Redeemers organization had been relocating to the headquarters for safety, necessitating 24-hour armed security at the city entrance. "Stop. Prepare for inspection," boomed a voice from the loudspeaker. The driver halted the bus steadily before the city gate. A blinding beam from the high-intensity searchlight illuminated the bus, rendering the interior as bright as day, revealing every passenger's appearance clearly. Moments later, the steel gate creaked open, and a fully armed security team emerged, surrounding the bus. One burly leader rapped on the driver's window to check credentials. The short man in the driver's seat lowered the window and handed over a card the size of a business card. The burly man accepted the card, inserting it into a portable verification device. Beeps resonated as the green light on the device flashed. The burly man withdrew the card and looked at him. "Li Yuanfei." The short man nodded, affirming his identity. "Open the door. We need to board for inspection." "Understood," Li Yuanfei replied, nodding as he pressed the door switch. The door swung open with a hiss. Security personnel boarded the bus. The leader's voice boomed, "Prepare your credentials. Scavengers, predators, and non-redeemers, please exit." Instantly, the bus filled with the rustling of movements. 2 security personnel began checking credentials from front to back. Xia Yin felt a surge of anxiety, clenching her fists as she hesitated to stand. A nearby passenger, Shi Dongjin, gestured for her to remain still. The burly leader stood with arms crossed at the front of the bus, his eyes scanning the interior. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Xia Yin, who quickly lowered her head. Avoiding his stare, "You, step forward," he bellowed, pointing at Xia Yin. Chapter 38, Jidong City 1. As the leader pointed at her, Xia Yin feigned ignorance. Keeping her head down, "He is calling you," Xia Fei whispered in her ear. She grasped Xia Fei's hand, gently shaking her head, urging silence. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" the leader said, striding towards Xia Yin. "Director Yuan. Who is in charge of security here tonight?" Suddenly, a voice from outside the bus caught the leader's attention. He halted, peering through the bus window. A well-dressed middle-aged man, accompanied by several bodyguards, stood at the city gate. Peering inside the bus, the middle-aged man, named Yuan Jiang, was the director of the Security and Operations Center at the Redeemers headquarters. Upon spotting Yuan Jiang, the leader dismissed Xia Yin from his thoughts, hurriedly disembarking to approach Yuan Jiang. "Director Yuan, I'm on duty tonight. Xiao Fan, have you seen my daughter?" Yuan Jiang inquired, nodding. The leader paused. "Are you referring to Fei Fei?" "Yes, not on this bus." "Not here?" Yuan Jiang furrowed his brow, pushing past Xiao Fan and swiftly heading toward the bus. "Fei Fei," he called into the cabin. "Director Yuan, Fei Fei hasn't returned," Li Yuanfei hesitated to say from the driver's seat. "Hasn't returned? What do you mean? Wasn't she with you?" Yuan Jiang questioned, his tone laced with urgency. Li Yuanfei's face turned pale, his mouth opening but no words emerged. "What on earth is happening? Didn't I send someone to pick you up? Where is she? Is Fei Fei with them?" Yuan Jiang's anxiety escalated, a foreboding premonition rising within him. Inside the bus, everyone kept their heads down, not daring to breathe, the atmosphere thick with tension. The man before them wielded the power of life and death. No one could predict his reaction if he discovered that Yuan Fei Fei had perished before them. "Speak quickly. What transpired?" Li Yuanfei's complexion turned ashen as he stammered, "Fei Fei. She's gone." A thunderous shockwave reverberated in Yuan Jiang's mind, nearly causing him to falter. Grasping the door's handrail tightly, he struggled to maintain his composure. "Gone? What does that mean? Clarify yourself." "We encountered an attack on Yuan Fei Fei." Li Yuanfei's subsequent words remained unspoken, however. Yuan Jiang had already deduced the outcome. Yuan Fei Fei is dead. He remained silent for a long while, taking a deep breath before stating, "No one is permitted to leave the bus." He then turned to the robust man outside the vehicle, Xiao Fan, instructing him to drive to the security center, as he needed to ascertain who had assaulted the Redeemer. Yuan Jiang exited the vehicle and walked towards the city. Following this, a team of security personnel armed with guns stood by the bus. The steel electric gates of the city slowly opened. "Drive," Xiao Fan shouted to the driver, Li Yuanfei. Li Yuanfei's complexion was pale, his hands and feet trembling as he started the vehicle, gradually moving towards the city. The bus's interior was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere oppressive. Xia Yin gazed out the window, her thoughts in disarray. She realized that Yuan Jiang was Yuan Feifei's father, and her own involvement in the circumstances surrounding Yuan Feifei's death weighed heavily on her mind. She was uncertain whether Yuan Jiang would direct his wrath towards them. However, it was clear that Yuan Jiang would not easily let her go, nor would he spare Chen Shi. At present, the priority was to find a way to inform old Qi of her arrival. He was her father's mentor and shared a deep bond with him. It was likely that his intervention would mitigate the situation. With this thought, she turned to the seat beside her where Shi Dongjin sat. If Yuan Jiang intends to detain me, please ensure you find old Qi and inform him that I have arrived. Shi Dongjin nodded in acknowledgement, signaling with his hand. Xia Yin sighed, falling silent as she returned her gaze to the window. Although it was late, Jidong City was as bright as day, illuminated by 2 nuclear power generators, ensuring a steady supply of electricity. The streetlights lined both sides of the road, spaced merely 5 meters apart. There were no trees or patches of grass to be seen along the stark road. The entire area was enveloped in light, devoid of any shadows. In the distance, rows of buildings stood illuminated, both their exteriors and interiors aglow. The city appeared to be in broad daylight. Xia Yin speculated that this was likely a preventive measure against mutated creatures, as these beings tended to be active during the night. The illumination project of Jidong City aimed to minimize disturbances from such entities. Even if they appeared within the city, they would be easily spotted. Half an hour later, the bus halted in front of an office building. Like elsewhere, it was awash with light. Even the deepest corners were brightly lit. "Disembark," shouted the security personnel as the bus doors opened. A cacophony erupted inside the vehicle as everyone hurriedly stood up, retrieving their belongings and moving towards the exit. Yuan Jiang had arrived early and was already waiting there, his face darkened, his eyes harboring anger as he silently observed Xia Yin and the others disembarking. "Take them to the temporary control room. The driver should be brought to the interrogation room," Yuan Jiang ordered expressionlessly. "Yes," replied the robust Xiao Fan who had followed the bus. He then pointed at Li Yuanfei. "You, come here." Li Yuanfei, clutching his luggage, hurried over to Yuan Jiang. "You will accompany me for the investigation," Yuan Jiang stated, leading him into the office building. The remaining individuals formed a line. "Follow me." Xiao Fan called out to Xia Yin and the others. The chaotic crowd instinctively formed a queue, following Xiao Fan towards the office building. In the interrogation room, Yuan Jiang and Li Yuanfei sat at opposite ends of the table. "Are you saying that a scavenger not only murdered my daughter, but also killed security personnel?" Yuan Jiang leaned back in his chair, maintaining a facade of composure, while beneath the table, his hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his flesh. "Indeed, that is the case. I am not certain. Perhaps he is a mutant," Li Yuanfei stammered. "What do you mean? Why do you think that?" Yuan Jiang questioned. "How could a scavenger possibly be a mutant? He possesses special abilities. He vanished right before our eyes and reappeared in the blink of an eye. And then those people were dead, including your daughter." Bang! Yuan Jiang slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense! All mutants, including shadow beings, lack intellect and emotion. How can the individual you speak of possibly be a mutant? To absolve yourself of guilt, you concoct such absurd tales." He could no longer contain his fury, his face flushing as he nearly roared. Li Yuanfei bowed his head submissively, too afraid to meet his gaze. "If you do not believe me, you can ask others." They all witnessed it. Yuan Jiang stood, pacing the room. "Tell me his name." Who are you referring to?" Li Yuanfei looked at him in confusion. "The murderer. The scavenger who killed my daughter. What is his name?" Yuan Jiang shouted again, losing his composure. "Chen Shi. His name is Chen Shi." "I heard Xia Yin call him that," Li Yuanfei replied, his face pale, cold sweat soaking through his shirt as his lips trembled uncontrollably. Yuan Jiang abruptly halted, bracing himself on the table, leaning towards him. "Xia Yin? She knows the name of the murderer? Do they know each other?" "I believe so. They should be friends." Yuan Jiang stared at him in silence for a moment, then moved beside him, gripping his collar tightly. "If I find out you have deceived me, I will send you to lab number 2. Li Yuanfei trembled all over. "I am not lying. Everything I said is the truth." He was acutely aware of Lab No. 2, the most terrifying place in Jidong City, where captured mutants were held as subjects for research. The mere thought of being confined alongside mutants was chilling. "Very well. The interrogation ends here, but you cannot leave. Proceed to the temporary control room." Li Yuanfei shakily exited the room, where 2 security personnel awaited, one on each side, escorting him away. "Xia Yin?" Yuan Jiang muttered to himself, then shouted towards the door, "Bring Xia Yin here." Chapter 39, Jidong City. 2 moments later, Xia Yin appeared before Yuan Jiang. "Are you Xia Yin?" Yuan Jiang leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest, inquiring softly. Xia Yin nodded slightly. "Please, take a seat. There are matters I need to clarify, and I hope you will cooperate." Xia Yin sat at the edge of the chair, her back straight. Hands clasped on her lap, appearing somewhat tense. Yuan Jiang uncrossed his arms, leaning forward, fingers interlaced on the table, taking a deep breath. What is your relationship with Chen Shi? Xia Yan's heart skipped a beat. She had not anticipated that this man would ascertain Chen Shi's name so swiftly. Friends. She responded briefly and softly. What kind of person is he? A scavenger, like me. Yuan Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This woman was a scavenger? Do you realize that scavengers are not permitted entry into Jidong City? I do. A former teacher of my parents invited me. Who is he? What is his name? Old Qi Zhonghua. Yuan Jiang fell silent for a moment. He was not unfamiliar with that name. The head of the research sector at the Redeemer headquarters. An expert in mutant research, he spearheaded the development of mutant weaponry, and Lab Number 2 was established under his direction. Not every Redeemer has the authority to invite outsiders. Decisions regarding invitations require a meeting with the higher-ups. However, Qi Zhonghua was not subject to this. He was authorized to determine the invitation list independently, which was a condition of his membership in the Redeemer organization. Let us return to the topic of Chen Shi. Yuan Jiang broke the silence. There is not much to say. We have not known each other long, so I do not know him well, Xia Yan replied calmly. Does he possess any special traits, such as abilities akin to mutants? I do not perceive him as having any special attributes. He is like an ordinary person, kind-hearted and willing to help. Bang. Kind-hearted? Does a kind-hearted person kill? He is a bloodthirsty, deranged murderer. Yuan Jiang exclaimed with fervor, a stray lock of hair slipping from his forehead and obscuring his view, revealing a balding crown. Xia Yan remained silent, who was unaware of the harsh realities of the outside world. Murder? If one does not slay others, others will surely slay you. If he were a deranged killer, then this world harbors no good men. Yuan Jiang took a deep breath, brushing his hair back with a hand. You were friends with him. When he took my daughter's life, you were present. Why did you not intervene? Thus, you are an accomplice. Even with Qi Zhonghua behind you, do not imagine you can evade culpability. He paused. The scavenger attacking the Redeemer is a capital offense. Xia Yan continued to bow her head in silence. I now present you with an opportunity. Bring him here, and I may spare you, granting you a chance to live in Jidong City. Xia Yan gently shook her head. I do not know where he is. I cannot find him. You have a brother. Do you not? Aside from him, do you have any kin in this world? You may forsake your life, but can you bear to witness your brother perish before your very eyes? Yuan Jiang's face remained stoic, his tone frigid. Are you threatening me? Xia Yan shot her head up, glaring at Yuan Jiang in indignation. Threatening? You all are the murderers of my daughter. It is a death sentence by default. I am merely conducting official business. There is no threat here. Not only is there no threat, but I also offer you a path to survival. He paused again. Assisting us in apprehending the criminal who killed the Redeemer is your duty. Out of respect for Qi Zhonghua, I shall not make things difficult for you. I will act with fairness and impartiality. Consider this well. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I expect your response. And if I refuse? Xia Yan defiantly faced Yuan Jiang. You and your brother will face humane annihilation. Yuan Jiang fixed his gaze upon her, enunciating each word. Xia Yan clutched her clothing tightly, her fingers turning pale. She had promised her parents to care for Xia Fei. How could she navigate such a predicament now? Her only hope lay with Shi Dongjing. If she could escape and relay the message to Old Qi, there might still be a chance for reprieve. Rising silently, she turned and left. Remember, I want to hear your answer by tomorrow morning. Otherwise, bang. Xia Yan slammed the door behind her, shutting out Yuan Jiang's voice. The temporary holding room, transformed from a classroom, was designated for those who violated regulatory protocols. The room was brightly lit, and outside, daylight was as bright as noon, though devoid of freedom. At least there was no danger, no fear of mutant attacks. Xia Yan sat on a chair, while Xia Fei lay sprawled across 3 chairs, sleeping soundly. Watching her oblivious brother snoring away, her heart was tumultuous. Upon her return, Shi Dongjin and her mother had been taken for questioning, leaving her no one to converse with. With a sigh, she suddenly thought of Chen Shi, how she wished he were there. Although their time together was brief, he always provided her with a sense of security. Perhaps coming here had been a mistake. Yet, she pondered, would it have been better had she not come? A woman alone, struggling to survive. While carrying a brother with a disability, Chen Shi might assist her temporarily, but who could endure prolonged reliance? After all, why should anyone feel obligated to help her? He could barely sustain himself. How could he also support her and Xia Fei? She couldn't help but sigh inwardly, uncertain of her next steps. Time passed, each second dragging on, and still, Shi Dongjin and her mother had not returned. Perhaps they had been released? She speculated, and with that thought, her heart eased slightly. As long as Shi Dongjin could find Old Qi, everything would be manageable. She reassured herself. Mom, What should we do? In a room upstairs from the temporary holding area. Shi Dongjin anxiously looked at Zhong Hui. We wait. When dawn breaks, someone will come for us. But what about Xia Yin? Old Qi still does not know she has arrived. I am unable to notify Old Qi now. We must wait until morning. I will seek out Old Qi immediately. Do not worry. Zhong Hui patted her daughter's hand reassuringly. Tonight, without my orders, no one is to enter or leave. Yuan Jiang stood at the entrance of the office building, instructing the security personnel on duty. He then approached a black solar-powered vehicle, opened the door, and slid into the driver's seat, departing swiftly. Inside the control room, Xia Yin leaned against the chair's back, resting her head on her arms, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate time, a cacophony of voices jolted her awake. Blinking her drowsy eyes, she realized dawn had arrived, and those who had been detained alongside her were moving toward the exit. She hastily nudged her still sleeping brother. Xia Fei, wake up. We can leave. Xia Yin. Xia Fei. Suddenly, a security guard shouted from outside. Xia Yin instinctively glanced toward the door, where Yuan Jiang stood with a grim expression. A sense of foreboding surged within her. Chapter 40, Forced Expulsion. In the next moment, four security guards burst through the door. Snap! Xia Fei, still groggy, had just risen when handcuffs were fastened around his wrists. What are you doing? Just as she attempted to intervene, two guards seized her arms from behind. Xia Yin, Xia Fei, you are suspected of murdering the Redeemer. Come with us. Let go. We have done nothing wrong. Xia Yin struggled fiercely. What do they want with my sister? Xia Fei shouted in alarm. Before Xia Yin could speak, Xia Fei was yanked out the door, vanishing from her sight. Panic surged within Xia Yin. She was unsure why Old Qi had not arrived and whether he had even been informed. I want to see Old Qi. I demand to see Old Qi. Xia Yin cried out. Yuan Jiang remained unresponsive, turning away and instructing, take her to the interrogation room. Xia Yin was escorted to the interrogation room, where she saw Yuan Jiang seated in a chair. She immediately asked, where have you taken my brother? You must give me an answer, or you will never see him again. Yuan Jiang regarded her coolly, stating matter-of-factly. Xia Yin fell silent. On one side was Chen Shi, on the other Xia Fei. She could not make a choice. After a lengthy wait, Yuan Jiang's patience wore thin. He could no longer afford to wait. Qi Zhonghua would soon receive word and locate this place. If he allowed Qi Zhonghua to arrive, he would undoubtedly protect Xia Yin and her brother. It would be untenable for him to withhold them. If matters reached that point, he would lose control, and capturing Chen Shi would be indefinitely delayed. After all, in this world, the loss of a few lives was inconsequential. The higher-ups were currently focused on one thing, preserving Jidong City through this turbulent period. They were intent on expanding the territory of the Redeemer organization. They envisioned a society of elites, composed of politicians, economists, and scientists, viewing the ordinary populace as mere cogs in a machine, expendable. In other words, they sought top-tier talent from all fields. Thus, scavengers, predators, and the general populace had no place in Jidong City. They even dispatched agents to seize resources. Were it not for the need for security and armament, they would regard one as little different from a scavenger. Thus, the death of his daughter would elicit no concern from the higher echelons. Someone escort Xia Yin out of the city. Yuan Jiang could no longer wait. I will give you 1 week to bring Chen Shi to Jidong, otherwise your brother will perish here. No. What right do you have to do this? I am an invited guest of Old Qi. I demand to see him. Xia Yin struggled, her voice thick with distress. Yuan Jiang turned his back, ignoring her. 2 security guards entered, one on each side, and forcibly escorted her outside, shoving her into a vehicle in front of the office building. Moments later, the city gates opened, and Xia Yin was thrust out, stumbling to the ground, watching helplessly as the gates closed before her eyes. Meanwhile, within the air raid shelter, the vehicle enhancement has been completed. With a 100 increase in power and a 200 increase in strength, solar panels have been added, allowing for an 800-kilometer range on a full charge. It has successfully integrated with the Blackstone, boasting additional attributes, physical invisibility, effective for 5 seconds, with an 8-hour cooldown. The completion notification jolted Chen Shi awake from his slumber. He squinted, glancing at his wristwatch, which read 8:30 a.m. Stretching lazily, he was suddenly struck by the sight of a message on his nightstand indicating a mental insight level of 2. He paused momentarily, then realized that the bed's attribute was to enhance mental insight. The specific utility of this ability eluded him for now. Perhaps it would aid in maintaining focus. Rolling out of bed, he noted the absence of water in the room, rendering him unable to wash up. He rinsed his mouth with water from a filtration jug, considering it sufficient for brushing his teeth. After all, in this place, everyone was in the same predicament. No one would mock anyone else for their odor. Sitting down, He consumed a packet of beef jerky while contemplating the day's agenda. He planned to accompany Old Wong to the nuclear research facility to procure food and retrieve a mini nuclear generator before heading to Building 38 to bring back the stove to the safe house. As for water, he directed his gaze to the large countdown timer on the floor, 3 hours, 52 minutes, and 38 seconds. He then glanced at the wall clock, 4 hours, 33 minutes, and 15 seconds. By the time he returned, the air raid shelter would have completed its enhancement, eliminating the water issue. Finishing the beef jerky, he stood up and donned the enhanced suit he had laid out to dry the night before. Along with a tactical vest and helmet, he grabbed 2 grenades and attached them to his tactical vest, slid a handgun into his waistband, and stuffed 4 black stones into his pants pockets before slinging the ion beam gun over his shoulder. He picked up the remaining 4 guns from the floor and stashed them in his backpack, intended for Old Wong and the others. With their current meager firearms, they would undoubtedly falter against the spider people. Since this was a team operation, he needed to ensure their survival for as long as possible. Once prepared, Chen Shi strode confidently toward the door. Just as his hand grasped the doorknob, the temperature of the black stones in his pocket surged alarmingly. Danger! He withdrew his hand, cautiously approached the gap, and slowly removed the bricks, easing his way toward the exit. Everything remained quiet, just as it usually did, though the overcast sky hinted at impending rain. After observing for a while without detecting any anomalies, he remained vigilant. Yet the high temperature of the black stones indicated that peril still lurked nearby. Hesitating to take risks, he resolved to wait until the danger passed before venturing outside. At that moment, a chilling gust of wind swept in through the gap, brushing against his cheek as it entered the room. His body involuntarily shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin. Fear gripped his heart. Something must have entered. The outside light was dim, and the underground shelter was even darker. He cautiously scanned the surroundings and made his way to the table, intending to turn on the lamp. Suddenly, in the center of the room, a pair of eyes materialized in the void, just eyes, devoid of a head or body, silently fixated on him. Boom! The surroundings abruptly transformed, and in an instant, he found himself standing on a lawn, surrounded by the sounds of chirping birds and blooming flowers. Groups of individuals in hospital gowns strolled about, engaging in conversation. Care for a smoke? A man's voice suddenly broke the tranquility. Chen Shi turned in bewilderment. The speaker was Old Wong. Old Wong beamed at him, holding a pack of cigarettes and offering him one. Chen Shi instinctively took it, staring at Old Wong in disbelief. What are you doing here? What do you mean? We stroll here every day. Why can't I be here? Got a lighter? I can't find mine. Old Wong replied casually. Chen Shi instinctively reached for his pants pocket. Hiss. The scorching black stone burned against his skin, causing him to gasp. He suddenly snapped back to reality. The illusion dissipated. He stood alone in the air raid shelter, devoid of Old Wong or the lawn, surrounded only by darkness, dampness, and the nightmare before him. The eyes that had so abruptly appeared had now vanished without a trace. Chapter 41. Preparations for departure. He could bet that the entity still lingered within the house. He retrieved a black stone, holding it as if it were a glowing ember. Focusing intently, he stood perfectly still, carefully observing the surroundings. Gradually, he felt himself enter a meditative state, akin to a monk in deep contemplation. The scenery before him became less distinct, as if his eyes had lost focus. In this state, he sensed, or rather, perceived, spatial fluctuations. He vaguely discerned that at the point of greatest disturbance, a nearly transparent humanoid entity wandered through the room, creating ripples in the air wherever it moved. Chen Shi held his breath, fixated on the moving figure, and suddenly raised his hand to hurl the black stone. Bang! In the shadows, it seemed as though something exploded within the room, releasing a cloud of black mist. Moments later, when he looked again, the entity had vanished. The temperature of the black stones in his pocket returned to normal. Rubbing his tired eyes, he approached the table, switched on the lamp, and picked up the black stone from the floor. It had turned a grayish white. Uncertain of its usability, he contemplated enhancing it again. Enhance the black stone. He grasped it firmly, silently willing its enhancement. Attributes randomized. Proceed with the enhancement of the black stone? The voice echoed, jolting him. This indicated that previously used black stones could indeed be enhanced again. Yes, he fervently affirmed in his mind. Immediately, energy flowed from the demon seal into his palm and into the black stone. The surface of the black stone displayed a countdown, 1 hour. Newly unused black stones required only a brief enhancement time of 1 minute, yet previously used ones needed a full hour for re-enhancement. However, this extended duration made sense, as the energy of previously used black stones had been depleted, necessitating longer to recharge than a new one. Confirming that the black stone posed no danger, he took hold of a bucket of oil from the corner and opened the door to step outside. The weather remained dreary, enveloped in a thin mist. He traversed the wasteland and entered the village, relying on the memory of the door numbers to locate Old Wang's house. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Shi rapped on Old Wang's sturdy iron door. Who is there? Old Wang's cautious voice called from within. It's me, Chen Shi. After a moment, a peephole the size of a cigarette box opened, and Old Wang peered out, confirming Chen Shi's identity before partially opening the door to let him in. After a brief consideration, Chen Shi suggested, I'll wait for you at the village entrance. Gather everyone there. Old Wang nodded. All right, see you soon. Turning, Chen Shi made his way to the village entrance, where he had hidden his vehicle. Upon seeing the car, he froze. Was this still his vehicle? The chassis had been elevated, the body widened, and it was now outfitted with bulletproof glass. Knock, knock, knock. He tapped the car's body, noting its robust construction, likely reinforced with armor. Opening the door, he immediately noticed a glass partition separating the driver's seat from the rear. As he settled into the driver's seat, a dazzling array of gauges greeted him. In addition to the usual automotive dials, there were buttons for invisibility and a power gauge. The presence of a power gauge indicated that this was a hybrid vehicle. Starting the engine, he pressed the accelerator while in neutral. The engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. Drawing on years of driving experience, he deduced that this vehicle was equipped with a quadruple turbocharged 16-cylinder engine, capable of reaching a top speed of 400 kilometers per hour. It was practically a land-based aircraft. Turning off the engine, he filled the car with fuel from the oil bucket, just as Old Wang emerged from the village with some companions. Including Old Wang, there were 4 people. With him, they totaled 5. A team of 5 against a horde of over 100 spider people would be quite a challenge. Chen Shi felt a wave of concern wash over him. It was not his own safety that troubled him. Given his current abilities, even if he were to be outmatched, escape would be a simple matter. His worry lay with the others. If their combat skills were lacking and they failed to secure the generator, their efforts would be in vain. Lao Wang, is it just the 4 of you? Are there others? Lao Wang chuckled. All 4 of us are seasoned warriors. There are others. But we also need to leave some to guard the village. It's not a matter of being overly cautious, but rather being prepared for any eventuality. After a brief pause, he continued, allow me to introduce you to Huzi. Lao Wang gestured towards a stout young man in his 20s with a buzz cut. Huzi greeted Chen Shi with a warm, simple smile typical of rural folk. This is Zhang Fei, known for his headstrong nature and willingness to fight recklessly. Chen Shi's gaze shifted to Zhang Fei, who appeared to be of similar age, also sporting a buzz cut, dressed in a greasy, worn-out tracksuit, and wielding a large watermelon knife. And this is Ma Yi, Lao Wang added. He was once a notorious ruffian in our village. While he may lack other skills, his prowess in combat is undeniable. Chen Shi observed Ma Yi, whose long, unkempt hair draped over his shoulders, adorned with conspicuous tattoos, a machete hanging from his waist, and a homemade firearm in hand, emanating a rebellious aura as he nodded at Chen Shi. In that moment, Chen Shi felt as though he were leading a band of delinquents into a turf war. The 3 men, varying in height, appeared sturdy enough. Yet in comparison to Lao Wang and himself, they seemed undernourished and frail. Chen Shi sighed inwardly. It was no surprise, as even securing enough food to eat was a challenge, let alone maintaining proper nutrition. He opened the car door and retrieved a firearm from his backpack. This venture is perilous, so I have prepared weapons for you. However, they are merely on loan. You must return them upon our return. As he spoke, he handed the gun to Lao Wang, who accepted it with a beaming smile. Brother Chen, you are generous. Chen Shi smiled back, since we are now a team. Mutual support is only fitting. Take the time to familiarize yourselves with the firearms. We wouldn't want to find ourselves in a firefight unable to use them. The 4 men received an assortment of weapons, 2 handguns, 1 shotgun, and a Type 95 assault rifle. Lao Wang kept one for himself while distributing the others among the remaining 3. Get in the car, Chen Shi called out, glancing at the time. Well, what kind of vehicle is this? Lao Wang remarked, finally noticing the car's unique design. It resembled a Toyota Land Cruiser but was wider, akin to a Hummer, yet taller. Incredible, Brother Chen. This is quite the machine. Lao Wang marveled, running his hands over the vehicle with gleaming eyes. Enough chatter, let us get moving. Time is of the essence, Chen Shi urged as he opened the back door. The rear seats were absent, but for them, having a vehicle was sufficient. Comfort was a secondary concern. Besides, given that he and Lao Wang were not well acquainted, it was wise to maintain a degree of caution. Although his reinforced suit was bulletproof and his weaponry superior, it would be difficult to remain vigilant during the drive. Thus, despite the front passenger seat being available, Chen Shi directed them to the rear compartment. Once they were all inside, Chen Shi climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and with a surge of power, sped towards the old city amidst the roar of the engine. Chapter 42. Unexpected yet inevitable, the car raced down the desolate highway. Chen Shi accelerating to 240 kilometers per hour. He contemplated going even faster, but the road's uneven surface necessitated caution. Fortunately, the vehicle's high chassis and exceptional shock absorption made the journey manageable. In a regular car, they would have faced dire consequences. Unbeknownst to him, as he sped towards the nuclear physics laboratory, others had already arrived. At that moment, on the outskirts of the old city, a Dodge Ram quietly parked in the tall grass beside the 8-story office building of the nuclear physics laboratory. Hey, Lao Hei, what are we waiting for? Let us move. Relax, brother. The drone has returned with the footage yet. There is an old saying in your country, know yourself and your enemy, and you will be victorious in 100 battles. Lao Hei crouched in the grass, intently monitoring his display screen while operating the drone, speaking slowly in broken Mandarin. Surrounding him were 5 burly men, all armed to the teeth. Further out, a few others stood guard, weapons ready, eyes scanning the perimeter. Lao Hei, the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself to ensure victory in every battle. One bald man with a scarred face chuckled. Exactly, brother. You wouldn't want us to walk into a death trap, would you? There are many monsters out there, and I mean many. We need to ascertain their numbers. Lao Hei fixated on his screen, chattering incessantly. The scar-faced man patted his shoulder. I'll give you 1 more minute. When the time is up, we're going in to secure that generator, no matter what. He paused, murmuring to himself, today determines our future. The promises made by the upper echelons of the Redeemers organization echoed in his mind. If they successfully retrieve the miniature nuclear power generator, a villa in the city for young women, and enough provisions for a year awaited him. A life akin to paradise. Excitement surged through him as he rubbed his bald head, ready for action. He could hardly wait any longer. Hey, Lao Ba, come take a look at this. Lao Hei exclaimed, clapping his hands. The scar-faced man rushed over to Lao Hei's side, peering at the static-filled screen where the signal could vanish at any moment. The sight of countless spider-like creatures sent chills down their spines as they clung to the ground, walls, and ceiling, seemingly in slumber. Such an eerie and dense scene could send shivers down anyone's spine, even from behind the screen. Suddenly, one of the spider creatures appeared to sense something. Abruptly opening its lifeless, pitch-black eyes devoid of any whites, staring blankly at the drone. They watched the screen, and it seemed the creature was staring back at them. In an instant, the spider leapt high, its front limbs reaching for the drone. Lao Hei cursed as he watched the screen flicker with static. The scar-faced man fell silent. Dealing with just the spider creatures would be a challenge enough, and the thought of other unknown horrors sent a frown to his brow. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the nuclear physics laboratory, 2 jeeps quietly came to a stop. The doors opened, and 8 armed personnel clad in camouflage jumped out. Is the information reliable? A man wearing a tactical helmet and sunglasses inquired, arms crossed as he gazed at the building. Another fully armed man, limping slightly, approached him and replied, absolutely reliable. It's all military-grade compressed food with a long shelf life, should still be good. What is the danger level? The sunglasses-wearing man asked while raising binoculars to assess the interior. There are some spider creatures, but I'm not sure if there are other mutated beings. The limping man replied, rubbing his nose and spitting, muttering, it stinks like hell. I heard that old Dang from the Zhou clan has also caught wind of this and is planning to seize the food. We should beat him to it. By the time they arrive, they'll be left with nothing. The sunglasses-wearing man proclaimed with a smug smile as he lowered his binoculars. Brother, should we leave someone to keep an eye on those 2 young stars in the car? The limping man suggested, pointing towards the vehicle. Yeah, I'll stay behind. You all hurry up and prepare. The sunglasses-wearing man grinned mischievously. The limping man's lips twitched in irritation, silently cursing, damn. The dangerous work is always left for the brothers, while you take all the good stuff. However, he maintained a compliant expression. I'll have the guys ready. We move in 5 minutes. The sunglasses-wearing man nodded and walked towards the jeep. In the confines of a vehicle, 2 women, bound hand and foot, huddled in the back seat. These women were once renowned celebrities, celebrated actresses before the outbreak of the mutated biological disaster, one named Dee Reba and the other Young Mi. Both achieved fame at a tender age, around 18, and now, at the age of 24 or 25, they possessed both beauty and grace, embodying the essence of womanhood at its most alluring stage. Originally residing in the safety zone of Jianghu City, their lives took a grim turn as the number of mutated creatures escalated, rendering even the secure areas perilous. The guards tasked with protecting the city suffered severe casualties, facing not only the relentless onslaught of mutated beings but also the occasional incursions of scavengers and predators. Consequently, the 2 women joined a migrating crowd heading towards Jidong, only to encounter a band of scavengers in the old city of Qinha. During the ensuing chaos, as the security personnel clashed with the scavengers, A group of predators seized the opportunity to abduct Reba and Yangmi. At that moment, their faces turned ashen, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited them at the hands of their captors. The life of a slave might have been considered fortunate, as most women were confined in cages, treated like pets. Yangmi wept bitterly, while Reba seemed to drift into a daze, mumbling incoherently to herself. A man clad in sunglasses, brimming with excitement, abruptly opened the car door. "Big brother, someone is coming," he exclaimed. But his words were cut short by the shout of a limping man. Suddenly, the door was slammed shut, and the man in sunglasses frowned at the limping figure, who pointed towards the front of the building near a pool, exclaiming, "Look, there's a vehicle," following the direction of the finger. The man in sunglasses spotted a dark green off-road vehicle slowly coming to a halt. "Conceal yourselves and observe who it is," he instructed, pondering whether it could be the old man Zhou Gongli. Simultaneously, on the right side of the building, a bald man also noticed Chen Shi's vehicle. Their reactions mirrored those of the predators, as they quickly concealed themselves, keeping a close watch on the peculiar off-road vehicle. Once the vehicle came to a standstill, Chen Shi exited, taking a deep breath of the pungent air. "Indeed, it is the same odor," he noted, recognizing the distinct stench associated with the Spider-Man he had encountered previously. Soon after, the back door swung open, and Old Wang and a few others jumped out, standing behind Chen Shi. What they did not anticipate was that two other factions lurked in the shadows, keenly observing them. While neither the predators nor the rescuers were aware of each other's presence, unbeknownst to all, the three parties were converging on this remote, silent physics laboratory at the same time, where an imminent bustle was about to unfold. Chapter 43. Danger. "Who are they?" The man in sunglasses mused aloud, using binoculars to scrutinize Chen Shi and his companions. They appear to be scavengers, but how could scavengers possess such superior equipment? Meanwhile, the bald man, lurking in the shadows, speculated about the newcomers. "Hey, brother, it doesn't matter who they are. Their arrival is fortuitous. Let them enter and face their doom. If they survive and emerge, we can take advantage of the situation. If they perish, we can eliminate a portion of the Spider-Man. Our entry will be much easier afterward," he suggested, revealing a gleaming smile, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The bald man suddenly recalled a proverb. "Exactly. Let them serve as cannon fodder while we wait in ambush." At the same time, on the opposite side of the building, the limping man whispered, "Big brother, should we engage?" A resounding slap echoed as the man in sunglasses reprimanded him. "Engage? For what purpose? We are here to seize food, not to engage in combat. Use your brain. There are countless mutated beings inside. Even if we win, will we have the energy left to claim the food?" Realizing his folly, the limping man nodded. "Oh, so you mean we let them go to their demise first, and then we collect the spoils?" "Precisely. Once they enter, we follow close behind. They will pave the way for us, and when they fall, we can easily retrieve the food," the man in sunglasses replied, satisfaction evident in his tone. The dilapidated pool and dimly lit building stirred memories within Chen Shi. According to Zhong Hui, the laboratory was located on the first or second basement level, the darkest parts of the building often being the most perilous. Hence, this time, he could not afford to act alone. Teamwork was essential. With this in mind, he turns to Old Wang. "Since we are in this together, we must not act independently. Let us appoint a leader to guide us in unified action." As Chen Shi's words hung in the air, all eyes turned to Old Wang, awaiting his response. Scratching his head, Old Wang finally spoke. "Well, since Brother Chen has brought us here and provided the weapons, I believe." He paused, glancing at everyone before settling his gaze on Chen Shi. "I think you should take charge. The brothers will follow your command." Chen Shi accepted the responsibility, addressing the remaining three. "Do any of you have objections?" Exchanging glances, they shook their heads. "We will follow your lead." "All right, since we are all in agreement, I shall share my thoughts. When we enter, I will take the lead to clear the path. Old Wang and Huzi will flank me on either side for protection, while Zhang Fei and Mai will guard the rear. Be aware that you two will move back to back with us, ensuring our safety from behind." "Isn't that just forming a circle?" Mai quipped, flicking his hair defiantly. Chen Shi nodded, confirming, "Precisely, it is indeed a circle, allowing us to cover all angles. We will adapt as necessary, following my commands." This tactical formation was one Chen Shi had gleaned from special operations documentaries, a strategy employed by combat teams worldwide. Though they were a hastily assembled group lacking synergy, their approach would undoubtedly be more effective than a haphazard charge without coordination. "Any questions?" He scanned their faces, receiving only silent shakes of the head. "Let us move and check our weapons." He estimated their firepower. The enhanced pistol had 120 rounds, allowing for 4 bursts before exhausting 30 rounds. The ion beam gun required a 1-minute cooldown after each shot. During this time, Old Wong and the others would need to cover for him. The enhanced pistol possessed explosive attributes, while the ion beam gun had freezing properties, complemented by his grenades, making them well-equipped to handle 100 or so Spider-Men. He gripped the enhanced pistol, disengaged the safety, chambered a round, and switched to explosive mode. Crouching low, he stealthily advanced towards the entrance, with the other four closely following the predetermined formation. They silently approached the outer wall of the entrance. And Chen Shi cautiously peered into the lobby. The lobby exuded a pungent stench that made his eyes water. Holding his breath, he quickly surveyed the area. There were no mutated beings at the edges, but further back at the reception desk, he could faintly see some Spider-Men lying on the ground. To the left and right of the lobby were corridors lined with dilapidated offices, with the elevator shaft situated near the center, accompanied by a security door. Conventionally, the stairs behind the security door should lead to the basement, the only path to the depths below. Retreating his head, he exhaled quietly and glanced up towards the ceiling. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he beheld the sight above. Spider-Men clung to the ceiling, their limbs tightly pressed against the surface, their bodies suspended in midair. Fortunately, they were all with their eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. He withdrew his head and huddled together with Lao Wang and the others, whispering, "Once we enter, we must tread lightly, making every effort to avoid startling them as we descend into the basement." The group signaled their agreement. Action! With a command from Chen Shi. He was the first to step into the hall. The 5 of them formed a circle, each facing outward, minimizing the risk of being ambushed from behind. Holding their breath, they tiptoed swiftly towards the elevator on the right side of the hall. Have they gone in? Why is there no sound? The man in sunglasses asked, puzzled. They must eliminate the mutated creatures. Otherwise, how can we enter? If they do not perish inside, how can we get in? They intended to sneak into the village. But I certainly cannot grant your wish. With this thought, a dark smile crept across his face. Lame one. Hey, what do you need? The lame one replied softly. Fire a shot into the hall. The lame one raised his weapon, took a brief aim. Bang! The sudden gunfire shattered the silence like a piercing scream. Chen Shi and the others were instantly petrified, their bodies rigid with shock. Damn it, who fired the shot? Lao Wang muttered under his breath. Chen Shi was drenched in cold sweat. It was certain that his men had not fired, which implied that another group was concealed here. What was their intention with the gunfire? If it was just a random shot, it indicated they were unaware of others' presence in the building. If they had seen them enter and shot deliberately, it meant they intended to eliminate them. Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoed through the hall. Chen Shi snapped back to reality and turned towards the sound. His expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle. Chen Shi's face went pale, as did Lao Wang's. Inside the building, a swarm of spider-like creatures surged towards the position of the 5. We've fallen into a spider's lair, Lao Wang muttered. They reeked of foul odors. Swiftly closing in on Chen Shi, the hall was completely blocked by the seemingly endless tide of spiders, with more pouring out from offices, windows, and even the ceiling. There was no retreat. They could only charge towards the basement. Realizing this, he whispered to Lao Wang, after I throw a grenade, you all start shooting, maintain formation, and we will move towards the elevator. Upon finishing, Chen Shi retrieved a grenade from his tactical vest, pulled the pin, and tossed it down the corridor. The next moment, boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. The entire floor was engulfed in smoke, with dismembered limbs, black blood, and debris swirling through the air. Fire! Chen Shi shouted, and all 5 simultaneously pulled their triggers. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The corridor erupted with gunfire. Chen Shi's enhanced pistol unleashed 30 rounds per second, taking down several spiders, which promptly exploded, sending nearby spiders flying. He suddenly felt a rush of exhilaration. Advance quickly. Hearing the shout, Lao Wang and the others hastened towards the elevator. Watch your heads. Who's he shouted. Chen Shi looked up to see 4 or 5 spiders crawling towards them from the ceiling. He raised his weapon and fired another 30 rounds. Boom. The explosions continued, creating a large hole in the ceiling, with debris raining down upon them. They were still about 20 meters from the elevator. Under Chen Shi's overwhelming firepower, few spiders remained in front, but behind them, a multitude of spiders trailed, poised to attack. His pistol's ammunition was only sufficient for 2 more rounds, and they had yet to reach the elevator. As the spider swarm behind them increased, Chen Shi threw another grenade. Boom. Mai felt an immediate release of pressure. Each of them had only 32 rounds left, and without having secured food, their ammunition was nearly depleted. Would they even make it out? With this thought, Chen Shi shouted, switch positions. Lao Wang at the front, and I will take the rear. The group quickly turned in place, moving Chen Shi to Ma Yi's original position. Chen Shi switched to his enhanced ion beam gun, adjusting its properties to space rupture, and aimed at the pursuing spiders, pulling the trigger. A hissing sound emitted from the muzzle as energy built up. Then boom, a brilliant blue beam shot forth, striking the swarm of spiders. A foul odor wafted through the air as the spiders hit by the ion beam turned a bright red, like searing iron, before rapidly dissolving into a puddle of black liquid that exuded a repugnant stench. Suddenly, Chen Shi noticed a tear in space before him, as if glass had shattered, and a growing black hole appeared, drawing in the surrounding spiders. For the moment, the black hole obstructed the advance of the spiders behind them. The ion beam's effect faded, requiring a cooldown before the next shot. Chen Shi slung the ion beam gun over his shoulder and retrieved his enhanced pistol again. Lao Wang and the others stood dumbfounded, staring in awe. What manner of weapon is this? A weapon from Star Wars? Cosmic black technology? The realization struck them. Chen Shi was not only equipped with an arsenal, but also possessed a weapons development center. We must move quickly. What are you waiting for? Chen Shi shouted, snapping them out of their stupor as they continued towards the elevator. Meanwhile, on the left side of the building, Lao He and the Scarred Face were intently listening to the commotion inside. Hey, Scar, did they bring heavy artillery? Why are there so many explosions? Lao He inquired, bewildered. Their equipment is indeed formidable, but isn't this the outcome we desire? The more mutated creatures they eliminate, the better for us. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth in front of them, followed by a crack from which swarms of spiders emerged. Lao He's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Damn! Scarred Face cursed. Have the mutated creatures evolved? Can they traverse space? He scrambled away in a panic. The spiders, disoriented, had no idea what had just occurred, finding themselves in this new location after moments ago being inside the building. After aimlessly wandering for a moment, they finally spotted their target, Lao He. The spiders quickly adjusted their course and scuttled towards him. Damn it! Lao He cursed as he raised his gun to shoot. His comrades hesitated, fearing they might hit him since the spiders were too close. Lao He, occupied with operating a drone, was only armed with a small pistol. In his panic, he fired wildly, expending all 8 rounds, managing to take down just one spider. Now, he was in dire straits, surrounded by 4 or 5 dozen spiders, with his companions anxiously watching. Fire! Hurry up and shoot! What are you waiting for? Lao He shouted in desperation. Shoot, shoot! Scarred Face commanded. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The remaining 9 opened fire, bullets rained upon the spiders. But it was too late. The spiders left behind over 20 corpses, dragging Lao He away into the building. Pursue! Scarred Face yelled, leading the charge into the hall. Brother, what's going on? The lame one asked, staring at another group rushing into the building, puzzled. The man in sunglasses stroked his chin, pondering whether they still had reinforcements. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to disregard the matter and wait patiently. Once their adversaries had exhausted their strength, they would make their move. In the main hall, Chen Shi and his companions had arrived at the entrance to the elevator shaft, a mere 5 meters from the safety door. Behind them, the dark void had vanished, and the impeded Spider-Man was swiftly approaching them once more. Suddenly, gunfire erupted at the entrance, causing all the Spider-Men to turn their attention there. To their astonishment, a dozen Spider-Men were dragging a large, pitch-black figure into the hall. With a roar, a tide of Spider-Men surged forward, eager to partake in a feast of flesh. Bang! 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 Scarface burst into the hall, raising his weapon and firing indiscriminately. The Spider-Men hesitated momentarily. Why was there such commotion today in a place that had never before seen human presence? Had fate smiled upon them, delivering fresh prey to stave off their hunger? Their eyes gleamed with avarice as they surged towards Scarface. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Behind Scarface, several burly men rushed in, guns blazing. The Spider-Men, unwilling to relinquish their hard-won prize, dragged the unconscious man desperately toward the elevator shaft, intent on taking him to the second-floor dining hall. As they witnessed the man being taken away and found themselves ensnared by the multitude of Spider-Men, Scarface produced a grenade and hurled it toward the densest cluster of Spider-Men. Boom. Once again, the scene was one of dismembered limbs flying through the air. Scarface and his group struggled to push toward the elevator shaft. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the elevator shaft, Chen Shi had successfully led his group into the stairwell of the safety passage. The good news was that there were no Spider-Men in the stairwell. The bad news was that the stairwell did not lead to the basement. Chapter 45. What is this black technology? This stairwell only ascended. There was no route leading down to the basement. The group felt a wave of discouragement wash over them, having fought their way in only to find themselves at a dead end. The only option was to fight their way back and take the stairs in the other corridor. Old Wang furrowed his brow. Chen Shi also frowned. The prospect of retreating to the other corridor was fraught with risk, yet what other choice did they have? They couldn't have come all this way for nothing. Suddenly, An idea flashed through Chen Shi's mind. The elevator. They could descend via the elevator shaft, which would be considerably less perilous. Let us head to the elevator and go down, he suggested. What if this elevator doesn't reach the basement? Old Wang raised a concern. Let us check it out first. We'll figure it out if it doesn't work. Chen Shi replied as he made his way toward the elevator shaft. As Chen Shi emerged from the stairwell, he spotted a dozen spider-men dragging something toward the stairwell. As they drew closer, he realized it was a black man. In the darkness, discerning the figure was no simple task. Had it not been for his pained grimace revealing a row of white teeth, Chen Shi might not have recognized him at all. Behind them, a large group of spider-men was engaged in a struggle with 8 or 9 burly men. What was happening? Chen Shi was momentarily stunned, recalling the gunshot he had heard upon entering. Damn, it must have been them. Realizing they were about to be cornered by the spider-men in the stairwell, he quickly led his group to retreat toward the other end of the corridor. Damn it, 9 lives. The black man despaired, calling out to Chen Shi. As he retreated, Chen Shi glanced back at him. The man's arms and legs appeared broken, twisted in an unnatural manner. Chen Shi offered a silent moment of condolence for him as he and his group vanished around the corridor's bend. The spider-men ignored them, dragging the black man directly into the stairwell, climbing toward the second floor. Soon, more and more spider-men surged toward the second floor, eager to partake in the spoils, fearing they might miss out on even the scraps. Scarface and his group continued to struggle forward, but at their current pace, they would likely arrive too late to find even a hair of the black man. Perhaps they too realized this, seeing no way in. They finally decided to abandon the black man and retreated toward the main entrance while firing their weapons. The spider-men pursued relentlessly, unwilling to let their meal escape. Seizing the moment, Chen Shi led his group back to the elevator shaft, straining to pry open the elevator door. Before them lay the elevator cabin. Suddenly, the temperature of the black stone in Chen Shi's pocket surged, and a shadow darted from the pitch-black cabin, speeding past Tiger's body in an instant. Thud. Tiger fell backward, a gaping hole in his chest where his heart had once been. The shadow moved with such rapidity that from the moment Chen Shi opened the elevator door to the shadow's passage through Tiger's body, barely a second had elapsed, leaving them no time to react. Shadow person. Both Old Wang and Chen Shi exclaimed simultaneously. Chen Shi quickly retrieved the black stone from his pocket and scanned the area. But the shadow had already vanished. The black stone's temperature had decreased slightly, yet it remained hot to the touch, indicating the shadow was still nearby. However, they had no time to linger in that spot. Chen Shi frowned at the elevator cabin. Originally, he had thought that as long as the cabin was on the first floor, they could descend through the shaft after prying open the door. Little did he know, the elevator cabin was stuck precisely on the first floor, and they had lost a teammate in the process. Tiger, Ma-Yi, Old Wang, and Zhang Fei gathered around Tiger's body, their expressions filled with sorrow. Ma-Yi, silent, hoisted Tiger's corpse onto his back, declaring, "Brother, I'll take you home. I want to leave you here to be food for spider-men." Chen Shi felt a pang of frustration, while loyalty was commendable. Carrying a corpse around at this moment seemed impractical. Xiaoma, could you set him down for now? We can take him with us when we leave, all right? Thud. Ma-Yi dropped the body to the ground, shaking his greasy, filthy hair and scratching his scalp vigorously as he replied, "Fine." Chen Shi couldn't help but mimic the gesture, feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp at the sight of Ma-Yi's unkempt locks. What now? Old Wang asked anxiously from the side, worried as casualties began to mount within their ranks. Although he had mentally prepared himself before their arrival, he still found it difficult to accept the reality of loss. Chen Shi steadied himself, asserting, "To prevent further casualties, all of you stay directly behind me. In a single file, I have a method to deal with the shadow entity." He possessed the Black Stone, a means to combat such bizarre creatures, and if necessary, he had time acceleration to flee if they were unable to fight. "How do we get down?" Old Wang inquired again. Without hesitation, Chen Shi removed his ion beam gun and switched it to the freezing attribute. He aimed at the cabin and pulled the trigger. Boom. A beam of ion energy shot into the cabin, creating a large hole, and soon the entire cabin was visibly encased in a thick layer of ice. So frigid that even standing outside, they could feel the biting cold. The group shuddered from the chill, instinctively stepping back a few paces. Moments later, the cabin could no longer withstand the extreme cold, creaking ominously before crashing down to the second underground level. Bang! The already frozen cabin shattered into pieces. Old Wang and the others were once again left in awe. What kind of divine technique was this? What other technological marvels did Chen Shi possess? Yet he was merely a scavenger. Where did a scavenger acquire such advanced technology? Chen Shi paid no heed to their thoughts, stowing away the beam gun and climbing to the edge of the elevator door, preparing to enter the shaft. "I'll go first. You all follow," he instructed. grasping a steel cable within the shaft and using both hands and feet to ascend toward the first level. Before long, he arrived at the elevator door on the basement level. He raised his gun and fired a shot at the elevator door. Boom! The door exploded open. Peering inside, he found nothing but darkness, unable to see a thing. Taking a deep breath, he leaped through the gaping elevator door. In utter darkness, where even the faintest glimmer was obscured, he crouched down, allowing his eyes a moment to acclimate to the shadowy surroundings before surveying his environment. Once assured of safety, he called out, "Old Wang, bring the others down." Shortly thereafter, the remaining 3 joined him in the basement elevator shaft. Follow closely, form a line, and maintain silence, Chen Shi instructed in a hushed tone, to which the others nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Shi then rose first, navigating the dimly lit corridor of the basement. The basement was expansive, with corridors crisscrossing in a maze-like fashion, countless rooms lining the walls. The exact location of the food and mini-generators remained a mystery, compelling them to search each room one by one. Equipment room, disinfection room, power station, office. Each room they passed was noted by Chen Shi, who silently registered the signs hanging on the doors to avoid losing his way. He was notoriously bad with directions, unable to remember a place without traversing it multiple times. The group meandered through the labyrinthine corridors, examining each room, but found only battered office supplies and nothing more. Storage room. Chen Shi's gaze brightened as he spotted the sign at the door ahead. If any place were to hold food supplies, surely it would be this one. Suddenly, Old Wang stepped on something that emitted a sharp crack. The group glanced down to find a heap of pale remnants in the corner. A collective gasp escaped their lips as they beheld a skeleton clad in a white coat, slumped against the wall, its flesh long decayed, leaving only a pile of bones. Old Wang had unknowingly stepped on the arm of the skeletal remains. He quickly lifted his foot, clasped his hands together, and began murmuring prayers. They bypassed the remains and continued down the corridor. Yet before they could advance much further, another faint sound echoed beneath Chen Shi's feet. Alarmed, they looked down to discover another skeleton. Chen Shi had stepped on its hand. He withdrew his foot and scrutinized the corridor floor, only to realize it was strewn with decayed remains, remnants of at least 20 to 30 souls who had perished in this forsaken place. Some bones were grotesquely contorted, their deaths seemingly wrought with unimaginable agony. A sense of dread filled him. Something truly horrifying must have transpired here. At that moment, Zhang Fei whispered, "Be cautious. It seems there is someone ahead." Someone? Chen Shi thought incredulously. It was inconceivable that anyone else could be alive here. Zhang Fei's words heightened his alertness. He peered into the dimness at the end of the corridor, and indeed, a vague silhouette stood silently there. Quickly, he grasped the black stone tightly in his hand. The stone's temperature was gradually rising, indicating danger, albeit not overwhelmingly so. Yet, even a minor threat warranted caution. Chen Shi raised his arm, preparing to hurl the black stone at the figure. In the blink of an eye, the figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear a short distance away. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi unleashed the stone, striking the entity with force. A resounding crash reverberated as black mist enveloped the area. The shadowy figure exploded, unleashing a greater plume of darkness that swiftly dissipated into nothingness. Strangely, as the figure vanished, the remaining black stone in Chen Shi's pocket grew even hotter. Was there something else? He remained still, understanding that danger still lingered. They stood in the inky darkness, hearts racing as they surveyed their surroundings. Silence enveloped them, so profound that they could hear their own heartbeats. Suddenly, Zhang Fei whipped around to glance behind him, an action that drew Chen Shi's attention. "Did you see something?" "I can't shake this feeling that someone is behind us," Zhang Fei murmured uneasily. Could it be an apparition? Chen Shi's heart raced. He had encountered such entities before, feeling as though someone lurked behind him, explaining the heat emanating from the black stone. Furrowing his brow, he was filled with unease. Apparitions were notoriously elusive. Unseen by the naked eye, their presence only discernible through intuition. Grasping a piece of black stone, he focused intently, letting his thoughts drift. His eyes gradually losing focus until everything before him blurred. Soon enough, nearly imperceptible details began to sharpen. Even the dust suspended in the air became visible. He scrutinized the surrounding space for anomalies, but time ticked by without any revelations. Perhaps it was the oppressive darkness, or perhaps his own mental acuity was insufficient for this task. The only way to enhance his attributes was through slumber upon his reinforced bed. With improved attributes, he would master the art of mental perception. "Curse it!" In the darkness, Mai suddenly exclaimed, taking a large step toward Chen Shi, and then, with fear in his eyes, looked toward Zhang Fei. Old Wang, momentarily taken aback, turned to Mai, who pointed at Zhang Fei, prompting Old Wang to look. "By God!" Old Wang cursed, moving closer to Chen Shi. Chen Shi, puzzled, scrutinized Ma Yi, who echoed his sentiment with a similar exclamation. To their horror, they saw another face superimposed upon Zhang Fei's own, a visage that belonged to the deceased Hu Zi. This was truly terrifying. No wonder old Wang and Ma Yi reacted with such dread. No wonder Chen Shi could not discern the presence of the apparition. Zhang Fei appeared bewildered, unable to see his own face, but deducing from the others' reactions that something was amiss. Fearfully, he gazed at the three of them. In an instant, the black stone struck his face. Ouch! Zhang Fei cried out, clutching his face as blood seeped through his fingers. Oddly, the black stone did not elicit the expected response. The ominous mist did not materialize. Chen Shi pondered. Perhaps the presence of the human body had interfered with its effect. Zhang Fei, Chen Shi called softly. Zhang Fei lifted his head, his forehead bruised but not severely damaged. Clearly, Chen Shi had not struck with excessive force. Otherwise, the injury would have been far more severe. Fortunately, Zhang Fei's face appeared normal again, suggesting that the black stone held some efficacy. What just happened to me? Zhang Fei inquired, wincing from the pain. Chen Shi considered. Have you ever heard of a spirit taking possession? I was possessed by a ghost. Zhang Fei exclaimed in shock. That's roughly the idea. Chen Shi nodded. What about now? Zhang Fei's face turned ashen with fear, trembling as he asked. Chen Shi shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps it's still nearby. Zhang Fei cautiously edged closer to old Wang, who in turn shuffled nearer to Chen Shi, trying to distance himself from Zhang Fei. Chen Shi found himself sandwiched tightly between Ma Yi and old Wang, feeling quite uncomfortable. Don't crowd me. Give me some space to locate it. The two awkwardly shifted aside. Chen Shi resumed his previous method, focusing intently and allowing his gaze to drift, employing mental perception to sense the spatial anomalies around them. Suddenly, he detected subtle spatial fluctuations behind old Wang, and a transparent, humanoid figure materialized. Without hesitation, he hurled the black stone towards old Wang's rear. In the darkness, a hissing sound erupted, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into water. The black stone visibly transformed into a gray hue. The apparition vanished without a trace. Chen Shi grasped another piece of black stone, feeling its temperature gradually cool. With a sigh of relief, he realized the immediate danger had passed, granting them a moment of safety. Hearing Chen Shi's words, the others also exhaled in relief. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have perished countless times. Lao Wang patted Chen Shi's shoulder, expressing his relief. He then shifted the conversation. This black stone in your hand looks quite familiar. Is it the one I gave you? Chen Shi smiled. One of them is from you, while the others were given by Lao Dao. Lao Wang, frustrated, smacked his thigh, lamenting, had I known. Who would have thought that the unreliable Lao Dao was telling the truth? This thing can actually deal with the supernatural. There are still many black stones left. Once we return, we should gather more. But for now, let's focus on finding food. The group collected their thoughts and continued down the corridor with Chen Shi leading the way. Storage room. This should be it. Chen Shi speculated as he reached the end of the hallway and glanced at the sign on the door to the left. They halted before the storage room door, which was evidently much larger than the others. Next to the tall iron sliding door was a card reader, but it was in a state of disrepair. Chen Shi pushed against it, but it wouldn't budge. Clearly, the door was locked tight. He retrieved his ion beam gun from his side and instructed the others. Step back. After retreating to a safe distance, he deactivated the safety, aimed at the lock, and pulled the trigger. A dazzling blue beam shot forth from the gun's muzzle. Almost instantaneously, the iron door emitted a sizzling sound, and the area hit by the beam began to melt. Moments later, the beam ceased, leaving a gaping hole the size of a head where the lock had been. Chen Shi quickly stepped forward and yanked the iron door open. An overwhelming stench of decay rushed out. As the door swung wide, several skeletal remains tumbled to the ground outside. The inside of the door was smeared with dark red, dried blood. Chen Shi surmised that these individuals must have been trapped inside, desperately trying to escape, which resulted in their fingers breaking. The harrowing scene before him allowed him to imagine their despair at that moment. They cautiously stepped over the bones and ventured inside. In the darkness, rows of shelves came into view, neatly lined with various packaged supplies, each shelf marked with numbers and categories. Chen Shi examined each row until he halted in front of the last row of filing cabinets. He carefully extracted a document wrapped in brown paper, marked with top secret. He removed his backpack and placed the document inside. Next, his gaze fell upon a laptop. This was a fine find, perfect for passing the time with some single-player games. He added the laptop to his bag, along with several external hard drives. Come quickly, there is food here. Mai exclaimed excitedly, standing before shelf number 10. Chen Shi hastily threw his backpack over his shoulders and rushed toward the shelf. Goodness, we struck it rich. Lao Wang's eyes sparkled as he greedily gazed at the food on the shelves, muttering to himself. Chen Shi and Zhang Fei soon joined him. And upon seeing the abundance of food, Chen Shi felt a surge of excitement. The shelves, measuring 15 meters in length and 2 meters in height, were filled with boxes of unopened food, most importantly labeled as military rations. This indicated that the food would have a long shelf life and assured quality. Even if they were past their expiry date, it didn't matter. They could still be fortified. What are we waiting for? Let us load up, Lao Wang shouted enthusiastically. But how do we carry all this? Chen Shi thought bitterly, wishing they had blown up the building and driven in with a truck, knowing there would be so much. Find some rope to tie the boxes to our backs, Lao Wang immediately suggested. Indeed, in front of a shelf labeled as tools, they found rope. They gathered boxes marked with meat cans, dehydrated vegetables, and instant meal packs, placing them on the ground. Moments later, at least 80 boxes were piled up. Each box weighed 25 kilograms, meaning that each person could barely carry 2 boxes. Even with 2 boxes, they would be struggling under the weight of 100 pounds. With 4 of them, they could only carry out 8 boxes, a mere tenth of the total. Feeling disheartened, the group gazed at the mountain of food. Greed often leads to peril. Food can be found again, but a life lost is irreplaceable. Each of us can take 2 boxes and head out first. We can always come back for more, Chen Shi decisively proclaimed, garnering unanimous support. Thus, in the face of overwhelming temptation, anyone could become reckless. The 4 of them tied the boxes to their backs and bent over, making their way out of the storage room. Suddenly, the temperature of the black stone in Chen Shi's hand surged alarmingly. This is bad, he thought to himself. Chapter 47. Illusion, grateful for the support of all readers. This is bad. There is danger. Just as he prepared to call out to Lao Wang, darkness enveloped him, obscuring even his fingers from view. He glanced around, feeling as though he were submerged in a thick ink, unable to discern the path or the figures of Lao Wang and the others. Lao Wang, he shouted, but received no response. Concern washed over him as he feared they might be in danger. Fortunately, the temperature of the black stone began to cool, indicating that the level of danger was subsiding. Moments later, clarity returned to his vision, revealing Lao Wang and the others moving swiftly toward the door. Chen Shi was puzzled. Why hadn't Lao Wang heard his call? He hurriedly followed after their retreating figures. Upon reaching outside, he could barely make out Lao Wang and the others moving rapidly in the darkness. Lao Wang. He called out again, but still received no answer. Lao Wang didn't even pause to glance back at Chen Shi. Damn it. Is food all that matters now? Chen Shi cursed under his breath, quickening his pace to catch up with them. After a while, Chen Shi suddenly felt something was amiss. Lao Wang and the others were moving far too quickly, considering their burden. Even a strong man like Lao Wang, laden with 100 pounds, shouldn't he be able to move at such a pace? Chen Shi, while not as robust as Lao Wang, was certainly more agile than the others. After all, consuming several packs of beef jerky daily significantly boosted his stamina beyond that of ordinary scavengers. Yet, oddly, Zhang Fei and Ma Yi were matching Lao Wang's pace. Could it be that human potential is indeed limitless? This defied logic. But in this place, logic had no standing. The very existence of their situation was illogical. As he pondered these thoughts, Chen Shi followed closely behind them until they reached the basement entrance. Wait. Chen Shi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. They had come through the elevator shaft, not this entrance. How did Lao Wang and the others know about this entrance? Lao Wang. Lao Wang. Stop. Chen Shi shouted desperately. This time, Lao Wang reacted, turning to face him. Gasping for breath, Chen Shi hurriedly approached him. Did you hear me calling just now? Lao Wang shook his head blankly. How did you know the entrance was here? Chen Shi pressed on. I don't know. I just walked until I got here, Lao Wang replied, his expression devoid of emotion. Chen Shi turned to the other 2, who bore the same blank expressions, their breathing steady. A shiver cascaded down Chen Shi's spine as a wave of cold fear washed over him. Lao Wang and the others were clearly not acting normally. They moved without a hint of exhaustion while carrying 100 pounds. Even the fittest individual should find it impossible to maintain such ease. Wait. Who is that over there in the corner? Chen Shi thought. I thought there were only 3 of us. With me, that makes 4. Where did the 5th person come from? He stared closely at that individual and his mind buzzed. In an instant, he was utterly disoriented. Standing before him were not 3, but 4 people. The deceased Huzi was indeed there, carrying 2 boxes, standing in a distant corner. At this moment, Chen Shi could no longer maintain his composure. He raised the black stone in his hand and hurled it fiercely at Huzi. Bang! The black stone struck Huzi and dropped to the ground. No black mist appeared, and Huzi did not vanish. He brushed off his clothes and asked Chen Shi, Why did you hit me? What the hell? Where was the problem? Chen Shi's heart began to race, and he bent down to pick up the black stone, noting that its temperature had not increased. Are we leaving or not? Old One asked expressionlessly. Chen Shi stared intently at him, his mind racing to pinpoint where things had gone awry. Did you not see Huzi? Chen Shi pointed at Huzi in the corner and inquired. Old Wang and the others glanced at the corner, then turned to him and shook their heads in confusion. Chen Shi was on the brink of madness. Who was at fault? Was it him or them? Suddenly, he snatched the gun from Old Wang's hand, and before they could react, he fired 2 shots at Huzi. At the moment the gun fired, Huzi suddenly disappeared before his eyes. What are you doing? Why are you shooting? Old Wang's question sounded more like a statement. Devoid of any expression of doubt, his voice flat. It's nothing, let us go, Chen Shi replied as he handed the gun back to Old Wang. Until he understood the cause, he intended to exit first. He looked toward the basement entrance, where a thick, heavy fire door was tightly locked. No wonder there were no spiders. They couldn't get in. He stepped forward and turned the door's handle. After a clattering sound, the handle rotated. And with a forceful tug, the heavy iron door creaked open. Chen Shi turned to Old Wang. Let us go, out first. Old Wang did not respond, but stepped up the stairs. Zhang Fei and Ma Yi followed closely behind. Chen Shi trailed them, being the last to exit. He observed the 3 in front of him, noting their steady steps, as if they bore no burden. He watched them warily, drawing his handgun. Prepared to fire at the slightest hint of trouble, they descended the stairs and exited the safety passage, arriving in the hall corridor. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any spiders. The corridor lay silent, with naught to be seen. Suddenly, Chen Shi understood, a smile spreading across his face. He raised his gun, aimed at the backs of Old Wang and the others, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Following the gunfire, just as he had anticipated. There was no scene of bloodshed. Old Wang and the others vanished. Immediately after, he aimed the gun at his own temple and pulled the trigger. Bang! Everything plunged into darkness. In the darkness, he abruptly opened his eyes. The storage room. He was indeed still in the storage room, having never left. He turned to see Old Wang lying beside him. Not far away, Zhang Fei and Ma Yi lay on the ground. The black stone rolled nearby, and he grasped it tightly. It was scalding hot. Damn it, it was a nightmare. He had just fallen into an illusion crafted by the nightmare. Yet, this illusion was rather lackluster. They didn't even bother to create spiders? He glanced around. Behind the left shelf, it seemed a pair of eyes were silently watching him. He stealthily reached for the watch on his wrist, the time accelerating. Buzz. Waves rippled through the space before him. Everything appeared frozen. Even the dust floating in the air seemed to linger. Whoosh. Chen Shi dashed towards those eyes at lightning speed. Before the eyes could disappear, he was already before them. Boom. The black stone struck the eyes with precision, adhering firmly and hovering in midair. Gradually, those eyes were crushed by the black stone. The shattered eyes fell to the ground like powder, then vanished entirely. Once the eyes were completely gone, the black stone dropped to the floor with a thud. Phew. Chen Shi exhaled in relief. He picked up the fallen black stone, stowed it in his pocket, intending to enhance it again before use. Slap. Chen Shi delivered a sharp slap to Old Wang. Wake up. No response. Slap, slap. He struck twice more. Old Wang, get up. Suddenly, Old Wang's eyes flew open. And he sat up abruptly. What the hell? Am I still alive? He looked around in confusion. Then his gaze landed on Chen Shi. What just happened? Wasn't I dead? How am I here? Just an illusion. No need to panic. Chen Shi patted his shoulder. Then he pointed at Zhang Fei and Ma Yi. They are still in the illusion. Hurry and wake them. Chen Shi and Old Wang approached the two, each calling out to one. Slap. Chen Shi employed the same technique. Delivering a hard slap to Ma Yi's face. Get up. Is this how you woke me? Old Wang instinctively touched his face, his mouth twitching slightly. What else? Chen Shi glared at Ma Yi, speaking without turning his head. Ma Yi grimaced in pain, his face turning pale. Chen Shi intensified his grip and delivered another resounding slap. Ma Yi, wake up. Blood trickled from the corner of Ma Yi's mouth as he let out a soft groan, yet remained unconscious. Slap. Old Wang followed suit. Landing a slap on Zhang Fei's face. Zhang Fei, wake up, quickly. Damn. Zhang Fei shouted, abruptly opening his eyes, seizing the gun beside him, and aiming it at Old Wang. Zhang Fei, are you crazy? I'm Old Wang. Zhang Fei, startled, suddenly came to his senses, looking around in bewilderment. He gazed at Old Wang. I just walked out of the basement with you guys, then was chased. How did I end up back here? It was all an illusion. We never left this place. Chen Shi explained. He then turned to Ma Yi, realizing that several slaps had proved ineffective. If he didn't wake up soon, they might be in danger. Thinking quickly, he drew a dagger and lightly grazed Ma Yi's fingertip. A tiny wound appeared. Chen Shi hesitated to apply too much force, fearing he might inflict excessive pain, but even a minuscule cut would be sufficient to wake him. Moments later, Ma Yi's entire face contorted in agony. This was no joke. The pain was a combination of all forms of suffering, far worse than torture or childbirth. If this didn't wake him, there would be no hope. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Ma Yi finally awoke, clutching his hand and shouting in pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Old Wang and Zhang Fei exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Ma Yi was overreacting to a mere scratch. Ugh, Ma Yi gasped in discomfort. Enough, let us get out of here. We don't want to encounter any more trouble. Chen Shi sheathed the dagger and stood up. Ma Yi struggled to rise, for the love of God. Just chop off my finger. It hurts too much. It's fine. Bear with it. You'll feel better in a few days. Chen Shi reassured him. Ma Yi shook his long hair, nearly in tears. I can't stand it for even a minute. You tell me to endure for days? Old Wang internally sighed in relief, thankful he had woken up quickly. Otherwise, would he have met the same fate as Ma Yi? Chen Shi led the group out of the storage room, relying on the memories from the illusion to navigate towards the basement entrance. Chapter 48. A pathological sense of direction. Each of them carried 100 pounds of food, making it impractical to retrace their steps. They had to find the basement entrance. Chen Shi, relying on his memories from the illusion, led Old Wang and the others through the darkness. But Chen Shi was notoriously directionally challenged, even in broad daylight. He often struggled to remember the way. In the vast underground chamber, where everything appeared strikingly similar and devoid of any directional signs, Chen Shi quickly found himself disoriented, wandering aimlessly with Lao Wang and the others. After a brief moment, they found themselves back at the storage room. I can't take it anymore. Huffing and puffing. I need to rest for a while, Ma Yi muttered, casting a resentful glance at Chen Shi as he slumped onto the ground, gasping for air. Chen Shi rubbed his nose and offered an awkward smile. It's too dark. I can't see the way. Lao Wang took a deep breath, removed the box from his back, and suggested, how about this? You all wait here while I scout ahead. Once I find the way, I'll come back to lead you out. Yes, let Lao Wang go. He is like a living map. He has never lost his way while hunting in the mountains. Zhang Fei chimed in, leaning against the wall in agreement. Chen Shi nodded. Be careful. If you encounter danger, fire a warning shot so we can locate you. As he spoke, he handed Lao Wang a piece of black stone, saying, take this. It might save your life in a critical moment. Lao Wang accepted the black stone, gripping it in one hand while holding his gun in the other, and ventured into the darkness alone. Chen Shi's intention in giving him the black stone was twofold. One was for protection, and the other was to verify his identity as the real Lao Wang, not a nightmare, for nightmares cannot touch the black stone. Watching Lao Wang depart, he leaned against the wall, lost in thought. For now, it seemed that the first underground level was filled with offices, and even in the solitary storage room, there was no sign of the miniature nuclear power generator. It was likely situated on the second underground level, where the entire laboratory should also be located, with the passage to the second underground level likely at the entrance. But now, a dilemma arose. How could he seek the generator while carrying the food on his back? Although termed a miniature nuclear power generator, it would likely not be small in size. Why hadn't he thought to inquire about its dimensions earlier? He sighed heavily, regardless. Carrying 100 pounds of food would undoubtedly hinder his ability to transport the generator simultaneously. Should he drop the food in return for the generator? Though fraught with peril, it seemed the only option. Chen Shi scratched his unruly hair, feeling agitated. A moment later, Lao Wang's figure emerged from the darkness. Instinctively, Chen Shi grasped the black stone tightly, intently watching Lao Wang, ready to strike at the slightest hint of abnormality. I found the entrance. It's south, actually quite close. We just went the wrong way before, Lao Wang exclaimed excitedly. Suddenly, the temperature of the black stone in Chen Shi's hands surged. Where's the black stone? Chen Shi asked nonchalantly. Although the black stone was already issuing a warning, it didn't necessarily mean that the Lao Wang before him was a sinister entity. It was prudent to verify his identity first. Upon hearing this, Lao Wang's expression momentarily froze. Chen Shi's heart skipped a beat. Die. He smashed the black stone against Lao Wang's forehead. Boom. Dark mist billowed as Lao Wang's body erupted and vanished into the void. Damn. An imposter. Chen Shi cursed. In a matter of seconds, Ma Yi and Zhang Fei had yet to react, and the counterfeit Lao Wang had already dissipated into thin air. I found it. I know where the entrance is. The real Lao Wang's voice echoed again. Ma Yi and Zhang Fei immediately tensed, their eyes alert as they focused on the approaching figure in the darkness. Why are you looking at me like that? Lao Wang, now closer, questioned with a bewildered expression upon seeing their unusual demeanor. Where's the black stone? Chen Shi inquired, maintaining his composure. It's right here. Lao Wang opened his hand to reveal the black stone. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. Chen Shi stood up, took the black stone from him, and declared, let us move out. They quickly readied their equipment and followed Lao Wang towards the entrance. The journey was uneventful, leading them smoothly to the entrance. Contrary to Chen Shi's expectations of a grand and spacious underground entryway, it was merely a nondescript small door. Had it not been for the sign indicating it as an entrance, he would have doubted Lao Wang's navigation. The door was secured with a heavy iron bar connected to the wall, locked tightly with a large padlock. Lao Wang raised his gun and shot the iron lock, which shattered upon impact. He removed the bar and pulled the door open, allowing the group to stream out into the stairwell, where stairs led up to the first floor. Chen Shi glanced to the left and saw that indeed, the stairs leading to the second underground level were also there. The group ascended the steps quietly, heading towards the first floor. The staircase was short, and a turn revealed the door to the safety passage on the first floor. This door was also locked from the inside. The glass was completely shattered, and they cautiously approached the door. Chen Shi peered through the broken glass into the quiet corridor outside, where a group of spiders lay motionless on the ground. He withdrew his gaze and whispered to the three behind him, "If we go out from here, the sound of unlocking will alert the spiders, and we'll have to force our way through." The three exchanged glances, uncertain. A forceful approach was not a reliable strategy, aside from the potential hindrance of their gear. They likely had limited ammunition, and they still needed to return for the food and generator. Chen Shi furrowed his brows, contemplating their options. Suddenly, an idea struck him. The door to the basement was too small to accommodate large items. Given that it was a nuclear physics laboratory, significant items would undoubtedly be present. So, how did their belongings make it into the basement? Unless there was another entrance. If the first underground level lacked one, it must be on the second underground level. This realization illuminated his mind, and he turned to Lao Wang. "Lao Wang, have you considered that there might be more than one door to the basement?" Lao Wang furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "Are you suggesting there are other exits?" "There must be. Think about it. How could a nuclear physics lab of such size have only one small door? How did they bring in their experimental equipment?" Lao Wang nodded slightly, appearing contemplative. "That makes sense." Chen Shi continued, "I estimate not only is there an exit, but it could also be a large entrance suitable for vehicles. If that is the case, we could drive right down." Excitement lit up the faces of Lao Wang and the others. "That is exactly what I mean," Chen Shi confirmed with a nod. Lao Wang promptly inquired, "Where do you think the other entrance might be?" "I suspect it's on the second underground level. Shall we go down to take a look?" "Let us go," Lao Wang said decisively, leading the way down the stairs. "You all wait for me on the first underground level. I have something to take care of." A sly smile crept across Chen Shi's face. "All right, make it quick." Lao Wang nodded in understanding, thinking to himself that men often have their little secrets. And it was fine as long as they didn't interfere. But he was mistaken. Chen Shi was not about to let anything slide. He remembered old He and the group that had fired upon them when he first entered. He had been contemplating this matter. And now it finally clicked. Those individuals were likely waiting for him to emerge, ready to seize the opportunity. If he were in their position, the most opportune moment to strike would be when Lao Wang and the others returned to the hall with the supplies, engaging with the spiders. They would undoubtedly choose that moment to attack. When that time came, he would be caught in a pincer move between the spiders and the assailants, unable to defend himself, resulting in significant casualties, allowing them to seize the food and generator he had painstakingly gathered. What a clever plan they had devised. "Then I shall give them a taste of their own medicine." Chen Shi smiled, raising his gun and aiming at the spiders. Chapter 49. Who is the mantis? And who is the yellow bird? Bang. Boom. The bullet from the enhanced pistol exploded, shattering the tranquility in an instant. "I'm out." The man in sunglasses abruptly rose from the thicket, gazing towards the main entrance of the building. They have emerged. On the other side, the scarred man displayed a look of wild delight. "Bring the vehicle over. Prepare for battle," he swiftly commanded his subordinates. Moments later, a pickup truck equipped with a mounted machine gun slowly approached. "Get in, cover with the machine gun, block the main entrance, do not let the Spider-Man escape," the scarred man shouted. The remaining 8 robust men, with 4 boarding the pickup, and the other 4 joining the scarred man in another vehicle, surged from the side of the building towards the main entrance. "Lame man, gather the brothers, check the equipment, head to the front to block them." The man in sunglasses bellowed from the left side of the building. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. The machine gun fired first, followed closely by the sound of grenades exploding and gunfire erupting, an all-out display of firepower. The deafening cacophony startled the man in sunglasses. "What the hell? They have heavy firepower?" "Boss, it seems they have reinforcements," the lame man shouted, pointing at the pickup by the entrance. The man in sunglasses turned to the main entrance, where the machine gun was unleashing a barrage of bullets into the lobby. He hesitated. Who are these people? It is rare to encounter forces equipped with heavy weaponry. They are either predators or redeemers. Predators typically have their own territory. It is said that in this vicinity, only he and Qin Gongli hold sway over the old city of Qinha. Further afield, other predator factions dominate. If predators are merely armed groups, then redeemers resemble organizations, complex in structure and vast in personnel, consisting of both armed individuals and elites from various industries. They huddle in large cities, seldom resorting to violent plunder, at least not overtly. So who are these people? The man in sunglasses wrestled with his thoughts, unable to discern the enemy's background. He was reluctant to act hastily, but couldn't bear to let such a juicy opportunity slip away. Boss, let us attack. The lame man was eager to engage. Lame man, can you discern their origins? The man in sunglasses inquired, his gaze fixed on the main entrance. Who cares about their origins? Let us just do it. They know nothing of who is attacking them, the lame man replied nonchalantly. Indeed, the man in sunglasses felt a sudden clarity, just as the lame man said. Who says we must confront them head on? We can launch a surprise attack. After all, they have no idea who we are. Damn it. With this thought, the man in sunglasses seized a firearm, tossing it to the lame man. Take out the machine gunner for me. You can count on me. The lame man was a renowned sharpshooter. Before the apocalypse, he was a gold medalist in international shooting competitions. After the world fell apart, he had suffered a broken leg. Yet through sheer marksmanship, he managed to eliminate 4 adversaries. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the man in sunglasses, who was greatly impressed by the lame man's exceptional skill. In this post-apocalyptic world, what is most valuable, aside from food, is talent. This man is indeed a rare find. The man in sunglasses, eager for skilled individuals, took the lame man under his wing as a bodyguard. At this moment, the lame man had already adjusted himself. A target at 300 meters was hardly a challenge for him. He took a moment to gauge the wind speed and locate the optimal shooting position. Bang! The lame man seized the moment and fired. Thud! Just as the gunfire erupted, the machine gunner's head was blown apart, collapsing lifelessly into the truck bed. The machine gun fell silent. The Spider-Man, previously pinned down by the gunfire, surged towards the entrance as the sound of the machine gun ceased. What is going on? The scarred man glanced towards the truck, bewildered, seeing the gaping hole in the machine gunner's head. The man was unmistakably dead. Due to the thunderous noise of the heavy machine gun, he had heard no other shots. As the Spider-Man prepared to burst forth from the entrance, he promptly pointed to a nearby burly man. Hurry up, take his place. The burly man jumped into the pickup, and immediately, the rat-tat-tat of the machine gun resumed. Lame man, fire again. Without hesitation, the lame man chambered a bullet, aimed slightly, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Thud! Another machine gunner tumbled from the pickup. Damn it! The scarred man lost his composure. If the previous incident was an accident, he could now confirm that someone was taking potshots from the shadows. In the lobby, apart from the Spider-Man, there was no one else, so where did that gunfire come from? He simmered with rage, scanning his surroundings. He initially thought he was the hidden predator, but after all this time, he had seen no trace of the supposed mantis and had inexplicably lost 2 men. It turns out he was the mantis. So, who is the hidden prey? A thorough scan revealed no abnormalities. Retreat, quickly retreat, he hastily ordered. With the enemy concealed and himself exposed, there was no choice but to withdraw from danger. The remaining few scrambled into the vehicle and rapidly retreated towards the side of the building. The Spider-Man, unwilling to let them escape, surged from the entrance in a tide, pursuing their fleeing figures. Damn it, they run pretty fast. The man in sunglasses cursed, patting the lame man in commendation. Well done. Yet, he furrowed his brow, glancing towards the main entrance, muttering to himself, why haven't they come out yet? All along, he had believed that the previous group was allied with Chen Shi. Reinforcements sent to assist him. Now, with that group fleeing and no sign of Chen Shi and his companions emerging, doubt began to creep in. Let us head out and investigate, the man in sunglasses commanded. Rather than wait idly, it was better to discover the truth behind this situation. Thus, just as the Redeemers departed, the Predators arrived at the main entrance. Inside the lobby, an overwhelming stench filled the air, littered with the corpses of Spider-Man. Those who were still alive had gone off to avenge their fallen comrades. There was no sign of Chen Shi or any of the expected supplies. The man in sunglasses fell silent, his confusion deepening. Everything before him indicated that the 2 factions were not allied. So, what was the purpose of the fleeing group's arrival? Did they come merely to kill a few Spider-Men? Who would undertake such a perilous endeavor without any gain? The man in sunglasses found himself utterly perplexed. Let us go inside. Since he could not make sense of it, he decided to push the thoughts aside. With the Spider-Men having left in droves, the building was temporarily secure. They proceeded with caution into the interior of the building. Meanwhile, Chen Shi and his group had descended to the 2nd basement level. The good news was that the door to the 2nd floor was unlocked. The bad news was that every room on the 2nd floor was locked, each bearing radiation warning signs. Although years had passed, and the equipment had long ceased operation due to the lack of power, who could guarantee that there was no nuclear radiation present? After all, this was a nuclear physics laboratory. The presence of radiation was to be expected. How about this? You all wait here at the door while I take a look inside. Chen Shi proposed. There was no need to put others at risk for his own needs. He could find a mini nuclear generator and then have them assist in moving it out. Old Wang and the others nodded in agreement without hesitation. Chen Shi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, no one was willing to undertake a task without personal benefit. He sighed inwardly and turned to step into the radiation-marked second basement. Chapter 50, The Secret of the Demon Seal. Chen Shi held the black stone in one hand and a pistol in the other, cautiously making his way into the second basement. The layout of this level was entirely different from the previous one. There were no offices, and the entire floor resembled a factory, though the rooms were few. Each was quite spacious. The largest room resembled a factory hall, stretching from one end of the basement to the other, occupying nearly a third of the entire area. This vast chamber effectively divided the basement, with corridors running along each side. For someone as directionally challenged as Chen Shi, this layout alleviated any fears of getting lost. Along the walls of the two corridors were various compartments, each adorned with a sign: material room, monitoring room, isolation and disinfection room, data monitoring room. As Chen Shi walked down one of the corridors, a sign suddenly caught his attention: finished product warehouse. A spark ignited in his mind. He recalled that Zhong Hui had mentioned 3 finished products of the miniature nuclear power generator, 2 of which had been taken by the Redeemers, leaving one untested. Could the generator be stored here? He hurried to the warehouse door, which was a steel double door secured with an electronic lock. He reached out to push it. But the cold, unyielding steel did not budge. The door was locked. Chen Shi retrieved the ion beam gun from his back, deactivating the additional attributes. He activated the energy switch, and a crackling sound of charging emanated from the gun's muzzle. With a hum, a blue ion beam shot forth, striking the surface of the steel door. Under the powerful impact of the ion beam, the door began to melt at a visible rate. Within mere seconds, the steel door collapsed with a resounding crash, releasing a damp, musty odor from within the warehouse. He peered inside. The warehouse was spacious, divided into several areas, with numerous packaged items haphazardly strewn across the floor. Chen Shi speculated that they must have been attacked while preparing to evacuate, panicking and carelessly tossing the packaged items aside. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, he cautiously entered the warehouse, gripping the black stone tightly as he searched for the generator. Scattered across the floor were several metal boxes, each marked with a number and a list of contents. As he examined them one by one, he found that most contained experimental tools, of no use to him. Just as he was nearing the end of the warehouse, he stumbled upon a large iron box, 2 meters high and 3 meters wide, wrapped in wooden slats. The surface bore a radiation symbol, and as he approached, he scrutinized the list of contents. Clearly seeing the words nuclear power generator, his heart raced with excitement. The miniature nuclear power generator was indeed here. The next question was how to transport it out. However, the generator's massive size confirmed his suspicion that there must be a large exit nearby. He needed to find this exit quickly to move the generator. Resolving to do so, he briskly walked back outside the warehouse. Continuing down the corridor to its end, he found no other exits. Turning right at the end of the path, he entered another corridor. A sign read confidential room. Just a few steps in, he noticed a room labeled as such, its heavy door surprisingly ajar. Curiosity piqued. He paused to peer inside. Ever since he had seen the top-secret documents from Xia Yan, he felt as though he had opened a gateway to a new world, akin to a child experiencing chocolate for the first time. Words like top secret and confidential held an irresistible allure, drawing him in with an insatiable desire to discover their contents. Without hesitation, he slipped into the confidential room, his heart racing with excitement, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery. The room was not large, containing several locked filing cabinets side by side, with a large safe against the wall. All the cabinets stood open, some documents scattered on the ground while others were tossed into a box. His gaze fell upon the dark green safe. Here, he believed, lay the most crucial information. He approached the safe, and within its open door, he found a chaotic pile of documents marked confidential and top secret, with a black box resting at the bottom, devoid of any labels or descriptions. On the floor lay a black briefcase, similarly filled with documents. Intrigued, Chen Shi pulled out a document labeled top secret and began to read. Recently, our city's archaeological team discovered an unidentified object suspected to be a spaceship. Carbon-14 testing revealed that it is at least 100,000 years old. This was a yellowed media brief dated July 16, 2015. Though brief, it was enough to leave him astounded. A spaceship from 100,000 years ago? So, did this matter fall under the jurisdiction of the archaeological team or the space agency? A smile crept onto his face as he turned to the next page. Upon investigation by relevant national departments, it was confirmed that the spaceship incident was a misunderstanding, and the unidentified flying object was likely a fabricated farce by unscrupulous media. Authorities cautioned that the internet is not beyond the law and urged the public to refrain from believing or spreading rumors. This media brief was dated July 17, 2015. In just one day, a complete reversal had occurred. Yet, according to common sense, when officials publicly refute something, it is typically grounded in truth. Furthermore, if it were merely a rumor, why would it appear in a top-secret document? This matter was far from simple. He turned to the next page, where he first saw two photographs. The first depicted the excavation site of the spaceship, revealing a massive, oddly shaped vessel embedded in the earth, with part of its dark shell exposed. Next, he looked at the second image. This object appeared, boom. Chen Shi's mind buzzed, and he froze. The photograph showed a glowing black rectangular object inscribed with symbols, slightly larger and thicker than a tablet. Most importantly, the markings on this object were identical to those in the old Taoist manuscript, including the demonic seal pattern that matched the one on his own body. The back of the photograph bore a note stating that the object exhibited slight radioactivity, with nuclear radiation readings normal, its material and symbols unknown, and suspected to be some form of extraterrestrial language, unable to be translated. Was this an alien language? Did the demonic seal relate to extraterrestrial beings? Could it be that it was not the Tao ancestor, not the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, not the victorious fighting Buddha, not the primordial heavenly sovereign, not the Tathagata, not the Monkey King? How could it be extraterrestrial life? Chen Shi was bewildered. This diverged entirely from his expectations. He had envisioned countless possibilities, particularly after encountering the old Taoist manuscript, believing it to be a tome of boundless magical power. Perhaps one day he would unravel its mysteries and ascend to sanctity. Who could have anticipated it would be linked to extraterrestrial beings? Though aliens might dwell in the ninth heaven, he was different. He was not the victorious fighting Buddha, nor a deity. Chen Shi found himself engulfed in confusion. How had extraterrestrial artifacts ended up within his own body? Chapter 51. Annihilation. Chen Shi held the photograph, momentarily dazed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the first photograph to scrutinize it more closely. No wonder the black stone could connect with me. He realized that the valley where the spaceship was excavated was precisely where the old Taoist had discovered the black stone, right in front of the mountain housing his air raid shelter. The valley must have formed after the spaceship's impact, and the black stone likely scattered in the valley when the vessel disintegrated, he speculated. Thus, both the black stone and the demonic seal were products of extraterrestrial technology. He sighed, placing the photograph into his bag, returning the document folder to the safe. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the black box at the bottom of the safe, igniting a spark of intrigue. This item, could it possibly be? His heart raced at the thought. He bent down, carefully extracting the box and brushing off the dust on its surface. Top secret item, do not open without authorization. A line of text revealed itself upon the surface of the box. Chen Shi, filled with curiosity, attempted to lift the lid, only to discover that it was secured with a combination lock. Alas, time was of the essence. He resolved to find a way to open the box upon his return, eager to ascertain whether it contained the enigmatic object depicted in the photograph. With this thought, he stowed the box into his backpack and swiftly exited the confidential chamber. After leaving the chamber, he did not venture far when a towering iron gate, 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, emerged before him. Indeed, there was an exit. Chen Shi's heart soared with joy as he hastened toward the door. This entrance, exposed to the elements, bore signs of severe rust due to the relentless sun and wind. Even the lock had succumbed to corrosion. With a forceful pull, the door emitted a shrill, glass-like screech, slowly creaking open. Beyond lay a long ramp leading down to the ground, flanked by waist-high wild grass, which obscured the presence of yet another door. After surveying his surroundings, Chen Shi turned back to retrace his steps, intent on finding Lao Wang and the others. Suddenly, the distant sounds of gunfire echoed bang, bang, rat-a-tat-tat. Alarm surged within him. This was dire. He swiftly grasped his firearm and sprinted through the darkness. Upon reaching the entrance to the second basement level, he spotted Lao Wang and his companions retreating into the doorway. They were separated by a door, exchanging fire with their adversaries. Fortunately, the entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, thus preventing the enemy from breaching their defenses. Lao Wang, what has transpired? What is the situation? Chen Shi gasped as he approached, breathless. We were waiting for you in the stairwell, but suddenly a group of people appeared on the first basement level. They seemed to be after food as well. Lao Wang paused, swallowing hard before continuing. We intended to hide and avoid conflict, but they discovered the second basement level and spotted us. They likely saw the supplies we were carrying and attacked without hesitation. Bang! As Lao Wang spoke, A bullet whizzed by, grazing his ear. Both he and Chen Shi quickly ducked to the side. They have a sharpshooter. We cannot afford to expose ourselves, Lao Wang added. Having grasped the situation, Chen Shi furrowed his brow as he assessed the entrance. A direct assault was futile. The enemy held the advantageous high ground. You three hold them off here. I shall flank them from behind. He relayed his plans swiftly before darting toward the elevator shaft of the second basement. Reaching the elevator, he pried open the door and slipped into the shaft, gripping the steel cable as he ascended along the wall to the first basement. For Chen Shi, the transition between the two levels posed little challenge, as they were merely one floor apart. Soon, he arrived at the elevator of the first basement. Drawing his reinforced handgun and unsheathing a dagger, he stealthily approached the stairwell. The sound of gunfire continued unabated. Boom! A grenade exploded below. Tightening the knot of anxiety in Chen Shi's chest, Lao Wang and the others were nearing their breaking point. He sprinted forward, suddenly appearing at the stairwell door. Inside, a burly man tasked with rearguard duty was startled by the sudden appearance of Chen Shi, instinctively pulling the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat! A barrage of bullets struck Chen Shi, falling harmlessly to the ground. Unscathed, he swiftly raised his weapon, unleashing a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat! 30 rounds per second poured forth, accompanied by a series of explosive detonations. The stairwell was soon engulfed in smoke, debris, and severed limbs scattering about. As the smoke cleared, not a single intact body remained. The ground was strewn with dismembered remains. With the immediate threat neutralized, Chen Shi descended the blood-slicked steps to the second basement, finding Lao Wang and his companion seated on the floor, panting heavily. Just in time. We were out of ammunition. Had you delayed any longer, we would have met our end. Lao Wang exhaled deeply. Chen Shi smiled. Survival often leads to fortune. I have discovered an exit, and we can take all the supplies with us. Upon hearing this, the three men sprang to their feet. Mai exclaimed, "What are we waiting for? Let us move the supplies." "Hold on. I'll bring the vehicle closer. You three begin transporting the food to the second basement and wait for me," Chen Shi instructed, handing his reinforced handgun to Lao Wang. "This is for your emergency use. It still has 30 rounds left, which should suffice for now." Lao Wang accepted the handgun, a broad smile gracing his face. "This will certainly do. You go get the car. I'll manage things here." Having reached an agreement, they dispersed to execute their respective tasks. Chen Shi exited through the entrance to the second basement, wading through the waist-high wild grass toward his vehicle. Upon emerging, he realized he was at the rear of the building, where dense patches of grass obscured the path. Navigating carefully to the front, he spotted his vehicle alongside two imposing black Mercedes-Benzes. A sense of caution washed over him as he recalled the group he had just eliminated within. These two vehicles were likely theirs. With this thought, he crouched low, stealthily drawing his dagger, and approached the cars concealed by the grass. Moments later, he edged closer to one of the vehicles, reaching for the door handle and yanking it open. To his surprise, it was empty. Maintaining his composure and utilizing the cover of the foliage, he moved toward the second vehicle. From within, he heard the sound of a woman weeping. He slowed his pace, striving to remain silent, nearly crouching in the grass as he crept toward the vehicle. Arriving at the driver's side, he placed his hand on the door handle, inhaled deeply, and suddenly flung the door open. A hefty man, resting against the seat, jolted awake, his confusion turning to shock as he perceived a glint of steel. Chen Shi drove the dagger deep into his chest, twisting it before yanking it free. Blood erupted, coating the window and obscuring the view. "Ah!" A woman's terrified scream erupted from the back seat. Turning, he saw two women bound and huddled together in fear. They looked strikingly familiar. Were they not popular celebrities? Chen Shi chuckled, amused by the sight of these once untouchable stars reduced to such vulnerability, akin to scavengers. "Hello," he greeted with a smile. "Ah." The two women gazed at him as though he were a ghost, shrieking in terror. "If you wish to avoid attracting the mutated creatures, I suggest you silence yourselves," Chen Shi warned sternly. The women immediately fell quiet, trembling as they clung to one another, casting fearful glances his way. "Please, do not harm us, we beg you. I merely happened to pass through. I had no intention of taking a life." Chen Shi responded with a smile. "No intention of harming us? Then what were you just doing?" Yangmi pondered, her body quaking with fear. Chen Shi sheathed his dagger and shrugged. "Rest assured, I harbor no malice toward you." Perceiving no ill intent from him, Yangmi and Ba began to relax slightly. "Could you untie us?" Yangmi asked cautiously. "And what of the people in this vehicle?" Chen Shi countered. Although he surmised these two vehicles belonged to the recently defeated group, it was prudent to confirm. "Those hunters? They mentioned something about capturing cicadas, and then entered." Yangmi gestured toward the entrance. "Hunters?" This indicated that those he had eliminated on the first basement level were indeed hunters. With this confirmation, he felt a sense of relief. Since the enemies were dead, These two vehicles were now spoils of war, perfect for transporting their supplies. Upon realizing the situation, he unsheathed his dagger and seized Yang Mi's fragile shoulder, twisting her body around. A soft gasp escaped Yang Mi's lips. "Silence," he commanded, extracting the dagger and capturing her wrist from behind, severing the ropes binding her. He then proceeded to cut the cords around her ankles. Yang Mi flexed her sore wrists and whispered her gratitude. "Thank you." Chen Shi remained silent, moving to the other side to open the car door and free Ba from her restraints. "Can you both drive?" Chen Shi inquired, sheathing his dagger. "Yes, we can. Are you allowing us to drive the car away?" "You are truly kind." Yang Mi and Ba nodded vigorously, their faces brimming with gratitude. "You misunderstand. I have a cargo that cannot fit in a single vehicle. If you can drive, assist me in bringing the car inside. If not, you may leave." Chen Shi replied coolly. "Oh, I see." A hint of disappointment flickered across Yang Mi's face. "No problem, no problem. You saved us, so it's only right we help." Ba interjected, nudging Yang Mi with her elbow. Chen Shi nodded, pleased with Ba's attitude. One should always show gratitude. In times of famine, equality prevails, and there is no such thing as unearned rewards. "And you?" Chen Shi turned to Yang Mi. "I am fine, completely fine," she replied, flashing a charming smile. "Excellent. You two will drive one vehicle each, following my lead. However, let me make this clear. If you contemplate fleeing, I won't hesitate to toss you to the spiders," Chen Shi said with a sly smile. Both women shivered involuntarily. Though he appeared friendly, his words sent chills down their spines. No. We are just two helpless women. Where could we possibly run?" Yang Mi and Ba hastily reassured him, waving their hands. "Let us go." Chen Shi gestured. "Wait, what now?" Chen Shi asked impatiently. Glancing at Yang Mi, she cautiously pointed to the driver's seat. Chen Shi slapped his forehead and approached the driver's cabin, dragging the lifeless body of a burly man out of the vehicle. "By the way, what is your name?" Chen Shi inquired, pointing at Yang Mi. "I am Yang Mi, and this is Ba," she introduced, indicating her companion. "Ba, you will drive that vehicle. You will drive this one. I'll lead. You both follow. Understood?" Chen Shi gestured towards his reinforced vehicle. "Understood," they replied in unison. "Very well, let us depart." Moments later, under Chen Shi's guidance, 3 vehicles gradually made their way towards the rear of the building. At the entrance of the underground level 2, Old Wang and the others had already transported all the food from the first floor, awaiting Chen Shi's return. Before long, they spotted Chen Shi's vehicle approaching, unexpectedly accompanied by 2 others. Old Wang immediately grew alert, aiming his reinforced handgun at the incoming vehicles, shouting, "Take cover. We have a situation." The trio concealed themselves, anxiously watching the cars that parked in front of them. As the car doors opened, Chen Shi jumped out. "Phew!" Old Wang and the others exhaled in relief. "Brother Chen Shi," Old Wang began, but his gaze was fixed on the enchanting Yang Mi and Ba descending from the vehicles, his eyes wide with desire. Zhang Fei and Mai shared a similar reaction, their expressions betraying their longing. It was no surprise, among the 4 of them, only Old Wang was not single. And finding a partner in peaceful times was challenging enough, let alone in this post-apocalyptic world. Although food could barter for women, it required having something to offer in the first place. Women were a scarce resource, not easily obtained. Moreover, they were not simply any women, but 2 stunning starlets. It would be impossible to claim they were devoid of thoughts in this regard. Yang Mi and Ba managed to muster faint smiles, waving, "Hello." "Ahem, Old Wang." Chen Shi cleared his throat, calling out, "Oh, are we moving now?" Old Wang chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, what are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. Let us hurry and finish loading before the night drags on." Old Wang urged, turning to Zhang Fei and Ma Yi. "What are you 2 dawdling for? Move it." Only then did they scramble to load the vehicles, with Yang Mi and Ba diligently assisting in transporting the food. Before long, both large vehicles were packed to the brim. The food filled not only the trunks but also the back seats. Chen Shi needed to clear his vehicle to accommodate the generator. "Old Wang, stay here and watch the cars. Zhang Fei and Mai, come with me to help carry something," he instructed, inviting the 2 into his vehicle and driving towards the finished goods warehouse. He had previously estimated the corridor's width, which was just enough for 2 vehicles to pass, albeit slightly narrow in certain areas. However, they could squeeze through. Though some scrapes were inevitable, who would concern themselves with such trivialities? Even if they were to demolish a wall, it would go unnoticed. Chen Shi navigated the vehicle, scraping against the walls until they reached the warehouse. The trio disembarked, and he led Zhang Fei and Ma Yi directly to the generator. Together, they exerted every ounce of strength to hoist the generator into the vehicle. Once loaded, they retraced their route, scraping back to the entrance. Old Wang, can you drive? Chen Shi asked as he jumped out of the car. Does driving a tractor count? Old Wang chuckled. Chen Shi's lips twitched as he turned to Zhang Fei and Ma Yi. Can either of you drive? Both shook their heads. He had initially hoped Old Wang's crew could drive, allowing Yang Mi and Di Riba to leave, but since they could not, he would have to rely on them. He looked at the two women. You both will drive, following my lead. They nodded. There was no room for dissent, were Chen Shi to abandon them. They would immediately find themselves in peril. Although they were unfamiliar with Chen Shi's character, he appeared safer than their pursuers, with Yang Mi and Di Riba joining them. They had 6 individuals, which conveniently allowed for 2 drivers. Ultimately, Zhang Fei climbed into Yang Mi's vehicle, while Ma Yi took the wheel of Di Riba's. Observing their excitement, Old Wang sighed as he settled into Chen Shi's vehicle. Moments later, the 3 cars slowly exited the building, circling to the front before heading onto the road. Chen Shi drove at a leisurely pace, his trunk carrying the generator, half of which protruded from the back. The radiation symbol clearly visible. Just as they exited the building's plaza and made their way onto the road, several pickup trucks brushed past them. Among them was Scarface, who inadvertently glanced out the window and immediately spotted the generator's half-exposed box. Upon seeing the glaring radiation symbol, his pupils constricted with realization. A nuclear generator. He suddenly shouted, "Turn around. Quickly, pursue that vehicle." Scarface commanded. The burly man at the wheel abruptly swerved the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator, chasing after Chen Shi. As Chen Shi had just brushed past that vehicle, he had been keeping an eye on their movements through the rearview mirror, and sure enough, they had turned around to follow. Damn, they truly are resilient. He silently cursed. Old Wang, prepare for battle. Old Wang gripped his reinforced handgun, rolling down the window, nervously peering behind. Suddenly, Chen Shi recalled that Ma Yi and Zhang Fei were out of ammunition and unable to fight, while all the food was in their vehicle. They have all the supplies, he realized, slamming on the brakes. Old Wang, get out. Don't let them steal the food. At that moment, Old Wang understood. The pursuing vehicles were incapable of combat. Without waiting for the car to come to a complete stop, he flung open the door and leaped out. In the back of the vehicle, Yang Mi and Di Li Zhiba, unaware of the unfolding events, followed suit and halted their car upon witnessing Chen Shi's sudden stop. Scarface, observing their cessation, felt a surge of joy as he grappled with how to intercept their vehicle. Firing a gun posed the risk of damaging the miniature nuclear generator, and ramming the car was equally perilous, risking harm to the generator as well. However, seeing their vehicle come to a standstill elicited great relief. Prepare for battle. Scarface shouted to the 2 burly men in the back seat. Originally, their numbers totaled 12, but Old Black had been captured by Spider-Man for lunch. Subsequently, 2 gunners fell to gunfire, followed by 4 more during confrontations with Spider-Man. Now, counting himself, only 5 remained. Yet, it appeared their adversaries were few. As the 2 women made their total 6, Scarface parked the vehicle 50 meters away from Chen Shi. Perceiving the unfavorable situation, Yang Mi and Riba swiftly dove into the roadside brush to hide. Lao Wang and Chen Shi, each armed with a gun, concealed themselves behind the vehicle, while Ma Yi and Zhang Fei wielded machetes, closely watching their opponents with bated breath. What a fine vehicle, such a pity. Chen Shi lamented inwardly at the sight of the multi-million-dollar pickup. He then raised his ion beam gun, activated its freezing attribute, and pulled the trigger. A resounding hum erupted as a brilliant blue light burst forth from the gun's muzzle, streaking directly toward the opposing pickup, just as Scarface leaped from his vehicle. A blinding flash of light overwhelmed his vision. A sudden chill gripped his heart, an acute sense of danger surged within him, prompting an instinctive leap toward the roadside brush. Moments later, he beheld the front half of the very vehicle he had occupied, enveloped in blue light, melting like chocolate, while the rear was encased in a thick layer of ice. His 2 subordinates remained in frozen poses at the door, transformed into ice sculptures, while the driver had been reduced to nothing but ashes. Alarmed, he glanced back at the other 2 vehicles. The burly men who had been driving had already jumped down and were advancing toward him. He sighed with relief, for this man was the strongest in his team. And as long as he survived, hope for a comeback remained. Furthermore, Scarface perceived himself as formidable. Defeating the opposition was merely a matter of time. He instructed the burly man, the enemy's weapons are peculiar. Be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. Find a way to close in for hand-to-hand combat. The burly man nodded in agreement. Let's split up and commence. Scarface's command was swiftly followed as both men darted off like cunning rabbits. Their physical prowess was remarkable. Even while hunched over, their speed was astonishing, rendering them nearly invisible, their positions discernible only through the rustling of the grass. Chen Shi's ion beam gun was still cooling down, rendering it temporarily unusable. Lao Wang nervously focused on the brush. where Scarface and the burly man danced in and out of view, weaving a serpentine path. With a precise aim, Lao Wang seized the moment, unleashing a torrent of 30 bullets amid explosions that sent smoke billowing, scattering earth and grass into the air. In that instant, attuned to the faintest sense and honed by years of combat experience, Scarface and the burly man anticipated Lao Wang's firing angle and impact point. Just as Lao Wang was about to pull the trigger, they lunged aside, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the barrage. Missed. Lao Wang gasped, realizing his weapon was now devoid of ammunition. Now, only Chen Shi's gun remained operational. Faced with a skilled adversary, Lao Wang furrowed his brow in concern. Chen Shi set aside his ion beam gun, drawing a dagger as he regarded the approaching duo, murmuring, "Let us see who is truly formidable." In the clash of close combat, the ion beam gun paled in comparison to the dagger's efficacy. Suddenly, the burly man's silhouette emerged from the brush. Bang, bang, bang. He leapt into the air, unleashing a flurry of gunfire, emptying his handgun's magazine in a single breath. Chen Shi was struck by 4 bullets. Although his reinforced suit absorbed much of the impact, the close-range shots still left his chest tingling as though he had been dealt a series of heavy blows. The burly man, witnessing this, felt a surge of shock. He had seen many bulletproof vests, but never one that could deflect bullets so effectively. Just then, a dull pain surged through his chest, reminiscent of being struck hard. No time for contemplation. He landed, discarded his handgun, and drew a slender short knife. Lunging at Chen Shi. At that moment, Scarface emerged from another side, holding a gun to the trembling Yang Mi and Di Li Zhiba. "Stop! Everyone halt!" he bellowed, capturing the attention of all present. With the gun pressed against Yang Mi's head, he threatened, "Exchange the generator for her, or I will execute her." Yang Mi's face turned pale, trembling with fear, her eyes pleading toward Chen Shi. "You must be insane, threatening me with a woman. Her life means nothing to me. You are the one destined to perish." Chen Shi charged at the burly man before Scarface could finish his threat, executing a swift kick that connected solidly with the man's face. Caught off guard by the audacity of his opponent, who dared to attack while holding a hostage, the burly man was momentarily stunned. As Chen Shi struck, Zhang Fei and Ma Yi swiftly joined the fray, brandishing their machetes at the burly man. Scarface, momentarily taken aback, pondered the value of the hostage. While lives were cheap, this was a woman, a high-value one at that, comparable to the generator. Realizing his threat had failed, he kicked Yang Mi down and aimed his gun at Chen Shi. He struggled to find an opportunity to fire. The melee between Chen Shi and the burly man made it perilous to shoot without risking the man's life. He sheathed his gun, drawing a tactical dagger instead, and charged at Chen Shi to join the battle. The burly man, now outnumbered 3-1, began to falter, relying solely on defense without the ability to retaliate. Scarface's arrival alleviated some of the pressure on him. Observing Scarface's approach, Zhang Fei and Ma Yi lunged at him with their blades drawn, but Scarface deftly evaded. And soon the three were entangled in a fierce struggle. Chapter 54. You are the boss. Meanwhile, the burly man engaged Chen Shi in a one-on-one duel. Lao Wang, unarmed, had picked up a tree branch, lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The burly man capitalized on a momentary lapse in Chen Shi's defense, delivering 4 or 5 rapid strikes that found their mark on his chest, waist, and abdomen. To his astonishment, despite exerting all his strength, not a single blade penetrated Chen Shi's defenses. Chen Shi grinned. "Have you finished stabbing yet?" Just as he spoke, he swiftly raised his hand and drove a dagger into the burly man's arm. The man let out a muffled grunt, his arm suddenly weak and drooping. Without hesitation, Chen Shi stepped forward, seized the injured arm, raised his knee, and forcefully bent the arm at the elbow. A sickening crack echoed as the burly man held in agony, his severed bone exposed and visible. Overwhelmed by pain, he hunched over, cradling his wounded arm, giving Chen Shi the chance to grip his head and deliver a knee strike directly to his face. Blood sprayed from the burly man's mouth and nose, splattering everywhere. Chen Shi, relentless, continued his assault, driving his elbow into the man's back with brutal force. The impact knocked the burly man to the ground, gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Shi unleashed a series of heavy kicks to the man's face, refusing to grant him even a moment's respite. With a relentless barrage of kicks, the man continued until his foot became numb, finally ceasing his assault. Upon glancing at the burly figure, he found him unconscious, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, rendering his features unrecognizable. His nose was crushed, and his mouth and eyes were so swollen that they barely resembled a human visage. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man held his ground against 3 opponents, overpowering old Wang and his companions, who struggled to fend him off. Even Ma Yi bore the brunt of the conflict, a bloody hole in his shoulder continuously spilling crimson. Chen Shi dashed forward a few steps, positioning himself behind the scar-faced man. Highly alert, the scar-faced man sensed a faint rustling behind him. Without turning, he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick backward. Chen Shi, unable to evade in time, took the full force of the blow to his abdomen and staggered backward. Just as Chen Shi retreated, the scar-faced man furrowed his brow and unexpectedly flew backward, landing next to Chen Shi with a thud. Puzzled, he looked at his abdomen, wondering how he had been propelled without anyone touching him. In that moment of distraction, Chen Shi raised his foot and delivered a forceful kick to the scar-faced man's temple. The impact was tremendous, and the proximity of the strike caused the scar-faced man to lose consciousness instantly. Bind him, Chen Shi commanded. Old Wang and the others hurriedly procured ropes and, with great effort, secured the scar-faced man like a dumpling. Chen Shi approached the fallen burly man and plunged a dagger forcefully into his thigh. Ah! The man screamed in agony, jolted awake by the pain. Who are you? Chen Shi asked calmly. The burly man's swollen lips made it difficult for him to articulate his words, but he managed. I am a comrade. Chen Shi pondered for a moment. Based on his garbled speech, it seemed he was uttering a curse, perhaps indicating that he wanted to die. Another stab followed, causing the burly man to wail, his voice cracking. Clarify who you are. Chen Shi reiterated, his tone unwavering. You are mistaken. I am a messenger. The burly man gasped, cursing incessantly. Chen Shi, undeterred, struck again, silencing him as blood gushed from a wound in his throat, wiping the blade clean. Chen Shi turned to the scar-faced man, who had just regained consciousness. Who are you? Chen Shi demanded. We are the Redeemers. Release me, and I shall hold no grudge. He replied, struggling against the pain. Why did you attack us? Chen Shi inquired. The scar-faced man felt wronged, insisting that they had merely followed Chen Shi's vehicle, hoping to obtain a generator. We didn't intend to harm you. Just let me go, and we can part ways without issue, he pleaded, his teeth gritted. Without hesitation, Chen Shi struck again, demonstrating his resolve. You think we would believe you? He declared, fierce and decisive. Old Wang and the others exchanged glances, their respect for Chen Shi evolving into a newfound reverence. Why are you all just standing there? Go search for supplies, Chen Shi shouted. He then pointed toward Yang Mi and Reba, who were trembling in the grass. You too, go wait by the vehicles. They quickly complied, nervously making their way to their respective vehicles. After a brief interval, Old Wang and the others returned, clutching an assortment of supplies recovered from the scar-faced man and his vehicle. Brother Chen, look at all these treasures, Old Wang exclaimed. Chen Shi felt a chill at the sight of the older man addressing him as brother, given their age difference. Old Wang, spare me the formalities. Just call me by my name, he replied, though Old Wang simply smiled, unconcerned with age in these times where power dictated respect. Chen Shi dismissed Old Wang's musings, focusing instead on a first aid kit he had spotted among the supplies. He tossed it to Mai. Use this to dress your wounds. Mai accepted it gratefully, thanking Chen Shi profusely. Once again, Chen Shi found himself being addressed as brother by someone older than him. Chen Shi, indifferent to their accolades, turned his attention to a bag of compressed rations that caught his eye. This particular bag was unlike any he had seen before. It bore no manufacturer's details, ingredients list, or barcodes. Only a few striking words, exclusively for Redeemers. The realization struck him. The Redeemer organization had the capability to produce food. Did this mean they were self-sufficient? Or were they merely supplying a select few? Either way, it indicated a robust production and supply system. Chen Shi's curiosity about the organization deepened. Despite the presence of food processing factories in their city, he wondered where the raw materials were sourced. Let us head back, he instructed, suppressing his intrigue as he tossed the bag of rations to Old Wang. Meanwhile, in Jidong City, within the security department's office building, Yuan Jiang leaned heavily on his desk, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Find Chen Shi, bring him back to me. Announce a reward. Whoever captures him will automatically gain the status of Redeemer, with free food supplies for a year and a secure safe house in Jidong City. The loss of his beloved daughter had aged him overnight, his fury transforming him into a beast poised to strike. Before him stood his trusted lieutenant, Wu Xin, the captain of the security team. Though of average height and weight, he was far from ordinary. A former reconnaissance team leader of the government's special forces, he possessed years of combat experience and was a master of both marksmanship and hand-to-hand combat, capable of taking on multiple adversaries with ease. Yes, Wu Xin responded succinctly, adhering to the disciplined habits formed over years in the military. He wasted no time with unnecessary chatter, knowing his duty was to obey orders without question. Go. Yuan Jiang waved his hand weakly. Yes. Wu Sun turned sharply and exited the office with precision. Chapter 55, The Bounty After Leaving the Office. Wu Sun proceeded directly to the armory. The guards within the armory recognized him, and while others had to fill out forms and sign for their gear, they promptly opened the door for him without protocol. Wusun nodded to the guard to express his gratitude before entering the armory. Inside, it resembled a weapons depot, filled with an array of firearms. Wusun gravitated toward the firearms section, selecting a 9mm handgun. He chose this model for its adaptability in harsh combat conditions, its ergonomic design, and its resistance to corrosion and glare. Next, he approached the automatic rifle section, where rows of weapons stood, including models like the M14, M16, and M4. His finger glided along the polished metal, finally coming to rest on an M16, ready for the challenges ahead. He withdrew the M16 from the rack, assuming a shooting stance with one eye focused on the sight. Satisfied that everything was in order, he slung the rifle over his shoulder and proceeded towards another rack labeled sniper rifles. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the Barrett and made his way to the equipment area. Between the firearms and equipment zones lay a heavy firepower section, where one could find an array of heavy machine guns, anti-tank mines, and more. As he approached, he slowed his pace, hesitated for a moment, then turned back to retrieve a pair of rocket launchers, tucking them under his arm before continuing towards the equipment area. Yuan Jiang had informed him that Chen Shi might possess extraordinary abilities. Therefore, Wusun felt it prudent to exercise caution when dealing with an ability user. Employing rocket launchers to eliminate him was certainly preferable to engaging in hand-to-hand combat. In the equipment area, Wusun collected an entire set of gear, a helmet with night vision, waterproof, fireproof, and radiation-resistant tactical camouflage, a bulletproof and stab-resistant tactical vest, special operations boots, binoculars, a matching tactical dagger, a compass, an outdoor concealment cloak, a water filtration bottle, and compressed rations. With 2 heavy bags in tow, he made his way out of the equipment room. He took the elevator back to his dormitory, grabbed his car keys, and headed to the parking lot, where he stowed his equipment in the trunk, keeping only a dagger and a handgun on his person. He then settled into the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove towards the outskirts of Jidong City. Just as Wusun departed, the research department contacted the security department. "Hello, who is this?" Yuan Jiang answered the phone, his voice hoarse. "This is Qi Zhonghua." The voice on the other end made Yuan Jiang's heart skip. The anticipated call had finally arrived. "Have you detained the Xiaoyan siblings?" Qi Zhonghua inquired again. "She is suspected of murdering a redeemer and is currently under investigation." Yuan Jiang cleared his throat, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. Qi Zhonghua fell silent for a moment. "I will provide bail. Release her first. If needed, she can be summoned at any time." "I'm sorry, Elder Qi, that's against protocol. I cannot release her without authorization from headquarters," Yuan Jiang replied evenly. He needed to buy time. Even if Qi Zhonghua obtained authorization, it would take at least 2 to 3 days. If he could locate Chen Shi within that time frame, everything would be manageable. Qi Zhonghua fell silent once more. "Yuan Jiang, Xia Yin is like my own granddaughter. I hope you want to make things difficult for her. I will obtain the authorization." Beep, beep. Before Yuan Jiang could respond, Qi Zhonghua hung up. Frustrated, he slammed the phone down on the table, listening to the busy signal. Outside Jidong City, Xia Yin wandered aimlessly on her way back. Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion. She was uncertain of what to do next. Even if she found Chen Shi, what then? Should she ask him to confess in Jidong to save Xiafei? Was that even a possibility? Would Chen Shi agree? After all, what reason did he have to comply? As she pondered these questions, a Humvee emerged from Jidong City, stopping at the external exchange market. The city gates opened at noon, allowing scavengers, hunters, and redeemers from within the city to exchange goods. Thanks to the armed security provided by the Redeemer organization, no disputes arose. Wusun parked his car nearby and entered the market. Although referred to as a market, it was merely a gathering of hundreds of people around a clearing, each surrounded by their goods, waiting for others to trade. He paused in the center of the market, scanning his surroundings until his gaze fell upon a small, lightweight truck. Those who could drive were typically minor factions with some degree of strength. Capturing Chen Shi required power. Ordinary scavengers would be of little use. He approached the truck. "Hey there, what catches your eye?" A hefty man weighing around 200 pounds called out, his voice high-pitched. Wusun glanced at him, amidst a crowd of malnourished individuals. He stood out conspicuously. The man had a feminine appearance, with a smooth chin devoid of facial hair, paired with a shrill voice, giving him an effeminate air. Wusun hesitated. This fellow didn't seem to be particularly tough. Perhaps he should seek someone else? Just as he contemplated this, he noticed the hefty man pulling a finger out from a bag slung around his neck, and, oblivious to his surroundings, began munching on it audibly. "Damn, I misjudged him. He truly is a tough one," Wusun thought to himself. He swiftly approached the hefty man. "Brother, are you a hunter?" Yeah, the man replied, continuing to chew. Is it just you? My brothers are wandering around the quarry, looking for good stuff. Oh, are you up for a bounty? Wu Sun asked nonchalantly. Depends on the terms. If the offer is right, I'll take any job. The hefty man finished his finger, sucked on it a bit, and inquired, What do you do? Looking to trade? I'm from the city. Wu Sun pointed towards the city gate. Oh, a city dweller. I've heard life is pretty good for you folks. Is that true? The hefty man's eyes sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of a nosy ant gossiping. Let us put that aside and discuss business. Wu Sun quickly interjected. I have a bounty. I wonder if you'd be interested? Sure, let us talk terms. Capture a scavenger named Chen Shi. If you succeed, you'll be rewarded with a luxurious apartment in Jidong City, plus unlimited meat for a year. Whoa, that means I'm a city dweller too, right? The hefty man clapped his hands in excitement. Provided you capture the target, Wu Sun cautioned. Feeling a twinge of regret for offering such generous terms for merely apprehending a scavenger. Is there something special about him? The hefty man asked, intrigued. He is exceptionally fierce and difficult to handle. Is that so? How fierce can he be? The hefty man rolled his eyes, then retrieved another finger from his bag. About to pop it into his mouth when he suddenly halted, offering it to Wu Sun instead. Want a bite? Wu Sun nearly retched at the sight. Quickly shaking his head, no thanks. We'll take this job, but how can I trust that you'll fulfill your end of the deal? Where do I deliver him? How do I contact you? The hefty man fired off a series of questions. Wu Sun pondered for a moment and replied, Wait here. He then looked towards the city gate, where several security personnel stood, a few of whom were his subordinates. Clambering atop the hefty man's truck, he waved towards the gate. The guards at the city gate squinted for a moment before recognizing him. Two fully armed security personnel quickly approached. Captain Wu, what can we do for you? The two burly men stood respectfully before Wu Sun, who was slightly shorter than them. Nothing much. This is Wu Ma, Wu Sun introduced, momentarily forgetting to ask for the hefty man's name. I'm Wu Ma, the hefty man quickly interjected, introducing himself. Wu Sun turned back to Wu Ma. If you capture him, come to the city gate to find them. They will notify me. He then addressed the two burly men. All right, you may return. Without a word, the two men turned and left. Now do you believe me? Wu Sun asked. I do. But it's such a vast area. Where do we start looking? Can you give us a general direction? Head south for about 300 miles. There's a scavenger gathering spot filled with container houses. The hefty man nodded. Got it. We'll wait for news. Wu Sun nodded and turned to leave. He then repeated the process, seeking out several minor factions that appeared to have some power, spreading the word about capturing Chen Shi. Having completed these tasks, he got into his car and set off in pursuit of Xia Yin. Chapter 56. The situation will deteriorate. Xia Yin concealed herself in the grass by the roadside, watching as a group of hunters roared past on their motorcycles. Once they had vanished from sight, she rose to leave. Suddenly, she heard strange cries behind her. Turning around, she saw 5 or 6 ragged, disheveled scavengers rushing toward her with wild excitement. She took off running, but her stamina paled in comparison to that of the men. Before long, she was panting heavily, her legs feeling as heavy as lead. Gritting her teeth, she stumbled forward, but the footsteps behind her grew ever closer, and she could even hear the men gasping for breath. At last, a hand grasped her collar and threw her to the ground. Lying there, her face ashen and her heart filled with despair, she looked up to see a man looming over her, panting heavily with a foul stench emanating from him. Why aren't you running? He growled. With a sharp slap, he struck her across the face. You filthy bitch, making me waste so much energy. He then turned to the other men. Brothers, today we feast. I'll go first, and you can decide your turns by rock, paper, scissors. With a swift motion, he tore at her clothing. Get off, get off. Xia Yin struggled fiercely, using her hands and feet to resist. With a thunderous punch, he struck her on the left temple. Ah, she cried, clutching her head. A second blow landed on her right temple. You filthy bitch, behave yourself. Move again, and I'll kill you for meat. She screamed again in terror. Kill me, just kill me, she shouted, her emotions unraveling in a desperate cry. The man paused for a moment. Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? He shouted angrily, drawing a knife from his waist and pressing it against her neck. Want to die? Not so easy. I'll break your limbs and take my time to make you suffer. Suddenly, a Hummer pulled up nearby, honking twice. The man's expression changed, his pupils dilating in alarm. Then came a gunshot, and a bloody hole appeared in his forehead. He collapsed, his terrified eyes wide open, falling into Xia Yan's arms. The scavengers, witnessing the turn of events, fled in panic. Taking a deep breath, Xia Yan pushed the dead man off her. She looked toward the roadside as the driver's door opened, revealing Wu Sun, who stepped out and smiled at her. Need a lift? Xia Yan regarded him cautiously. He was of average height, well-groomed, and seemed non-threatening. Who are you? She asked warily. From the city, out looking for someone, Wusun replied casually. It's very dangerous for a woman to be out here alone. Where are your companions? I have no companions. Xia Yin quickly gathered her disheveled hair into a ponytail. Where are you headed? I can give you a ride partway, Wusun offered with concern. And you? Where are you going? Xia Yin countered. I'm headed to the old city of Qinhe. Xia Yin felt a flicker of hope. His destination was on the way to the camp. The camp was approximately 300 kilometers away, and walking would take an indeterminate amount of time. The danger was immense, and survival until reaching her destination was uncertain. Suddenly, a wolf howl echoed from the distance, startling both Xia Yin and Wu Xin, who immediately scanned their surroundings. It's a pack of mutated wolves. Get in the car. Wu Xin urged her. Without hesitation, Xia Yin jumped into the vehicle and closed the door. As the engine roared to life, they sped away. In the Jidongyuan City Hall, now the headquarters of the Redeemers, a crucial meeting regarding humanity's survival was underway in a conference room on the 7th underground level. The headquarters had taken years to construct, creating a robust and luxurious underground sanctuary. The sanctuary consisted of 10 levels, spanning an area of 100,000 square meters, capable of housing thousands of people. The first basement level served as an office space. The second was a laboratory for mutated organisms. Levels 3 to 6 were ordinary living quarters, while the 7th floor housed senior offices and living areas. The 8th level contained storage and supply warehouses. The 9th was an emergency shelter, and the 10th was the generator room, along with the underground water extraction area. In the meeting room on the 7th floor, the senior members of the Redeemer organization gathered, accompanied by scientists specializing in meteorology, astronomy, physics, nuclear energy, and virology, including several blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners. Qi Lao. Please share your latest findings, said a middle-aged man in a tailored suit with slick-back hair. He was Dong Suanji, the chairman of the Redeemer organization. Qi Zhonghua picked up the data report in his hands and cleared his throat. Everyone, please prepare yourselves psychologically. The predictions indicate that the situation ahead is dire and may worsen drastically. He paused. Previously, we believed the source of the mutated organisms to be the Global Genetic Research Laboratory. However, it appears that conclusion is erroneous. This catastrophe is not man-made. Gasps filled the room at Qi Zhonghua's revelation. The results they had accepted for years were incorrect, implying that their research direction had been misguided. Consequently, the immense resources and efforts devoted over the years seemed futile. Qi Lao, please clarify what you have discovered, Dong Tsunji urged anxiously. I understand your urgency, but this cannot be explained in just a few words, Qi Zhonghua replied, taking a moment. Our research focus has been entirely misplaced. We concentrated on the mutated organisms themselves while neglecting the hidden hand behind their creation. What? Are you suggesting someone created these mutated organisms? Yes and no, Qi Zhonghua nodded. Continuing, they were indeed created, but not by humans. Recent experimental data indicates that the genes of these mutated organisms were altered by cosmic dark energy. He took a large sip of water and continued, the shadowy beings and other strange organisms are not a result of nuclear magnetic explosions, but rather formed from cosmic dark matter and dark energy combined with ghostly particles. A murmur of disbelief rippled through the conference room as everyone began to whisper among themselves. They struggled to accept such a conclusion. Regardless of whether dark matter existed, it was merely an energy without consciousness. How could it possibly form a humanoid entity with aggressive tendencies? Only Qi Zhonghua could make such claims. Anyone else would have been dismissed outright. Silence, please, Dong Tsunji commanded, and the room fell quiet. What Qi Zhonghua said next was even harder for the audience to accept. Cosmic dark matter, dark energy, and ghostly particles cannot themselves combine to form any material or shape. Thus, there is a hand behind it all, manipulating everything with the intent of annihilating humanity. He paused, his expression somber and his tone grave. And this is not even the worst part. Chapter 57, Dyson's Fear. The entire assembly fell into a hushed silence. Qi Zhonghua's words transcending everyone's understanding. Not to mention controlling dark matter and dark energy. With humanity's current technological capabilities, they couldn't even detect them. So who was truly orchestrating all of this? What evidence do you have? How did you come to this conclusion? They can penetrate any material, appearing and disappearing in an instant. These characteristics align perfectly with ghostly particles, dark matter, and dark energy. However, that is not the primary point. Do you remember the spacecraft discovered decades ago? Qi Zhonghua scanned the room. I recall that during my participation in the detection research, a middle-aged woman with glasses and a bobbed haircut spoke nearby. Qi Zhonghua recognized her as Lu Yu, an expert in cosmic astronomy. Have you made any discoveries? Qi Zhonghua inquired further. Lu Yu shook her head, expressing her regret that, constrained by the technology of the time, no conclusions had been reached. I have made a discovery, Qi Zhonghua exclaimed, producing a black stone and raising it for all to see. While you were investigating the spacecraft, you became overly fixated on the vessel itself and overlooked an important issue, the black stone scattered around it. What is so special about this stone? Liu asked curiously. In fact, it is not a stone. This substance has never appeared on Earth. It contains energy, which is likely dark energy. Well, are you suggesting that this situation is caused by extraterrestrial beings? Are they the ones pulling the strings? What evidence do we have? What could their motive for exterminating humanity be? The audience erupted with questions. Silence. Everyone, please quiet down and allow Qi Lao to finish. Dong Suanji stood and spoke loudly. Qi Zhonghua paused, stating, I cannot prove my hypothesis, but another matter supports my thoughts. I would like to invite Professor Sun from the Department of Atmospheric and Meteorological Sciences to share his perspective. An elderly man with graying hair nodded at Qi Zhonghua, looked at the audience, and began, I am Sun Baoming, and I will discuss the meteorological data we have gathered. He adjusted his reading glasses and picked up a report from the table. Since the catastrophe occurred, we have been monitoring atmospheric data and analyzing the values of Earth's rotational orbit. Thus far, the data clearly indicates that the Earth is deviating from its original trajectory, and the speed of this deviation is increasing. He took a deep breath, scanning the crowd before continuing. The most alarming aspect is that Earth's rotation is slowing down, which means it will affect the internal stress distribution, subsequently impacting geological activities such as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. He paused. In the coming years, we will face a series of natural disasters, including volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis, all related to a certain energy, likely the dark energy and dark matter that Qi Lao mentioned. The atmosphere in the room turned tense, faces pale with fear. The presence of mutated creatures was already distressing, and now a wave of natural disasters was looming. Was humanity left with no way out? Ladies and gentlemen, in 1 week, we will encounter the first disaster, acid rain. The crowd fell silent, resembling prisoners condemned to death, their expressions somber. A profound fear engulfed everyone, leaving them uncertain of what to do next. What countermeasures can we take? Dong Suanji asked, holding on to a glimmer of hope. Several scientists shook their heads. Unless we find the person manipulating all of this, or rather, the beings who can halt the growth of dark matter and prevent the situation from worsening, Qi Zhonghua said solemnly. But how do we find them? Where do we even begin? They were at a loss. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive and grave. Qi Lao, perhaps you should rest for a while. Dong Suanji suggested after a long silence. Qi Zhonghua led the researchers out first. As he watched Qi Zhonghua and the others exit the conference room, Dong Suanji turned to the remaining committee members. You all just heard the discussion. Let us deliberate on our next course of action. If extraterrestrial beings are indeed interfering with Earth and causing this situation, our plans for world domination may need to be shelved. A thin, balding man, approximately 60 years of age, remarked. Mr. Yu, there is no need for such pessimism. There is a saying in our country, where there's a will, there's a way, until something happens. Anything is possible, a golden-haired, blue-eyed man named Josephine replied. That saying is from our culture. We have another that goes, prepare for a rainy day. Better safe than sorry, the thin man snorted in response. Josephine shrugged, nonchalantly saying, let us not forget, the Redeemer is initiated by us. Any plans you have require approval from the Atlantic Redeemer headquarters. Just a few dilapidated vessels in the Atlantic. What is so impressive about that? The thin man scoffed. Hey, those are 50 aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered carriers, not mere wrecks. Josephine retorted, his emotions flaring. All right, everyone, calm down. Let us focus on the matter at hand, Dong Suanji said, wrapping the table for attention. He paused, then asked, Josephine, what plans do we have in the Atlantic? We need to preserve our strength and seize this opportunity to dominate the world. First and foremost, we need people. Without people, there is nothing. He took a deep breath before continuing. Even if extraterrestrial beings are causing us trouble, we can ascertain their motives and demands. We might negotiate to meet them as much as possible. Dong Suanji nodded, aware that the forthcoming living conditions would worsen. Once the acid rain arrived, the crops we had planted in the safe zone would yield nothing, and groundwater would become contaminated, leading to severe famine. He sighed. As for the Atlantic plans, we shall discuss them once we confirm the presence of extraterrestrial beings. For now, the priority is to stockpile resources and manage our supplies. He paused again. Effective immediately. All personnel food rations will be cut in half, and we must expel individuals over the age of 12 who are incapable of labor, including those over 60. We must enhance security to prevent the desperate from breaching the city. He cast a sweeping glance over the attendees, noting that Qi Zhonghua and his team were aging and had not provided any solutions for dealing with the mutated creatures, so expulsion was necessary. We cannot afford to squander our limited resources on futile research. This meeting is adjourned. He then turned to Josephine. Mr. Josephine, please come to my office for a chat over coffee. Meanwhile, outside the atmosphere, in low Earth orbit, a spacecraft constructed from dark matter hovered silently. How much longer do you think these inferior beings can endure? The ship's observation room displayed a colossal, real-time four-dimensional image of Earth. Two extraterrestrial beings stood before the display. They appeared semi-transparent and deep black, formed from pure dark matter. Lacking a fixed physical form, they occasionally resembled flowing mist, and at other times coalesced into more stable outlines. Their heads were enormous, oval-shaped, adorned with faintly discernible, mysterious patterns that emitted a dim purple glow. At the center of each head was a single, vast eye radiating a ghostly blue light. Capable of perceiving the essence of matter and energy, they possessed no traditional body. Rather, they were comprised of a constantly shifting mass of dark matter energy. Lacking limbs but able to manipulate dark matter to alter their shape and movement at will. Without mouths, they communicated through energy waves. Diva, carbon-based life is exceedingly fragile. They cannot last much longer. In this game when end? Why should we end it? Don't you find it fascinating? I fail to understand you and Valen. Why do you enjoy such games? Diva, you do not comprehend. They are primitive, savage, and engage in mutual slaughter. Just watch. I have a brilliant plan. Do as you wish. Just do not let these beings become extinct. I still want to hunt. Rest assured, that will not happen. He gazed at the four-dimensional display. And suddenly, the image began to magnify. I require a more thrilling game. After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, randomly extract biological samples. He communicated via brainwaves with the central intelligence. In an instant, the four-dimensional display revealed various animals, including human figures. Genetic modification of carbon-based life forms. The brainwaves connected with the instruments, allowing the central intelligence to capture his thoughts in real time. Please set the parameters for the biological form, strength, and speed thresholds. The central intelligence responded. After consideration, he selected the wings of an eagle, the body of a wolf, and the talons of a vulture. I also wanted to have fangs, a sharp horn, and tough skin. The genetic modification process commenced. As the central intelligence's alien language descended, a stream of invisible dark matter surged like a flowing river, weaving through the four-dimensional imagery and infiltrating the biological entities on Earth. Across the globe, every mutated creature besieged by this dark matter underwent yet another transformation. They writhed in agony, their bodies metamorphosing at a visible pace. Within a cavern, a pack of mutated wolves howled in torment as wings burst forth from their bodies, rapidly growing while their paws regressed into sharp claws. A pointed horn erupted through their skulls, and their skin hardened, resembling that of a crocodile. Finally, formidable fangs emerged from their mouths. Such genetic alterations proliferated worldwide, eliciting a satisfied smile from the extraterrestrial being. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards humanity. You are too feeble. I shall bestow upon you certain abilities to prevent your swift extinction. He pondered for a moment, randomly selecting 100,000 biological samples, augmenting their strength tenfold, enhancing speed and endurance fivefold, thickening and hardening their skin tenfold, and increasing agility, bloodlust, and ferocity fivefold. Now it becomes interesting. He reveled inwardly as the genetic modifications commenced. With the chilling alien language echoing, an unobservable dark matter penetrated the four-dimensional projection, sweeping towards the chosen humans. On Earth, a scavenger rested on the grass when suddenly, he erupted into a frenzied scream, writhing in agony on the ground. Abruptly, his body began to swell, his 170-centimeter frame stretching explosively to 250 centimeters. His muscles bulged visibly, and his cries morphed into roars. Within seconds, he leaped from the ground, his eyes ablaze, striding toward the nearest scavenger. Terrified, the other scavenger turned to flee. But the mutated man seized him effortlessly by the collar. With a primal roar, he tore the scavenger's head from his neck. On the spaceship, the alien being watched his creation with exhilaration. What? The headquarters has informed me that the Dyson sphere is approaching. You must conclude this tedious game swiftly. Our objective is to siphon energy from this planet, reminded an alien named Valen. Soon it shall end. Let us celebrate with a toast of concentrated dark energy. Thereafter, the two extraterrestrials deactivated the four-dimensional imagery and vanished from the observation room. Chapter 58. The luxurious safe house. Chen Shi and his companions returned to Shilyo village, where the concrete barriers erected by Old Wang and his group were dismantled. 3 vehicles were parked at the eastern edge of the village, near Chen Shi's safe house. They had brought back a total of 80 boxes of food, with each of the 4 individuals receiving 20 boxes. Chen Shi's food, along with a generator, was assisted by Old Wang and his group in a Chen Shi safe house. Yang Mi and Di Reba stood beside the vehicle, observing the bustling activity as the others transported supplies. Thank you both for your cooperation. You may leave now, Chen Shi said, wiping sweat from his forehead as the last box of food was moved into the safe house. Yang Mi lowered her head, hesitating to voice her thoughts. What is the matter? Is there something else? Chen Shi inquired curiously, focusing on the two women. Well, it's just that the distance to Jidong is 300 kilometers, and walking would be perilous. Would it be possible? Di Reba asked, her words rushing forth. Ah, you wish for a vehicle, correct? No problem. I shall gift you one. Of the 3 vehicles, aside from his own, the other 2 were nearly out of fuel and would be as useless as scrap metal. Moreover, Old Wang and his group could not drive, so letting them take a vehicle was for the best. Thank you. Thank you. The 2 women exclaimed joyfully, overwhelmed with gratitude. Had it not been for Chen Shi's accidental rescue, their future would have been tragically bleak. Now, not only were they saved, but they also gained a vehicle. And their spirits soared like a roller coaster, releasing the pent-up emotions they had harbored. All right, if there is nothing else, you should leave quickly. It will be dangerous if it gets too late. They bowed deeply to Chen Shi and turned to head towards the vehicle. Old Wang and his companions watched intently as Yang Mi and Di Reba swayed their curvaceous forms, their expressions filled with regret. What are you staring at? Do you find them appealing? Chen Shi teased. They're indeed lovely. I usually enjoy looking at voluptuous figures, Old Wang admitted, his gaze lingering on the 2 women. You rascal, Chen Shi chuckled softly. Nonetheless, despite Old Wang's bluntness, his observation held truth. They possessed 2 luscious forms. Yang Mi and Di Reba, likely accustomed to regular exercise, were in their prime, their figures voluptuous and alluring. Coupled with their striking beauty, they exuded an intoxicating allure. Chen Shi felt a fleeting urge to grasp their forms. Yet he reminded himself of the countless beauties he had encountered. He had seen it all, from uniforms to various styles, and thus maintained his composure. All right, disperse now. Let us load the goods and return home. Chen Shi waved his hand, turning to enter his safe house. Descending the steps into the hall, he switched on the solar-powered lamp on the table. Setting down his ion beam rifle and unloading his backpack, he retrieved an electrician's knife from the toolbox. With a swift motion, he sliced open a box. Inside were 50 neatly arranged cans of beef. He proceeded to open another box containing 50 packets of dehydrated vegetables, which could be boiled in hot water to prepare a hearty stew, provided he had a stove and a pot. He sighed. Perhaps I should visit number 38 now? He recalled Old Wang mentioning that the occupants had vacated, allowing him to take the stove. However, exhaustion weighed on him, and he resolved to wait until tomorrow. His gaze shifted to the other boxes. Besides the beef and dehydrated vegetables, there were several boxes of self-heating meals. He calculated that with each box containing 50 packets and a total of 20 boxes, he possessed 1,000 packets. Even if he consumed beef stew thrice daily, it would suffice for half a year. Once the safe house was fortified and the underground water system completed, he would have no worries about water. He only needed a stove and black stone. Tomorrow, he would attend to both tasks. He then took a pair of pliers from the toolbox and approached the nuclear power generator, removing the wooden slats to reveal a large iron box. The box was unlocked, merely fastened together. He opened it to find a uniquely shaped red machine nestled within foam. A radiation symbol adorned its body, and a metal plaque on the back read, "Handle with care. This area contains nuclear fuel rods. Beware of leaks." In the middle of the machine, another plaque stated, "Nuclear power generator, experimental unit." After scrutinizing it for a while, he realized he had no expertise in such matters. I'll deal with it after the fortification. Ideally, it should be transformed into a foolproof operation mode. Where could this thing be placed? He surveyed the room, aware that the generator contained isotopes, and in the event of a leak, he would be the first to perish. Thus, it was crucial to find an absolutely secure location. As he scanned the area, an idea struck him. Could it be reinforced underground, similar to the underground water purification system? If so, even in the event of a leak, it would be buried deep, keeping me relatively safe. Wall reinforcement complete. Additional attribute, X-ray vision. Ground reinforcement complete. Additional attribute, automatic temperature control. Underground water purification system reinforcement complete. Additional attribute, body enhancement, heightened awareness. Wastewater treatment system reinforcement complete. Additional attribute, abnormal body monitoring. As he was lost in thought, a sudden notification signaled the end of the enhancement process. Immediately, the entire room before him began to blur, surrounded by rippling waves. As if he had plunged into a vortex, Chen Shi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and hurriedly sank to the floor. Moments later, the room came into sharp focus. Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment. The marble walls and floor gleamed, with wall sconces and power outlets installed on the walls. A crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling of the grand hall, and a row of ceiling lights illuminating the corridor. Flanking the corridor were neatly divided rooms, each equipped with its own wooden door. This resembled nothing less than a five-star hotel. Excitedly, he traversed the corridor, inspecting every room. There were bedrooms, a storage room, a study, a gym, and a kitchen, all complete. Most impressively, each bedroom boasted its own en-suite bathroom, and thick carpets lined the floors. However, the delineated spaces were devoid of furniture, merely empty rooms. Even so, Chen Shi felt a surge of excitement. What more could one desire in this apocalyptic world? He entered the kitchen, which spanned over 100 square meters, ample enough to accommodate 50 diners at once. Against one wall, a row of faucets awaited. He turned on one, but no water flowed. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the purification system required electricity to function. He swiftly turned and strode back to the hall, approaching the nuclear generator. He placed his hand on it, initiating the enhancement and installation process. The attributes were random. Should he enhance the generator? Yes, he affirmed silently. In an instant, the demonic seal grew warm, and a surge of energy coursed from his arm into his palm, flowing into the generator. Moments later, the energy ceased to flow, and a countdown appeared, 24 hours. Chen Shi exhaled deeply, leaning back in a chair, fatigue washing over him. After resting for a moment, he retrieved 4 bags of beef jerky, tore them open, and devoured them hungrily. With food plentiful now, he relished the chance to indulge in the jerky. Once finished, he felt his stamina gradually return. All food items also required enhancement. Enhanced food would be superior in both flavor and nutrition. With this thought, he approached a full box of food. Just as he placed his hand on it, he heard someone knocking at the door. Hesitating briefly, he walked toward the entrance. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned back to the hall, touching the wall while silently invoking X-ray vision. A low humming sound resonated from the wall. In an instant, images from outside appeared on the surface. Why are they here? Chapter 59. Sheltered. Chen Shi was puzzled to see Yang Mi and Li Reba standing outside his door. He opened it, confusion etched on his face. What brings you back? There are flying wolves attacking humans outside, Yang Mi stammered, their faces pale with fear. Flying wolves? Chen Shi struggled to envision what a wolf soaring in the sky might look like. He turned to the two women. What are your plans now? We thought we might hide for a while, Li Reba replied, her wide eyes pleading with him. Chen Shi glanced at the older man, Lao Wang, who was grinning and winking at him mischievously. It's up to you, Lao Wang. You handle the arrangements. With that, Chen Shi began to close the door. Wait. Li Reba grasped the door, stopping him. Brother Wang said to find you. She bit her lip and spoke softly. Find me? What do you mean, Lao Wang? Chen Shi was somewhat displeased that arrangements had been made without his consent. Our village is safest here, and I thought it would be nice for you to have some company, Lao Wang interjected awkwardly. Brother Chen, we just want to hide for one night and leave tomorrow. Li Reba pleaded. Brother Chen, we can do everything, laundry, cooking, cleaning. Please, let us stay for a bit. Everything. Chen Shi scrutinized the two women and pondered. If you help me gather some black stones, I might consider letting you stay the night. Gather what stones? Yang Mi looked confused. Black stones, a type of dark rock not far from here, in a ravine. Since they were willing to help, he thought it reasonable to exchange labor for shelter. We'll go right now, Li Reba replied, determination in her voice. The thought of the flying wolves made her anxiety resurface, and gathering black stones seemed far less perilous. Wait for me. Chen Shi turned back inside, soon re-emerging with a bag, handing it to them. The sooner you go and return, the better. Be safe. With a resounding thud, he shut the door behind them. Brother Wang, where is the ravine Chen Shi mentioned? They turned to Lao Wang for guidance. Follow this road into the mountains, but don't go up. Stay along the foothills, and you'll find it. Lao Wang pointed in the direction of the ravine. Thank you, Brother Wang. Without a moment's hesitation, the two women hurried off toward the foot of the mountain, bag in hand. Lao Wang watched them depart, shaking his head in dismay. They claim they can do anything. Yet here I am, sending them off to gather black stones. What a waste. Back in the safety of his home, Chen Shi opened his backpack and retrieved the black box, placing it on the table. He stared at it for a while, feeling at a loss. This black box was not composed of ordinary metal. It seemed to be a special alloy, seamlessly constructed, with no place to pry it open. A password to decipher? The thought had never crossed his mind. With a 5-digit code, the combinations were endless, and he was no mathematical genius. He would likely exhaust himself without success. What to do? Furrowing his brow, he rested his chin in his hand, troubled. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Enhance it, transform its exterior, and eliminate the password lock. With that thought, he placed his hand on the black box and initiated the enhancement process, instructing it to remove the password lock. He paused, suddenly realizing that while he could not control the attributes, Could he request it without any attributes? With this in mind, he continued in his thoughts. Enhance the box. Remove the password lock. Do not include additional attributes. No random attributes. Should he enhance the box? Indeed, some items did not require random attributes. Adding them would be redundant. They could always be reapplied when necessary. Taking a deep breath, he replied, yes. In the next moment, the demonic seal grew warm, and a surge of energy flowed into the black box. Soon, a countdown timer appeared on its surface, 3 hours. What followed was a tedious wait. With little to occupy his time, he began transferring supplies scattered in the corners of the hall into the storage room. Once the supplies were relocated, he took out the remaining 3 black stones, placing 2 in his pocket while holding 1 tightly in his hand, silently invoking, restore energy. In an instant, the energy from the black stone coursed through his palm and into his body. The black energy flowed through his limbs, raising his body temperature, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, it was soothing, as if soaking in a warm bath. As the energy filled him, the black stone gradually turned pale. Before long, the flow of energy ceased, leaving the stone a grayish-white hue. He stretched contentedly, feeling invigorated and eager to release his pent-up energy. Rising, he moved his limbs and began practicing his combat techniques. Mastery of combat was essential. While bulletproof vests could be enhanced, physical strength and fighting skills could only be honed through practice. Firearms were indeed effective. Yet given the current situation, ammunition would eventually run out. Thus, proficiency in hand-to-hand combat would become a vital survival skill. Most importantly, he realized that since he had begun training in combat and physical conditioning, his overall endurance and carrying capacity had significantly improved. It was prudent to prepare for what lay ahead. Following the techniques outlined in the manual, he trained diligently, focusing intently on the 3-leg maneuvers, the whip kick, the side kick, and the groin kick. After countless repetitions, he had mastered them thoroughly. However, this practice felt distinctly different. Each strike released a surge of vital energy from within him. He paused, retracting the energy back into himself. As he executed a side kick, the energy surged into his leg, amplifying its power significantly. He halted, took a deep breath, and then, with all his might, delivered a powerful kick. A resounding thud echoed through the hall as the sound of his kick sliced through the air. The force and speed surpassed anything he had achieved before, which he surmised was due to the vital energy. Closing his eyes, he focused on the changes within his energy, inhaled deeply, and unleashed another side whip kick. In that instant, a rush of energy flowed rapidly into the meridians and muscles of his calf. The sound it made was even more pronounced than before. He exhaled sharply, realizing that the strength of this kick could easily fracture an opponent's bones. He then pondered if he could channel vital energy through his legs. Could he do so with his fists as well? With that thought, he suddenly executed an uppercut. The punch was incredibly swift, breaking through the air resistance with a whoosh. Chen Shi felt a surge of joy as he concentrated, repeatedly practicing his combat techniques. After an hour, he felt a slight fatigue and decided to take a brief respite. He placed his hand against the wall of the hall and surveyed the surroundings. A faint humming sound resonated, and images of the vicinity appeared on the wall. The area was eerily quiet, devoid of any danger, save for the tall grass swaying in the wind. Relieved, he opened the door and stepped outside, seeking a tree to serve as a target to test his combat skills. Not far from the safe house stood a few solitary trees amidst the wild grass. He approached one that was about the width of a bowl, focused his energy, and delivered a powerful kick. A dull thud resonated as the tree split and fell to the ground. Was this the power of vital energy? Chen Shi was astonished. The strength was indeed immense. An ambush could decisively determine the outcome of a confrontation. He sighed deeply, preparing to return. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, making his heart race. It was Yang Mi's voice. Looking in her direction, he saw her and Di Ba, laden with bags, frantically running towards him. He glanced behind them but saw nothing pursuing them. A deafening howl erupted from the sky. He looked up and was horrified to see a creature resembling a wolf soaring through the air, with the wings of an eagle, the body of a wolf, and a sharp, knife-like horn on its forehead. Its limbs were short yet powerful, with claws that appeared razor-sharp. Having left without any weapons, he dashed towards the safe house. He flung the door open and shouted for them to run. The urgency caused Yang Mi to stumble and fall, dropping the black stones scattered around her. Di Ba halted, yanked Yang Mi up, and urged her to run without stopping. "No, the black stones. We can't leave them," Yang Mi exclaimed, frantically picking up the fallen stones. "Now is not the time for that," Di Ba shouted in panic, seeing Yang Mi's reluctance to abandon the stones. She stomped her foot and rushed to help. The flying wolf drew closer, and suddenly, it spotted its prey, descending from the sky with a rush of foul wind. Di Ba, disregarding her fear, pushed Yangmi aside and rolled behind a large tree. The creature crashed violently into the branches, producing a loud thud. The tree shook, and branches fell to the ground. The wolf glided over the treetops, turned in midair, and dove towards Yangmi once more. "Run, Yangmi!" Diriba yelled. "Over here, this way!" Chen Shi shouted from the entrance. Time acceleration had yet to return, otherwise, he could have used it to bring them back. He anxiously watched the monstrous wolf in the sky, his fear escalating. The creature's wings spanned 5 meters. Its massive form and curved claws capable of tearing a person apart with ease. "Run faster, please," he yelled, but no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace the flying beast. The wolf was almost upon them. Without a gun and only 2 black stones in hand, he realized his oversight. It was too late to retrieve a weapon now. He quickly pulled out a black stone, ran a few steps towards them, and hurled it at the wolf. The stone struck the side of the wolf's wing. The wolf hesitated in midair, glaring at Chen Shi, and with a furious roar, it abandoned Yangmi to pounce towards him. Chen Shi dashed into the safe house, slamming the door shut and leaving a small gap. With a tremendous crash, the wolf slammed into the door. Chen Shi pressed his weight against it tightly. After the impact, the wolf soared into the air, circling before diving back towards Yangmi and Diriba. Chen Shi yanked the door open, his eyes fixed on the approaching duo. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The rush of air from the diving wolf whipped Yangmi's hair. With one last effort, Chen Shi hurled the final black stone at the wolf. This time, it struck the wolf SI. It let out a howl of rage as its claws grazed Yangmi's clothing. The fabric tore, exposing her undergarments. Yangmi, too preoccupied to feel embarrassment, clutched the bag of black stones to her chest. Just a meter from the door, both women leaped inside. At that moment, Chen Shi slammed the door shut and locked it. A deafening crash echoed as the wolf pounded against the door. Moments later, it began to assault the fortified door with frenzied blows, furious that Chen Shi had snatched its prey. Yet, despite its relentless battering, the door merely trembled slightly, showing no signs of damage. Gasping for breath, Yangmi and Diriba collapsed to the ground, astonished when they glanced around the interior of the safe house. They had not anticipated that the seemingly dilapidated bunker would be so lavish inside, with walls and floors of marble. Crystal chandeliers adorned the ceiling. And although the room lacked furniture, its opulence was undeniable. Outside, the relentless pounding continued for over a dozen strikes. Seeing no progress, the wolf finally abandoned its assault and soared away, quickly disappearing into the horizon. "Here are the black stones you wanted," the 2 women said after catching their breath. Handing the bag to Chen Shi, he opened it to find it filled with numerous black stones, estimating there to be 20 or 30. "There are still 2 reinforced stones outside. I will retrieve them later." "Can we stay?" Yangmi asked, her arms crossed over her chest, her gaze lowered in shyness. "You may stay, but I have conditions," Chen Shi replied after a moment's pause. "I do not accommodate idlers. You both must contribute in ways you are capable of." No problem, no problem." They eagerly agreed, nodding vigorously, fearful that Chen Shi might change his mind and dismiss them. Suddenly, Chen Shi noticed a slight disturbance in the space behind the 2 women. Oh no, something has followed them into the safe house. He thought, alarmed. "Don't move. Stay where you are," he urgently instructed them. As Yangmi and her companion observed Chen Shi's grave expression, they speculated that something dire had transpired. They remained motionless on the ground, hardly daring to breathe. Chen Shi, with a vacant gaze, utilized his mental acuity to scan the surroundings. As seconds ticked by without any revelations, the 3 remained frozen, and Chen Shi's eyes began to ache from strain. Suddenly, a chill swept over him from behind. "Ah!" Both Yangmi and her companion gasped in unison, covering their mouths with one hand while pointing in terror at what lay behind him. He was there. Startled, Chen Shi whirled around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a figure before it vanished. Turning back, he was met with a startling sight. The shadowy figure had reappeared, now looming behind Diriba, a hand gripping her shoulder. "Ah!" Diriba shrieked uncontrollably upon noticing the foreign hand resting on her. Acting swiftly, Chen Shi hurled a black stone at the shadowy figure. Upon impact, the figure burst apart like a balloon, releasing a cloud of dark mist that enveloped the area, rendering it utterly absent. "Ah! Ah!" Diriba continued to scream. Chen Shi approached her, delivering a sharp slap to her nape. "Stop screaming. You are safe now." Trembling, Diriba opened her eyes, her face pale, pain radiating from her shoulder. She glanced down to discover a horrifying claw mark dripping with blood. Chen Shi assessed her injury. Though the flesh was torn, fortunately, the bone remained unscathed. "Sit in that chair. I shall assist you shortly," he instructed, pointing to a chair equipped with pain relief features. Struggling, Diriba finally managed to rise and, with shaky legs, settled into the chair. She looked at Chen Shi with confusion. Why doesn't it hurt anymore? The wound is minor. It is normal not to feel pain, Chen Shi reassured her. Brother Chen, do you have any clothes? Yang Mi asked bashfully, her gaze lowered. Oh, if you follow the corridor, you will find the storage room. There are some clothes inside. Feel free to choose one, Chen Shi directed. With her head bowed, Yang Mi quickly stood and hurried toward the storage room. The variety of monsters is increasing. Now we even have flying wolves. Chen Shi mused, fetching a water filter. The announcement had mentioned that the peak of mutated creatures was approaching, and he could only imagine the horrors that awaited. He sighed, waiting for the water to filter before moving beside Ba. He poured a portion of the water over her wound. Brother Chen, is this for disinfecting? Ba inquired. Yes, it cleanses the wound, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. Drink the remaining water to facilitate healing. Ba eyed the water in the filter with skepticism, wondering how mere filtered water could aid her recovery. Yet, after running for so long, she was indeed parched. She lifted the filter and drank eagerly. At that moment, Yang Mi emerged, clad in a loose camouflage jacket. Chen Shi contemplated how best to accommodate them. Although there were ample empty rooms in the house, he often needed to strengthen certain items without their knowledge. Thus, he resolved not to sleep in the common area, intending for them to occupy the outermost room while he took a room closer to the corridor. Help me move that bed into my room, he instructed, gesturing towards the bed in the main area. Yang Mi assisted him in transporting the bed to the third room along the corridor, ensuring they were separated by one room. You will rest in the first room tonight. Do not enter my room unless there is an emergency, he instructed, pointing to the first room down the corridor. The two nodded and made their way to their designated room. Wow, there's a bathroom, Yang Mi exclaimed joyfully. However, her excitement waned upon noticing the absence of a bed. Disappointed by the empty room, she reassured herself that the carpet was new and soft, making sleeping on the floor tolerable. Don't you think Brother Chen is quite capable? Ba whispered to Yang Mi. Why don't we just stay here instead of going to Jidong? Yang Mi suggested, her excitement evident upon seeing the luxurious room with a bathroom. Meanwhile, Chen Shi entered his room, preparing to enhance the black stone, oblivious to their thoughts. As he settled the two, Xia Yin hitched a ride with Wu Xin and arrived at the camp. Thank you, Brother Wu. I'll get off here, Xia Yin indicated, pointing to the camp. Wu Sun parked the vehicle, glanced toward the camp in the direction she pointed, and replied, All right, be safe. Goodbye. After Xia Yin exited the vehicle, Wu Sun drove a short distance before turning back, stopping in a concealed area. He changed into tactical camouflage gear, donned a tactical vest, attached a thermal binocular to his chest, stuffed remaining equipment into a backpack, and retrieved a Barrett rifle from the trunk, stealthily making his way towards the camp. Chapter 61. The Relentless Predator, a kilometer uphill from the camp. Wu Xin carried a heavy pack and wore a helmet as he navigated through a small grove towards the camp. The narrow path was desolate and silent, fading into the dense forest like a thin gray line. After a short distance, he halted to carve a mark on a tree with his dagger, then scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Whipping around, he saw nothing. Damn it, not this again, he muttered, removing his backpack and producing an invisibility cloak. He hung the pack on a tree branch and swiftly climbed to the top of the tree. With a rustle, he enveloped himself in the olive-green cloak, rendering himself invisible. In that instant, he merged with the surroundings and vanished, while the strange footsteps faded away. After waiting, he removed the cloak, leaped down from the tree, stowed the cloak back in his pack, and continued on his way. Before long, he reached a vantage point directly across from the camp. Finding the best spot to lay low, draping the cloak over himself, setting up the Barrett, and raising the binoculars to observe the camp's activities. Xia Yin stood dazed in the camp's center. Chen Shi's room had collapsed, leaving it bare, as if scavengers had taken everything. No signs of habitation remained. What should I do now? Where has Chen Shi gone? She glanced at the darkening sky. Night was approaching. She would have to make do for the night and figure out her next steps in the morning. With a silent sigh, she headed toward her shipping container. Although she was alone, the only advantage was that mutated creatures favored attacking areas with larger populations. The fewer the people, the safer it was. Inside the container, she lay fully clothed on the floor, curling into a ball and closing her eyes, drifting into a deep sleep. Wu Sun waited for some time, yet saw no sign of Chen Shi. Uncertain whether Chen Shi was in the camp, he dared not leave, remaining in position and anticipating Xia Yan's reappearance. As the night deepened, he noticed faint rustling sounds emerging from the ground. Startled, Wu Sun opened his eyes and looked around. In the dim moonlight, the black earth erupted like a fountain, unleashing swarms of mutated rats. Panic-stricken, Wu Sun hurriedly climbed the nearest tree. The mutated rats surged forth from the ground, spreading like a frenzy of ants, darkening the grass within seconds. Waves of black swept through the woods, seeking anything alive to consume. Before long, some mutated rats seemed to catch a scent and began climbing the tree where Wusun had taken refuge. Wusun's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly retrieved a bottle from his person, uncapping it to pour out a viscous substance that he applied to his body. Soon, an unpleasant odor emanated from him, causing the mutated rats attempting to approach him to scatter in disarray. This was a concoction developed by Qi Zhonghua's team to combat mutated creatures. Watching the rats retreat, he let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a muffled thud resonated nearby. A massive mutated wolf, resembling a wild bull, charged towards him at an alarming speed. Mutated wolves. The emergence of such creatures in this area signified the onset of a peak period for mutated beings, he surmised, his expression darkening. As the wolf drew closer, he extracted a grenade from his tactical vest. The wolf, having caught wind of the scent, halted beneath a tree and let out a menacing howl. He quickly pulled the pin from the grenade and tossed it downward. The grenade landed squarely in the wolf's mouth. 1 second. 2 seconds. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous explosion ripped the mutated wolf to shreds, scattering flesh and blood like rain. Wusun retrieved a rope from his pack, swinging it with force until it caught on a nearby tree. Grasping the rope, he swung away, showing no sign of hesitation as he accelerated towards the distance. He did not feel the crisis had passed. Mutated wolves were social creatures, and surely more would soon appear. The following morning, on the road not far from Shiliu village, 3 green jeep vehicles sped towards the direction of the old town of Qinha. Inside the jeep, a group of 15 individuals, led by Shui Ge, was fully equipped and prepared for their mission. This time, they intended to make a final attempt, if Chen Shi was amenable and willing to join them. That would be ideal. If not, they had no choice but to eliminate him. In the front jeep, Shui Ge inspected his firearm, a modified weapon capable of firing explosive rounds. He thought to himself, this individual possesses formidable strength. Several of my brothers have fallen to him. We must exercise caution. After confirming that the magazine was fully loaded, he kept a vigilant eye on the roadside for any signs of scavenger gatherings, as Chen Shi might be hiding among them. Shui Ge, there's a village up ahead. Should we stop to scout? The burly driver inquired, slowing the vehicle as they approached Shiliu village. Stop, Shui Ge commanded. The 3 jeeps came to a steady halt by the roadside. Shui Ge led the way, disembarking and squinting towards the village. Suddenly, he crouched down to inspect the ground closely. Several distinct tire tracks stretched from the road into the heart of the village. It was implausible for ordinary scavengers to possess a vehicle, not that cars were particularly valuable in a post-apocalyptic world, where discarded vehicles were abundant and often worth less than a loaf of bread, but rather due to the scarcity of gasoline. Thus, the presence of vehicles in this village was highly unusual, especially given the multiple tire marks observed. There's something amiss here, Shui Ge murmured as he stood, deep in thought. Upon entering the village, upon encountering Chen Shi, do not linger unnecessarily. Apprehend him swiftly and retreat. Be quick, he instructed. Yes, his companions replied in unison. Shui Ge, along with his 14 team members, made their way directly into the village. Aware of Chen Shi's capabilities, Shui Ge had equipped himself with portable plastic explosives, tranquilizer guns, and armor-piercing rounds, aiming for a decisive strike. Inside the safe house, Chen Shi rose from his reinforced bed, stretching comfortably. The display at the head of his bed read, Mental Insight Level 2. His current mental insight attribute allowed him to perceive what was typically ignored. Once the value increased sufficiently, he would effortlessly see through the unseen. At that point, his safety would be greatly enhanced. He got out of bed, stretched his limbs, and exited his room, heading to the storage area where he grabbed 3 cans of meat and 3 packets of beef jerky, along with a black box. This device had been reinforced the previous night, but he had been too exhausted to examine it before falling asleep. He carried the items to Yangmi and her companion's room, knocked, and left 2 cans of meat and 2 packets of beef jerky at the door before returning to his own room. Once back, he secured the door, placed the black box on the floor, sat cross-legged, opened a packet of beef jerky, and popped a piece into his mouth while gazing at the black box. The former keypad lock had vanished, replaced by a simple leather cover. Where the lock had been, a circular metallic clasp now emerged. With a click, he opened the clasp and slowly lifted the lid. Before him lay an object, entirely black and roughly the size of a laptop. The surface bore numerous incomprehensible symbols, and on the far right was a design identical to his own demon seal. Cautiously, he took the object in hand, inspecting it from various angles. It had no power source, no seams. It was a complete, solid piece. What could it possibly be? He placed the object on the ground, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Should he attempt to reinforce it? An idea flashed through his mind. After all, everything could be enhanced in his experience, and perhaps he would uncover a delightful surprise. He pressed his hand against the object and silently intoned the word reinforce. Before he could finish his thought, the demon seal on his arm ignited with heat, and an overwhelming surge of energy flowed from his body into the black object. Chen Shi was taken aback. The energy was dissipating too rapidly. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but it felt as though it had adhered to the surface, immobilized. Soon, the object reacted, a layer of black mist spreading across its surface. Moments later, the mist thickened, enveloping both Chen Shi and the object entirely. Suddenly, a brilliant light emerged from within the black fog, causing Chen Shi to widen his eyes in astonishment as a three-dimensional image materialized amidst the radiance, overwhelming him with shock. Chapter 62. The Secret of the Black Box. As the light intensified, a three-dimensional scene unfolded before Chen Shi's eyes. A colossal cosmic star map floated in the air, which rapidly magnified, eventually focusing on a yellow planet. Then, a creature resembling an octopus appeared on the screen. This octopus bore a sorrowful expression and began to speak. But Chen Shi could not comprehend its words. The octopus extended its tentacles, babbling for a while, and the scene shifted to the surface of the yellow planet. The entire landscape was cloaked in endless yellow sand, where countless octopuses fled from bizarre creatures pursuing them. In the sky, massive, cockroach-like entities soared. Accompanying the visuals was the continued voice of the octopus, but Chen Shi could not discern its meaning. It seemed to narrate the unfolding events on screen. Then, the scene shifted abruptly to reveal a gigantic, entirely black spaceship descending onto the yellow planet's surface. Soon after, numerous strange, dark beings emerged from the ship, their bodies exuding a black substance. In no time, the screen was engulfed in darkness, and apart from the voice of the octopus, nothing else was visible. After a while, the octopus's voice ceased, and the image froze. Subsequently, the light faded, the scene dissipated, and the black mist gradually receded, with the energy flowing back into Chen Shi's body. He attempted to move his hand, finally regaining mobility as he withdrew it from the object's surface, exhaling a sigh of relief. Although he had not grasped the dialogue, the imagery bore an uncanny resemblance to the current situation on Earth. He speculated to himself that perhaps a distant planet was suffering from a disaster involving mutated creatures akin to that of Earth. However, according to the monitoring report, the items aboard that spaceship had been in existence for over 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago. Events that transpired on their planet are now being reenacted on Earth. After such a lengthy passage of time, does their planet still exist? Have these extraterrestrials, faced with apocalyptic encounters, survived? Regrettably, he could not comprehend what the octopus was saying. Perhaps he should attempt the enhancement once more? He fixated on the dark object, pondering. Subsequently, he pressed his hand against its surface and, as the demon seal grew intensely warm, rapidly chanted in his mind, enhance the object. Transform it into the language of Earth. The item cannot have attributes added. Would you like to enhance it? A surge of joy filled Chen Shi's heart. As long as enhancement was possible, it would facilitate understanding the octopus's words in their connection to his demon seal. Yes, he swiftly responded in his mind. Instantly, the demon seal radiated searing heat, causing Chen Shi to gasp in surprise. A torrent of vital energy erupted from within him, overwhelming his body and leaving him feeling faint, dizzy, and nauseous. In haste, he grabbed some beef jerky with his other hand and chewed vigorously. Within 10 seconds, the outflow of energy gradually subsided until it ceased. Chen Shi took a deep breath, withdrew his hand, and gazed at the numbers displayed on the object's surface. 80 days. 80 days. Nearly 3 months? No wonder it had drained so much of his energy. Exhausted, he leaned against the bed, consuming the beef jerky until he had finished both packets, barely regaining a semblance of strength. Rising, he made his way to the storage room, grasping 2 black stones in his hands, utilizing the demon seal to absorb their energy. Once the energy from the black stones was completely drained, he felt restored to his prior state. He entered the hall, where the generator lay quietly in the corner, its countdown revealing 12 hours remaining. By tonight, the safe house would have power and water, he thought excitedly. Ah, the stove. Today's primary task was to retrieve the stove and see if there were any other useful items to bring back. And the black stones, 2 stones were far from sufficient. These black stones were essential not only for dealing with shadow beings and other strange creatures, but also for replenishing his energy. Thus, it was better to have more than less. With this in mind, he approached Yang Mi's room and knocked on the door. Come out. It's time to get to work. Coming. A cheerful voice responded from within. This place had begun to feel lively. At least not as dull as when he was alone. Without waiting for Yang Mi and the others to emerge, he turned and headed to the storage room. Donning a tactical vest and securing a dagger at his waist, his handgun was out of ammunition, so he did not equip it. The ionic beam gun was too cumbersome for the task of retrieving a stove, so he decided against taking it. Once equipped, he returned to the hall, placing his hand against the wall and silently invoking the ability to perceive his surroundings. Before stepping outside, he needed to ensure the area was secure. Caution was paramount for longevity. A faint buzzing sound resonated, and the surroundings of the safe house materialized on the wall. Huh, Chen Shi uttered with confusion. In the image, a group of heavily armed men surrounded the 3 vehicles he had driven back, gesturing towards the safe house. Shortly after, 2 of the men approached stealthily, clutching yellow objects in their hands. Chen Shi scrutinized the items they held, and a wave of dread washed over him. Those were 4 explosives. Did they intend to blow him up? His expression shifted dramatically. Brother Chen. Upon hearing the call, he turned to Xiang Mi and Di Reba, commanding in a low voice, "Get inside. Do not come out until I call for you." The 2 women, sensing the gravity of his demeanor, quickly retreated into the house, shutting the door tightly. Chen Shi returned his gaze to the image. The 2 men had affixed the explosives to the door and were activating the detonation device. A short distance away, several guns were aimed at the entrance. If he dared to show himself, he would undoubtedly be shot to pieces. Their plan was clever. Yet reality was often less forgiving than one might hope. Let us not forget, he possessed an acceleration device. Chen Shi placed his hand on the doorknob, inhaled deeply, and with his other hand, activated the time acceleration. In an instant, the fabric of time and space rippled, creating a wave of distortion. At that moment, time appeared to stand still. Everything around him slowed to an agonizing crawl, except for Chen Shi himself. He abruptly yanked the door open and darted out. Outside. The moment the door swung open, the men instinctively squeezed their triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets hurtled towards him at a speed of 700 meters per second. Yet to Chen Shi, the bullets moved with almost excruciating slowness, allowing him ample time to disarm the 2 explosives that had begun their countdown before evading to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck the door, producing sounds akin to firecrackers. Chen Shi hurled one of the explosives into the midst of the group. As they fired their weapons, they suddenly found 2 yellow objects at their feet, red numbers flashing incessantly. 3, 2, 1, 0. Boom, boom. A deafening explosion erupted. Those closest to the explosives were launched into the air, while the rest were sent sprawling to the ground by the force of the blast. Immediately, Chen Shi leapt forward, transforming into a shadow that rushed towards them. The shadow, like a specter, moved without hesitation, crashing into the heart of the group. Before they could recover from the disorientation caused by the explosion, the glint of a blade flashed in Chen Shi's hand. Swoosh. In an instant, 4 members of the hunting party had their throats slit, their tracheas exposed, blood gushing forth. The 4 men, aghast, had no time to comprehend their attacker before they collapsed, lifeless. After dispatching the 4, Chen Shi pivoted, narrowly avoiding a barrage of bullets from Water Brothers' handgun. Time acceleration had ceased, and 5 adversaries remained combat-ready. He focused intently, crouching down, and with a sudden burst of energy, sprang upwards between 2 hunters. Swish! Chen Shi extended his body, arms outstretched, seizing the heads of the 2 men as if practicing a martial arts technique, and with a powerful thrust, propelled them forward. Vital energy surged into his arms, unleashing an incredible force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as their heads collided with the vehicle, shattering upon impact. They were beyond saving. Chen Shi quickly shrank back, taking cover beside the car, evading several gunshots, and then leapt towards the remaining 3 hunters. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets struck him. Yet he did not flinch or evade, charging straight towards the assailant. With a sudden motion, he delivered a brutal kick to the groin. Thud. The sound was reminiscent of an egg cracking, blood streaming down his pants. The hunter doubled over in pain, collapsing to the ground. Bang. Just as he hit the ground, Chen Shi aimed another kick at his face. The impact was devastating, bones shattered, his visage collapsed, and before he could even let out a cry of anguish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chen Shi pressed on, his speed unrelenting, lunging at the final 2 hunters. In less than 10 seconds, the once sprawling expanse of grass was left with only Water Brother and 1 remaining hunter. Both men trembled, their faces pale, drenched in sweat. Rooted to the spot in fear, their eyes fixed on Chen Shi's advancing form. "What are you?" Water Brother stammered. Despite wielding a firearm, he felt utterly vulnerable. They were a dozen strong, all professional soldiers, not mere thugs. Clad in heavy gear and bulletproof vests, they were well equipped. Yet this man defied all expectations, not firing a single shot, and in an instant, so many had fallen. However, Chen Shi paid him no mind, charging directly at the remaining hunter. Terrified, the hunter staggered backward. "Don't come any closer." PFF. The dagger plunged deep into his forehead. Chen Shi shoved him down and turned, grinning at Water Brother. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chen Shi." "And you?" Water Brother's legs began to tremble involuntarily. I am a Shui, commonly known as Water Brother, he stammered, swallowing hard. So Water Brother, is it? Chen Shi approached him, an aura of bloodlust surrounding him. Do we know each other? He inquired nonchalantly. Water Brother shook his head vigorously. Is it that you bear a grudge against me? Chen Shi pressed further. Water Brother continued to shake his head, uttering, no grievances. Then why is it that you all are fixated on me? This is not my affair. I am merely a messenger. Water Brother's sweat poured down as he waved his hands in desperation. Who sent you to trouble me? Chen Shi demanded. It was Zhou Gongli. He sent us. Water Brother replied urgently. Where is he? About 100 kilometers south from here, within an abandoned oil refinery. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi swiftly drew his knife, slashing Water Brother's throat. Blood gushed forth, and Water Brother desperately clutched his neck, managing to utter a final gasp before his eyes glazed over. Chen Shi wiped his dagger clean. Rather than await his demise, he resolved to take the initiative and confront Zhou Gongli, seeking a definitive resolution to this dilemma. He turned and made his way to the safe house. At that moment, an armored vehicle came to a halt at the village entrance, and a sharp voice called out, inquiring if a man named Chen Shi was present. Chapter 63, Sniper Brother Chen Shi. Just as Chen Shi was about to return to the safe house, he heard Lao Wang's voice behind him. He turned to see Lao Wang, armed and accompanied by Ma Yi, Zhang Fei, and two unfamiliar faces, hurrying towards him. The recent gunfire and explosions had left Lao Wang anxious. What has happened? He asked, glancing at the bodies strewn across the ground, his heart racing. Nothing to worry about. It's all taken care of. Chen Shi reassured him, patting Lao Wang on the shoulder. Although Lao Wang knew of Chen Shi's prowess, the sight before him was still shocking. How had he managed to single-handedly eliminate 15 heavily armed men? Good to hear, good to hear. Lao Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. It's getting hotter as May progresses. By the way, join me tomorrow for a trip, Chen Shi instructed Lao Wang, planning to visit the oil refinery to eradicate this nuisance once and for all. Who knew how long they would continue to entangle him? Sure, where to? Lao Wang nodded readily. He would contemplate the decision for others, but with Chen Shi, he felt secure and anticipated considerable gains. The oil refinery will procure some gasoline. The oil refinery. Lao Wang paused, then continued. I've heard that place is occupied by a group of predators. Chen Shi chuckled, gesturing to the corpses around them. What is the matter? Are you afraid? They're all lying here, after all. Well, I'm not scared, but we have no bullets left. How can we fight them? Lao Wang replied. You arrived just in time. Help us dispose of the bodies and clean up the battlefield. There are plenty of weapons here. He paused. These men are well equipped. Let's strip them of their bulletproof vests. Each brother deserves one, and the rest can be sent to my room. All right then, you take a break. We'll handle this, Lao Wang beamed, delighted at the prospect of resource distribution without lifting a finger. Suddenly, a howl pierced the sky. Everyone looked up to see a flock of flying wolves rapidly approaching. This is bad. The scent of blood has surely attracted them. Chen Shi's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, find cover. Prepare for battle. Lao Wang and the others hurriedly grabbed a few firearms from the ground and scattered to find shelter, while Chen Shi, Lao Wang, and Ma Yi took refuge beside two vehicles. The remaining three sought refuge under a nearby tree. They held their breath, fixated on the airborne wolves, awaiting their arrival. To their surprise, the wolves circled above the village entrance before several of them dove toward the ground. The sound of gunfire erupted from the village entrance. Chen Shi and Lao Wang exchanged puzzled glances. Are there armed men at the entrance? Chen Shi queried. Lao Wang, bewildered, responded, not that I know of. Who could it be? Chen Shi frowned. Repeated attacks had instilled in him a nagging suspicion that it might be related to him. The gunfire continued. Heavy machine guns echoing in the air. They're using heavy firepower. Lao Wang shouted. Chen Shi nodded, realizing they were willing to go to great lengths to eliminate him. Observing the wolves being intercepted, he instructed Lao Wang, take this opportunity to clean up the battlefield and collect the bulletproof vest and firearms. Lao Wang and the others sprang into action. Meanwhile, outside the village entrance, the armored vehicle's heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire. The wolves, with their thick hides, absorbed nearly 100 rounds before two were finally shot down. Bang! Bang! The flying wolves evaded the heavy gunfire, diving down to crash into the armored vehicle. Inside, Wuma felt as though he were on a ship, the vehicle rocking violently from the impacts. Cease fire. This is a waste of ammunition, Wuma shouted in frustration. Instantly, the machine gun fell silent. How unfortunate. We just arrived and are already facing mutated creatures. The armored vehicle was stifling, packed with 16 people. Yet 18 were crammed inside. Wuma removed his helmet, revealing a sweaty, round face that was nearly gasping for air. Why on earth did Wuma bring an armored vehicle just for a scavenger? A short man beside him remarked, cleaning his weapon. Wu Ma waved his hand dismissively. You don't understand. Those who can offer such high bounties for the Redeemers are not to be trifled with. It's better to be cautious. Hey, the mutated creatures have flown away, the driver of the armored vehicle called out from the cabin. I understand. Wu Ma replied, then turned to the short man. Xiao, you are the best fighter. Go check on Chen Shi's whereabouts. Take a handgun and be sharp. Xiao nodded, placing his long gun on the seat. Putting on a black hoodie and stepping out of the armored vehicle. Lao Bai, prepare for sniping. Wu Ma commanded a lean man inside the vehicle. Lao Bai acknowledged. Grabbing a Remington and scaling the armored vehicle's top, setting up his sniper rifle and focusing on Xiao's movements through the scope. Meanwhile, in the overgrown grass in front of the safe house, Chen Shi and his companions swiftly stripped the bulletproof vest from the corpses and gathered all firearms and knives. Just as they completed this task, the mutated flying wolves returned, circling overhead before diving down. Lao Wang and the others quickly scattered, jumping into the vehicle. The mutated wolves did not attack them. Instead, they swooped down toward the corpses. Just as they were about to pass over, they extended their claws, grasping the bodies and soaring into the distance. The group watched in awe as a full-grown corpse, weighing at least 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted into the air. Their skin is tough, and they possess immense strength. They are formidable indeed, Chen Shi assessed internally. With the bodies cleared, the remaining wolves that failed to snatch their prize lingered in the air for a moment before finally departing. Chen Shi and his party leaped from the vehicle, spotting a short man approaching from the village. Chen Shi felt a surge of caution, keeping a close watch on him. The man bore no weapons, his hands tucked into his pockets, moving steadily and unhurriedly toward them. Halt! What do you want? Lao Wang shouted at the man. The man did not halt his steps. He raised both hands, a smile gracing his face, and exclaimed, Do not be alarmed, I am here to find someone. Lao Wang and Chen Shi exchanged glances. The man bore no weapon and was unaccompanied, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Approaching closer, the man scanned the group and inquired, Which of you is Chen Shi? Momentarily taken aback, Chen Shi realized he did not recognize this individual. What could he want with him? Could it be that Xia Yan had sent him with a message? Contemplating this, he turned to the man and replied coolly, I am he. What is it you seek? The man chuckled, exaggeratedly pointing at him. You claim to be Chen Shi? On the roof of the armored vehicle, a sharpshooter observed the man indicating Chen Shi through his scope, quickly locking onto Chen Shi's figure. Inhaling deeply, and holding his breath in pursuit of a perfect shot aimed at Chen Shi's chest. Chen Shi nodded. Yes, but who are you? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, interrupting Chen Shi's words. In an instant, everyone was taken aback as they witnessed Chen Shi being struck in the chest, propelled backward to the ground. At the very moment the gun fired, the sharpshooter swiftly lunged to the side, drawing his pistol and aiming it at Lao Wang and the others. Enemy attack, take cover. Lao Wang shouted, reacting instinctively. The sharpshooter emptied his magazine in a flurry, showing no inclination to engage further, and fled toward the village entrance. Lao Wang, one of our brothers has been hit. Ma Yi cried out, turning to see the two men who had accompanied him earlier, now sprawled in a pool of blood, riddled with bullets. Fury ignited within Lao Wang as he glared at the retreating figure of the sharpshooter. Seizing a gun, he pursued him relentlessly. Outside the village, atop the armored vehicle, as Chen Shi collapsed, the sniper in the scope exulted, raising a fist in triumph. The mission had been executed with remarkable ease. Suddenly, his expression froze, his demeanor darkening. In the scope, Chen Shi stood unharmed, brushing off the dust from his clothing. The sniper's lips twitched in disbelief as he hastily adjusted his angle, once more centering Chen Shi in his sights. Let us see if you can escape death this time. This time, he aimed for Chen Shi's head. As Chen Shi rose, he dashed toward his vehicle. The gunfire whizzed past the precise spot where he had just been standing. He instinctively ducked, yanking open the car door for cover, shouting to Lao Wang in the distance, Lao Wang, do not pursue, come back. There's a sniper. None understood the enemy's situation or the number of adversaries present. Recklessly chasing them would be tantamount to courting death. Bang, bang, bang. Lao Wang, upon hearing this, halted, unleashing a volley of bullets at the retreating figure of the sharpshooter, venting his inner rage. Everyone, take cover. There's a sniper. Chen Shi jumped into the vehicle, yelling at Ma Yi and Zhang Fei. He promptly started the engine, accelerating to position the vehicle at the entrance of the safe house, leaping out and rushing inside. They are clearly targeting me. As long as I am alive, they will not retreat, Chen Shi pondered, sprinting to the storage room, donning a reinforced tactical helmet, and grasping an ion beam gun before returning to the vehicle. Get in, quickly, he shouted to Ma Yi and Zhang Fei as he sped past them. Bang! A sniper bullet struck the windshield, leaving a small white mark on the reinforced glass. Ma Yi and Zhang Fei swiftly opened the rear door and leaped inside. What the hell? Bulletproof vests, armored vehicles. What kind of scavenger is this extravagant? The sniper cursed under his breath. Realizing the situation was dire and hastily returned to the armored vehicle. Sniper failed. Chen Shi is coming. He shouted to those inside. Prepare for battle. Old Wu commanded, his expression shifting gravely. Chen Shi drove toward the village entrance, while the sharpshooter, not yet out of the village, heard the commotion and veered into a narrow path to evade detection. As Chen Shi passed by Lao Wang, he slowed the vehicle, pulling him aboard before speeding toward the village entrance. Rat-a-tat-tat. The moment Chen Shi's vehicle emerged at the village entrance, the heavy machine gun on the armored vehicle opened fire, unleashing a torrential hail of bullets, striking the car with a cacophony of impacts. The fortified vehicle exhibited exceptional bulletproof capabilities. The heavy machine gun fire could not penetrate the body, leaving only minor dents on the surface. Fire the cannon, damn it. Wu Ma yelled from inside the vehicle. In that instant, Chen Shi's pupils constricted as the cannon on the armored vehicle pivoted, its dark barrel aimed directly at him. He swiftly pressed the vehicle's cloaking switch. The burly man operating the cannon stood frozen in shock as Chen Shi's vehicle vanished from his sight. What the hell? Am I seeing ghosts? He thought, bewildered and uncertain. Chen Shi's cloaking lasted only 5 seconds. However, for him, that was ample time. Get out. Quickly, Wu Ma yelled, kicking open the back door of the armored vehicle. Sensing the urgency as Chen Shi's vehicle disappeared, he instinctively leapt from the car, swiftly taking cover behind a sturdy tree. Bang! Bang! As the remaining hunters, fleeing alongside him, sensed something amiss, they drew their weapons, firing into the shadows. Their bullets soon ran out, and they resorted to knives, iron rods, and other melee weapons, encircling the direction from which the gunfire had emanated. At that moment, Lao Wang and his companions also found themselves without ammunition, drawing their knives in preparation for close combat. Just then, Chen Shi arrived. The ion beam gun was still cooling and temporarily unusable. Moreover, the enemy was too dispersed. Using it now would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He sheathed the gun, gripped his dagger firmly, and began to approach the opposition. The foremost adversary charged directly toward Chen Shi, their eyes locking in an instant. Before the opponent could react, Chen Shi's dagger-wielding hand lashed out in a swift uppercut. In a heartbeat, his muscles surged with energy, the punch slicing through the air with a whistle, connecting with the adversary's chin, while the dagger pierced through the jaw and emerged near the nose. The hunter could scarcely emit a cry before life fled him. Chen Shi. A shrill voice rang out. Chen Shi instinctively turned to see. Wu Ma stood not far away, confirming that he was indeed Chen Shi. He swiftly drew his sharp dagger, crouched low, and charged forward with a combination of hands and feet. In this moment, his corpulent figure resembled a monkey sprinting at full speed, swiftly covering over 10 meters before lunging fiercely at Chen Shi. With a crisp clang, Chen Shi parried Wu Ma's dagger with his own. His body clad in a bulletproof suit, the helmet adorned with splatters of blood, his eyes hinting at a flicker of excitement. He licked his parched lips, surprisingly agile despite his bulk. His voice was hoarse and deep. Since he had begun practicing combat techniques coupled with vital energy, he had never felt as confident as he did today. With a low growl, Wu Ma lunged again, dagger in hand. Chen Shi smiled slightly and met the blade head-on. Clang! Wu Ma's dagger struck toward Chen Shi's abdomen, yet it felt like it had collided with an impenetrable block of iron, the blade halting at the fabric of his clothing without making any progress. In that moment of shock, Chen Shi seized Wu Ma's head and forcefully pressed it downward, then raised his knee to deliver a brutal blow to Wu Ma's face. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, aside from the predators entangled with Old Wang, the other 2 hunters roared and charged toward Chen Shi. Blades and clubs rained down upon him, yet Chen Shi remained unscathed, his reinforced suit impervious to bullets, stabs, water, fire, corrosion, and impact. Bam! Chen Shi delivered a final blow to Wu Ma, whose face had caved in, nose flattened, teeth gone, brow and skull reduced to fragments, his visage unrecognizable as human. Only then did Chen Shi release him, and Wu Ma crumpled to the ground. Suddenly, Chen Shi spun around, moving like lightning, his dagger flashing out and striking a vital point. One assailant's head exploded on impact. The second, horrified, turned to flee. Chen Shi, quick as lightning, seized his arm, twisting it behind him while pressing against the elbow, exerting all his strength in an upward push. Snap! The entire arm broke free from the shoulder, dangling limply. The man fell to his knees, clutching his arm and screaming in agony. Chen Shi, summoning all his might, delivered a powerful kick to the man's head. In that instant, vital energy coursed through his leg muscles. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as the skull shattered, blood and matter splattering, painting the nearby trees and underbrush crimson. Meanwhile, Old Wang and his companions were still locked in a desperate struggle, their bodies marred with wounds. Chen Shi strode toward them. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking his helmet. He turned to face the source of the gunfire, spotting a diminutive figure before him. Chapter 65. Winter approaches. Bang. Bang. The short-foot tiger pursued relentlessly, firing repeatedly at Chen Shi. He shielded his face with his arm and charged forward. The short-foot tiger emptied his magazine, discarded the pistol, and drew a baton, leaping high to swing it brutally at Chen Shi's face. Chen Shi stepped back, leaning away to evade the attack. As the short-foot tiger landed, he rolled forward, aiming a strike at Chen Shi's shin. Chen Shi retreated a step, the baton whistling past his pant leg. Seizing the opportunity before the short-foot tiger could regain control, Chen Shi advanced swiftly, lifting his leg to kick at the tiger's face. The short-foot tiger reacted with remarkable speed, dropping to the ground just in time, a gust of air rushing past his forehead. He rolled sideways several times, escaping Chen Shi's attack range. Although the short-foot tiger was at a disadvantage in close combat due to his small stature, he relied on his speed and quick reflexes to strike first, dodging and seeking opportunities to counterattack. However, this time he faced Chen Shi, who possessed not only strength and skill but also superior speed. His bulletproof suit doubled his agility. As the short-foot tiger executed a roll, he sprang up. Thud. Just as he sprang up, exerting force with his legs, Chen Shi appeared like a specter before him, raising his leg to deliver a crushing blow to the tiger's kneecap. Pain shot through the joint, yet the immense inertia propelled the short-foot tiger to complete his maneuver. With a shattered kneecap, instead of standing upright, he collapsed to the ground. As his knee buckled, the short-foot tiger's face contorted in agony, gasping for breath, losing balance and tilting to one side. He hastily propped himself up with one hand to steady himself. Chen Shi raised his foot high and stomped down on the elbow of the arm supporting him. Snap! The elbow fractured, bending unnaturally inward. The short-foot tiger let out a piercing scream, falling to the ground. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot detonated at close range. Chen Shi staggered, his chest erupting in flames from an explosive bullet. Following that, another gunshot rang out. Bang! He instinctively lowered his head. Bang! A dull thud echoed as an armor-piercing round struck his helmet, but this bullet, capable of penetrating thin steel, merely left a dent on his reinforced headgear. Startled by the two gunshots, Chen Shi noticed the short-foot tiger lying on the ground, a handgun in hand, staring at him in disbelief. Enraged, he leaped high into the air, landing with his knee crashing down into the short-foot tiger's chest. Snap! The ribs shattered, the chest caving inward. The short-foot tiger gasped, unable to breathe, blood foaming from his mouth. Chen Shi picked up the baton beside him, disregarding the fallen man, and turned toward Old Wang. Thud! In an instant, Old Wang was sprayed with blood, and the predator he had been grappling with was struck in the head, collapsing lifelessly. Chen Shi continued his stride toward Mai, who was being pummeled to the ground by a predator, his face swollen like a pig's head. Chen Shi seized the predator by the collar and flipped him onto the ground, raising his dagger to thrust viciously into the predator's eye socket. Thud! He withdrew the dagger, the eyeball still attached. Zhang Fei fared worse, his arms and legs marred with cuts, barely holding on with a cleaver. With the last predator standing alone, he lost the will to fight and fled. Chen Shi would not allow him to escape. He sprinted a few steps and lunged at the man's back. As he landed, he grasped the predator's ankle and yanked, causing the man to stumble forward and fall. Chen Shi swiftly raised his dagger. Thud! 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 He struck rapidly 3 times. The predator, in pain, desperately kicked at Chen Shi with his other leg. Thud! A kick landed on Chen Shi's helmet as he forcefully pulled the predator's leg, dragging him closer. Thud! 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 He struck the predator's thigh 3 more times with blinding speed. Ah! The predator screamed, begging for mercy, pleading for him to stop. Declaring his surrender, Chen Shi paused, catching his breath, and asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" "We are predators," the man replied. "There's a bounty on you in Jidong City. We're just trying to earn a meal." Chen Shi frowned. A bounty in Jidong City? He recalled the events from a few days ago at the camp. Trouble. In this post-apocalyptic world, could there not be a moment of peace? Why must there always be bloodshed? Chen Shi grumbled inwardly. With predators in front and redeemers behind, and now a bounty on his head. It seemed that peaceful days were a distant dream. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a surge of unbridled fury welled within him, and he unleashed a flurry of kicks at the man beneath him. Thud! 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 This time, his kicking was a cathartic release, targeting the stomach, head, arms, and legs. Every exposed area was struck mercilessly. As he lashed out, he cursed vehemently, recalling how these individuals had repeatedly instilled fear in him through their incessant ambushes and attacks. A simmering rage had long been pent up within him, and now it erupted. After delivering a brutal beating, a voice from the side of the forest called out, "Brother Chen, that's enough. The man is dead." Chen Shi, still wanting to continue, halted at the sound of Lao Wang's voice. He gasped for breath, stepping back to survey the once menacing predator, now reduced to a mushy pulp. With this matter resolved, he contemplated the repercussions once the bounty on him circulated. How many would come seeking him? It would be wiser to travel to Jidong City and eliminate the instigator once and for all. Thus, he resolved to enlist more allies. With a sigh, he decided it was best to return. Chapter 66. Encirclement. As Chen Shi and his companions traversed the forest, preparing to return to Shilyo village, he suddenly sensed a surge in temperature from the enhanced black stone nestled in his pocket. Alarmed, he halted and extracted a piece of black stone, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before him, swiftly reaching out. Reacting instinctively, Chen Shi rolled to the side and hurled the black stone at the shadow. The stone sliced through the air with a keen whistle, striking the shadow's head. It seemed to penetrate a dark mist, passing directly through the figure. With a resounding thud, the shadow dissipated into nothingness. Chen Shi, still tense, drew another enhanced black stone and surveyed the area. The stone's temperature gradually cooled, allowing him to exhale in relief as he stood upright. "Are you all right?" Lao Wang asked, still in shock. The events had unfolded so swiftly that they had barely grasped what transpired before it was over. Chen Shi was about to respond when he was startled to discover the temperature of the black stone in his hand skyrocketing again. "Run!" he shouted, without hesitation. They bolted toward the village entrance. The stone grew increasingly hot, nearly scalding. They sprinted through the woods, with nothing pursuing them, yet an inexplicable chill gripped their hearts. As though something was rapidly closing in, trees blurred past them, and their footsteps trampled the underbrush, leaving distinct prints. "Damn it!" Chen Shi suddenly halted, staring ahead, cursing under his breath. The others, sensing his abrupt stop, became alert. Before Lao Wang could voice a question, he too beheld the situation ahead. A dark figure loomed behind a large tree, revealing only half its face. The figure resembled a scavenger, draped in tattered black robes, with disheveled hair obscuring its features. Surrounded by an ethereal black mist, all signs indicated the entity's identity as a shadow person. Chen Shi cautiously retreated. "Watch your back," Lao Wang whispered. A surge of apprehension coursed through Chen Shi as he turned slightly, tensing his body to glance behind him. There, a black figure stood concealed behind another tree. No, it was not just behind him. He noticed an array of shadowy figures gradually emerging from the trees surrounding them. 10, 20, 50, perhaps even more. "What should we do?" Lao Wang's voice trembled, his body shaking. Zhang Fei's face had gone pale, while Mai, weakened from blood loss, appeared even more wan. They looked at Chen Shi. Desperation etched on their faces. None of them had ever encountered so many shadow people at once, and they were at a loss for how to respond. The shadows encircled them, standing silently beside the trees, heads bowed, their long, unkempt hair obscuring their faces. Back to back, the group stood, drenched in sweat, too afraid to make any sudden movements. Chen Shi inhaled deeply, retrieving the last two enhanced black stones from his pocket. "Stay close to me. Run for your lives. Do not stop, and run as fast as you can," he instructed, fixing his gaze on the shadow person before him. "On the count of 3, we run." Lao Wang and the others nodded quickly, taking deep breaths in preparation. 1. Chen Shi clenched the black stones tightly, focusing on the shadow in front of him. 2. He slowly raised his arm, sweat trickling down his forehead. The surrounding woods fell eerily silent, the wind seemingly having vanished, creating an oppressive atmosphere. 3. With that, Chen Shi surged forward, racing toward the village. He kept his eyes fixed on the shadow ahead, ready to hurl the stone at the first sign of movement. Suddenly, the shadow lunged at him with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere moments. Chen Shi threw the black stone with all his might. With a resounding crash, the figure disintegrated. "Stay close," he shouted. Almost immediately, another shadow appeared in his path, followed by more behind it, and he was left with only one black stone. Scanning the area, he spotted a solitary shadow to his left. "Left!" he yelled, altering his course, and hurled the remaining stone at the figure. With a puff, black mist erupted as the stone and shadow simultaneously shattered into nothingness. In that instant, Chen Shi and his companions charged through the dark fog, sprinting towards Shilyo village. They ran with all their strength, unwilling to pause even for a moment, navigating through dense woodland and sloping terrain. A journey that would typically take 10 minutes was compressed into 6. They were drenched in sweat, muscles aching, lungs burning as if pierced by needles. Their minds starved of oxygen, and black spots danced before their eyes. "Quick, keep running, hold on," Chen Shi gasped, urging them on. Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, revitalizing his body. Elated, he quickened his pace. Moments later, they stormed into the village like a gust of wind. I can't go on. Lao Wang wheezed behind him. This frantic sprint had pushed them to their physical limits, malnourished and lacking essential nutrients. Their bodies could barely withstand the strain. Chen Shi glanced back to see a shadow trailing them within 10 meters. Keep running. We're almost there. The only solution was to reach the safe house, where ample black stones awaited to fend them off. Thus, he led them toward his refuge. They dashed through the village, the tall grass ahead indicating their proximity to safety. They were nearly there, yet the shadows drew closer, toying with them, maintaining a leisurely pace about 5 meters behind. Finally, Chen Shi reached the door and slammed his hand against it. With a click, it swung open. The others rushed inside, collapsing onto the ground. A shadow followed closely behind, nearly entering. With a forceful shove, Chen Shi slammed the door shut and locked it. Lao Wang and the others lay on the floor, eyes shut tight, pallid faces gasping for breath. Chen Shi hurried into the storage room, seizing the enhanced black stones before returning to the main hall. Brother Chen, what is happening? Yang Mi asked, peering through a crack in the door, her voice tinged with anxiety. Get inside. Don't open the door or come out until I call for you. Chen Shi shouted urgently. Startled by his intensity, Yang Mi recoiled and shut the door tightly. Chen Shi clutched 2 black stones, standing guard at the door, ready to confront any sudden intrusion by the shadow people. A tremendous crash reverberated through the door, the black stones in his hands growing scorching hot. He had a sudden inspiration and pressed 2 black stones firmly against the door. Bang! Hiss! A loud thud echoed from outside as the black stones emitted a plume of black smoke, their color fading. A shadow outside abruptly vanished. Yet, the shadows were far too numerous, and soon new ones surged towards the safe house. Bang! Another shadow disintegrated under the influence of the black stones. Still, more shadows continued to approach the safe haven. Bang! 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 The relentless, violent impacts made Chen Shi's hands tremble as they pressed against the door. In no time, the 2 black stones in his grasp turned a dull gray, losing their efficacy. He swiftly retrieved another pair of black stones, pressing them against the door once more. One after another, he lost track of time, and after expending 6 black stones, the cacophony of thuds finally ceased. At that moment, aboard an alien spacecraft in low Earth orbit, extraterrestrials witnessed the entire event through a 4-dimensional image. Look, your plan has failed. They have escaped. David chuckled. How could this creature, this inferior being, possess the ability to wield dark energy? This is impossible. Another alien, seemingly indifferent to the success of the plan, was far more intrigued by Chen Shi's capabilities. If there is one, there will be another. I shall not allow such a thing to transpire, he muttered to himself. How long until the environmental changes? He inquired, linking with the Central Intelligence. 3 days. Acid rain is imminent, and this planet will be entirely shrouded in it. The Central Intelligence replied. This will result in the vast majority of life on this blue planet losing its food sources. Many may perish as a consequence, it continued. The alien fell into silence for a moment, his eyes igniting with a colorful glow. Food. I have conceived a splendid game revolving around food. It will be utterly delightful. I revel in watching them slaughter one another. He then turned to Deva. Aren't you keen on hunting? After the acid rain falls, we will land on the planet and commence our hunt. I can hardly contain my excitement. Deva's gaze fixated on the vibrant blue planet, his face adorned with a bloodthirsty grin. Chapter 67, Trouble Arises. Inside the safe house, Chen Shi sat down, gasping for breath, trying to regain his strength. The black stones in his hand were thrown onto the ground, his body drenched in sweat, his eyes stinging from the perspiration. After a brief respite, he turned to look at Lao Wang and the others. They were utterly exhausted, still unable to recover, lying on the ground with closed eyes, their faces contorted in pain. Chen Shi rose and went to the storage room, retrieving 6 packs of beef jerky before returning to the hall. Lao Wang, eat this pack of beef jerky. It'll help restore your strength, he said, giving a gentle pat on Lao Wang's cheek as he placed a pack into his hands. He then distributed 1 pack each to Zhang Fei and Ma Yi. Through their interactions, he had come to regard Lao Wang and the others favorably. Besides, they would need them for the journey to Jidong City, and he couldn't allow them to collapse. Lao Wang's hands trembled as he tore open the packaging, stuffing a large piece of beef jerky into his mouth, chewing voraciously. Chen Shi fetched a jug of filtered water, moving to Ma Yi's side to gently cleanse his wounds, preventing infection. After consuming a pack of beef jerky, the group's complexion improved slightly, their faces regaining some color. Taking a deep breath, Lao Wang sat up, astonished as he surveyed the surroundings. My goodness, have you hired a renovation crew? He exclaimed, utterly bewildered. In his memory, the air raid shelter had been dark, damp, filthy, and foul-smelling, a site of decay. Yet now, What lay before him could only be described as opulent. Marble walls and floors, an arched ceiling, crystal chandeliers, and European-style wall sconces adorned the space, with power outlets conveniently installed. There was no trace of an air raid shelter. It resembled a castle hotel. Just a few days had passed. Even if a renovation crew had indeed arrived, it would be impossible to complete such a transformation in such a short time. Brother Chen. Yangmi cautiously poked her head out from inside the door, her voice soft and hesitant. Chen Shi turned to look at her. Could you come here for a moment? Yangmi's cheeks flushed as she whispered. Chen Shi approached her, asking, what is it? Do you have any toilet paper? Yangmi bit her lower lip, speaking softly. Toilet paper? Use this. Chen Shi pulled a handful of leaves from his pocket and pressed them into her hands. Is this even acceptable? Yangmi gazed at the leaves, visibly distressed. It's all I've got. Use it if you must, or find another solution. Chen Shi tossed the words over his shoulder and turned to leave. Bang! Yangmi clutched the leaves tightly and shut the door firmly. You've truly created a golden house for your beloved. Lao Wang chuckled as Chen Shi approached. Not quite, Chen Shi began, but was interrupted by the faint sound of crying from outside. He moved to the wall, preparing to use his perspective abilities, then reconsidered. Recalling Lao Wang and the others beside him, he instead walked to the door and pressed his ear against it. Outside, the clear cries of a woman and a child resonated. At that moment, Lao Wang and the others also heard the commotion. This is bad. Something has happened in the village. I need to hurry back. Lao Wang's expression changed as he stood up, urging Ma Yi and Zhang Fei to follow. Originally intending to inquire about the air raid shelter, he now had no time for such thoughts. Wait, I'll go with you. I'll drive the car back and grab the stove from number 38, Chen Shi called out to Lao Wang. He then took 6 black stones, stowing them on his person, and knocked on Yangmi's door. You two, come out. We're going out for a bit. Shortly, Yangmi and Di rebosted before Chen Shi. The group hurried outside, and at the door, Chen Shi retrieved a black stone, ensuring its temperature was normal before opening the door and leading them out. In the distance, the cries from the village grew clearer. The once bright sky now loomed dark and foreboding. Chen Shi glanced upward, noticing thick black clouds obscuring the entire expanse. It looks like rain, he thought to himself. Lao Wang, I'll drive you. He gestured toward the 2 other vehicles parked at the door. Although the journey from the safe house to the village was not far, only a 5 or 6 minute walk, Chen Shi considered the convenience of transporting the stove by vehicle. The group piled into one car, and Chen Shi drove toward the village entrance. Before long, he parked in the village center, the women's cries now unmistakable. It became evident that it was not just one person, but many families lamenting. Lao Wang and the others had no time for farewells. Hastily opening the car doors and sprinting toward their homes, Chen Shi sighed silently, suspecting the shadows he had encountered had infiltrated the village. He instinctively touched the black stones, relieved to find their temperature still normal, and slowly restarted the vehicle, driving toward the village outskirts. Shortly after, Chen Shi parked beside his fortified vehicle. He handed the keys to Yangmi, climbed into the fortified vehicle, and turned it around. The 2 cars proceeded, one after the other, back into the village. West Lu Village, number 38. After circling the village twice, he finally located number 38. It was a modest farmhouse enclosed by a high wall with a locked gate. Peering through the wall, he could see a 3-story house standing in the yard, its windows barred with rusted iron bars, the exterior wall weathered and dilapidated. A heavy iron bolt secured the massive gate, which was locked with a large padlock. Chen Shi did not exit the vehicle. He positioned the front of the car against the iron gate and slowly accelerated. The moment the car made contact with the gate, he slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring as the front of the vehicle crashed into the iron door. Bang! The tremendous force sent half of the iron gate flying. Only then did he turn off the engine and step out of the car. Yangmi and Di Reba followed closely behind him as they strode towards the house. Chen Shi led them directly to the kitchen with a singular purpose, to retrieve the stove. Any other items they could grab along the way would be a bonus. In the kitchen, pots and pans were plentiful, and against the wall stood a large iron stove fueled by coal, with a long metal chimney extending to the roof. Chen Shi detached the chimney, and the 3 of them worked together to load the stove onto the vehicle, also taking the pots and pans. Before leaving, Chen Shi discreetly pocketed a bag of salt and a bottle of soy sauce. Brother Chen, can we take a look inside the house? Yangmi asked softly. Chen Shi, who was already opening the car door, looked at her quizzically. What for? He inquired. I just want to see if there's any toilet paper, Yangmi replied. Her head lowered. If you find it troublesome, you can wait here while we look for it, Di Reba chimed in. Chen Shi held the black stone, feeling its normal temperature. All right, you 2 go ahead. I'll wait here. Make it quick. The cries echoing from the village made Chen Shi uneasy. No one knew if the shadowy figure would suddenly appear, and each passing second increased the danger. Yang Mi and Di Reba dashed into the house, while Chen Shi stood by the car door, gripping the black stone and vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Soon, the two emerged, beaming, each carrying 2 packs of toilet paper. Chen Shi was astonished, not expecting a grown man to hoard so much toilet paper. Suddenly, the temperature of the black stone surged. Chen Shi's expression changed dramatically as he heard a scream from inside the house. His heart raced. He had fallen into a trap. Chapter 68. The upgrade of the black stone. Chen Shi staggered backward, hurling the black stone at the 2 figures before him. Bang! The moment the stone made contact with Yang Mi, her entire form exploded into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing instantly. Di Reba leaped forward with incredible speed, closing the distance to Chen Shi in an instant. Chen Shi swiftly threw another black stone, striking Di Reba on the head. Bang! Di Reba transformed into a wisp of black mist and dissipated. Not daring to let his guard down, Chen Shi retrieved another black stone, feeling its temperature gradually cool. He remained motionless, anxiously watching the house. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed out. It was Yang Mi and Di Reba again. Stop! Don't move! Chen Shi shouted. The 2 figures froze, clutching several packs of toilet paper, their faces pale and trembling with fear. Brother Chen, something is off inside the house, Yang Mi stammered, her voice tinged with panic. Chen Shi fixed his gaze on her, gripping the black stone tightly. He tossed it at her feet. Yang Mi quickly snatched the black stone up. Can we leave now? She asked. Chen Shi let out a sigh of relief. Get in the car. The 2 hurried to the vehicle, and Chen Shi followed suit. The 2 cars sped away, heading towards the safe house. Upon reaching the safe house, the trio unloaded their belongings, finally easing the tension that had gripped their hearts. The nuclear generator had completed its enhancement. Suddenly, a faint notification sound reached Chen Shi's ears. He turned to see that the generator, once positioned in the corner, had vanished and was now upgraded underground. A look of sheer joy spread across his face, his eyes brimming with hope. The completion of the nuclear generator enhancement signified that the underground water purification system could now be activated. Allowing the heat produced by the generator to warm water, this meant hot showers would finally be possible. How long has it been since I last bathed? He mused, feeling the stench that had become embedded on him to the point he could no longer detect it. Only particularly strong odors could rouse his dulled sense of smell. He dashed towards the bedroom, eager for a shower, a hot shower. The 2 women watched him in bewilderment, seemingly caught in a frenzy. It wasn't until they heard the sound of running water that they comprehended the reason behind Chen Shi's excitement. Ah! They exclaimed in delight, quickly rushing to their own rooms. The brightly lit bathroom featured a showerhead spraying clean, warm water over Chen Shi's body. If only he could procure some body wash and shampoo, it would be perfect. He vigorously scrubbed his greasy hair, contemplating, after lathering repeatedly for an entire hour. Until the murky water had turned clear, he reluctantly turned off the tap. He picked up his clothes, frowning, with the foul odor gone from his body. His clothes now seemed even more odorous and unwearable. I still need a washing machine. Though lacking a washing machine, he thought, I have women. His eyes lit up with resourcefulness. Everyone should contribute in this post-apocalyptic world. Emerging from the bathroom in the nude, he wrapped himself in a blanket from the bed, clutching his dirty clothes, and approached Yang Mi's room. He knocked on the door. Yang Mi, I've left my clothes at the door. Can you wash them for me later? Sure, I'll grab them in a bit, came her cheerful response, devoid of any complaint. Chen Shi felt a surge of happiness as he hummed a tune while making his way to the hall. Next, he intended to enhance the stove. Already envisioning a scene of everyone gathered around enjoying a hot pot meal, he placed his hand on the stove, initiating the enhancement process. Random attributes. Proceed with enhancement? Yes. As his energy flowed into the stove, a countdown appeared. 3 hours and 30 minutes. Chen Shi exhaled deeply and went to the storage room to retrieve all the black stones, intending to test the effects of enhancing them further. He selected a black stone for experimentation. If successful, he would enhance the rest collectively. Holding the black stone, he silently recited, Enhance the black stone. Random attributes. Proceed with enhancement? Yes. With energy infusing the stone, a countdown of 3 minutes appeared on its surface. Chen Shi sat on the bed, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the enhancement. One day, the black stones would run out. What then? He wondered if combining black stones with other items would yield a synergistic effect. His gaze shifted to his dagger. Once the enhancement was complete, the black stone's size increased by 100, its capacity doubled, and its range of dark matter diffusion expanded by 100. The random attribute allowed it to absorb surrounding dark energy within a range of 5 by 5 meters. Chen Shi's attention snapped back to the black stone, which became momentarily blurred before regaining clarity. The stone, previously the size of an egg, now resembled an ostrich egg. its dark surface lightening to a grayish hue. The demonic insignia etched into its surface shimmered faintly. Suddenly, a wisp of black mist appeared around the stone, swirling and growing denser. The demonic insignia seemed to exert a pull, drawing the surrounding black mist into the stone. As the mist flowed in, the black stone gradually regained its deep, lustrous blackness. This indicated that the black stone could now absorb surrounding dark energy, suggesting that the enhanced stone could self-replenish its energy, effectively solving the issue of insufficient black stones. Chen Shi felt a rush of excitement and immediately pressed his hand against the remaining black stones. Enhance the black stone. Attributes remain the same post-enhancement. Proceed? A faint voice echoed in his ears. Yes. Chen Shi firmly replied. The demonic insignia radiated warmth as energy flowed from his palm into the stone. Subsequently, a countdown of 30 minutes appeared on the surface. Chen Shi withdrew his hand and glanced at the recently enhanced stone, noticing the surrounding black mist thinning and gradually vanishing. He held the black stone in his hand, smooth and warm as jade. Replenish energy, he thought. Boom. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the black stone demon seal, coursing through his palm and arm, flooding into his body. This vitality was more potent than ever before, circulating ceaselessly within him. He felt as though every pore was brimming with this essence, a warm and comforting sensation enveloping every corner of his being. At that moment, he was invigorated, filled with a sense of strength. Eventually, the energy from the black stone subsided, and the demon seal became tranquil once more. He set the black stone down, now depleted of energy, which began to absorb the dark energy surrounding it once again. What effects might the enhanced black stone yield when integrated into a weapon? He returned to his previous contemplation. Chen Shi, Chen Shi. Suddenly, a voice from outside called out, belonging to Old Wang. Chen Shi snapped back to reality, wrapping himself in a blanket as he made his way to the hall, pressing his palm against the wall while silently chanting, "Reveal the surroundings." A soft humming filled the air, and the wall displayed the scene outside the house. Old Wang stood at the door, accompanied by a woman. Could it be Xia Yan? Chapter 69. Crisis. Chen Shi stood behind the door, tightly gripping the black stone. Old Wang, what is it? He called out loudly through the door. There's a woman named Xia Yan in the village asking about you, she says. Before Old Wang could finish, Xia Yan urgently shouted, Chen Shi, it's me. Xia Yan. Chen Shi felt the temperature of the black stone in his hand was normal, and he felt somewhat reassured. Please wait a moment. I'll be right there. He wrapped himself in the blanket, rushed to the storage room, hastily threw on some clothes, and returned to the hall, cracking the door open slightly. Casting a puzzled glance at Xia Yan. What brings you here? Where is Xia Fei? I have something urgent to discuss with you, Xia Yan stammered. Seeing that they were acquainted, Old Wang interjected, You two catch up. I must head back. It's not safe outside. There have been several casualties in the village today. Be careful. With that, he discreetly left. Come in. Chen Shi opened the door wider, welcoming Xia Yan inside. As she stepped into the lavishly lit hall, her eyes widened in astonishment. Especially when she noticed Yang Mi peeking out from behind a door, her heart fluttered. It seemed this house already had a mistress. She shot Chen Shi a meaningful glance. Please, have a seat. Chen Shi gestured towards a chair. Once Xia Yan sat down, he curiously asked, Weren't you in Jidong City? How did you end up here? Xia Yan lowered her gaze, and after a moment of silence, she replied, My brother and I encountered some trouble. She then recounted the details of the events to Chen Shi. Meanwhile, outside the village, on a wooded rise opposite the entrance, Wu Xin, cloaked in invisibility, observed Xia Yan enter the safe house through binoculars. He silently lowered the binoculars, positioned his Barrett rifle, and remained still, waiting for nightfall. Before that moment, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger on anyone who stepped through that door. Inside the safe house, Xia Yan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. I'm not here to ask you to rescue Xia Fei. I just want to discuss whether there are other options. Chen Shi gazed at her, pausing for a moment before sighing, Those people are the ones I killed. They were using you to coerce me. He paused again. I can't think of a good solution at the moment. You can stay here tonight. I will think carefully and give you an answer tomorrow. Such matters cannot be rushed. The opposition is numerous, and acting recklessly could endanger himself. It is not that he wouldn't save her, but rather that a meticulous plan is necessary, one that saves the person while eliminating the mastermind behind the bounty, all while ensuring his own safe retreat. Furthermore, from what Xia Yan mentioned, Jidong City is brightly lit and heavily guarded around the clock, making entry quite challenging. Chen Shi retrieved a can of meat and a cup of purified water, placing them in front of Xia Yan. Eat something first, rest easy tonight. And we'll talk more tomorrow. Brother Chen, this is Yang Mi and Di Riba. They pushed the door open, half exposing themselves, curiously inquiring. This is my friend. Xia Yan, Chen Shi introduced. Xia Yan managed a faint smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Yang Mi and Di Ba waved back with smiles, exiting the room, holding freshly laundered clothes. Brother Chun, the clothes are clean, but we didn't have any detergent. So many bloodstains couldn't be washed out. Di Ba handed the clothes to Chen Shi, her expression apologetic. A few stains are no issue. Thank you. Chen Shi accepted his reinforced outfit. Bringing it to his nose to sniff, the odor had faded to nearly imperceptible levels. Soon, the three women engaged in lively chatter, leaving Chen Shi to his own devices. The room was filled with a long-lost atmosphere of joy. Chen Shi relished the tranquility, turning back to his room. The black stone was nearing completion of its enhancement. He needed to assess its effectiveness. Upon returning to his room, he changed into his reinforced outfit. Although slightly damp, the waterproof nature of the clothing rendered this minor inconvenience acceptable. Most importantly, he could no longer tolerate the foul odor of the makeshift clothing he had worn. Having changed, it was long before all the black stones had been successfully enhanced. Without any surprises, they had all transformed similarly to the previous black stone, not only increasing in size, but also retaining their additional attributes. Thus, he no longer had to worry about the insufficiency of black stones. He glanced at the time. It was just past 5 p.m. There was still over an hour until the furnace enhancement would conclude. He turned towards the hall, where Yang Mi and Di Ba were still chattering away around Xia Yin. Xia Yin remained silent, quietly consuming the canned meat in her hands. Chen Shi approached them. Regarding Xia Yin, let me take you to a room where you can enjoy a hot shower and relax. Did you say a hot shower? Xia Yin exclaimed in astonishment, thinking she must have misheard. Previously, even a cold shower had to rely on rainwater. Now, hearing Chen Shi mention a hot shower seemed almost unfathomable. Chen Shi chuckled. Indeed, we have a 24-hour hot water supply. The expression on Xia Yin's face shifted from surprise to disbelief. Initially, she thought Chen Shi was joking. But upon seeing Yang Mi and Di Ba with their damp hair, she realized he was not jesting. In a state of astonishment, she followed Chen Shi to the room, where he led her to the fourth door on the left of the corridor. Upon entering, her skepticism mounted. This place was not only lavishly decorated but also had water and electricity. She recalled that Chen Shi possessed special abilities but never imagined they extended beyond something as simple as conjuring bread. His powers were indeed formidable. While others struggled for basic sustenance and lived in doghouse-like conditions, he managed to reside in a splendidly furnished space with modern amenities, leading a life free of worry. You can rest here tonight. There's no bed, but there's a blanket on the floor. Make do with that, Chen Shi remarked casually, scratching his nose. Make do? This is too extravagant. A hot shower, lavish decor, an elegant and peaceful environment. This is what you call making do? It's a dream come true. All right. You rest now. If you need anything, just come to the room next door, Chen Shi said at the door. Xia Yin nodded numbly, still processing her shock. With a soft thud, Chen Shi exited the room, closing the door behind him. He proceeded to the storage room, selecting a short knife, a baton, and an ion beam gun before returning to his bedroom. From Xia Yin, he learned that the individual who sought his life was named Yuan Jiang, and he surmised that the bounty must have been issued by him. It was likely that more than one predator organization had received the bounty, indicating that he would face further confrontations with more hunters seeking to trouble him in the future. I need more enhanced weapons, not just firearms, but also some melee weapons. While guns are effective, ammunition is limited, and there will inevitably come a time when close-quarters combat is unavoidable, he pondered. Currently, he possessed only one reinforced dagger, which was clearly insufficient. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger, an inch shorter is an inch more dangerous. Thus, he selected a retractable alloy baton, neither too short nor excessively long. He pondered, contemplating whether the amalgamation of a short blade and the baton would yield an unexpected surprise. What if he were to further integrate the black stone? With this thought, he stacked the baton, the short blade, and the black stone together and initiated the fusion enhancement. The attributes would be random. Would he proceed with the enhancement? His immediate response was affirmative. The demonic imprint radiated heat, and a wisp of vital energy escaped. Contrary to Chen Shi's expectations, this enhancement did not deplete much of his energy. Rather, a significant amount of dark energy overflowed from the black stone, swiftly infusing into the enhanced item. Subsequently, a countdown appeared on the object's surface, 2 hours and 10 minutes. Chen Shi exhaled in relief. His enhancement suit also required reinforcement, as defense was equally paramount, pertaining to his own safety. He made his way to the storage room, donned his helmet, retrieved a piece of black stone, and pressed it onto his attire, initiating the fusion enhancement for his entire gear. The attributes would be random. Would he proceed with the enhancement? Yes, he affirmed vigorously in his mind. As before, he expended little of his energy. Most of it was replaced by the energy of the black stone flowing into the enhanced items. Moments later, the countdown displayed on his outfit, 15 minutes. After completing these tasks, he picked up a pack of beef jerky and headed to the hall to practice his combat skills and internal training. Outside the village, Wusun rubbed his tired eyes, glancing at his wristwatch. It was already 6:15 p.m. Unlike before, dusk had descended earlier, despite it being barely past 6. The sky had begun to darken, resembling the hour of 8 or 9 in the evening. He surveyed the sky, set his barret aside, reached into his backpack, and retrieved a rocket-propelled grenade, inserting it into the launcher. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, aiming at Chen Shi's safe house. Boom! The thunderous explosion reverberated through the night sky, blowing the safe house door off its hinges. The chandelier in the hall trembled violently. Chen Shi was startled by the sudden blast. The force knocked him off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. Wusun seized his binoculars, peering towards the safe house. Witnessing the rocket strike its target, the door was obliterated. However, inside was merely a descending staircase, obstructing his view of the interior. He quickly retrieved another rocket from his bag, loading it into the launcher, hoisting it onto his shoulder, and aiming through the scope at Chen Shi's safe house once more, pulling the trigger again. The rocket, trailing flames and emitting a piercing wail, soared towards the safe house. Chen Shi, sitting up from the ground, was disoriented by the explosion, his head ringing. Shaking it vigorously, he anxiously glanced towards the entrance. To his horror, his expression changed dramatically. His heart sank. Chapter 70, Crisis 2. Chen Shi looked towards the door, feeling a chill run down his spine. Before him, a rocket, trailing flames, hurtled towards him, less than 10 meters away. At such a distance, escape seemed nearly impossible. He swiftly grasped his wristwatch time acceleration. In an instant, the space around him rippled, the surrounding scenery slowing to a crawl. The rocket had entered the room, mere meters away, and he could even discern the model number emblazoned on it. At that moment, the rocket appeared to hover in midair. Yet, he understood that it had not truly stopped. He had merely accelerated. If he did not act swiftly, he too would be obliterated. He lunged backward, sprinting frantically towards the storage room. "Do not come out. Stay hidden in the room," he shouted to the women inside as he ran. Moments later, boom! An even more colossal explosion erupted behind him. The rocket pierced into the hall, creating a crater in its center, causing the chandelier to crash to the ground. In an instant, smoke filled the air, and marble fragments flew in all directions. Damn it! Chen Shi cursed vehemently. Just as he began to enjoy his peaceful days, his home was being torn apart. He dashed into the storage room, grabbing a 6 automatic rifle, donning his enhanced helmet, and peering cautiously into the hall, wary of any emerging heavy weaponry. His enhanced pistol was out of ammunition, and the ion beam gun was still in the enhancement process. Now, the only usable weapons were this nearly depleted 6 and a dagger. To make matters worse, he had no idea how many adversaries he faced or their locations. After waiting for a while without any movement from the other side, Chen Shi hesitated, contemplating whether to venture outside. Meanwhile, Wusun had readied his barret, lying prone on the ground, patiently awaiting Chen Shi's appearance. Both parties were locked in a tense standoff, each waiting for the other to make the first move. Wusun, growing increasingly impatient after a lengthy wait without seeing Chen Shi, could not ascertain the situation inside due to visibility issues. He stowed the barret in his backpack, hung it on a tree branch, armed himself with a pistol, a dagger, and seized a 16, moving towards the safe house like a stealthy leopard under the cover of night. Conversely, Chen Shi was equally perplexed. The initial onslaught had been fierce, yet now there was an eerie silence. Cautiously, he advanced towards the hall, pressing his palm against the damaged wall, vigilantly watching the door and silently reciting a mantra to perceive his surroundings. The wall remained unresponsive. It appeared to have been damaged by the rocket. He slowly ascended the steps, positioning himself beside the remaining half of the door, quietly peering outside. The exterior was cloaked in darkness, devoid of moonlight, and impenetrable blackness. With his time acceleration ability frozen for 8 hours, he could not use it again. Taking a deep breath, he leaped outside, rolling several times before hiding in the overgrown grass, crouching low and stealthily moving towards the side of the building. Under the cloak of night, Wusun, like a panther, stealthily advanced toward Chen Shi's safe house with remarkable speed. Stopping 30 meters away from the safe house, he crouched low, placing the infrared thermal imaging night vision scope against his eyes, scanning the perimeter of the house. Suddenly, he spotted a red figure shifting through the grass with his night vision goggles. A smile crept across his face as he inserted a suppressor into his gun's muzzle, raised the weapon, and steadied himself, aiming at Chen Shi. Pop, pop, pop. The faint sound of gunfire rang out. Thud, thud, thud. Chen Shi was struck multiple times, yet his enhanced suit deflected the bullets. However, the powerful impact still inflicted a degree of pain upon him, which was magnified for Wu Senator. He gasped, bewildered. Glancing at his own body, the sudden, inexplicable pain was puzzling. Fortunately, the discomfort was fleeting, vanishing almost instantly. He focused intently on the red shadow. Noticing it remained motionless in the overgrown grass, he breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that either Chen Shi was injured or dead. He was confident in his shooting skills. Lying still in the grass, Chen Shi remained motionless. In such darkness, devoid of moonlight, the adversary had accurately located him and fired, indicating that they possessed night vision equipment, while he could not discern the enemy. Hence, he decided to play dead, waiting for his opponent to reveal themselves. Lying still in the grass, Wu Sun holstered his gun, brandishing a dagger in his left hand and the baton in his right, gradually approaching Chen Shi. He moved with utmost stealth, nearly soundless. Instead of directly approaching the overgrown grass, he circled around, reaching the side of the grass patch, concealing himself behind a large tree, aiming once more at the shadow in the grass. Pop, pop, pop. The quiet gunfire sounded again, the bullet striking Chen Shi with precision on his body and head. This time, the proximity was closer, and the impact more forceful. His skin felt as though it had been struck several times with a fist. The same sensation echoed through Wu Sun, but for him, it was not a light tap, but a heavy blow. He stifled a sound, letting out a muffled groan. His eyes filled with uncertainty. Could it be negligence? Fear gripped his heart, compelling him to crouch down and scan his surroundings. Then, he closed his eyes to sense the unusual movements around him. There was no chill, no spine-chilling sensation. Moments later, he opened his eyes. Assured that there were no mutated creatures nearby, he tucked away his thoughts, determined to resolve the matter with Chen Shi and leave swiftly. For this place always filled him with an ominous feeling. He peered through the night vision goggles at the overgrown grassland. The equipment had been enhanced, increasing its strength by 200%, with a random attribute, the ability to absorb the surrounding dark energy, augmenting his physical attributes. Suddenly, a subtle notification chimed in Chen Shi's ear. Almost immediately, the entire set of his gear became blurred, regaining clarity only after a few seconds. Seizing the opportunity while his clothes were indistinct, Chen Shi swiftly navigated through the waist-high overgrowth. Wu Sun uttered in confusion. In the night vision goggles, a red figure suddenly vanished. Had he perished? After death, body heat dissipates rapidly, rendering infrared thermal imaging ineffective. But something felt amiss. He removed the night vision goggles and glimpsed a swath of grass in the thicket, incessantly swaying. The person was not dead. He raised his firearm quickly, pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bullets hurtled toward Chen Shi. This time, he finally identified the source of the gunfire, behind a large tree not far away. A faint flicker of firelight glimmered. He sprang up, wielding his ion beam rifle, aiming at that tree and pulling the trigger. Chen Shi's sudden appearance startled Wu Senior. In his mind, this man was either dead or gravely injured, yet he now stood there unscathed, a peculiar weapon aimed at him, causing his pupils to dilate in shock. Reacting swiftly, he dove to the side. Just as he leaped away, a buzzing sound akin to electricity resonated behind him. He dared not look back, rolling forward a few times before glancing behind. The tree had been reduced to ashes, leaving no trace, and even the ground nearby was charred. A wave of dread washed over him as he hastily retreated deeper into the woods. Chen Shi, having missed his shot, followed suit with his weapon drawn. Entering the forest as well, Wu Sun concealed himself behind a large tree, resting his firearm on his back. He carefully withdrew a metal baton from behind, swinging it with force, causing it to elongate and lock into place. Gripping a dagger in his left hand, he realized that the opponent possessed high-caliber weaponry. Making distance a disadvantage, he had to engage up close. Despite his adversary's bulletproof vest, clothing alone does not determine the victor. Thus, the moment for a desperate struggle had arrived. A fierce glint appeared in Wu Sen's eyes as he took a deep breath, holding his breath, and lunged toward Chen Shi with explosive speed. In the forest, he darted like a swift-moving leopard, pouncing toward Chen Shi. First, he would test the man's bulletproof ensemble with his baton, aiming to exploit his strength to create an imbalance. Wu Sen's mind raced with thoughts. His gaze fixated on the figure ahead. He had a premonition that this battle would be the most troublesome he had ever faced since his debut. Judging by appearance alone, the opponent seemed to possess superior weaponry but lacked combat prowess. Thus, his odds of victory appeared considerable. In that fleeting moment of sprinting, Wu Sen's confidence surged as he instinctively assessed that Chen Shi was far inferior in hand-to-hand combat. Chapter 71, Crisis 3. Thus, it must be said that Wu Sen's skills were undoubtedly top tier. He slithered between several trees like a wraith, and with the ink-black night as his cover, Chen Shi momentarily failed to pinpoint Wu Sen's location. Suddenly, Wu Sun leaped down from a branch above Chen Shi. his baton morphing into a blur as it descended toward Chen Shi's face. This move was designed to lure the opponent into exerting force in a desired direction, thereby initiating the groundwork for a counterattack. This was the commencement of Wu Xin's plan. The seemingly fierce baton technique was merely a feint once Chen Shi made a move. Regardless of whether he attacked or blocked, he would be ensnared. At that moment, the iron rod struck down, landing on Chen Shi's helmet and shoulder with a dull thud. Chen Shi, caught off guard, allowed the baton to hit him. With the equipment enhanced a second time, its impact resistance was formidable. Wu Xin's blow upon contact felt feather-light and ineffective. Meanwhile, Chen Shi's gear began to absorb the surrounding dark energy, forming a protective barrier around him. The more force Wu Xin exerted, the stronger the dark energy became. The iron rod striking against his enhanced equipment transmitted no sensation through the layers of protective energy. Chen Shi smiled, thinking that as it stood, Wu Xin would exhaust himself without inflicting any harm. "Hey, I have a question for you," Chen Shi shouted. Just then, a flurry of baton strikes descended upon him once more, this time with greater force, each blow aimed at his vital areas. Bang, bang, bang. In mere seconds, the baton struck Chen Shi's body over 10 times, each hit landing with such speed that it created a whirlwind of black baton trails. Bang! Chen Shi raised his leg and kicked Wu Xin, sending him crashing to the ground. He quickly approached his fallen adversary, lifting his leg to stomp on Wu Xin's chest. "Who are you? Who sent you? Why did you attack me?" Wu Xin's expression changed dramatically as he struggled with all his might, only to discover the vast disparity in their strength. No matter how he fought back, he could not escape Chen Shi's grip. Crack! With each struggle, Chen Shi applied more pressure to his leg, and the tactical vest worn by Wu Xin emitted a sound of impending rupture, as if the internal ceramic armor was shattering. "You bastard!" Wu Xin cursed. Bang! Chen Shi delivered a powerful kick to Wu Xin's helmet. The tremendous force caused one side of the helmet to explode, leaving Wu Xin's cheek bloodied and his mind hazy. For a brief moment, his consciousness faded, and had it not been for the neck guard of the helmet, his neck might have been broken on the spot. Wu Xin felt a surge of humiliation. Throughout Jidong City and the surrounding areas, few could rival him. Since the onset of the mutated creatures, he had led his team to dominate the region, facing no opposition. Now, he found himself dazed by a nameless individual who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. In that instant, an indescribable sense of shame and rage surged within Wu Senior. With a flick, a sharp knife protruded from the tip of his baton. He suddenly sprang to his feet, unleashing his full strength as he aimed for Chen Shi's heart. Thud! The knife's tip struck against Chen Shi's reinforced outerwear but was thwarted. If it had been an ordinary bulletproof vest, the blow would have easily breached the defense. Therefore, this final strike proved largely ineffective. Chen Shi felt nothing, merely observing Wu Xin's frantic resistance. Although the moves appeared formidable and the force was tremendous, they were all absorbed by his enhanced gear. Bang! Chen Shi seized Wu Xin's arm holding the baton, pivoting sharply and executing a throw that sent Wu Xin crashing to the ground. Following this, he stepped on Wu Xin's shoulder, twisting his arm a full 180 degrees before forcefully bending it downward. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated as Wu Xin screamed, his face turning pale, gasping for breath. "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Chen Shi grasped his other arm tightly. No need to ask. Killing me will change nothing. Many will come for you." Wu Xin gasped. Recalling how his home had been destroyed, Chen Shi's anger flared. He exerted all his strength, then bent Wu Xin's arm downward. Crack! The limp arm fell to the ground. "It was Yuan Jiang who sent you, wasn't it?" Chen Shi inquired, locking eyes with him. So what if it was T? Wu Xin chuckled ominously. "If I die, you won't survive either. Go to hell." Bang! Chen Shi erupted with a curse, leaping high into the air, and brought one foot crashing down onto his opponent's chest. An immense force, far beyond what Wu Xin could have imagined, bent the alloy plate of his bulletproof tactical vest. Immediately after, Chen Shi relentlessly stomped on his chest, cursing all the while. Bang! This is for demolishing my house. Bang, bang! This is for coming to kill me. Bang! This is for your stubbornness. Bang, bang, bang! He had no idea how many times he stomped down before he finally ceased, his ankles sore and numb. At that moment, Wu Xin's thoracic vertebrae had completely shattered, and his chest cavity had been crushed into a mass of blood. After venting his rage, Chen Shi exhaled deeply. Suddenly, a flurry of wings echoed from above the forest. A large swarm of mutated bats approached ominously. In the distance, the howling of wolves could also be heard. He swiftly removed the binoculars from Wu Xin and turned to sprint towards the safe house. The door of the safe house stood wide open, a scene of chaos within. 3 women were busily tidying the hall. Upon seeing Chen Shi return, they finally felt reassured. "Brother Chen, are you all right? Brother Chen, are you hurt? Brother Chen." Who were they? The women, still shaken, surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. "There's no need to worry. Everything is fine now," Chen Shi replied calmly. He approached the entrance. The most pressing matter was to repair the door. Without it, the safe house was devoid of safety. Placing his hand on the half door, he silently recited, "Reinforce the door. Attributes unchanged. Would you like to reinforce the repair?" "Yes," he responded forcefully in his mind. The demon seal warmed, and a surge of energy flowed in. Moments later, the seal settled, revealing a countdown on the door, 3 hours 30 minutes. He sighed. The house required further reinforcement, especially the door, which had proven inadequate against even a small rocket. This realization stripped away his sense of security. Standing before the entrance, he gazed into the inky night sky for a moment before moving a chair to the door, sitting down with his gun pointed outward. The sounds from the forest made him wary. He intended to remain vigilant until the door was repaired. A gust of wind swept past, causing Chen Shi to shrink his neck reflexively, feeling an unexpected chill. Logically, at the end of May and the beginning of June, summer was approaching, even at night. It shouldn't feel cold. Yet the current weather was decidedly abnormal, the wind reminiscent of winter's chill. Could it be that June snow was imminent? Chen Shi pondered, casting his gaze toward the ominous clouds above. Before long, the living room was tidied up by the 3 women, remnants of crystal chandeliers and marble scattered in the corners. After cleaning the hall, Xia Yin hurried into the storage room, retrieved a gun, and returned to the hall, silently positioning herself behind Chen Shi, ready to face danger alongside him. Yang Mi and Di Reba exchanged a knowing glance, silently heading towards the storage room, and shortly after, they too emerged with guns. Standing resolutely behind Chen Shi, he glanced back at them, offering no words, yet feeling profound comfort in their presence. This was precisely what he desired, companions who understood gratitude and valued the hard-won stability of their lives. Had they been selfish, he would not have hesitated to expel them all. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the tension. Chapter 72. Crisis for the footsteps drew nearer. Chen Shi's heart tightened as he raised his gun, aiming at the door. Behind him, the 3 women also raised their weapons, disengaging the safety and chambering bullets. Chen Shi turned to them, speaking softly, "You don't need to concern yourselves. Return to your rooms." When faced with danger, he couldn't guarantee a total obliteration of the threat, but he had confidence in his ability to escape. Especially with the gear he wore capable of withstanding most attacks, not to mention the time acceleration. However, the women were different. They lacked the means to protect themselves. In extreme danger, he couldn't afford to care for them. It was better for them to hide. All he sought was their attitude. He had no desire to send them to their deaths. The 3 women hesitated, exchanging glances, unwilling to be the first to retreat. "Go back. I can handle this alone. Your presence here only hinders me," Chen Shi insisted, raising his voice. Finally, the 3 women lowered their guns and retreated to their rooms. The footsteps continued to approach. "It sounds like someone is out there. Let us check," a woman's voice carried from outside. The footsteps quickened. Chen Shi sat in his chair, a black stone resting beside him, gun raised, eyes fixated on the door, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Suddenly, 2 silhouettes appeared at the entrance. Just as Chen Shi prepared to shoot, he recognized the figures and withdrew his hand. Outside stood 2 girls, around 17 or 18 years old, both with ponytails, dressed in indistinguishable clothing, one with a shawl draped over her shoulders. "Hello," one girl spoke. Her filthy face lit up with surprise. Chen Shi stood, eyeing them warily. "Who are you?" "I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. We are immigrants heading to Jidong City. Our vehicle broke down just outside the village, and we came to seek help," the girl said, pressing her palms together before her chest, speaking hurriedly. Chen Shi paused in silence. At such a late hour, 2 girls searching for help after a breakdown seemed illogical. However, they did not appear aggressive. Could it be a ruse to lure him out? Or were they ambushing him en route? Regardless, he certainly would not venture outside. "I'm sorry, ladies, but you'll have to find another way. I cannot assist you," Chen Shi replied coolly. What kind of man would turn a blind eye to someone in need? The other girl muttered under her breath, "Leave." Chen Shi's expression darkened instantly, his tone low and firm. "What era are we in? Do you truly believe you deserve unconditional assistance simply because you are women? That is not pride, it's a sickness." He plopped back into his chair, idly grasping the black stone. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he leapt up from the chair. The stone in his hand had become unbearably hot. At that moment, the 2 girls also appeared alarmed, their faces pale, trembling uncontrollably as they shakily raised their hands, pointing behind him. Chen Shi's heart raced. He swiftly turned to look behind him, but there was nothing. He scrutinized his surroundings, still finding no signs of danger. Suddenly, a hand clapped down on his shoulder from behind. Bang! The enhanced suit released a dark mist, instantly repelling the hand from his shoulder. Alarm surged within him as he thought, "This is bad." Turning around, he found the two girls had entered the room, standing right behind him. He spun around abruptly, raising the black stone and aiming it at one girl's face. Bang! The stone and the girl erupted simultaneously, her body disintegrating into a cloud of black mist. The other girl lunged at Chen Shi, her hand reaching for his neck. Chen Shi stepped back, pressing the gun against his abdomen and pulling the trigger. Buzz! A brilliant blue light erupted from the gun, aimed directly at the girl. However, it did not produce the expected outcome of her body melting away. The blue ion beam pierced through her form, shooting out the door, incinerating a patch of weeds outside. Chen Shi was taken aback. Quickly adjusting the attribute button to spatial tear, he pulled the trigger once more. Boom! A rift opened between him and the girl, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a 2-meter-tall irregular black hole. A powerful gravitational force began to pull the girl toward the void. And just as she was about to be engulfed, she reached out, grabbing Chen Shi, and together they fell into the abyss. Whoosh! As soon as they entered, the spatial rift vanished instantaneously, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, where even the outstretched hand could not discern its own fingers. Chen Shi found himself enveloped in an abyss that rendered the distinction between open and closed eyes utterly meaningless. It was as though he were submerged in a vast inkwell. He reached out, his fingers brushing against a spongy substance, yet he was acutely aware that he grasped nothing tangible. The sensation was akin to holding a cloud of smoke, which, while possessing a semblance of substance, eluded his grasp entirely. Time seemed to stand still, and whether mere moments or hours had passed was indiscernible. Here, neither space nor time existed. "Hello," he shouted, but his ears betrayed him, failing to register the sound of his own voice. He was certain he had called out, for the vibrations in his throat confirmed it. Yet, the sound could not escape his lips. Where was this place? How could he return? He attempted to move his legs, and, to his astonishment, his entire being felt unnaturally buoyant. After an indeterminate period, his surroundings began to clarify. Perhaps his eyes were gradually acclimating to the darkness. It was only then that he discerned the swirling black mist emitted by his enhanced suit, realizing he had been shrouded in its dark vapor. With a soft hiss, the suit absorbed the dense substance around him, causing a surge of warmth as the mysterious sigils on his arm began to pulse, channeling torrents of dark energy into his body. Conflicted, Chen Shi was torn between fear and relief, utterly bewildered by his circumstances. As the influx of dark energy intensified, his vision brightened, revealing a multitude of figures surrounding him, humanoid forms, translucent and shadowy, drifting through the ink-like void, creating ripples that spread in concentric circles. Suddenly, several of these ethereal beings converged upon him. "How's the patient?" One voice abruptly pierced the silence. Chen Shi looked around in confusion, questioning the source of the speech. "Emotions are unstable, exhibiting violent tendencies." Another voice interjected. Who is speaking?" He shouted, yet, curiously, he still could not hear his own voice. "The tumor in his brain is pressing on the nerves. Immediate surgery is required," the voice continued. "Who are you? Get away." Chen Shi swung at the nearest translucent figure, only for his fist to pass through it, sending ripples through the apparition as though he were striking water. With a surge of terror, he turned and fled. But it felt as though he were running through a quagmire, slow and laborious. The cooldown period for his ion beam weapon should have elapsed by now, he thought. Raising the weapon and pulling the trigger, a brilliant azure beam illuminated the surrounding area, dispersing the heavy black mist. Yet despair washed over him as he saw only an endless expanse of darkness. "Hold him down. Prevent the patient from moving." A voice rang clearly in his ears. "Chen Shi, Chen Shi?" A woman's panicked voice called out. "Critical condition. Get the family to sign." Chen Shi shook his head, attempting to dispel the hallucination. "It's just an illusion. Keep calm," he reassured himself. Boom. At that moment, a tear in the fabric of space appeared before him. He rushed toward it, the sigils, enhanced suit, and dark stones tirelessly absorbing the surrounding shadows as if there were no end to their hunger. The rift widened, and he knew time was of the essence. He had to escape before it vanished. With a mighty shout, he summoned all his strength to quicken his pace. Time ticked away, and the rift fully opened, transforming into an irregular black hole. Just 10 meters separated him from safety, yet each step drained his energy. The rift began to contract. 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters. It had shrunk to a third of its size. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, the rift was halved. Suddenly, a pair of hands grasped him from behind. Fear and anger surged within him as he witnessed the rift's impending closure, his emotions reaching a fever pitch. In an instant, dark energy surged from the sigils on his arm, coalescing into a long black sword that glimmered ominously. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted and swung the blade. Boom! An explosive sound erupted behind him. There was no time to comprehend what had occurred as he dove headlong into the vanishing rift. Whoosh. The next moment, the rift vanished, and tranquility enveloped him. Thud. Chen Shi fell to the ground. Light, warmth. The sudden brightness blinded him momentarily, and 3 figures approached. Brother Chen? A familiar voice pierced through the haze, Xia Yan's. He exhaled deeply, relief flooding through him. At last, he had returned. In contrast to Xia Yan's composure, Yang Mi and Di Li Ba appeared utterly bewildered and astonished. They had never witnessed Chen Shi's extraordinary abilities, and his sudden emergence from the void left them in a state of shock. The spectacle was overwhelmingly impactful, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within them: fear, curiosity, astonishment, and confusion intertwined in their gazes. Is he even human? Chen Shi closed his eyes for a moment to regain his composure, reopening them only when he had adjusted to the brightness. I'm fine. I was just pulled into a temporal rift, he explained as he rose to his feet, rubbing his eyes. What does temporal rift mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. It's fine now, let us all rest, he said, standing up and stretching. He noticed a newfound strength coursing through him, his skin taking on a bronze hue. After inspecting his body for any abnormalities and finding none, he felt reassured. Glancing toward the door, he saw it had been restored to its former condition, entirely indistinguishable from its prior state of disrepair. Everyone, let us head back. I'm all right. Just a bit tired and in need of rest. Brother Chen, when I was looking for you, I saw the stove in the kitchen. Xia Yan pointed towards the kitchen. Right. The stove should be finished enhancing, he suddenly realized, slapping his forehead as he hastened toward the kitchen. Inside, against the wall stood a stainless steel stove, approximately 1 meter high and 5 meters wide, complete with an exhaust pipe at the top. Intrigued, he approached to discern its fuel source. Geothermal? Observing the inscriptions on the stove, he pondered. Geothermal stove? He noticed a red button nearby, marked with a label, accompanied by temperature controls set at 100, 200, and 500 degrees. 5 such devices were arranged in parallel, resembling an induction cooktop. He pressed the button, and with a whoosh, the black surface of the stove radiated heat. Setting the temperature to a staggering 500 degrees, he felt waves of warmth enveloping him as the surface appeared unchanged, yet the heat was palpable, drying his skin. There were no open flames, no electricity. The heat source was undoubtedly a nuclear power generator, directly channeling its energy into the stove. Chen Shi was thoroughly impressed with the stove. It required no wood or coal, only the operational nuclear generator to provide an inexhaustible supply of geothermal energy. Moreover, he need not worry about the fire hazards associated with open flames. Could hot pot be on the agenda now? He indulged in delightful thoughts within his mind. After a brief experiment, he exited the kitchen and returned to his bedroom. Closing the door, he gazed at his right hand, pondering how that sword had materialized. He began to meticulously recall each step. If he could wield such control at will, it would become a formidable secret weapon. It must be linked to his emotions. He reasoned. After all, he had not consciously done anything, only an emotional outburst had prompted the demon seal to present him with the sword. He closed his eyes and began to channel his emotions, visualizing the scene from earlier. As his anger surged, the intensity of his rage escalated. Suddenly, the demon seal reacted, and a powerful force surged from it into his palm. Immediately, a massive dark energy coalesced from his hand, and a black longsword took shape with remarkable speed, first the hilt, then the blade, like a 3-dimensional printer, and within a second, a shadowy longsword manifested in his grasp. He swung it towards the marble wall. Whoosh! Before the blade even made contact, a flash of black light erupted, and a plume of black smoke rose from the wall, leaving a gash 5 centimeters deep and 10 centimeters long. Chen Shi was astonished. Was the sword's aura truly that sharp? If it were the blade itself, it would surely slice through like tofu. As he regarded the sword, a thought flickered in his mind. What if he could enhance it? Upon that notion, he pressed his hand against the blade to reinforce it. However, a faint voice echoed, "This item cannot be enhanced." Disappointment washed over him. Yet, as he pondered, he realized it made sense. This sword was not a physical entity, but merely a transformation of the dark energy and matter he possessed, subject to the demon seal's retrieval at any moment. Speaking of disappearance, Chen Shi fell into contemplation. How could he summon it back when it was not in use? Return, he silently commanded, but there was no response. Vanish. He tried again, yet still no reaction. He stroked his chin, inhaling deeply to calm his mind and stabilize his emotions. Then, he released his grip, and instead of falling to the ground, the longsword instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist, retreating back into his body at the behest of the demon seal. Emotions of anger summoned the sword. Emotional stability made it vanish, he mused. To wield the longsword at will, mastering his emotions was paramount. This was no simple feat, as emotions are notoriously difficult to control, especially when one is angry without cause. I might need a guide on the actor's craft, he sighed, his thoughts shifting to Xia Yan, his brow furrowing. How should he handle the matter of Xia Fei? Chapter 74. The Aberrant. In truth, whether or not to rescue Xia Fei, he intended to venture to Jidong City. Yuan Jiang must perish. If he lived, Chen Shi would never know peace, uncertain of how many more hunters would seek him out for the bounty. There was also a man named Zhou Gongli who deserved the same fate. He frequently sent people to harass Chen Shi. Why could they not simply enjoy the apocalypse in peace? His brow furrowed as he calculated his course of action. Initially, he thought of bringing old Wang and the others along. However, upon reflection, going alone seemed safer. After all, it was not a siege. Even if it were, his current resources were insufficient. A solitary figure would attract less attention, allowing him to stealthily eliminate the culprit and find a way to escape. He had already devised a plan for entering the city. Jidong City opened its gates every noon, and he would seize that opportunity, using a time acceleration device to rush in. As for how to exit, he would figure that out later. He removed his gear, took a hot shower, and collapsed into bed, swiftly drifting into slumber. The night passed quickly. Upon awakening, he opened the door to be greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Peering into the hall, he saw 3 women up early, preparing a hearty breakfast with dehydrated vegetables and canned meat. "Brother Chen, you're awake. Come have breakfast." Diliba greeted him with a warm smile. Yang Mi deftly ladled a generous bowl of stew for him. At last, he felt a sense of homecoming as he approached the wooden table, accepting the bowl from Yang Mi, relishing every bite. It had been so long since he had tasted vegetables that he had nearly forgotten their flavor. As he ate, he glanced at Xia Yan. "I will set out for Jidong City after breakfast. You need to accompany me. Stay here." Upon hearing his words, Xia Yan paused, a look of confusion crossing her face. "I'm not going?" "Correct. You need not go. If you accompany me, it would be too obvious. They would deduce that I had arrived in Jidong City. If I go alone, they won't recognize me, making it safer." Xia Yan remained silent, nodding solemnly, her expression heavy with concern. "Brother Chen is going out?" Yang Mi inquired curiously. "Yes, I'm headed to Jidong City. Do you wish to join me? I can take you." "I haven't decided yet." Yang Mi looked down, unable to meet Chen Shi's gaze. "All right, if you choose not to go, then stay here and do not open the door for anyone. Do you understand?" Chen Shi cautioned earnestly. Yes. "Brother Chen, don't worry. We will wait for you to return." The women nodded in unison. Before long, Chen Shi finished the bowl of stew, contentedly burping, then set down his dishes and headed toward the storage room. The weapon he had fused and enhanced yesterday was complete. And with the ion beam gun, dagger, and the longsword he carried within him, along with the black stones, he was well equipped. Upon entering the storage room, he first spotted the enhanced close combat weapon, a black nunchaku, thicker than usual, resembling a rubber stick. It had a small button near the grip, when held and swung. Pressing the button released a sharp blade from the end with a satisfying click. Infused with black stone, the handle bore the markings of the demon's seal. Fully equipped with tactical vest and helmet, the ion beam gun slung over his shoulder, nunchaku and dagger affixed to his thighs, and 5 black stones tucked into his vest. He exited the storage room and strode purposefully outside. The 3 women stood in the hall, their eyes fixed upon him. "Brother Chen, return safely and take care," Yang Mi urged, her expression grave. "Brother Chen, please look after Xia Fei." Xia Yan bowed deeply. "I will be back by tomorrow at the latest. Do not worry." Chen Shi waved his hand, opening the door to leave. Soon, he drove away from Shilio village, heading towards Jidong City. The road was nearly deserted, with hardly a soul in sight, and Chen Shi maintained a speed of 260 km/h. If not for the poorly maintained, bumpy road, he could have easily exceeded 300. After approximately 40 minutes of uneventful driving, a towering bald man appeared by the roadside, standing over 2 meters tall. Dressed in a coarsework uniform that was clearly a few sizes too small, his belly protruded prominently, and he dragged an unconscious middle-aged man behind him. This muscular giant resembled a wall of flesh from a distance. Upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle, he turned around, upon spotting Chen Shi's enhanced car. A flicker of joy crossed his somewhat vacant expression, his eyes suddenly bloodshot. With a primal roar, he discarded the unconscious man and pounded his chest. Stepping boldly into the middle of the road with arms outstretched, blocking Chen Shi's passage. Now facing him directly, Chen Shi had the opportunity to observe the man closely. The bald giantess face was bloated, his eyes bloodshot and vacant, his mouth agape, revealing teeth as sharp as a dog's. His skin exhibited an unusual gray-black hue, as if coated in iron powder. The vehicle gradually decelerated, and Chen Shi turned off the engine, pulling over to the side of the road. "What is the matter? What does blocking the road signify?" he inquired, stepping closer and scanning the surroundings to ensure the giant was alone. A piercing cry erupted from the bald man. his rigid smile betraying a sinister intent as he drooled, staring at Chen Shi with the predatory gaze of a hunter. Run! Quickly! Just as Chen Shi was about to inquire further, the middle-aged man on the ground awakened, struggling to shout, "Get in the car! Hurry! This fellow is a mutant!" A mutant? Chen Shi raised his gaze to the towering bald figure, feeling like a mere child in his presence. Run! You can't defeat him. He is not human. The middle-aged man, seeing Chen Shi's hesitation, gritted his teeth and managed to rise. This creature has mutated. It captures and devours people, he exclaimed with whatever strength remained. So hurry, get in the car. He coughed up blood as he spoke. Are you saying he eats human flesh? Chen Shi's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man. Suddenly, a stone the size of a fist whizzed through the air and struck him on the head with a resounding thud. The stone shattered upon impact, sending fragments flying. Such a stone, with that kind of force, would leave anyone, even those wearing helmets, dizzy, or worse, possibly fatal. The dull sound startled the middle-aged man, causing him to tremble. Why aren't you running? He thought, believing Chen Shi was doomed. He had witnessed at least 3 innocent scavengers rendered unconscious by mutants, dragged away to be made into jerky. Had it not been for his own value, he would have long been skinned and hung up as human jerky himself, just when he believed Chen Shi was certainly doomed. The situation took an unexpected turn. On the highway, Chen Shi brushed the dust off his helmet. I despise being ambushed, he said, slowly lifting his head to face the mutant. The mutant, perplexed, touched his bald head, seemingly bewildered as to why his stone attack had failed. Soon, he bent down to pick up a stone the size of a grinding wheel, grinning foolishly as he prepared to hurl it at Chen Shi. With a whoosh, the stone descended toward Chen Shi. In an instant, he swung his baton upward, colliding with the stone and shattering it into countless pieces. A cloud of dust erupting around him. Armed with the baton, he charged through the dissipating dust toward the mutant. In a heartbeat, the 10-meter distance vanished. With both hands tightly gripping the baton, Chen Shi swung it fiercely at the bald mutant. Chapter 75, the mutant 2. Chen Shi leaped high, the massive baton, tipped with a sharp edge, came crashing down onto the mutant's head. Instead of the expected sound of flesh being struck, a metallic clang echoed as if 2 metals had collided. The mutant let out a muffled groan, staggering backward, his footing unsteady. Since you live a life worse than death, allow me to send you to your demise. Chen Shi brandished the baton, not giving the bloodied mutant a moment to recover, and struck again at his head. Boom, boom, boom. He continued his relentless assault, not allowing the mutant a single breath. The mutant, unable to maintain his balance, collapsed to the ground. As the mutant rolled to dodge, Chen Shi relentlessly pursued him, the baton crashing down with ferocity. The ground shattered, stones scattered, and dust flew. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man, standing at the roadside, was left in a state of shock. Am I dreaming? After being struck over a dozen times, the mutant finally let out a pained roar of fury. With a sudden burst of energy, he lunged forward, grasping the baton and crashing his head against Chen Shi's. The 2 heads collided violently. Thud! The mutant's head spun, akin to a ball rebounding off a wall, and he crumpled to the ground once more. Chen Shi took a step back, shaking his head. The transparent visor of his reinforced helmet bore several fine cracks, obstructing his vision. Damn it! The mutant, finally enraged, jumped into the air, raising his right leg, and unleashed his strength. Boom! The moment he landed, Chen Shi delivered a powerful kick to the mutant's abdomen. The sheer force burst through the mutant's abdominal muscles, obliterating them and penetrating through to his spine, turning him into a mass of blood and flesh that splattered across the pavement. Ah! The mutant surprisingly managed to shout, flailing his arms wildly in a futile attempt to resist. His strength, almost half of Chen Shi's, proved to be quite a distraction. This creature, aside from its power, possessed a physique that was grotesquely exaggerated, surpassing even Chen Shi's current form. Had he been clad in a bulletproof suit, he likely wouldn't have been so easily injured. With a gaping hole in his abdomen and multiple fractures, the mutant could no longer move, lying helplessly on the ground, his arms flailing weakly in defense. Driven by a surge of anger, Chen Shi conjured a long sword enveloped in swirling black mist, gazing down at the so-called mutant. In a brief moment, he observed the bloodied wound in the mutant's abdomen beginning to clot and heal. An exaggerated constitution, stronger than mine, yet lacking in power. In terms of overall evaluation, he concluded that his strength far exceeded that of the mutant, but its recuperative abilities were likely superior. Poor creature, he mused, rather than live in such a deranged state. It would be more merciful to embrace death. In this world, living may very well be worse than dying in peace. He gazed at the wailing mutant, suddenly feeling a sense of dullness. It seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his physical attributes had surpassed that of a fully enhanced individual, reaching the pinnacle of human capability. Although this might not hold much weight in a society reliant on powerful weaponry, it was a boon for his survival in the wild. At the very least, he reasoned, as long as he encountered living beings without firearms, they would likely not pose a threat to him. The mutant continued to screech, its voice grating and unpleasant, akin to that of a crow. With a swift motion, a long sword pierced through its forehead. The immense dark energy imbued in the black sword granted it formidable impact, instantly penetrating and tearing through the skull, causing the forehead to cave inward. The mutant's body convulsed, and at last, it ceased all movement, lying still. Its hands fell limply to its sides, its breath soon fading, and its skin began to darken rapidly, as if tainted by ink. Just as Chen Shi prepared to approach and scavenge for any potential spoils, he witnessed this transformation and furrowed his brow, stepping back to maintain distance. As he retreated, he saw the mutant rapidly enveloped in a layer of black gelatin, then dissipating into a cloud of black mist that swirled around its corpse. Time to go. He quickly withdrew, supporting the middle-aged man who had alerted him, and they both hurried into the vehicle, accelerating away from the highway. Behind them, the mutant's body swiftly softened, and after several moments, the black mist coalesced into a humanoid form, a shadowy figure that began to stride toward the old city. Inside the vehicle, Chen Shi caught sight of this through the rearview mirror, his expression darkening. The middle-aged man, seated in the passenger seat, was panting heavily, evidently still injured. He looked at Chen Shi, a mixture of emotions swirling in his eyes, as if he wished to speak but hesitated. What do you wish to say? Chen Shi inquired casually. Brother, you are also a mutant, aren't you? The man asked solemnly. I am not. I am merely an ordinary person, Chen Shi replied. My name is Lu Qingsong. I just escaped from Jidong City, the man said after a moment of silence. Are you not curious how I managed to defeat that mutant? Chen Shi asked, surprised. Everyone has their secrets, just as I hope you won't inquire about why I fled from Jidong City, Lu Qingsong responded. Very well. I was indeed about to ask. Chen Shi raised an eyebrow. What are your plans now? Without any particular plans, I sought merely a place to settle down and survive. Healing my wounds was the priority before contemplating anything else, Lu Qingsong sighed. I was intending to head to Jidong City, Chen Shi replied, inhaling deeply. Lu Qingsong's expression suddenly shifted. Are you also from Jidong City? Don't be alarmed. Relax. I am neither from Jidong City nor affiliated with the Redeemers, Chen Shi chuckled. What brings you to Jidong? He inquired curiously. You tell me first, why did you flee? Chen Shi countered. Lu Qingsong fell silent for a moment, letting out a deep sigh. It's because of my wife. She was involved with a high-ranking member of the organization. Ah, so you've been betrayed, Chen Shi remarked sympathetically. Did you kill her? I did, and then I fled, he replied somberly. Please elaborate, Chen Shi urged. Lu Qingsong shot him a strange glance. Realizing he might have misunderstood, Chen Shi clarified that he had no intention of prying into his personal affairs. He was merely curious about Lu Qingsong's escape. Don't misconstrue. I'm simply intrigued by how you managed to escape from Jidong City. Jidong City was expelling excess refugees. I left with those being driven out, Lu Qingsong stated nonchalantly. Expelling refugees? Why? Chen Shi asked, perplexed. I'm not entirely sure. Rumor has it that a great catastrophe is imminent, and Jidong City needs to conserve resources for those seeking refuge, hence the expulsion of some individuals. A great disaster is about to occur. Could it be related to the peak of mutated creatures? No, that doesn't add up. When Jidong City announced the peak of the mutated creatures, they were still accepting a large number of refugees. Therefore, there must be another disaster looming. At that moment, Lu Qingsong's voice brought Chen Shi back to reality. We've arrived. Ahead lies Jidong City. He slowed the vehicle and stopped in a small grove about a mile from the city. I need to rest in your car for a bit. When you return, I'll leave, Lu Qingsong said weakly. Chen Shi observed him. His injuries were severe, and his complexion was pale, indicating he truly needed rest. All right, stay in the car and don't wander off. I'll be back shortly. Chen Shi turned off the engine and stepped out, heading toward Jidong City. After about 10 minutes, he reached the city gates. At that moment, the gates swung open, and groups of people, carrying their belongings and looking utterly despondent, were being escorted out by armed guards. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, Chen Shi spotted a familiar figure, Shi Dongjin and her mother, Zhang Hui. He couldn't believe they had struggled to reach Jidong City only to be expelled before they had settled in. Once they had passed through the gates and walked a short distance, he quietly followed them. Shi Dongjin, Professor Zhong, Chen Shi said softly as he approached them. Chen Shi? What are you doing here? Shi Dongjin exclaimed in surprise. I came for Xia Fei. Realization dawned on Shi Dongjin. She hadn't anticipated Chen Shi would arrive so swiftly to rescue Xia Fei. She was unaware of Xia Yan's exit from the city and assumed the siblings were imprisoned together. Xia Yan and Xia Fei should be safe for now. Old Shi will protect them. Are they being held somewhere? Also, do you know where a man named Yuan Jiang is located? Chen Shi quickly inquired, seeking crucial information without excessive elaboration. In the security building, Yuan Jiang is the head of security, and they are both inside. Chen Shi then asked for the location of the security building within Jidong City. What are your plans now? He added. Sure, Dongjin shook her head. We haven't figured anything out and have nowhere to go. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Shi suggested, how about you and Professor Zhong come to my place temporarily? We can devise a plan from there. Chen Shi had his reasons for this proposal. Firstly, it would allow him to gather information regarding the impending disaster from them. Secondly, Zhang Hui was a physics professor, and he hoped she might uncover the secrets of the black box. After all, many hands make light work. Sure, Dongjin turned to her mother. Mom, what do you think? Zhang Hui appeared somewhat troubled. We feel like we're burdening you. The two of us wouldn't be of much help. It's all right, Professor Zhong. Just a temporary place to stay. If a better opportunity arises, you are free to leave. Chen Shi interrupted, understanding Zhong Hui's hesitance and her desire not to impose. Nevertheless, he felt that his current supplies could easily accommodate a few more individuals. Zhong Hui opened her mouth as if to say more, but Chen Shi firmly stated that as settled then. My car is parked a mile away in a grove. There's a man named Lu Qingsong inside. Just tell him I sent you. With that, he turned to leave. He had conveyed everything necessary, allowing the mother and daughter to decide for themselves. If they were unwilling, it was of no concern to him. Not far from there, he arrived at the city gates. Inside, a dozen armed guards stood watch at either side of the entrance, while the crowd of individuals leaving the city had thinned considerably. Chen Shi slowly approached the gates. Gripping his watch as he drew within 5 meters. Taking a deep breath, he mentally commanded, accelerate time. Instantly, ripples of time and space began to spread before him. And to his eyes, the surrounding crowd seemed to press the pause button, their movement slowed to a crawl. He dashed into the city. The guards at the gate were momentarily bewildered, feeling a gust of wind sweep past them, exchanging confused glances. Did you see something rush by? One guard asked the other, who shook his head in bewilderment. Chen Shi rushed into the city, his feet never slowing until the 3 seconds of acceleration concluded, at which point he finally came to a halt. The city gates were now far behind him, and the streets were sparsely populated. He hurried toward a nearby building, his attention drawn to a vehicle parked at the roadside. Walking to the security building would be too slow, especially armed as he was. It would be best to acquire a vehicle. He cautiously approached the car, peering through the window to find it empty. He reached the front and tried the door, only to find it locked. Just as he contemplated giving up, a woman emerged from the building. She briskly walked to the car, opened the door, and was about to get in when Chen Shi swiftly pushed her into the vehicle. The woman, caught off guard, tumbled into the passenger seat. Chen Shi quickly followed and closed the door. She gasped in shock. Don't scream. I just need to borrow your car, he said, brandishing a dagger. The woman covered her mouth with her hands and nodded repeatedly, trembling in fear. He snatched the keys from her, started the car, and sped toward the security headquarters. With the woman's guidance, he soon arrived at the front of the security headquarters. Suddenly, he struck the woman with a punch to her temple, rendering her unconscious before exiting the vehicle. The security headquarters was not as heavily guarded as he had imagined. There were no guards at the entrance. He easily entered the building. According to the information provided by Xia Yan, Xia Fei was likely confined in the ground floor waiting room, while Yuan Jiang should be in the head of security's office on the 2nd floor. Chen Shi located the staircase and descended to the lower level. Suddenly, 2 men emerged from the staircase, encountering Chen Shi. They regarded him with suspicion, noting his unfamiliarity and the weapons he bore, prompting them to reach for their sidearms. One man asked, "What are you doing here?" Without hesitation, Chen Shi leaped forward, diving down, and just before hitting the ground, he swung his baton toward one man's temple. Bang! The man's face was brutally smashed, his head violently colliding with the adjacent wall, rendering him unconscious in silence. Thud! Chen Shi tackled another man down the staircase, both of them tumbling downward. In the midst of their descent, the man drew a handgun, but Chen Shi, swift and perceptive, struck the weapon from his hand with a baton. They both landed on the 1st floor corridor. Chen Shi quickly regained his footing and charged at the man, who had just risen and was still unsteady. He instinctively raised his arm to block the high kick Chen Shi aimed at him. Crack! The sound of breaking bones echoed clearly. Chen Shi's powerful kick, augmented by his inner energy, was beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. The man's arms fractured, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. As he opened his mouth to call for help, Chen Shi would not grant him such an opportunity. He swung his baton, pressing it against the man's neck, and pressed a button. The baton's tip instantly revealed a sharp blade that plunged mercilessly into his throat. Who goes there? Drop your weapons. Suddenly, a voice shouted from behind. Then, a series of gunshots rang out. Chapter 77, Saving Lives. Several bullets struck the helmet, sounding like they were hitting steel, bouncing off and falling to the ground. Chen Shi was momentarily dazed by the shockwave from the close-range gunfire. The two shooters were dumbfounded. At such close range, even a bulletproof helmet should have been penetrated, yet its defensive capability was astonishing. Chen Shi pivoted, brandishing his ion beam gun and sweeping it horizontally. A dazzling blue beam erupted from the muzzle, and before the shooters could utter a word, their bodies were severed as if sliced by a laser, leaving no blood. Only the aroma of charred flesh. After disposing of several adversaries, Chen Shi hastened his search for Xia Fei, knowing that the gunfire would surely attract more security personnel. And he had no desire to be cornered. He scoured the corridor, peering into each room, until he reached the end where he spotted a detention room. The door was tightly shut, and Chen Shi, unwilling to waste time, kicked it forcefully. Bang! The door burst open, and he peered inside to find it empty. He swiftly entered the room, which was modest in size, furnished with a table and a chair, with a small door at the back. Chen Shi, gun drawn, cautiously approached the small door. Inside was a row of iron-barred compartments, resembling a detention center, each with its own small gate. Within, there was nothing but a cement platform measuring 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. After surveying the area and finding no one, it became clear that Xia Fei was not there. With this knowledge, he decided it was time to search for Yuan Jiang. As he stealthily exited, 3 armed security guards barged in. The 4 men stood frozen, eyes wide in shock. Suddenly, they all reacted simultaneously. One burly guard aimed his handgun at Chen Shi's chest. Finger poised on the trigger. Bang! At that moment, a fierce blow struck his cheek. A thick metal baton collided with his left face. Whoosh! The burly man flew backward, his head hitting the wall with a resounding thud. He groaned in pain, his senses clouded, blood streaming from a broken nose. Meanwhile, the other 2 guards drew their weapons. Seizing the moment Chen Shi incapacitated the burly guard, they fired relentlessly, the automatic pistols discharging a flurry of bullets, hitting Chen Shi in the chest and head. Yet, astonishingly, the specialized armor-piercing rounds left only shallow dents in his body. They had emptied their magazines, but the bullets seemed futile. The 2 guards swallowed hard. Confusion etched on their faces as they looked at Chen Shi. Crack! Bang! Chen Shi retaliated, striking one armed guard on the head with his baton while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the other's calf. Bang! Crack! The first guard's head slammed against the wall, plaster flying, rendering him motionless. The second guard's leg snapped under the impact, and he crumpled to the ground. Howling in agony, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. Bolstered by his inner energy, Chen Shi was on an entirely different level. The guard who had been the first to be struck, dazed and reeling, pulled out a dark object from his pocket. As he hurled it, a faint hissing filled the room. A grenade. Chen Shi and the remaining guards felt a surge of alarm. At such close range, an explosion would obliterate them all. Boom. A tremendous fireball erupted, the deafening blast echoing violently, shrapnel scattering within a 5-meter radius, enveloping the 3 men in smoke. Crucially, the grenade had been held for a moment before being thrown, detonating instantly, leaving no time for reaction. On the ground, the 2 guards beside Chen Shi were blasted away, their bodies mangled and charred. The guard who had thrown the grenade was also propelled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Chen Shi was thrown back several steps from the explosion, knocking over a table behind him. Yet, that was all. With his inner energy and dark energy, he easily withstood the residual force of the enhanced equipment's penetration. Clapping the dust from his clothing, Chen Shi peered through the smoke at the still bodies on the ground. Inspecting his own enhanced gear, he noted minor damage, a few small holes, but the force of the explosion felt no more than a few punches. He could not afford to linger, otherwise, the number of attackers would multiply. Even though he was formidable, he was not invincible against overwhelming odds. He would exhaust himself before they could even strike. The sounds of gunfire and explosions from the basement finally caught Yuan Zhang's attention. He grabbed his weapon and exited his office, coming face to face with a security team member rushing toward him. Minister Yuan, the basement has been attacked. Several brothers have fallen, the panting guard reported. How many? Do you know their identities? Yuan Zhang's first thought was whether the recent evicted crowd had become disgruntled and sparked a riot. It's still unclear. A few brothers went down to investigate, but their fates are unknown. Gather personnel, seal off the basement, and prevent anyone from escaping. Yuan Zhang was furious. He could not comprehend how anyone would dare cause chaos at the security headquarters. Emerging from the detention room, Chen Shi raced toward the staircase. Just as he reached the stairwell, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps from above. He quickly slipped into the nearest room, leaving the door ajar. Just as he departed, boom, 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 3 grenades landed where he had stood, erupting with tremendous explosions. Up, up, up. Amidst the smoke, Chen Shi heard shouts. He extended his ion beam gun through the door gap, inhaled deeply, and adjusted the settings to freeze mode, quietly pulling the trigger. Hum. The ion beam gun emitted a faint hum, followed by a flash. A brilliant blue beam shot forth, instantly encasing the entire staircase in sub-zero temperatures. The cacophony of footsteps abruptly ceased. Chen Shi waited a moment longer, ensuring there was no movement, before cautiously peering out and stealthily ascending the stairs. Ascending the staircase was akin to stepping into a world of ice and snow, the entire edifice seemingly sculpted from crystalline ice, radiant yet chilling to the bone. As he reached the landing, a sight befell him. 7 or 8 security personnel, frozen into ice sculptures, remained eerily poised in their stilled postures, each distinct in form. They had not even had the chance to utter a sound. Their expressions were serene, untouched by any suffering indeed. They had been utterly frozen to death before they could comprehend their fate. Navigating past these icy figures, Chen Shi's gaze fell upon a figure sprawled on the corridor floor of the first level, 1 foot encased in a thick mass of ice. He was wielding a dagger, relentlessly striking the ice with fervor. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to Chen Shi, raising his gun and demanding, "Who are you?" With a swift motion, Chen Shi deflected the weapon, rendering it inoperable. "I am Chen Shi. Do you know where Yuan Jiang is?" The man on the ground paused, a flash of intense fury crossing his face as he struggled to rise. "I will kill you," he roared. Chapter 78. The rescue of 2. Yuan Jiang bellowed in rage, unleashing a barrage of 8 bullets in rapid succession, emptying his magazine. Yet, the reality before him chilled him further. None of the 8 bullets had found their mark. Ignoring the frostbite on his foot, he limped forward, growling as he lunged at Chen Shi. Suddenly, a thought struck Chen Shi. He tilted his head to face the charging Yuan Jiang and asked coolly, "You are Yuan Jiang?" Before the words had barely escaped his lips, Yuan Jiang was upon him. With a swift kick, Chen Shi struck the foot encased in ice. The foot shattered like glass under the force of the blow. Initially numb from the freezing, Yuan Jiang was suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain that shot through him. He gasped, doubling over. Then, with a sudden loss of balance, he fell to the ground. Despite his predicament, Yuan Jiang refused to concede the fight. He drew a short knife and lunged at Chen Shi's foot. Chen Shi stepped back, and the knife plunged into the ground with a spark. In a retaliatory move, Chen Shi brought the tip of his baton down upon Yuan Jiang's hand, driving the blade through his flesh and pinning it to the floor. A scream erupted from Yuan Jiang, his face draining of color as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Where is Xiafei?" Chen Shi asked, his tone measured. "I will kill you. I swear I will." Yuan Jiang's eyes burned with madness as he glared at Chen Shi, muttering incoherently. At that moment, a small squad of security personnel burst through the entrance. Upon witnessing Yuan Jiang's predicament, they aimed their guns at Chen Shi. Too fearful to advance, Chen Shi paid them no mind, focusing intently on Yuan Jiang. "Where have you imprisoned Xiafei?" he reiterated, each word deliberate and intense. Yuan Jiang let out a hollow laugh, suddenly producing a knife from his person despite one hand being pinned. He thrust it toward Chen Shi's groin. The blade met an unyielding resistance, clanging like metal against metal. Chen Shi's fury ignited. This was an attempt to ensure his demise. In a flash, a dark sword manifested in Chen Shi's hand, its ebony blade shrouded in ominous mist, instilling dread. The audacity of Yuan Jiang's attack left him speechless. He was momentarily paralyzed by fear as Chen Shi wielded the sword. With a swift motion, Yuan Jiang's hand was severed, the severed limbs soaring through the air, blood gushing from the artery like a fountain. "Shoot! Shoot! Kill him!" Yuan Jiang held in agony. Now rendered a cripple, 1 foot gone, 1 hand severed, and the other pinned, he understood he could not contend with Chen Shi any longer. Yet, even in death, he yearned to take Chen Shi down with him, severely underestimating his opponent's prowess. Gunfire erupted from the hallway as the security team unleashed their weapons in a relentless barrage. Bullets flew at Chen Shi. Yet he turned his back to their assault, extricating the baton from Yuan Jiang's grasp and raising it high to strike. Blood sprayed into the air as Yuan Jiang's jaw was shattered, his entire chin obliterated. In an instant, Chen Shi pivoted, charging toward the squad of security personnel. Undeterred by their gunfire, the guards, accustomed to the safety of their stronghold, had never encountered such ferocity. Bullets struck him, but he pressed on, closing the distance with alarming speed. With his sword dancing in his right hand and the baton sweeping in his left, he moved through them like a phantom. In mere moments, chaos ensued. The corridor was awash with blood and scattered limbs, cries of despair filling the air. Within 10 seconds, perhaps even less, only Chen Shi remained standing. The others lay vanquished. "Where is Xiafei?" he inquired, crouching before one of the still-conscious guards, pressing his baton against the man's throat. "Beneath the 2nd level." "Yes, in the 2nd basement," the guard stammered, clutching his severed arm, trembling in fear. Without hesitation, Chen Shi plunged the blade into the guard's throat, who struggled briefly before succumbing to silence. He swiftly retraced his steps to the staircase, descending to the second basement. A foul, damp stench assailed him as he entered a long corridor lined with iron doors, reminiscent of a prison. Xiaofei, Chen Shi called out. A faint knocking echoed from a nearby door. Following the sound, he halted before the door from which the noise emanated. Xiaofei, he shouted. I'm here, came the reply from within. Relief washed over Chen Shi. Step back. I will open the door. Moments later, using an ion beam weapon, he melted the iron door. Revealing Xiaofei, disheveled and gaunt, he appeared unwell, likely starved. Follow me. We must leave this place, Chen Shi urged, guiding Xiaofei as they ascended the stairs. Their journey was uneventful, leading them safely to the first floor. Cautiously, they exited the security headquarters, where several vehicles were parked. One still running, presumably the very vehicle that had brought the security squad. As they settled into the car, Xiaofei inquired, Brother Chen, where's my sister? She is unharmed and well. Chen Shi reassured him, pressing the accelerator toward the city gates. Soon, they arrived near the city gates, now barred. With dozens of security personnel on alert, machine guns trained on the entrance. It was evident that word had spread, and they sought to confine him within the city. While Chen Shi could potentially force his way out, Xiaofei's vulnerability rendered such a gamble perilous. He swiftly altered course, driving deeper into the city, contemplating that if all else failed, they would find a place to hide until the gates reopened. Not far along, they stumbled upon Laboratory Number 8, where they spotted Qi Zhonghua and several others carrying large packages. Chen Shi did not recognize Qi Zhonghua, but Xiaofei did. Brother Chen, that's Grandpa Qi, my parents' teacher. A thought struck Chen Shi. Slowing the vehicle, he approached Qi Zhonghua. Xiaofei rolled down the window, calling out, Grandpa Qi. Turning in surprise, Qi Zhonghua exclaimed, Xiaofei? Chen Shi parked beside the road, and Xiaofei leapt from the car, rushing to Qi Zhonghua. Where's my sister? Why are you alone? Qi Zhonghua peered curiously into the vehicle. Brother Chen, you saved me, Xiaofei exclaimed, pointing at Chen Shi. Chen Shi opened the car door, stepped out, and approached Qi Zhonghua. Hello, I am Chen Shi, a friend of Xiaofei. Ah, greetings. I am Qi Zhonghua. Qi Zhonghua extended his hand, clasping Chen Shi's. Professor Xi. Xiaofei requires your assistance. Subsequently, Chen Shi recounted the recent events to Qi Zhonghua, concluding with, for the time being, Xiaofei will seek refuge with you until the city gates open, when we can devise a plan to escape. Qi Zhonghua gazed at Chen Shi in astonishment, struggling to comprehend how this unassuming individual had managed to rescue someone from the security headquarters unscathed. However, this was not the moment for discussion. Leave Xiaofei to me. Fortuitously, we both intend to exit the city. I will accompany him, and no one will suspect a thing, Qi Zhonghua mused thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Chen Shi felt a sense of relief wash over him. The subsequent matters would be far simpler now. After entrusting Xiaofei to Qi Zhonghua and bidding farewell to a few individuals, he entered his car and turned towards the city gate. Chapter 79. The Secret Passage. Chen Shi parked the vehicle approximately 100 meters from the city gate. He abandoned the car and proceeded on foot towards the vicinity of the gate. Along the sidewalks, he occasionally spotted pedestrians hurriedly carrying or shouldering supplies. With his head lowered, he hastened along the wall until he reached the nearest building to the city gate, where he paused. Pressing himself against the wall, he gazed at the closed city gate. Flanked by security personnel, every 5 meters atop the wall, there was a heavy machine gun, and the line seemed endless. He estimated there must be at least 100 of them. Breaking through was not impossible, but the crux lay in the fact that if he forced his way out, the gate would undoubtedly fall. And without the gate, Jidong City would be in peril. By nightfall, mutated creatures would rampage through the city unchecked. This was a scenario Chen Shi wished to avert. Every grievance has its origin. Yuan Jiang is already dead, and I cannot jeopardize thousands of lives by destroying the city gate. He slipped into the building beside him. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Suddenly, 2 middle-aged men armed with automatic rifles confronted Chen Shi. Do not be alarmed. I merely passed through here and wish to rest for a moment, Chen Shi replied, raising his hands to either side to convey his lack of malice. As he spoke, his eyes scanned the surroundings swiftly. The place resembled a post office, or at least it once did, with a large postal emblem adorning one dark green wall. I advise you to mind your own business, or we shall not be so courteous, one of the men said with a fierce expression. Chen Shi was taken aback. I do not comprehend your meaning. I simply wish to rest for a brief time before departing. He looked at the 2 men, puzzled. Forget him. Let's hurry, or we will be in trouble if the security discovers us. The other man urged his companion. You stay here and keep an eye on him while I fetch help. The first man instructed, nodding. He then walked towards a small door on the right, and soon vanished beyond it. Young man, if you see anything, you best keep your mouth shut. I do not wish to harm you, but if you disobey, I would not hesitate to kill you, the man warned, pointing his gun at Chen Shi. Rest assured, I shall not intervene in your affairs. You may treat me as if I do not exist, Chen Shi replied, nodding in agreement. This was precisely how he felt. It was best for both parties to avoid each other's business. However, he remained curious about their mysterious dealings. A moment later, the first man emerged again, followed closely by a throng of ragged, emaciated scavengers, men, women, old and young, all supporting one another as they trailed behind him. Chen Shi looked at them, bewildered. Where did these people come from? Have they been hiding here all along? Go fetch the vehicle. The man leading the scavengers instructed his companion. Do not make a sound. Wait a moment. He gently urged the scavengers behind him, turning his gaze to Chen Shi. He added, once we leave, you may exit. Understand? Chen Shi nonchalantly nodded, choosing to ignore them as he leaned against the window, intently observing the city gate. Before long, the man who had gone to retrieve the vehicle returned to the room. Old Wu, we can depart, he announced. Move quietly, stay close to me, and do not rush. Old Wu urged the scavengers behind him. They did not exit through the main door but rather moved towards the back of the building. Hey, young man. Keep what happened today to yourself, Old Wu warned, pointing at Chen Shi before leaving. Chen Shi smiled subtly. Do not worry, I know nothing. Subsequently, all their figures vanished from the room. Due to the obstruction of columns and walls, Chen Shi could not discern what lay behind the building. But he speculated it must be another door. This door should be located at the back of the structure and, by position, would evade the security personnel's sight towards the city gate. Thus, they were deliberately avoiding the security. Had those individuals been smuggling? An epiphany struck Chen Shi. The scavengers must have crossed over from outside the city, suggesting the existence of a secret passage. Elated, he hurried towards the small door the man had exited from. Upon entering, Chen Shi discovered that the previous room was indeed the post office's main hall, while the side door led to the office area. A long corridor flanked by a dozen offices awaited him. Where could the secret passage be? Faced with nearly identical rooms, Chen Shi felt at a loss. With no other option, he resolved to search each office one by one. He first entered the one closest to the city gate, reasoning that its proximity offered the greatest likelihood of containing the passage. The door was ajar, and he gently pushed it open. Before him stood two desks situated closely together, with a filing cabinet against the wall, while a pair of sofas and a coffee table occupied the opposite side. He quickly scanned the room but found nothing of note. Of course, given that it was a secret passage, the entrance would not be overly visible. He pulled the sofa aside and knocked on the wall, yielding no results. Next, he moved the filing cabinet, and to his delight, a half-height circular hole appeared before him. Indeed, there is a secret passage, he thought, swiftly entering the hidden passageway. A long, sloping path extended downward. He followed it, and as he ventured deeper, darkness enveloped him. Moments later, he reached the bottom of the slope, where a narrow, low passage awaited him, stretching endlessly ahead. Chen Shi crouched, navigating the passage in darkness. The confined space could accommodate only one person at a time, and even an average-sized adult had to bend low, maintaining a hunched posture. After a short while, Chen Shi found himself sitting on the ground, vigorously rubbing his aching back. After a brief rest, he resumed his journey toward the passage's end. Along the way, he paused to rest at least twice, crawling through the lowest sections. Chen Shi estimated he had traversed approximately 2 kilometers when the passage began to rise gently, forming a slope. After a short distance along this incline, a glimmer of light appeared at the passage's end. At last, he exhaled deeply, quickening his pace, using both hands and feet to hasten toward the light. Upon nearing the opening, he discovered a locked iron door blocking his way. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Shi. He retrieved his ion beam gun from his back and aimed it at the iron door, pulling the trigger. Seconds later, the door melted into molten iron. Chen Shi swiftly exited the opening and scanned his surroundings. This is a makeshift dwelling constructed from timber, devoid of any furnishings, seemingly serving merely as a facade for the secret passageway rather than a residence. Chen Shi stepped outside the hut. Suddenly, a crossbow was thrust in from outside. Stand still. Chapter 80. Reunion. Chen Shi paused momentarily, turning towards the source of the voice. 3 scavengers stood at the entrance. One wielded a crossbow aimed directly at him, while the others held an axe and a machete respectively. Previously, such a scenario would have unsettled Chen Shi, but now, he regarded it with indifference. How did you find this place? Are you familiar with the rules of using the secret passage? The crossbowman inquired. With an unflinching demeanor, Chen Shi smiled faintly. What rules? Pray, enlighten me. The right to use it is exchanged for supplies, preferably food. Apologies, but I have no supplies to offer, Chen Shi replied nonchalantly. He paused briefly. You must be acquainted with Old Wu, for he informed me of this passage. A spark of inspiration struck Chen Shi. If Old Wu could lead others through the secret passage into Jidong City, it implied a connection between him and the three men before him. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Old Wu didn't mention anyone else would emerge from here. The crossbowman remarked, perplexed. That is inconsequential. Now that you know, it changes nothing. Chen Shi responded with a smile. Are you a friend of Old Wu? They pressed further. One might say so. Upon hearing Chen Shi's response, they lowered the crossbow. So, is the toll for passage on you or Old Wu? Naturally, it's on Old Wu. I entrusted all my supplies to him. Chen Shi feigned confusion. In truth, it was a spur-of-the-moment fabrication. Even without Old Wu, these three would not pose a challenge to him. However, with no enmity between them, he preferred to resolve matters amicably. If they insisted on creating trouble, he would have no choice but to eliminate them. Fortunately, they chose not to press further and allowed him to leave. As Chen Shi exited the wooden hut, he realized he was in a grove approximately 500 meters from Jidong City, merely half a kilometer from where he had parked. He lamented silently, wishing he had brought Xia Fei with him, as he walked towards his vehicle. Before long, he arrived at the parking spot, where he found Lu Qingsong and the mother-daughter duo, Shi Dongjin and her child, inside the car. Zhong Hui and Lu Qingsong were engaged in lively conversation, appearing quite familiar with one another. Upon seeing Chen Shi return, Shi Dongjin immediately inquired, Brother Chen, are you unhurt? How is Xia Fei? Chen Shi shook his head. I'm fine. Xia Fei is with Qi Zhonghua and should be safe. They ought to emerge shortly. Qi Lao was expelled as well. Zhong Hui exclaimed in shock. Expelled? What do you mean? Chen Shi asked, puzzled. He was unaware of the reasons behind the expulsion of individuals from Jidong City, especially the specialists from various fields, which had not crossed his mind. It's due to the acid rain. Zhong Hui sighed, her expression somber. After a moment, she continued, according to meteorological experts, in 3 to 4 days, the entire planet will face the disaster of acid rain. She sighed again, speaking in hushed tones. Chen Shi's expression hardened as he quickly grasped the rationale behind the expulsion of personnel from Jidong City. Acid rain would lead to extensive pollution of soil and waterways, exacerbating the plight of a world already deprived of food and clean water. Their own crops would be ravaged by the acid rain, and without potable water or food sources. The only recourse would be to disperse excess personnel and preserve core strength. How long will this calamity last? Chen Shi inquired. Uncertain, perhaps 1 or 2 days. Or even 1 or 2 months, Zhong Hui replied, shaking her head. A sense of urgency flooded Chen Shi's heart. If acid rain were to persist for 2 months, countless lives would be lost. Fortunately, his stockpile of food could last for 2 months, but what lay beyond that? Acid rain would erode the land, soon. Not only would crops fail, but even the existing flora would likely perish, leaving no forage even for wild grasses. Qi Lao might have a solution. Zhong Hui's remark sparked a thought in Chen Shi. If Jidong City rejected them, he could gather them together, for professional matters ought to be handled by specialists, particularly in agriculture. Brother Chen, I've nearly regained my strength. I won't trouble you further. Perhaps I should take my leave? Lu Qingsong, who had remained silent, finally spoke as the others fell into silence. Qingsong, where do you intend to go? Zhong Hui asked. Chen Shi was taken aback. You two know each other? Lu Qingsong is my distant cousin, and by relation, I must call her cousin-in-law. Lu Qingsong chuckled. Unexpectedly, you are indeed relatives. Why the haste? This is a rare opportunity to meet, converse more, and perhaps visit my place before deciding, Chen Shi suggested, patting his shoulder. He then glanced at his watch. You all continue chatting. I'll check if Professor Qi has emerged. With that, he opened the car door and stepped out, heading towards the edge of the woods. As it was nearing 3 in the afternoon, he grew anxious. If they did not emerge soon, darkness would fall. He cast a worried glance towards the city gate, noticing no signs of it being opened. Amidst his unease, he heard a voice call, Brother Chen. He turned to see Shi Dongjin approaching. Brother Chen, shall I go check on them? They won't harm me. Chen Shi pondered briefly, under the current circumstances. He had no choice but to send Shi Dongjin to inquire about the situation. All right, be swift in your return. Regardless of the news, come back first. Shi Dongjin nodded firmly and strode towards Jidong City. Inside Jidong City, chaos reigned. The security headquarters had been attacked, and the head of security had met a gruesome fate. The security team was engaged in a citywide manhunt for the assailant. However, they were already short-staffed, responsible for both guarding the city and ensuring the safety of high-ranking officials, not to mention handling the expulsion of personnel. Each individual was irreplaceable. None could abandon their posts. The members of the mobile team that Chen Shi had eliminated only exacerbated the situation. A crowd of individuals awaiting expulsion gathered at the city gate, each waiting for their turn to be questioned. Qi Zhonghua and Xia Fei were among them. What is your name? A security officer asked Qi Zhonghua, consulting a roster. Qi Zhonghua, he replied flatly. And you? The officer gestured towards Xia Fei. Qi Zhonghua interjected promptly. The security officer flipped through the roster, looking puzzled as he raised his head to Xia Fei. Your name isn't listed here. They must have overlooked it. He is my grandson, Qi Zhonghua replied, his demeanor unperturbed. The officer scrutinized Qi Zhonghua and then Xia Fei. The two bore no resemblance whatsoever. How could they be grandfather and grandson? Nevertheless, despite his doubts, he waved them through. After all, they were leaving the city, not entering, so their familial ties were of little consequence. The gate opened just wide enough for Qi Zhonghua to lead Xia Fei outside. There, they encountered Shi Dongjin approaching them. Qi Lao, you have finally emerged. Shi Dongjin exclaimed as she hurried toward him. Why are you still here? Qi Zhonghua asked in confusion. We were waiting for you to leave together. Qi Zhonghua suddenly recalled Chen Shi's involvement. Ah, is it that young man, Chen Shi? Yes, indeed. The vehicle is parked not far ahead. Let us hurry there. Chapter 81. A temporary refuge before long. Chen Shi spotted Shi Dongjin approaching alongside Qi Zhonghua and Xia Fei. Brother Chen, get in quickly. We'll discuss matters in the car. Shi Dongjin began to speak, but Chen Shi interrupted her. The three entered the vehicle and Chen Shi started the engine, retracing their route to the safe house. Inside the car, Qi Zhonghua occupied the front passenger seat, while Shi Dongjin and Xia Fei settled in the back with their belongings. Xiao Chen, where are you taking us? Qi Zhonghua inquired, glancing at Chen Shi. For the time being, we shall head to my place. We can deliberate on future matters upon our return, Chen Shi replied, taking a deep breath. Is it convenient at your place? Qi Zhonghua observed the mix of individuals in the vehicle, men and women, young and old, and felt a twinge of concern. He was filled with concern, pondering how Chen Shi intended to accommodate all these people in the place they were headed. Even if they managed to squeeze in, it would undoubtedly be inconvenient for both men and women to be huddled together. He furrowed his brows and let out a deep sigh. At this point, what more could be asked? Having a shelter from the wind and rain was already a considerable feat in truth. The specific place of rest was of little consequence. Even sleeping on the ground would suffice, as the priority was food. The thought tightened his brow further. Little Chen, if it's not convenient, please don't feel pressured. We are just old bones, and we shouldn't be a burden to you. Qi Zhonghua sighed. Once a leading figure in his field, a top expert in physics, he now felt like a stray dog driven out. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within him. It's no trouble at all. Please don't overthink it. Although my place may not compare to Jidong City, it is still quite adequate. You should feel at ease and settle in. I have many questions to ask for your guidance, Chen Shi replied, with Qi Zhonghua silently nodding, his gaze drifting to the window. The journey was quiet, devoid of any mishaps, and nearly 2 hours later, Chen Shi gradually stopped the car in the overgrown field outside the safe house. The group disembarked, casting curious glances at the entrance of the air raid shelter amidst the wild grass. The sturdy stainless steel door starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment. Identification successful. Chen Shi placed his palm on the door, and an electronic voice responded. With a click, the lock released, and Chen Shi pushed the door open, leading the others down the stairs. Wow! Upon seeing the hall, Shi Dongjin gasped in astonishment. She was not alone. Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected luxury inside the shelter. The entire room was brilliantly lit. But where did the electricity come from? The group, akin to Lu Laolao stepping into the Grandview Garden, was filled with curiosity, exploring every corner. Xia Fei. Xia Yan rushed out of the room and excitedly approached Xia Fei. Xia Yan. Shi Dongjin exclaimed joyfully upon spotting Xia Yan. Dongjin, Auntie, Grandpa Qi. Xia Yan greeted each one, holding Xia Fei's hand. Lu Qingsong lingered at the back, somewhat reserved. Wow, so many people. Yang Mi and Di Riba also emerged from their room, surprised at the crowd. All eyes turned towards them. Hello. Yang Mi smiled and waved at everyone. Yang Mi, could you please prepare some food for everyone? Chen Shi called out. Turning to the rest, he added, I will arrange your rooms. Please settle in first, and we will talk later. Along the corridor, there were 12 bedrooms in total. Apart from Chen Shi's room, Yang Mi and Di Riba shared one, and Xia Yan had her own, leaving 9 additional rooms, ample for accommodating the group. Ultimately, Lu Qingsong and Xia Fei shared one. Qi Zhonghua had a separate room, and the mother-daughter duo of Shi Dongjin had another. With the allocation complete, 6 bedrooms remained unoccupied. Everyone returned to their designated rooms to rest. Shortly after, Shi Dongjin's exclamation echoed from her room. Mom, there's actually hot water. Qi Zhonghua felt as if he were dreaming. Since entering the room, he had been in a daze. He never anticipated that the conditions here would be so splendid, even surpassing his living standards in Jidong City. except for the absence of beds. However, this was inconsequential. The thick carpet was more comfortable than a bed. The only mystery lingering in his mind was the source of the electricity and hot water. Among them, only Zhonghui understood that Chen Shi had likely brought back a micronuclear power generator, yet she was puzzled about how he had assembled and activated it. Despite her confusion, the enjoyment was tangible, drinking pure water and taking hot showers. Everything else paled in comparison. Once everyone had tidied up, washed, and changed clothes, they reconvened in the hall, only to be once again astonished. A pot of stew filled to the brim, emanating a tantalizing aroma that tantalized their taste buds. The room bore no trace of oil or wood smoke. How was this meal prepared? Little Chen, you've brought too many surprises. Could you enlighten me on your methods? Qi Zhonghua could no longer contain his curiosity. I simply relocated the nuclear power generator according to Professor Zhong's information. The lights, hot water, and heating you see are all thanks to the generator, Chen Shi explained, scratching his nose. Zhonghui nodded, internally confirming her suspicions. Qi Zhonghua remained puzzled. The nuclear power generator was not something an ordinary person could start without professional knowledge, nor could one ensure its safe operation. After all, it posed risks of nuclear leakage. Moreover, he had yet to see the power generator's main facility. He opened his mouth, ready to voice his questions, but Chen Shi shifted the topic. Professor Qi, Professor Zhong, please elaborate on the acid rain issue. Qi Zhonghua and Zhonghui exchanged glances. Elder Qi, it's best if you explain, she suggested. Qi Zhonghua pondered for a moment, took a deep breath, and slowly began. As far as I know, all the mutated disasters and potential subsequent natural calamities may be caused by extraterrestrial beings. As soon as he spoke, everyone except Zhonghui turned pale with shock. Chen Shi frowned in confusion. Wasn't it caused by the gene laboratory? No. We detected an abnormal increase in dark matter and dark energy, a phenomenon unprecedented in the billions of years since the Earth was formed. He paused. Moreover, when an alien spacecraft crashed to Earth 100,000 years ago, we discovered this substance. Qi Zhonghua retrieved a piece of black stone from his pocket, presenting it to the group. Boom. Chen Shi's mind buzzed. Wasn't this his black stone? He asked, perplexed. How do you have this? What? You have one too? Qi Zhonghua inquired with curiosity. I have many. Chen Shi nodded. Where did you find it? Qi Zhonghua's face flushed with excitement as he pressed for answers. Just in a nearby valley. Chen Shi replied, bewildered. He couldn't fathom why Qi Zhonghua was so thrilled about the black stone. Excellent. Excellent. Qi Zhonghua rubbed his hands together, muttering to himself. Professor Qi, what exactly is this? Could you elaborate? Chen Shi asked, intrigued. He too wished to understand the composition of such a remarkable black stone. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Zhonghua replied, this substance is not from Earth. It likely originates from an extraterrestrial source and may not be naturally occurring, but rather manufactured by alien beings. The group fell silent, gazing blankly at Qi Zhonghua, unable to comprehend his words. This item fell to Earth 100,000 years ago, brought by an alien spacecraft. It is, in fact, a storage device for dark matter and dark energy. Are you saying that this item is not of earthly origin, but brought by aliens? What does this have to do with the disasters? Chen Shi questioned again, perplexed. We suspect that extraterrestrial beings may have come to Earth searching for their missing spacecraft, bringing with them dark matter, which is fundamentally incompatible with our world. Perhaps it is this dark matter that has triggered genetic mutations in living beings. After Qi Zhonghua finished speaking, the group fell into a contemplative silence, needing time to digest his words, as they were far beyond their understanding and could be deemed unfathomable. Chen Shi felt even more bewildered. Why would alien objects be connected to him, especially his own mysterious mark? Suddenly, he remembered the black object he had brought back from the laboratory. Professor Qi, please wait a moment. I'd like to show you something, Chen Shi said. Turning to the storage room to retrieve the black stone plate he was still reinforcing, returning to the living room. He handed the black stone plate to Qi Zhonghua. Qi Zhonghua was momentarily stunned upon seeing the black stone plate, then exclaimed in astonishment, how did this come to be in your possession? Chen's heart swelled with joy. He understood the origins of this object from the implication of the speaker's words. He immediately inquired, do you know what this is? Qi Zhonghua nodded vigorously, I do. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize for my absence these past few days due to a throat infection, which has left me coughing and feverish. Regrettably, I can only provide one update today, but I assure you that I will make up for it in due course. Chapter 82, Speculation. Qi Zhonghua paused for a moment. Years ago, when I participated in the project codenamed Extraterrestrial Visitor, I encountered this object. It too was brought by aliens. However, its purpose remains unclear. The symbols inscribed upon it are speculated to be a form of writing used by extraterrestrial beings. Unfortunately, the chasm between different species is far too vast. And despite our utmost efforts, we have been unable to decipher the meanings of these symbols. These inscriptions may be closely linked to the mutations and disasters on Earth. Qi Zhonghua sighed deeply, lamenting the inadequacy of human technology. After speaking, he fell into silence. Chen also sighed quietly. What Qi Zhonghua articulated was already within his knowledge, and he even possessed a greater understanding than the professor. Professor Qi, have you noticed how effective the black stone is against the shadow beings? Chen's remark startled Qi Zhonghua. I have not conducted any experiments. Are you suggesting that you have attempted to use the black stone against them? Indeed, I have. The black stone reacts with them. Upon contact, these mutated beings dissolve into black mist and vanish completely. This further corroborates our hypothesis that they are composed of dark matter. In our material world, we find no effective means to combat them, yet the black stone, being made of dark matter, is uniquely capable of defeating dark matter. Qi Zhonghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. They exist in a realm entirely distinct from our material world, perhaps not even within the same space-time continuum. Thus, I conjecture that their appearance is part of a larger conspiracy. Only by identifying the puppet masters behind this can we hope to avert the impending doom of human civilization. The puppet masters? What could their intentions be? Is their sole aim the annihilation of humanity? What advantage would that confer upon them? Given humanity's current technological status, we pose no threat to extraterrestrials whose advancements far exceed our own. After all, we are still grappling with the very nature of dark energy and dark matter, while they have already harnessed it in practice. So what do they truly desire? Suddenly, Chen's mind sparked with clarity. Professor Qi, could it be that they are not merely manipulating dark matter, but that they themselves are dark matter? Qi Zhonghua was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, your words hold merit. This possibility is indeed substantial. Approximately 80% of the universe is composed of dark matter, and statistically, the likelihood of life emerging from this realm might be greater than in our material world. The others listened in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. While Zhang Hui remained somewhat unfazed, for the others, this was their first encounter with such a theory. They had always believed that the calamities on Earth were of human origin, and now the conclusion pointed to extraterrestrial causes. Extraterrestrials were not entirely novel. They had heard of such beings before, but the notion of life existing within a dark matter realm was utterly beyond their comprehension. The dark matter world exists on a dimension entirely separate from our visible reality. Although dark matter is abundant around us, it is imperceptible, akin to existing in another space-time. Thus, is it possible that, apart from humanity, there exists another invisible world coexisting within our space-time, perhaps even with technology surpassing our own? Silence enveloped the room as waves of turmoil surged within their hearts. Chen Tu struggled to maintain his composure. If his speculation were correct, how could humanity possibly contend with a civilization whose technology far exceeds their own, especially one cloaked in the veil of invisibility? Was there any hope for humanity? After a prolonged silence, he sighed. It is futile to ponder such matters now. How to confront them is not something I, lacking any expertise in technology, can determine. We must first address the immediate issues at hand. As I often say, survival is paramount. Only by persevering can we hope to discover a means to combat them. With this thought, Chen spoke, since we are all temporarily residing here, I hope you will treat this place as your home. He paused. As you can see, the conditions here are quite rudimentary. There are no beds or tables. Tomorrow, if conditions allow, Xia Fei and Lu Qingsong, he directed his gaze towards the two. You will accompany me to the woods to gather some timber, and we will endeavor to construct beds and tables before the acid rain arrives. Both Xia Fei and Lu Qingsong nodded in agreement. I used to work as a carpenter. I can handle these tasks, Lu Qingsong said with a smile. Chen felt a surge of relief. In that case, he would not need to rely on his enhancement abilities. Otherwise, if a crude wooden bed were to be transformed into a luxurious mattress through enhancement, explaining it would prove difficult. Professor Qi, Professor Zhang, do you have knowledge of cultivating soil-less vegetables, or how to grow vegetables without sunlight refracting? Chen shifted his attention to Qi Zhonghua and Zhang Hui. With the acid rain season fast approaching, it would soon be a matter of survival. They needed to devise a way to grow their own food, or they would inevitably starve. This is manageable. Bean sprouts, mushrooms, potatoes, and even barley can be cultivated indoors. The former can thrive without light, while barley requires artificial lighting to simulate sunlight, boasting a high survival rate, Qi Zhonghua replied. Chen felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Simulating sunlight was trivial for him. He had an abundance of electricity at his disposal. As long as they could cultivate food, their chances of survival would significantly increase, alleviating the daily burden of searching for sustenance. With this in mind, Chen declared, Professor Qi, Professor Zhong, I entrust you both with the task of indoor food cultivation. If you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask. Not a problem. As long as my old bones can be of service, I am at your disposal. Qi Zhonghua replied confidently, joined by Zhang Hui. Chen nodded and turned to the four women. Xia Yin, you, and the others assist Professors Qi and Zhong. Communicate any needs to me. Absolutely, you can count on us, Yang Mi was the first to assure him. She felt fortunate for her decision to stay behind. Had she gone to Jidong City, even a scientist like Qi Zhonghua would have been expelled, leaving her in a truly hopeless situation. Thus, as long as Chen did not send them away, working hard was a small price to pay. All right, everyone, let us retire early. Tomorrow, we will proceed according to the plan. Xiao Chen, wait a moment, Qi Zhonghua called out as Chen was about to return to his room. Chen halted and turned to face Qi Zhonghua. Did you not mention that the black stone is located in the ravines of this area? Tomorrow, I would like to take a look. Of course, we can go together while we gather timber, Chen readily agreed. This way, he could also collect more black stones. Meanwhile, beyond the atmosphere, in low Earth orbit, a black extraterrestrial spacecraft hovered silently in space. The enormous hull, composed of dark energy, rippled with waves that spread outward, only to gradually dissipate into void, followed by a resurgence of oscillations, repeating endlessly. Chapter 83, Acid Rain. After returning to his room, Chen lay on the bed, reflecting on each word spoken by Qi Zhonghua. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. Dark matter is imperceptible to carbon-based life forms. Thus, can ignorance itself not be considered a form of invisibility? The shadow beings possess the ability to penetrate all matter, and dark energy can achieve the same. This implies that both the shadow beings and the oblivious are forms of life constituted by dark matter. Perhaps they are extraterrestrial beings themselves. He lost track of time in contemplation before succumbing to a deep slumber. In the stillness of the night, Chen Shi was abruptly roused by the cacophony outside his door early the next morning. He hastily donned his clothing and pushed open the door, finding a throng gathered in the hall, engaged in fervent discussion. What has transpired? He inquired as he walked forward. Acid rain has arrived, sooner than anticipated. Qi Zhonghua replied in a grave tone. What? Alarm surged within Chen Shi as he quickened his pace to the entrance, peering outside. A pungent scent assaulted his nostrils. Pink rain cascaded from the heavens, striking the ground and producing swirling clouds of vapor. The withering grass outside was visibly yellowing. He extended his hand into the open air, and a droplet of rain landed on his skin, akin to scalding oil, accompanied by a horrifying searing sound and the acrid stench of burning flesh. The onlookers gazed at his hand, their faces etched with terror. This was no mere rain, it was unequivocally sulfuric acid. Gazing skyward, he beheld a thick layer of pink-tinged clouds obscuring the sun, the entirety of the landscape shrouded in acid rain, with trees in the nearby woods wilting and perishing in a matter of moments. With a decisive slam, he closed the door. Their only recourse was to wait for the acid rain to cease. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He dashed into the room, turned on the shower, cautiously touched the clear water flowing forth, and brought it to his nose. Fortunately, it bore no abnormalities, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. If the groundwater were poisoned, they would be left to wither from thirst. The plans made the previous day were rendered null and void. The group would remain in the safe house, patiently awaiting the end of the acid rain. After their meal, with little else to occupy their time, Chen Shi organized the remaining individuals, regardless of gender, into a session to teach them combat techniques, save for Qi Zhonghua and Zhang Hui. It was evident that life would become increasingly arduous and brutal post-acid rain, and they, especially the women, needed to acquire some means of self-defense against the potential dangers that lay ahead. Days passed in this manner. The acid rain persisted for a full week, showing no signs of abating. During this time, aside from organizing combat practice, Chen Shi took the opportunity to enhance his gear and fortified each person's equipment. Food supplies dwindled, with a total of 8 individuals consuming 32 cans daily. Their stock of 20 boxes was quickly halved, leaving only 10. Chen Shi was compelled to reduce everyone's rations from 2 cans per day to 1. Despite this, no one voiced complaints, for at least they still had sustenance, while the scavengers outside likely faced dire fates. The world had transformed into a hellscape. All water sources were poisoned, the earth eroded, and flora withered into oblivion. Even mutated creatures could not survive in such an environment. Those hiding underground, unless they had stockpiled sufficient fresh water and food, faced the grim prospects of starvation or thirst. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. The once abandoned grasses outside had been replaced by pools of pink water, enshrouded in a faint acidic haze. Food could last at most 5 more days. If the acid rain did not relent, Chen Shi and his group would soon face starvation. Gazing skyward at the relentless downpour, he sighed deeply. If this continued, humanity would face extinction. He stepped outside the safe house, his gear, reinforced thrice, impervious to the corrosive rain. The small grove adjacent to the safe house had devolved into a swamp, with trees completely decayed and collapsed. Not only here, but as he gazed into the distance. His vision was remarkably clear. The trees that once obstructed his view had vanished. As far as the eye could see, it resembled the barren surface of Mars. Devoid of greenery, the soil an ominous red. He wondered how Wang and the others were faring, fixing his gaze on the village houses. He lingered in the acid rain for a moment before returning to the room to continue practicing combat techniques with the group. Through their training, several women had begun to master a few moves. Lu Qingsong, with a solid foundation in combat, made rapid progress, while Xia Fei benefited from his natural strength, managing to execute simple techniques effortlessly, easily handling ordinary scavengers. 2 days later, after 17 consecutive days of acid rain, it finally ceased. Upon opening the door, the acrid air assaulted their senses, igniting discomfort in their nostrils and lungs. Observing the crimson water outside, Xia Yin tossed a rag into it. With a hiss, the fabric emitted smoke and was instantly consumed by corrosion. The group exchanged apprehensive glances. Stepping outside would mean risking their shoes and their feet to the same fate. They would need to wait a day or two longer before venturing out. In low Earth orbit, aboard an alien spacecraft, a dark-skinned extraterrestrial murmured to itself, lamenting the loss of food sources. Valen, what shall we do next? Another alien inquired. Let us provide them with sustenance and observe as they turn on one another. It should prove to be quite entertaining, do you not think? Valen replied, a hint of excitement in his tone. Why give them food? The latter questioned, puzzled. That food will strip them of their reason, rendering them extremely violent. This will make the hunt all the more exhilarating, Valen replied gleefully. Let us begin promptly. The Dyson sphere is imminent, and we must act before the opportunity for hunting slips away. Nodding in agreement, Valen linked his thought waves with the central intelligence. He randomly selected coordinates to establish a food tower, infusing the sustenance with dark energy capable of genetic manipulation. Soon, the voice of the central intelligence echoed, preparations complete. Shall we utilize dark matter to construct the food tower? Construct it, Valen commanded. 2 days later, outside the safe house, Chen Shi found himself entranced by the sight of a towering black spire that seemed to have sprung up overnight. He turned to look in the distance, where another identical tower loomed, both piercing the heavens. The world was becoming increasingly surreal. Aside from alien civilization, he could not fathom who could erect such structures in a mere night. What purpose did these towers serve? What were they truly after? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate. With dwindling food supplies, he would also seek nourishment. With this thought, he returned to the safe house, summoned Lu Qingsong and Xia Fei, equipped themselves, and set off in the fortified vehicle toward the nearest tower. Chapter 84. The tower. Chen Shi drove towards the tower, and the sights along the way resembled a hellish landscape. Many houses collapsed by the acid rain bore the remnants of corpses, reduced to mere skeletal remains. In vast swathes of reddened earth, groups of mutated creatures lay felled by the corrosive rain. The tower was situated near an abandoned oil refinery, over 100 kilometers from Chen Shi and his companions. They were not the first to discover the tower. That honor belonged to Zhou Gongli. Though puzzled like Chen Shi about the origin of the towers, upon learning that they were filled with food, he quickly dismissed his doubts and rallied his group to seize the tower for themselves. The city of Jidong, situated over 100 kilometers away, also caught wind of the tower's existence and dispatched security personnel to investigate. In a flurry, towers began to materialize across the globe, a miraculous sign for humanity, who had exhausted their food supplies. To them, it was a divine intervention, a boon from the heavens. As a result, all survivors flocked towards the nearest food tower. However, with the multitude of seekers, fierce and bloody battles were inevitable. Zhou Gongli and his group reached the tower first, gazing up in awe at its soaring height. Dizzying in its grandeur, it stood at least 900 meters tall. The base is broad, tapering as it ascends, resulting in a tower-like structure. The good news is that there is food inside the tower. The bad news is that the food is located over 200 meters high, and there is no elevator. Initially, he considered staying in the tower until the food was consumed, as climbing once would be a challenge. However, the reality is that the interior of the tower is unbearably cold. Based on experience, the temperature is at least minus 30 degrees Celsius. Without movement, one would inevitably succumb to the freezing conditions. Therefore, he must transport the food down bit by bit. As Zhou Gongli entered the iron tower, Chen Shi and his companions arrived shortly thereafter. Gazing at the colossal structure, Chen Shi was awestruck. The dark tower was shrouded in black mist, and a chilling breeze emanated from the entrance. Fortunately, the trio's reinforced gear had thermal properties, rendering the cold less formidable. Observing several vehicles at the entrance, they understood that others had already arrived. Without delay, they hastened into the tower. Not long after their entry, a security team of over 30 members from Jidong City arrived. promptly following them into the tower. Subsequently, scattered hunters and surviving scavengers arrived in groups. The lower levels of the tower were devoid of anything but endless spiraling staircases. Except for Zhou, the others remained oblivious to what lay within the tower. In the absence of conflicting interests, the various groups coexisted peacefully, driven by curiosity as they ascended, with any conflicts limited to brief exchanges regarding each other's families. After all, to preserve their stamina for climbing. No one wished to squander their energy on pointless brawls. Chen Shi and his companions climbed effortlessly, aided by their thermal clothing and agile footwear, which conserved considerable energy. In no time, they outpaced the others and caught up with Zhou. Upon hearing movement behind him, Zhou glanced down and noticed 3 individuals trailing his group. While others were unaware of the tower's secrets, he was well informed and would not permit anyone to approach the top levels. Noticing that there were only 3 of them, he dismissed the concern and instructed a burly man named San, "You and 4 brothers stay here. Anyone who dares approach will be dealt with severely." San nodded, selecting 4 brothers to guard the staircase's bend, armed with automatic rifles, vigilant for the approach of Chen Shi and his companions. As Chen Shi rounded a corner, he spotted the 4 muscular men brandishing weapons. Instinctively, he shouted, "Dodge!" Lu Qingsong and Xia Fei quickly retreated. The adversaries wasted no time, unleashing a volley in their direction. However, both sides were taken aback. San, bewildered, stared at his weapon. Though he had pulled the trigger, the gun did not fire. Chen Shi cursed inwardly, "Damn it. What is the point of having a gun with no bullets?" Seeing that the enemy's weapon had malfunctioned, Lu Qingsong sprang forth, brandishing his automatic rifle to retaliate, only to find his weapon equally silent. This was utterly perplexing. He quickly concealed himself, checking the magazine, filled to the brim. The trio exchanged puzzled glances. Realizing the strangeness of their surroundings, Lu Qingsong pulled back the bolt, ejected a round, and fired again, but the result was the same: silence. "Abandon the guns. Use knives," Chen Shi decisively commanded. It was reasonable to expect that alien constructs would exhibit peculiarities. It was the absence of oddities that would be alarming. After several futile attempts, the adversaries also discarded their firearms, opting for military knives. San's nose was running from the cold, and he rubbed his frostbitten, reddened hands, struggling to maintain his grip on the knife. In stark contrast, Chen Shi and his companions appeared vibrant and unperturbed by the chill. With a battle cry, both sides lunged at one another. However, the movements of San's group were stiff and sluggish. They had assumed that Chen Shi and his team would be equally frozen. To their surprise, Chen Shi's group moved with agility, steam rising from their foreheads, and even a hint of perspiration. How could the disparity be so vast? Are these people Eskimos? San wondered, stiffly charging towards Chen Shi with his knife drawn. In a flash, Chen Shi brandished his extendable baton, swiftly locking it into place, and charged at San. The swiftness of Chen Shi's movements was unparalleled. Before San could thrust his knife, Chen Shi's baton struck his wrist with a resounding crack. "Ah!" San screamed in agony, his wrist dangling limply, the bone shattered. Without granting him a moment to recover, Chen Shi swung the baton forcefully at his chin, akin to a golf swing, delivering a crushing blow. San's head snapped back uncontrollably, blood and teeth sprang forth. As he regained his composure, he was met with another strike to his left cheek. With a resounding crack, his cheekbone caved in, leaving half of his face a bloody mess. Thud. San fell to the ground, motionless. Chen Shi strode towards Lu Qingsong, who was fending off 2 attackers, deftly maneuvering to avoid being cornered. With a decisive strike, Chen Shi's baton struck the back of one hunter's head, splattering blood and brain matter. Lu Qingsong seized the opportunity, swiftly slashing at an opponent's neck. The severed artery erupted like a fountain, spraying blood 3 meters high. Meanwhile, Xia Fei, wielding a short knife, inflicted multiple stab wounds upon an adversary. In mere minutes, all 4 assailants lay in pools of their own blood. Chen Shi took a breath, glancing at Lu Qingsong and Xia Fei. In this environment, firearms were ineffective, leaving them to rely solely on hand-to-hand combat, a double-edged sword. Lu Qingsong nodded in agreement, recognizing the advantages of their superior stamina and equipment, but also noting their numerical disadvantage, which left them vulnerable to ambush. Chen Shi regarded Lu Qingsong with approval, acknowledging the need for stealth and strategy. "We must not confront them directly. We should ambush whenever possible, striving to divide and conquer." Xia Fei, unable to grasp Chen Shi's tactical nuances, scratched his head and replied, "Brother Chen, just tell me how to fight, and I will follow your lead." "All right, listen to my orders," Chen Shi said with a smile, patting Xia Fei's shoulder. "You 3 remain here, motionless." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the next level of the staircase. Chen Shi turned to see dozens of armed personnel, vigilant with automatic rifles, eyeing the trio warily. It was evident that they had noticed the corpses below, which made them cautious. However, observing the weapons in their hands, Chen Shi smirked. They were likely unaware that firearms were powerless here. Since they were oblivious, there was no need for further discourse. Chapter 85. The Tower's 100 Floors. Chen Shi and his companions turned and continued their ascent, disregarding the armed individuals behind them. With around 30 adversaries and only 3 of them, a direct confrontation would not favor their chances. Therefore, the optimal strategy was to prolong the engagement. With superior stamina and speed, and knowing that the enemy's firearms were ineffective, they could afford to tire them out before striking. The opposing group was momentarily taken aback by Chen Shi and his companions' retreat. "Aren't you afraid we'll shoot? Hey, who allowed you to leave? Stop!" One of the armed men shouted. Chen Shi and his team continued their ascent, treating the command as if it had fallen on deaf ears. The situation was becoming increasingly awkward for the opposing group, and one man, unable to contain himself, raised his weapon and fired a volley. Certainly, there were no unexpected discharges. He gazed perplexedly at the firearm in his hand. Could it be jammed? He pondered, casting a glance at his companion, who stood frozen in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Fire!" The companion raised his weapon, darted up the stairs, and squeezed the trigger at the retreating figures of Chen Shi and his group. Yet again, there was no sound of gunfire. Bewildered, he scrutinized the firearm, scratching his head in confusion, wondering why it wouldn't fire. At this point, the previously calm security guard furrowed his brow. The tower was shrouded in mystery, having inexplicably emerged from nowhere, and now the firearms refused to function. Something unusual must be afoot. Realizing this, he hastily declared, "We must ascend. There is something amiss here." With that, he led his team downstairs. Meanwhile, Chen Shi and his companions had ascended to the 50th floor. As with the previous levels, this one was devoid of anything but an endlessly spiraling staircase. Chen Shi paused, straining his ears to ensure no one was trailing them. "Let us take a break and replenish our energy," he suggested. Checking his watch, he noted that it had taken them a full 5 hours to reach this level. The tower's lack of windows rendered it impossible to distinguish day from night without a timepiece. The 3 settled on the ground, and Chen Shi retrieved 3 bags of beef jerky from his backpack, handing one to each of them as they began to munch on the dry morsels. "Chen Shi, have you ever considered what it would mean if we reached the top and found nothing?" Lu Qingsong inquired, biting into his jerky. "I doubt that will be the case. I have a strong intuition that there is indeed something here. Perhaps we might uncover some clues regarding extraterrestrial life," Chen Shi replied thoughtfully. He spoke truthfully. Since ascending the tower, the demon seal had been absorbing a peculiar energy, which coursed through him, igniting a powerful consciousness in his mind, guiding and suggesting to him that something related to alien beings awaited them here. Thus, he felt compelled to reach the summit. Upon hearing Chen Shi's conviction, Lu Qingsong nodded. "If you firmly believe there is something here, then we shall persist until we reach the top." After resting for approximately half an hour, the 3 rose and continued their ascent up the staircase. As they reached the 70th floor, they faintly discerned voices emanating from above. They immediately slowed their pace, moving cautiously as they crept upward. On the 73rd floor, Zhou Gongli and his group were seated on the ground, resting. After the acid rain season, his supplies were nearly depleted. Previously, they could venture out to scavenge, but now the acid rain had destroyed everything. They couldn't even find human flesh to consume. The origins of this tower were unknown to him, and he understood that it concealed great dangers. Nevertheless, upon learning that there was food within, he resolutely led his men up the tower. Better to risk danger than to starve to death in the base. Zhou Gongli leaned quietly against the dark wall, closing his eyes to gather his strength. As Chen Shi and his companions arrived on the 73rd floor, he cautiously peeked around the corner of the staircase to look up. On the ground below, dozens of robust men were seated in disarray. He estimated there were at least 40 of them. He withdrew his head and exchanged glances with his companions, signaling them to follow him quietly down to the next floor. There were too many of them, nearly 40. A direct confrontation was unwise. "We shall wait for an opportunity," he whispered to the others. "What now?" Lu Qingsong asked. "We wait for them to leave and look for a chance to eliminate the stragglers." The 3 remained silent on the 72nd floor, awaiting Zhou Gongli and his men to depart. After several minutes, they heard the sound of chaotic footsteps above. They waited a little longer, and then Chen Shi gestured for his companions to follow him. As they ascended, the light grew dimmer. By the time they reached the 90th floor, visibility had diminished to the point where they could scarcely see their own hands. Within the group, a few flashlights flickered to life, casting weak beams in the darkness. Before long, Chen Shi and his companions followed Zhou Gongli's group to the 100th floor. Here, a faint black mist permeated the air. The staircase leading upwards had vanished, replaced by a circular corridor. Everyone paused here, hesitant to proceed. Chen Shi and his companions concealed themselves on the 99th floor, carefully observing the movements of Zhou Gongli's group. Monkey, take a brother and see where the staircase is, Zhou Gongli commanded. Monkey nodded, taking a flashlight and bringing along a companion as they ventured into the circular corridor. The corridor was enveloped in darkness. Walls, floor, and ceiling were all black, making it impossible to discern anything amid the black mist. The footsteps of Monkey and his companion echoed unervingly in the empty corridor. Suddenly, Monkey hesitated, realizing that although two of them were walking, only one pair of footsteps could be heard. His companion had vanished. A chill gripped his heart as he slowly turned around. The brother behind him looked up in terror. Monkey, why are you on the ceiling? Monkey's heart raced. He clearly saw his companions suspended upside down from the ceiling, their heads mere inches apart, sharing a moment of terrifying eye contact. The corridor's walls, floor, and ceiling were indistinguishable in color and shape, making it impossible for them to discern who was on the ceiling. However, who was on the ceiling was irrelevant. What mattered was why one of them had inexplicably found themselves there. Let us go back, Monkey stammered in fear. The two quickly turned and ran in opposite directions. Stop. Monkey sensed something was off and shouted. The brother halted. Monkey, you're going the wrong way. This is the way back. He pointed to the path before him. Gazing at Monkey hanging from the ceiling, Monkey glared at his upside-down brother, seething. You're the one going the wrong way. You're hanging upside down from the ceiling. Suddenly, footsteps echoed ominously in the dark. Chapter 86. The Rift in Time. Monkey directed his flashlight toward the source of the sound, but the beam abruptly vanished. Damn! What is wrong with the flashlight? Frustration surged as he struck the device a few times. Who is coming? His companion asked nervously. How the hell should I know? Monkey retorted tersely. He then yelled into the darkness. Who is there? No response. His body tensed, an ominous premonition rising within him, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Who the hell are you? Answer me. Monkey shouted again. The footsteps grew louder, as if the approaching figures were oblivious to his calls, continuing their advance in silence. In the darkness, two shadows drew closer to him, and Monkey desperately shouted and waved his arms, but the figures seemed unseeing, moving toward him without a word. In an instant, the two shadows brushed past him. When he finally discerned their features, time seemed to freeze, and the air thickened. A wave of chill rapidly spread from Monkey's core to his extremities. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his body shaking uncontrollably. Even his teeth chattering. Staring at the retreating figures, he was paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide, as if his throat had been stuffed with cotton, rendering him speechless. The two figures that had just passed were none other than himself and his brother. The bizarre and terrifying scene shattered Monkey's composure. His brother was equally distressed. Pointing at the figures, his face pale, even his lips devoid of color, trembling without uttering a word. Run! Run fast! After a long moment of struggle, Monkey finally managed to force out a word. The two fled, disregarding direction, each sprinting in opposite ways. 5 minutes later, they met again in the circular corridor, having run in a complete circle, still in their respective positions. It's over. The Monkey was frozen from head to toe, his heart brimming with despair. Even more disheartening was the thought that the monkeys who had just passed by possibly replaced him and his brother, which meant that to others, they were perfectly fine, not missing at all. This signified that no one would come searching for the two of them. Help! The Monkey could no longer contain his anguish and burst into tears. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. In the darkness, footsteps echoed once more. The Monkey ceased his weeping, inhaled deeply, and charged towards the sound of the footsteps. Strangely, no matter how far he ran, the footsteps remained just ahead of him. He even circled the corridor, yet saw no one, though the footsteps continued to resonate nearby. Returning to his original spot, he fixed his gaze, waiting for a figure to appear. After a brief moment, a shadow finally emerged. To his horror, he realized that it was still he and his brother, walking one behind the other. At the instant they brushed past, he extended his hand and swung a fist towards his brother walking behind him. Thud! His fist passed through the figure's body as if it were insubstantial, and the person seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, continuing onward. The Monkey cradled his head, sinking into despair upon the ground, or perhaps the ceiling. He forced himself to calm down. What on earth is happening, brother? Are we dead? His brother, seemingly suspended in midair, questioned in terror. The Monkey pondered for a moment, contemplating that perhaps he had fallen into a temporal rift, where time stood still, neither advancing nor retreating, forever trapped in this moment in an infinite loop. He finally arrived at a seemingly plausible conclusion. After all, within this inherently peculiar tower, it was normal for strange occurrences to transpire. The Monkey and his brother were eternally ensnared in the temporal rift. Meanwhile, the Monkey and his brother outside the rift had finally located the staircase on the opposite side of the corridor. Zhou Gongli followed the Monkey, leading his group towards the stairs. Chen Shi silently trailed behind them. As they passed through the temporal rift, his demon mark suddenly grew hot, causing Chen Shi's heart to race. Warily, he scanned his surroundings, sensing a faint weeping mixed with murmured whispers, yet saw no figures. He withdrew a piece of black stone. Holding it in his hand, its normal temperature indicated the absence of dark matter entities nearby. He continued forward with lingering doubts. The group moved hesitantly, soon arriving at the 120th floor. This level exhibited further anomalies. Strangely, the staircase felt as though they were ascending, yet upon reaching the top, they discovered they had returned to the 119th floor. Ascending the stairs to the 120th floor again, they found themselves back at the 119th floor once more. As if caught in a phantom wall, alarm surged among the group. Chen Shi concealed himself in the shadows of the 119th floor. Observing that this staircase must be a Penrose staircase, which theoretically only exists in four-dimensional space and cannot appear in a three-dimensional world. So, had they entered four-dimensional space from this level? How then were they to ascend? Chen Shi fell into deep contemplation. The three-dimensional world comprises three dimensions: length, width, and height, while the four-dimensional world adds a temporal spatial dimension. Thus, to ascend, one must navigate through this temporal spatial dimension. In four-dimensional space, the addition of an extra dimension implies that a seemingly closed-loop structure like the Penrose staircase might possess an exit in the fourth dimension. Just as a closed two-dimensional loop, like a bias strip, appears closed from a three-dimensional perspective, one can find a path that transcends this closed loop from a higher dimension, three-dimensional. Regarding the Penrose staircase, it may be possible to find a way out of this infinite loop by entering the fourth dimension, such as breaking through the seemingly inescapable cyclical structure by moving within the fourth dimension. With this thought, Chen Shi held his breath, clearing his mind, and gazed at the Penrose staircase. He intended to use his insight ability to uncover its flaw. Chapter 87. The Unyielding Burden. Soon, Chen Shi discovered a conspicuous leap at the connection of the stairs, indicating that the temporal spatial dimension was transporting three-dimensional beings from the end of the staircase back to its beginning, creating an endless loop. In other words, every time they reached the end of the staircase, they were transported back to the starting point, or 119th floor. While he had made this discovery, how was he to resolve it? Chen Shi fell into thought. Could dark matter destroy the temporal gate or this leap point? He was eager to test the black stone or the spatial tearing feature of his enhanced ion beam gun. However, to attempt this, he needed to encounter Zhou Gongli and his group. Whether conflict would arise remained uncertain. He turned to Lu Qingsong and said, "I have a method to break this impasse, but it will inevitably lead to an encounter with them," indicating Zhou Gongli's group. He continued, "Let us first seek diplomacy. If they refuse reason, then we shall not hesitate to fight." Lu Qingsong and Xia Fei nodded in agreement. "Very well, we shall proceed according to your plan." Chen Shi did not recognize Zhou Gongli and was unaware that the individuals who had repeatedly sent people to harass him were right before him. Had he known, he would have acted sooner. The trio slowly rose and made their way towards the 120th floor. At that moment, Zhou Gongli and his group sensed something amiss and halted their advance, gathering in the spacious stairwell of the 120th floor to devise a plan. Who? In the darkness, a burly man above suddenly spotted three silhouettes below and barked sharply. "Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm," Chen Shi replied as he stepped to within 10 meters of them and came to a stop. Several flashlights illuminated the trio. "Who are you?" Zhou Gongli inquired, perplexed. He had clearly stationed people on the 80th floor. How had they ascended? Could it be that his own people had? No, he had not heard any gunfire along the way, suggesting no conflict had occurred. Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that we know how to ascend to the 121st floor, Chen Shi stated matter-of-factly. Zhou Gongli perked up at this revelation. "You mean you know how to ascend the stairs?" "Something along those lines. I need to test it first to be sure." Zhou Gongli's gaze fixed intently on Chen Shi, his mind racing. If what he claimed was true, and he indeed possessed a means to unravel the staircase's mystery, it would not be too late to eliminate him afterward. If he could not solve it, then killing him would suffice. With this thought, he laughed heartily. "My friend, if you truly have a method to break this, that would be splendid. Should your approach prove effective, I shall express my utmost gratitude." Chen Shi smiled. "Taking a few steps forward, please step aside. I require ample space." "Everyone retreat and clear the area," Zhou Gongli commanded. Soon, a void appeared before Chen Shi, revealing the staircase. Under the watchful eyes of all, Chen Shi produced a piece of black stone and held it in his hand. This was a doubly enhanced black stone, infused with an abundance of energy and dark matter. His plan was simple. First, he would test the black stone. If it yielded results, that would be ideal. If not, he would resort to the ion beam gun. He was reluctant to reveal his weapon too early. as everyone witnessed him retrieving an object from his pocket. The darkness obscured its true nature. A keen observer suddenly shouted, "Get down. It's a grenade." This exclamation startled everyone, who promptly dropped to the ground. Chen Shi chuckled silently, remaining wordless, and aimed at the location of the temporal leap point, forcefully hurling the black stone. The stone struck the temporal leap point and vanished from sight. Almost immediately, a muffled bang echoed through the void, and a cloud of black mist ascended into the air. Chen Shi's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the temporal leap point being obliterated by the black stone. "Let us ascend and see." He turned to Xia Fei and Lu Qingsong. Then, following Chen Shi, they ascended the steps towards the 121st floor. The onlookers were taken aback as the trio's figures vanished at the end of the staircase on the 120th floor. "Hurry up," Zhou Gongli urged his subordinates. The group followed Chen Shi to the 121st floor, only to find him standing at the stairway entrance in a daze. Before them, the ascending staircase had vanished, replaced by a long corridor lined with numerous doorless rooms. Shadows flickered within the darkened spaces. The black stone in Chen Shi's hand felt searing hot. "This level is going to be a challenge," he mused internally. "Little brother, do you have a plan?" Zhou Gongli inquired, standing beside him. Chen Shi silently shook his head. There were ideas, but employing the black stone to force through was a strategy he would reserve solely for himself. He would never allow others to benefit from his efforts. Zhou Gongli's expression darkened as he surveyed the corridor's rooms. Taking a few steps back, he signaled to his men. Suddenly, several guns were pointed at the heads of Chen Shi and his companions. "What is the meaning of this?" Chen Shi's complexion paled as he turned to Zhou Gongli. Speaking in a low voice, "I apologize, but we need a few brothers to scout ahead," Zhou Gongli replied with a sly smile. "Is this a case of killing the donkey after the grinding?" Without hesitation, Chen Shi swung his baton backward, piercing the abdomen of the man behind him with its sharp end. Zhou Gongli's expression shifted. He had not anticipated such reckless defiance, even with guns trained on him. "Fire!" Zhou Gongli shouted. "Kill!" Chen Shi roared in response. The sound of triggers being pulled echoed, but the anticipated gunfire did not ensue. All guns misfired, leaving only the sound of firing pins clicking in the silence. Without mercy, Chen Shi and his companions lunged forward, knives drawn and aimed for vital points. Before their assailants could react, those surrounding the trio fell, lifeless in pools of blood. "Kill them, advance!" Zhou Gongli shouted in shock. The remaining men drew their daggers and other weapons, charging towards the trio. Chen Shi raised his baton, striking down the first two attackers, shouting, "Form up around me." Lu Qingyun and Xia Fei hurriedly moved to his side. The three formed a triangular formation. And Chen Shi whispered, "When I shout run, give it your all and sprint towards the end of the corridor. Stay close to me, and do not fall behind." "Understood." The two replied in unison. With a powerful swing, Chen Shi crushed the skull of an attacker before shouting, "Run." The trio dashed towards the corridor's end. Chen Shi brandished the black stone in his hand. As they passed the first room, a white figure lunged at him. With a swift motion, he struck down, releasing a cloud of black mist as the figure dissipated. Simultaneously, another white figure emerged from the left side room. He hurled the black stone while raising his baton to deliver a crushing blow to the figure's head. The second figure too vanished into a wisp of black mist. Their agility allowed them to zip past the first room. Before the second room specter could react, they were already through. However, the pursuing predators behind them were not so fortunate. As Chen Shi and his companions made their escape, the predators arrived at the second room's entrance. Suddenly, two white figures surged forth from the adjacent rooms, blocking their path before retreating back inside. In that fleeting moment, the three predators trailing Chen Shi disappeared without a trace. Soon after, anguished screams echoed from within the rooms, and the three emerged, staggering, with gaping wounds in their chests where their hearts once resided. Thud. The three predators collapsed at the entrance, lifeless. Chapter 88. Thoughts on launch at noon. The book was officially launched. As a novice author, I have unwittingly penned 200,000 words. I am immensely grateful to all readers who have supported me with follows, collections, rewards, and recommendations. Your encouragement fuels my resolve to continue writing. I acknowledge that this book has its shortcomings, and I have made nearly every mistake a newcomer could make. However, rest assured, this story will not be abandoned. I commit to updating for at least 4 months, aiming for an ending around 800,000 words. I do not seek subscriptions. I am quite aware of the quality of my work and leave that decision to the readers. Regarding updates, as a newcomer, my writing speed is slow, and I cannot promise frequent updates. Nonetheless, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I will ensure at least 2 updates daily. As I reach this point, I anticipate bidding farewell to many of you. I am sincerely grateful for your support in reaching this milestone. If fate allows, I hope to see you in my next book. Lastly, my heartfelt thanks to my editor, Fu-chun. Chapter 89. At this moment, Zhou Gongli finally sensed something amiss. Firearms were ineffective here. As he watched Chen Shi and his companions disappear at the corridor's end, anxiety gnawed at him. Chapter 90. This earth creature is extraordinary. The alien stared in bewilderment at Chen Shi within the tower. What on earth did that gesture signify? What did he just shout?